Oh my God, how did I suddenly end up above the deserts of Afghanistan? In the emptiness, a black fissure rapidly spread open, as if the fabric of reality itself had glitched. My small, frail body plummeted from the crack, like a kite with its string cut. If anyone witnessed this scene, they'd be left speechless with shock. After all, I was just a 9-year-old child. Beneath the rift, a group of armed militants were unleashing a furious hail of bullets at a man clad in iron armor, the chaos unfolding like a video game set to infinite ammo mode. Tony Stark was raising his flamethrower, poised to unleash a devastating counterattack to avenge the fallen ensign. The determination in his stance was reminiscent of an Avenger. But just as Tony was about to strike, I plummeted from the sky, crashing straight into the terrorist base. What was that? Tony's eyes widened as he stared at the crater I'd made, wearing the bewildered look of someone encountering a UFO. As an experienced weapons manufacturer, his first thought was, it might be an unexploded missile. He wasn't alone. Every terrorist on the scene thought it was a ticking time bomb. The entire place instantly fell into a tense silence, nobody daring to make a move. Closest to the crater stood Tony Stark in his Mark I suit. He edged forward cautiously, trying to confirm his suspicion. At that moment, any reckless gunfire could have doomed them all. If the object was a missile, no one would escape unscathed. What's going on? Why have I been teleported to a desert? Was that old dragon playing tricks on me? I poked my head out of the crater, barely able to spit the sand from my mouth before a terrorist opened fire on me. Watch out, kid. Tony Stark reacted instantly, maneuvering the Mark I suit to shield me with his armored body, blocking the bullets with a swiftness that outdid any superhero. I squinted, and in that instant, my bright blue eyes transformed into vertical pupils, like a cat's or a lizard's, hinting at some deeper, stranger change. Are you all right? Tony Stark called out urgently, wanting to check for injuries. But the militants showed no mercy, continuing to fire, bullets ringing out against the iron armor. Tony had hoped to whisk me away to safety, but for now he could only stand his ground and shield me, taking every shot meant for us both. I finally snapped back to my senses, my heart pounding with anxiety. Where am I? Could I have gotten the location wrong? That's impossible with that old dragon's help. How could there be a mistake? But soon enough, I was certain I had indeed returned to Earth. How did I? No. The air was thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder. The relentless roar of gunfire and explosions filled my ears, and right before me stood Tony Stark, clad in makeshift armor, bravely shielding me. If all this wasn't proof I was on Earth, then where else could I be? Hey, aren't you Tony Stark? I stared wide-eyed at the man who would soon become Iron Man, my face filled with astonishment, as if I'd just come face to face with a superhero. I couldn't help but wonder, had I really spent so much time in the world of fairy tale, when in my original world, only a single night had passed? Seeing Tony Stark in his Mark I armor, I quickly deduced that today must be May 1st, 2009, the very day he escaped from the Ten Rings captivity. Maybe once I got out of here, I could contact my mother and confirm whether I had truly returned to my own world. Mr. Tony Stark, you're just standing here, letting them shoot at you. That's not like you at all. I teased him as bullets whizzed past. Tony's mouth twitched noticeably, clearly not thrilled with the way I addressed him. He was probably thinking that, if I weren't just a kid, he'd have sent me packing already. Kid, you know who I am? Tony replied, dodging bullets as he quickly assessed the battlefield, searching for a chance to break through, yet still managing to spare a moment to answer me. Of course I do. The super genius, billionaire, playboy, and philanthropist. I rattled off in one breath. Tony couldn't help but give a wry yet proud smile. Even in the midst of such danger, my words managed to make him relax for a moment, throwing the entire course of events off its usual rhythm. All right, mysterious little boy. Since you know so much about me, we'd better get out of here before these guys ruin our day. Tony joked, half seriously, as he activated the thrusters on his armor, readying himself for a daring escape. But to our dismay, while shielding me just moments ago, his thrusters had been destroyed by the terrorists' rifle fire. Oh, that's just great, Tony muttered under his breath, sounding exactly like a game character suddenly knocked down. Because of my abrupt appearance, Tony Stark was now unable to escape this desert terrorist base on his own. His original plan had been to use the flamethrower to ignite the missiles at the cave entrance, wipe out the terrorists to avenge Insan, and then make a cool getaway with his thrusters. Now all of that had gone up in smoke. Tony kept firing up his thrusters, his helpless eyes resembling a player on the brink of defeat in a video game. At that moment, I could no longer afford to hide my true nature, a faint aura of dragons. Might radiated from my small, slender frame, just like the dramatic entrance of a final boss in a game. With a gentle flick of my finger, I pushed Tony, clad in his bulky Mark I armor, out of harm's way. Heavens! Kid, what are you doing? Don't you realize how dangerous it is here? Tony shouted anxiously, his voice thick with worry, sounding more like a mother terrified for her child. Bullets pinged harmlessly off my body, but curiously, it was as if they were striking an invisible shield, unable to cause me any harm. Tony's eyes widened in disbelief at the spectacle before him, as though he'd just witnessed an invincibility cheat manifest in real life. Azure arcs of electricity danced around me, and fine, translucent scales shimmered on my skin. I looked every bit the magical dragon knight from a fantasy game. My God, kid, are you a mutant? Tony blurted out, his face a portrait of shock, like someone who's just stumbled upon a hidden level in their favorite game. In a sense, yes, I am a mutant. But the power I'm using now doesn't come from that ability. I replied, unable to hide my pride, my tone boasting like a gamer, showing off newly acquired gear. This is actually magic, a kind called Dragon Slayer magic. The words had barely left my lips before I saw Tony's worldview begin to unravel and reshape before my eyes. While Tony was still reeling from the revelation, chaos erupted among the terrorists around us. No, it's a demon. That has to be a demon. They screamed in terror, their cries reminiscent of low-level minions facing a boss encounter in a game. Damn it. Have you ever seen a demon control lightning? That's no demon. It's an angel, a lightning-wielding angel, the Angel Remiel. Some of the more religiously inclined terrorists try to fit my presence into their own limited understanding. Despite their frantic discussions, their fingers never left the triggers. Thunder Dragon's Horn. I shouted. My body became wreathed in fierce lightning, and I charged headfirst into the group of stunned terrorists. The impact was devastating. Some fell instantly, while those nearby were electrocuted on the spot by the surging currents. Tony watched as I darted between the terrorists, wreathed in lightning, my movements as swift and blinding as a thunderbolt. Each strike exploded with thunderous booms and showers of sparks. The terrorists scattered in panic, but there was no escape from the deadly storm. Mr. Tony Stark, if you don't jump in and help, I won't be able to hold out much longer, I called out. After only a short burst of Dragon Slayer magic, Lin Mei's face had turned deathly pale. After all, even though he'd gained Dragon Slayer magic in the previous world, Lin Mei was, at heart, still just a 9-year-old child. Lin Mei's sudden assault drew the attention of every terrorist in the base, all their firepower focused squarely on him. In that brief moment of distraction, Tony finally snapped back to his senses and swiftly activated the remaining functions of his armor. Though the thrusters were already damaged, he still did his best to keep the suit in a basic combat stance. Fortunately, the Mark I's weapon systems were still intact. Even though Tony was annoyed that Lin Mei had taken the liberty of renaming his creation, he nonetheless cooperated with Lin Mei to fight back against the terrorists. Thunder Dragon's Claw, Thunder Dragon's Iron Fist, Thunder Dragon's Elbow Strike. The entire battle was over almost in the blink of an eye. Under Lin Mei's relentless attacks, the terrorists in the base suffered devastating losses. Of course, Lin Mei himself paid a heavy price. Before arriving in Afghanistan, he had already spent much of his strength crossing worlds. Now, after unleashing his dragon-slaying magic at full force, his body could no longer bear it. He collapsed onto the ground. Hey kid, seeing that Lin Mei had drawn away most of the enemy fire, Tony immediately activated the flamethrower, incinerating the remaining terrorists and all the weapons and ammunition outside the base. Once everything was set, Tony unceremoniously tucked the fallen Lin Mei under his arm and took off at top speed, escaping the Ten Rings base just before it exploded. Soon after leaving the base, the Mark I suit lost all power and crashed hard into the desert. This is bad. We're in real trouble now. Even though Lin Mei's body was strengthened with dragon's blood, the fall without any protection still left him dizzy and reeling. Not too bad, all things considered. Tony had actually expected the Mark I would probably fall apart midair, so he wasn't overly alarmed. After a short rest, Tony struggled out from the wreckage of the armor. Hey, little Mage, are you alright? Tony hurried over to Lin Mei, helped him up from the ground, and gave him a few firm shakes. Mr. Stark, if you keep shaking me like that, my newly healed ribs are going to snap again. Lin Mei couldn't help but cry out in pain from Tony's vigorous shaking. The impact from the crash had been brutal. He could clearly feel that he'd broken 3 ribs, and his shoulder blade was probably fractured as well. Oh really? Then maybe I should give you a few more shakes? Seeing that Lin Mei was still alive, Tony finally let out a breath of relief, and couldn't resist teasing the little guy. Thanks a lot, Lin Mei muttered under his breath, rolling his eyes. It was just a throwaway remark from Stark. After they had rested up, the two of them began wandering aimlessly through the desert. They walked for 2 whole days, with Lin Mei, still mostly recovered, struggling to keep up behind Tony. It wasn't until Tony's friend, Rhodey, arrived in a helicopter that they were finally found. How much longer until we reach America? Lin Mei slumped over the seat of the private jet bound for the United States. As expected, now that he had become a Dragon Slayer mage, all the associated side effects had shown up in Lin Mei as well. Ha! Little wizard, that's the 106th time you've asked since we boarded. Hang in there. A little longer and we'll be in the States, Tony teased, his voice brimming with amusement. Lin Mei rolled his eyes, utterly drained, silently swearing to himself that once they were somewhere safe, he'd find a way to teach this relentless billionaire a lesson he wouldn't forget. But right now, he simply didn't have the strength to argue. Stricken by air sickness, Lin Mei's only wish was for the plane to land as soon as possible. He let out another feeble moan. The moment they'd boarded, he'd already emptied the contents of his stomach. Tony paid no mind to Lin Mei, who was sprawled on the floor. Instead, he uncorked an expensive bottle of liquor and took a leisurely sip. Hearing Lin Mei's groans, the corners of Tony's mouth twitched upwards. He wasn't entirely sure why, but something about Lin Mei's suffering actually amused him. Of course, Tony would never admit he was still harboring a grudge over being called Big Turd by Lin Mei. How odd. The liquor tastes especially fine today. Isn't that curious? Tony said, gloating over Lin Mei's misery. Lin Mei tried to muster up some energy to retaliate, but as soon as he summoned a bit of strength, it drained away, leaving him limp once more. I'll remember this day. Lin Mei whimpered, tears of indignation welling up in his eyes. Well, so much for holding them back. He couldn't help but cry. Meanwhile, high above the plane carrying Lin Mei and Tony, a pair of eyes watched Lin Mei's every move in silence. How interesting. There's actually a young dragon inside this little one. But his power is so chaotic, a voice mused. If it weren't for the dragon, he probably would have turned into one himself by now. And that Dragon Slayer magic, fascinating. The way that power operates, it clearly doesn't belong to this world. If anyone could see those eyes at that moment, they'd notice the Himalayas reflected in them. Atop the snowy peaks, a bald woman in golden robes gazed quietly into the distance, taking in everything. Had Lin Mei seen her now, he would have recognized her instantly as the Ancient One, the Earth's mystical guardian from his previous life's Marvel movies. The Ancient One was not only one of the few on Earth able to sense Lin Mei's presence, but also a legendary force in her own right. Any unusual shift in the planet's magical fabric, and she would be the first to know. When Lin Mei first used her mutated powers to cross dimensions, the strange spatial ripples immediately caught the attention of the Ancient One. Now, with Lin Mei's return to this world, she naturally became a primary focus for the Ancient One. If this child can master such complex energies, she might well become a strong candidate for the next Sorcerer Supreme. At this moment, however, Lin Mei was still unconscious. After being brought back to the United States, a bald man in a wheelchair and a beautiful woman arrived at Tony Stark's estate to take Lin Mei away. The Ancient One had long been searching for a worthy successor to the Sorcerer Supreme, and Lin Mei's sudden appearance was an unexpected delight. Compared to the two previous candidates, Lin Mei was younger and showed even greater potential for growth. If the Ancient One didn't feel that time was running short, he would have personally taken Lin Mei to Kamartaj to teach her the mystic arts. Lin Mei endured a long journey by plane, and upon returning to the United States, Tony Stark entrusted him to his loyal secretary, Pepper Potts, who brought Lin Mei back to Stark Manor. While looking after Lin Mei, Pepper found herself repeatedly glancing at the drowsy young guest. As Tony Stark's most trusted assistant, she quickly noticed that her boss's attitude toward Lin Mei was unusually attentive, something out of character for the famously charming billionaire, who rarely involved himself with men, let alone children. Nonetheless, Pepper soon set aside her doubts. Shortly after they arrived at the manor, Lin Mei's mother and an elderly man in a wheelchair came see them. In the affluent district of a lavish estate, within an opulent villa, Lin Mei slowly awoke from his stupor. After exhausting himself by crossing space and time, using dragon-slaying magic, and enduring the long flight, the young Dragon Slayer mage was completely drained. He's awake. Young Master Lin Mei is awake. The servant cried out excitedly and hurried from the room. Moments later, the hurried footsteps of someone running echoed down the hallway. A blonde woman with striking blue eyes, bearing a clear resemblance to Lin Mei, rushed in. "Oh my goodness, darling, you're finally awake. You scared your mother half to death." This was Melissa, Lin Mei's mother, a renowned businesswoman, venture capitalist, and investor celebrated across America's financial circles. Years ago, while traveling in the Dragon Kingdom, she met Lin Mei's father, and their chance encounter blossomed into love, bringing Lin Mei into their lives. Melissa's voice trembled with emotion as she swept Lin Mei into a tight embrace. Still weak from his ordeal, Lin Mei felt himself nearly crushed in his mother's arms, barely able to breathe. "Oh, Mommy, Are you trying to smother me with your love and hugs? My little body can't handle all that excitement. Lin Mei half joked as she struggled playfully. He knew perfectly well that his mother was always vulnerable to this kind of teasing. I'm sorry. Mommy just got too excited, my darling. Melissa quickly let go, her face full of concern as she gently stroked Lin Mei's head. Just look at how thin you are now. I'll have the kitchen prepare some nourishing food for you. I heard you've been airsick for quite a while. You must be starving. Let me fix you some porridge first. You need a full stomach to recover your strength. Lin Mei rolled his eyes, grumbling inwardly. I'm not that weak. When it comes to fighting, even terrorists are no match for me. But outwardly, he still smiled and said, All right, I'll wait for your special meal, Mommy. I hope there'll be steak, lobster, and a big bowl of ice cream. You little rascal, waking up and already thinking about eating all those heavy foods. Aren't you worried about upsetting your stomach? Melissa pretended to scold him, tapping his nose with a finger, but her eyes brimmed with affection. But since you want it, Mommy will indulge you. Just remember, ice cream will have to wait until you're fully recovered. Yes, ma'am. Lin Mei replied with a mock salute, looking all serious. Once his mother left the room, a bald man in a wheelchair quietly rolled himself in. Seeing the visitor, Lin Mei respectfully addressed the elderly man in the chair. Thank you for your help. I wouldn't have made it back so soon without your support. Professor Charles, I know you must have gone to great lengths for this. Charles returned his smile and said, The important thing is that you're awake, Lin. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Charles got straight to the point. After everything you've been through, you must have gained a much clearer understanding of your mutant abilities. That's why I'm here to invite you, once again, to join Xavier's school. Lin Mei shook his head without hesitation. I'm sorry, Professor. It's precisely because I now understand my powers so well that I can't join the school. Why not? Charles frowned, unable to comprehend Lin Mei's refusal. Although he didn't fully grasp the extent of Lin Mei's abilities, he still hoped the boy would accept the school's guidance. Somewhere young mutants could learn to control their gifts and be protected from the dangers of the outside world. Lin Mei paused, then spoke to Charles with sincerity. First, Professor, no one understands my powers better than I do. As long as I choose not to reveal them, I simply won't use them. Second, instead of going to Xavier's, I'd rather stay out here. To be honest, I'm still very young. Do you really think I'm ready for life at the academy? Finally, although I've always lived in the United States, my father is Chinese, so I have always been of Chinese descent. Besides, I know that certain figures within the U.S. military have kept a close eye on your school. If anything ever happened at X Academy, students like me would inevitably be implicated. Am I right, Professor Charles? Charles tried to defend himself, but I really don't believe anything will happen to X Academy. Yet, as the venerable professor, renowned in the field of psychology, looked at Lin Mei's resolute expression, he realized Lin Mei had already made up his mind, and that he himself could offer no guarantees. After all, X Academy gathered too many mutants under one roof, drawing constant attention from various powerful interests. At that moment, Charles's attitude toward Lin Mei subtly shifted. Until now, he had always regarded Lin Mei as just a child. But after this brief exchange, Charles found himself facing a youth whose mind was as mature as any adult's. Unable to help himself, Charles resorted to his mutant ability, attempting to probe Lin Mei's mind. Lin Mei, this old man isn't behaving himself. He's trying to use his psychic powers to invade your mind. Should I seize the moment and tear his consciousness apart while he's distracted? A voice echoed in Lin Mei's ear. Its owner was a dragon, a truly extraordinary one. This was the very being that Lin Mei relied on to wield his dragon-slaying magic. Of course, Lin Mei was fully aware of the dragon's existence, but he still cautioned, don't act recklessly. If anything happens to him, I'll have a whole crowd of mutants on my back by tomorrow. But he's already on the verge of reaching the most important part of your memories. The little dragon warned him within his mind. Then let's give him a warning first. Lin Mei's eyes flickered for a moment as he whispered softly. A silent dragon's roar reverberated through Lin Mei's consciousness. Just as Professor Charles was about to touch upon a particularly sensitive memory, he was suddenly struck by a surge of wild, untamed power that forcibly expelled his psychic presence. Charles's expression shifted ever so slightly. He hadn't expected Lin Mei's willpower to be so formidable, or that the boy could not only perceive but actively repel his telepathic probing. Afraid that his powers might inadvertently harm Lin Mei, Charles immediately withdrew his psychic energy. A complex emotion flashed in his eyes, a mixture of surprise and admiration. Lin, your abilities are far more complex and powerful than I ever imagined. I admit, I underestimated you. Charles's tone grew solemn as he spoke slowly. But please believe me, I mean you no harm. I only wanted to understand you better, so that I could help you if the need ever arises. Lin Mei smiled gently, fully aware that the professor standing before him harbored no ill intent. Professor, I appreciate your concern and goodwill, but surely everyone is entitled to their own secrets, don't you think? I believe that as long as we trust and respect each other, we can face whatever challenges the future may bring together. Charles nodded, understanding that he could not force anyone, especially not someone like Lin Mei, who possessed both a formidable will and remarkable intelligence. He changed his tone and said, "In that case, I respect your decision. If you ever need help, or if you change your mind, the doors of X Academy will always be open to you." "Thank you, Professor. I'll remember that," Lin Mei replied sincerely. Charles quickly left Lin Mei's residence. Once she was sure he had gone, Lin Mei finally let out a long, relieved breath. At last, I've seen that big shot out the door. If he'd really tried to force his way into my memories, I can't imagine what would have happened, Lin Mei thought to herself. After all, Lin Mei's greatest secret was her true identity, a soul who had crossed over into this world from another. What set her apart from other transmigrators was that she possessed no system, nor any special powers to rely on. Fortunately, Lin Mei awakened her mutant ability at the age of 8. It was then that Professor Charles of X Academy, using his psychic amplifier, sensed her presence in Longwa, a uniquely gifted mutant. Later, Professor Charles braved the scrutiny of Longwa's Divine Spear Bureau and visited the Lin family in person. He frankly revealed to Lin Mei and her family that she was, in fact, a mutant. Thankfully, the Lin family was not a bastion of old feudal values. Had Lin Mei been born into a more conservative household, she might have been treated as a monster from start. At the time, Professor Charles proposed taking Lin Mei to X Academy to ensure her safety. Though this seemed reasonable to Charles, it infuriated the head of the Lin family. The Lin family was an ancient and influential clan in Longwa. Lin Mei's ancestors had trained on Kunlun Mountain many times, and some had even succeeded as Iron Fist inheritors. With such a prestigious standing at home, how could they allow their child to be sent abroad, relying on outsiders for protection? Left with little choice, Professor Charles had to return to America. Had he lingered any longer, agents from the Divine Spear Bureau or Kunlun might have come looking for him. Lin Mei spent many years living in Longwa. Later, her biological father needed to go to Kunlun for a trial, which Lin Mei suspected was an opportunity to compete for the next Iron Fist. Meanwhile, her mother, Melissa, had to return to America to inherit the family business. Thus, Lin Mei was brought back to America by her mother. Lin Mei's mutant ability was quite unique. She classified her own power as spatial manipulation. She could break through dimensional barriers and travel to different worlds. Despite its uniqueness, this ability had no offensive applications. Because Lin Mei deliberately concealed its true nature, Professor Charles categorized her as a Delta-level mutant. The hallmark of Delta-class mutants lies in their outward appearance, which is indistinguishable from that of ordinary people, and in the subtlety of their abilities. Many Delta-class mutants go through their entire lives unaware that they possess mutant powers, or their abilities are so faint that they never notice them. Typically, the powers of Delta-class mutants are quite limited. For instance, they might have the ability to pass through certain solid objects or slightly regulate temperature. Such abilities rank among the lowest tiers within the mutant community, and as a result, they rarely cause any obvious disruptions to daily life. Nevertheless, compared to regular people, mutants of this class enjoy distinct advantages. Those classified at this level not only possess supernatural abilities, but also surpass ordinary humans in various aspects of physical fitness. Lin Mei was a textbook example of this kind of power. Just last night, Lin Mei formally awakened her superpower for the very first time while at home. She broke through the boundaries of her world and crossed over to a different realm, a land teeming with dragons and magic. Through a series of chance events, Lin Mei gained the power of Dragon Slayer magic, which made her realize she had arrived in the world of fairy tale. Upon her arrival, Lin Mei was unfortunate enough to fall straight into a dragon's lair. Luckily, the Dragon King who ruled this lair was a kind and gentle giant named Sorcerer. Lin Mei knew little about this Dragon King's specific powers, only that she seemed to possess an ability to glimpse into the threads of fate. When Sorcerer had just hatched her own dragonling, she noticed Lin Mei, the mysterious visitor whose destiny was unlike any other. At that time, the world of fairy tale was reeling from the aftermath of the Dragon King Festival, a period when countless dragons had been slaughtered by the black dragon, Acnologia. Sorcerer had already foreseen her inevitable demise. So, using magic, she refined the blood of countless fallen dragons from the battlefield, then channeled the latent power of the dragons, much like the first-generation dragon slayer, Irene Belsirian, directly into Lin Mei's body. From that moment on, Lin Mei became a dragon slayer. Of course, Eresh did not bestow this gift upon Lin Mei without a price. She made her terms clear. She wished for Lin Mei to take her newborn dragonling and leave this world. To ensure Lin Mei could handle the volatile dragon power within her, Eresh sealed her own dragonling inside Lin Mei, using it as a stabilizer for the newfound strength. Lin Mei understood that having received such a gift, she was obliged to fulfill Eresh request. She promised to take the dragonling away from that world. For Lin Mei, it was simply a fair exchange. Eresh granted her power, and in return, she would spirit the dragonling away, helping it escape Acnologia's relentless pursuit. Before Acnologia arrived, Alekaralali sealed the young dragon Ireland and knowledge of dragon slayer magic within Lin Mei. Afterwards, with the help of an ancient dragon, Lin Mei used her mutant ability to break through the dimensional barrier once more, returning to her original world. However, something went awry during Lin Mei's return. She accidentally landed in the terrorist base in Afghanistan where Tony Stark was being held. At this moment, Lin Mei could feel that unfamiliar yet powerful magic surging within her body, and her strength had recovered considerably. She threw off the covers, got out of bed, and walked toward the villa's living room. "Hey, sweetheart, why are you up so early? The doctor said you need plenty of rest." As soon as she saw Lin Mei come out of the room, Melissa hurried over, trying to scoop him back into bed. But Lin Mei nimbly sidestepped her embrace, and, with a tone full of curiosity, asked, "Mom, I already feel much better. But what about you? Did you run into someone last night?" Melissa knew Lin Mei had some special abilities. Hearing this, she shot him a startled glance. The truth was, she had indeed met a client after work last night, a client who seemed to be waiting for her on purpose. At that very moment, Professor Charles, using his telepathic powers, sensed Lin Mei's sudden disappearance. So, Melissa was taken away by storm from Xavier's school. A look of confusion clouded Lin Mei's small face. Even though Melissa's scent had faded, Lin Mei could still pick up a faint trace of blood, along with an aura that belonged neither to mutants nor to ordinary people. This heightened perception was the result of Lin Mei becoming a dragon slayer mage. Her senses had grown far keener. Just then, the TV in the living room was broadcasting the latest news. Tony Stark was holding firm to his decision, announcing at a press conference that the Weapons Development Division would be shut down. This news instantly caught Melissa's attention. "Oh my God, why would Tony Stark suddenly close the Weapons Division? Doesn't that mean my shares are about to lose value?" Melissa blurted out, unable to contain herself. As a shrewd businesswoman, she was extremely sensitive to this kind of market upheaval. "No way, I have to sell all my Stark shares right now." In a flurry, she reached for the phone, determined to have her staff sell all her Stark stock before the price dropped. Lin Mei, knowing what the future would bring, was well aware of Stark Industries' true value. "Wait, Mom, whatever you do, don't sell those Stark shares." Lin Mei rushed over and firmly pressed down on Melissa's hand just as she was about to dial, his eyes resolute. "Mom, calm down for a moment and listen to me." Melissa froze, turning to look at Lin Mei, her face full of confusion. "Sweetheart, what do you know? Why are you saying this?" Although she didn't understand why Lin Mei was stopping her, she trusted her precocious son completely. Lin Mei took a deep breath, trying to make his tone sound mature and resolute. "Mom, I know this decision seems sudden, and it might even cause us some short-term financial loss. But Tony Stark's decision to shut down the Weapons Development Division is actually a rare opportunity. We have a chance to catch the Stark Industries Express, headed straight for the future. Son, do you know something I don't?" Melissa's eyes lit up at once. After all, just yesterday, she had accompanied Professor Charles to Stark Manor to personally bring her beloved son home. She always believed Lin Mei must have received some special information during his time at the manor. Of course, Melissa had no idea that her son had actually been trapped in the Afghan desert with Tony Stark himself these past 2 days, only to be rescued at last. Had she known the truth, this doting mother would likely have lost control of her emotions long ago. News online about Lin Mei and Tony being rescued together had clearly been quietly erased by someone. If Lin Mei had a guess, he'd probably think it. Was Tony's AI assistant Jarvis who scrubbed the records, or perhaps S.H.I.E.L.D. had noticed his existence and deliberately kept the truth hidden? Under Charles's gentle guidance, Melissa simply assumed her son had accidentally awakened his mutant abilities, explaining his sudden appearance at Stark Manor. Naturally, Lin Mei would never tell his mother the real story, not wanting to worry her. Lowering his voice, he added with an air of mystery, "Tony Stark is about to lead Stark Industries into a brand new era. He's shifting the company's focus to clean energy, artificial intelligence, and cutting-edge technologies. These fields have enormous growth potential. The future market value will far surpass traditional weapons manufacturing. Mom, you know how good my instincts are. But in the end, the choice is yours to make. Melissa listened, her brows knitting slightly as she seriously considered Lin May's words. Although she had a sharp nose for business, she wasn't particularly knowledgeable about high-tech industries. Are you sure, sweetheart? Isn't this all just your speculation? Lin May shook his head, a confident smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Mom, this isn't a guess. It's a judgment based on reliable information and future trends. Trust me, the future of Stark Industries will be even brighter than it is today. Seeing the earnest determination on Lin May's face, Melissa's doubts gradually faded away. She let out a gentle sigh and put down the phone. All right, Lin May, since you're so confident, I'll trust you this time. But if the stock price really drops too much, we still need to be prepared in advance. Lin May waved his hand, half joking. Don't worry, Mommy. Even if you go bankrupt, I'll take care of you. Looking at her adorable son, Melissa couldn't help but walk over and pinch his soft cheek. My little darling still has to grow up fast. Already thinking about taking care of your mom in her old age? You're far too young for that. All right then, since such a big thing happened at Stark's, I have a lot to handle too. Be good and stay at home. Wait for me to come back after work, and I'll spend time with you. After making sure her son was fine, Melissa got ready to hurry back to the office. She believed that since her own son had so much faith in the future of Stark Industries, she should seize this opportunity and plan to acquire a significant share of the company. Having lived with Melissa for so many years, Lin May knew his mother's character and intentions well. Still, the faint scent of blood that clung to her, barely noticeable, made him a little uneasy. Soon after, Melissa hurriedly left the house. Lin May, still not quite at ease, gave the servant some instructions and then slipped out of the villa himself. He decided to follow his mother in secret, just to make sure she stayed safe. As for why he chose to go on foot, it was because he had always felt some aversion to all kinds of vehicles. Making clever use of his familiarity with the area, Lin May avoided the obvious routes where he might be spotted and quietly made his way to a high-end restaurant across from his mother's company. After ordering a few dishes at random, he picked a secluded spot where he could clearly see the entrance of the company, yet remain out of sight himself. As night fell and city lights flickered on one by one, the restaurant gradually filled with people. Lin May's gaze remained fixed on the company's front door, silently waiting for his mother to finish work. Just then, a stranger caught his eye. The man was impeccably dressed and moved with refined grace, but Lin May instinctively sensed a subtle threat emanating from him. More importantly, even from a distance, Lin May could pick up the strong scent of blood, poorly masked beneath a layer of cologne. There he is, the target. This was the man who had approached Melissa. Lin May watched as the stranger walked straight toward the company entrance, arriving just as Melissa stepped out. His heart tightened as he saw the man smile and invite his mother to join him. Melissa hesitated for a moment, but then firmly declined his request. Only then did Lin May finally breathe easy. At least, in front of so many people, the stranger wouldn't dare do anything to harm his mother. After Melissa left, the man's expression instantly darkened. Thanks to his enhanced vision, Lin May could clearly see the man's pupils turning blood red and sharp fangs appearing at the corners of his mouth. A vampire! Lin May hadn't expected that his mother would attract the attention of such a dangerous being. In the Marvel Universe, vampires are notoriously perilous and troublesome. Not only do they possess strength and speed far beyond ordinary humans, but what's even more frightening is their insatiable thirst for blood, their near-immortal lifespans, and the vast empires they've built in the shadows. Lin May realized that this vampire's interest in his mother, Melissa, was far from a simple social invitation. Most likely, the creature had sensed something special about Melissa, or he coveted her unique value. A wave of tension washed over Lin May. He knew he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Even though he was still a child, his experience traversing into this world had given him wisdom beyond his years, along with knowledge of what was to come. He quickly weighed his options and decided not to alarm his mother for now. Instead, he would secretly follow the vampire to uncover his true identity and intentions. Using his familiarity with the surroundings, Lin May quietly tailed the vampire. The vampire seemed completely unaware. He crossed several bustling streets before slipping into a secluded alley. Lin May followed close behind, watching as the vampire stopped in front of a rusty iron door and knocked a few times. The door screeched open, letting out a chilling draft from within. Hiding in the shadows, Lin May peered through the crack in the door. Inside, it was pitch black, like a monstrous abyss waiting to swallow anyone who entered. "Hey, Bob, Didn't you say you'd bring some prey tonight? What happened? Got turned down? A voice called from within, its words instantly igniting murderous intent in Lin Mei's heart. Don't even mention it. That woman actually refused me. If not for that, she'd already be my blood slave tonight. She really is a rare beauty, and her assets could raise my status among our kind. Bob's voice seethed with anger. It was clear he had no intention of giving up on turning Melissa into a vampire. These filthy creatures deserve nothing but death. That was the only thought in Lin Mei's mind. Though he sometimes teased Melissa as his cheap mom, her love for him had always been utterly sincere. After sharing a life with Melissa, Lin Mei had long since accepted this caring woman as his mother. Now that these vampires had set their sights on her, how could Lin Mei not be furious? Again, a voice echoed from within. All right, Ba, come on in. There's plenty of fresh stock tonight. I'm sure you'll enjoy the feast. It looks like you've brought in quite a haul of fresh prey. I can't wait for tonight's feast. With that, Bob slipped quickly through the door and vanished from sight. Having chased Bob this far, there was no way Lin Mei would simply turn back now. For Melissa's sake, Lin Mei resolved to deal with Bob himself. Yet Lin Mei was still just a youngster, and his plan was far from perfect. He intended to confront Bob right inside the vampire's lair, an act that was nothing short of reckless. Before setting out, Lin Mei left his previous location and headed to a nearby shopping center. There, he quickly picked out a black cloak that could completely conceal his body and face, then left in haste. Luckily, the mall still had plenty of Halloween costumes and props. Otherwise, I'd have no choice but to wait for that guy to come out, Lin Mei muttered to himself as he walked out of the store. He then found a jewelry shop that was still open late into the night. Lin Mei needed to get his hands on some silver items as weapons against vampires, and a jewelry store was the perfect place for that. Fortunately, he wasn't anywhere near Hell's Kitchen. Otherwise, finding an open jewelry shop at this hour would have been even more difficult. As for money, Lin Mei had no concerns at all. As the child of a wealthy family, money was the last thing he had to worry about. Unbeknownst to Lin Mei, ever since he'd left the vampire stronghold, a man had been secretly tailing him. The man was dressed in black leather and a tight combat suit, sunglasses concealing his eyes. 2 silver blades were strapped to his back. He kept a close watch on Lin Mei's every move. He's not a vampire, but what is this kid up to? Is he really planning to break into the vampire's lair? Questions filled the man's mind, but he didn't let his doubts interrupt the pursuit. Lin Mei melted down the silver jewelry he had gathered and managed, with his bare hands, to forge a crude silver spike. However, he had yet to fully master the power of the dragon, and his command over fire-based dragon slayer magic was still clumsy. He could only manage to craft a simple weapon. If he could fully wield that power, he might have been able to create a weapon far more suited to his needs. Once he was ready, Lin Mei set off for the vampire's lair without hesitation. When he arrived at the rusted iron door, the vampires inside quickly took notice of a lone figure standing outside. Without delay, Lin Mei stepped up and knocked. This time, however, the door did not swing open right away as it had for Bob. Clearly, the vampires inside did not recognize Lin Mei and remained wary of him. Peering through the small window in the door, a vampire caught sight of Lin Mei's youthful face beneath the hood and snapped impatiently, "Go away, kid. This isn't a costume party." In this gloomy, deserted alley, the sudden appearance of an ordinary-looking boy naturally aroused suspicion. The vampire clearly didn't think much of Lin Mei's presence and dismissed him without a second thought. But Lin Mei did not back down. He lowered his voice, making himself sound even calmer and more resolute. "I have business with Bob. He said there would be a wild party here tonight and invited me to come." The vampire behind the door was clearly intrigued by Lin Mei's words. After a brief silence, the iron door slowly creaked open, just wide enough for a pale hand to reach through, beckoning Lin Mei inside. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mei slipped through the gap and found himself behind the door, immediately coming face to face with a burly vampire. The vampire's gaze burned with longing and hunger, as if Lin Mei had already become a delicious meal in his eyes. Lin Mei thought to himself, "Just as I suspected, these vampires must have tricked quite a few people into coming here." He spoke up. "Where's Bob? He told me to come to this party. How can I find him?" The vampire silently swallowed. He loved the taste of children's blood best. To him, it was the purest and sweetest. "So Bob sent you? In that case, come in with me." The vampire stared greedily at Lin Mei, clearly unwilling to let this chance slip away, even ready to abandon his post for the moment. "All right, lead the way," Lin Mei replied. The vampire could barely contain his eagerness. He turned his back on Lin Mei without a second thought and headed toward the stairs behind him. Lin Mei made a swift decision. He couldn't follow this creature any further inside. Summoning the power of lightning to his left hand, Lin Mei darted forward toward the vampire. Sensing the threat at the last moment, the vampire's mind dulled by his craving for Lin Mei's blood, failed to sound the alarm in time. Lin Mei leapt onto the vampire's back, clamping his left hand, crackling with electricity, over the creature's mouth and nose, keeping him from making sound. At the same time, with his right hand, he drove a silver spike deep into the vampire's heart. There was not a sound. In an instant, the vampire turned to ash. Without pausing, Lin Mei moved on, making his way deeper into the building after dispatching the guard. So the kid's got some real skills, thought Blade, who had been quietly tailing Lin Mei. As he approached the iron door, he caught sight of what happened through the narrow gap. Now that the door stood unguarded, the Daywalker vampire hunter strode boldly into the vampire's lair. At the same time, Blade found himself growing ever more curious about Lin Mei's identity. After all, what kind of child could forge his own weapons and take down a vampire in a surprise attack? Having finished off the guard, Lin Mei followed a staircase leading down into a shadowy passage. His sharp senses quickly picked up the distant thrum of loud music, and the air grew thick with a metallic scent of blood. Lin Mei walked to the end of the passage, and the sight before him brought him to a halt. He found himself gazing into a spacious underground hall, where lights flickered and colors intertwined, a scene almost indistinguishable from any nightclub or bar above ground. At the center of the hall, crowds of vampires danced wildly to the deafening pulse of electronic music. Their movements were twisted yet held a peculiar grace. Some moved with impossible speed, as if the laws of physics held no sway over them. The air was thick with the metallic tang of blood, mingled with the sharp scent of alcohol and unidentifiable drugs, making it nearly impossible to breathe. The smell hit Lin Mei hard, stirring such intense discomfort that he nearly gagged. He swept his gaze around, trying to estimate how many vampires filled the space. Along the edges of the dance floor, several bars were scattered, where numerous vampires sat or stood, raising glasses brimming with a crimson liquid. Occasionally, they clinked their glasses together, producing a crisp sound that sent a chill down one's spine. Under the lights, that red liquid shimmered with an enticing luster, but Lin Mei knew all too well it was anything but an ordinary drink. What shocked him even more was the sight in one corner of the dance floor, a few humans bound with iron chains. Their eyes were lifeless, their bodies marked with bite wounds, blood streaming from them as they endured their suffering with helpless resignation. Clearly, these people had been reduced to blood slaves, mere playthings for the vampire's amusement. There must be at least 100 vampires here, Lin Mei calculated silently. Yet he felt no fear. After all, ever since he crossed into the world of fairy tale, he had witnessed the grand spectacle of the Dragon King Festival and seen countless dragons and humans fall. By comparison, 100 vampires wasn't enough to make him back down. Still, faced with such overwhelming numbers, he couldn't help but feel a measure of pressure. Maybe I should retreat for now, prepare some special equipment, or try to persuade Tony Stark to join me in dealing with these vampires, Lin Mei considered. Just as he was about to leave and seek reinforcements, a vampire suddenly took notice of him. Its crimson eyes locked onto him, and a cold, sinister smile curled at the corners of its mouth. Well, didn't expect a human to deliver himself right to our door. In truth, it wasn't just this one vampire who had noticed Lin Mei. After all, these creatures possessed an extraordinary sense of smell, especially when it came to the scent of the living. From the moment Lin Mei entered, many vampires had already turned their gaze toward his slender frame. A few, unable to contain themselves, began to push through the crowd, slowly closing in on Lin Mei. He cursed inwardly, realizing trouble was inevitable. Knowing he had been exposed, he decided to retreat, aiming to lure the vampires into a narrow corridor where he could ambush them with his dragon slayer magic. Cautiously, Lin Mei backed away, staying alert to his surroundings, until he suddenly collided with someone standing at the exit passage. "Kid, this is no place for you." Blade looked down at the slightly nervous boy in front of him, a smile spreading across his face, what he thought was a friendly gesture. After bumping into Blade, Lin Mei quickly sidestepped with effortless agility. Only when he got a good look at the man's outfit and face did he finally feel a wave of relief wash over him. A vest, a long black coat, 2 swords strapped across his back, dark sunglasses, and unmistakably black, appearing right at the heart of a vampire den. Lin Mei recognized him immediately. The infamous vampire hunter known as Blade. With Blade around, escaping this basement suddenly seemed far less daunting. "Sir, the bar only says minors can't drink. It never said we can't dance, right?" As Lin Mei spoke, he started dancing in place, moving to the restless beat pulsing through the air. Blade clearly hadn't expected this young boy to be so calm and collected in such a dangerous place. He sized Lin Mei up, a glint of sharpness flickering in his eyes. "Kid, you know what kind of place this is, right? This isn't a playground for someone your age," Blade said in a low, steady voice, sweeping his gaze over the crowd, ever vigilant for threats. Lin Mei forced a relaxed smile. Of course I know, but I've got a problem with one of the vampires here. I need to handle that myself. Besides, with you, the expert on vampires, around, what do I have to be afraid of? Blade was a hunter of the night. He might save people, but he had no intention of protecting Lin Mei. Lin Mei understood this perfectly well. But by now, the vampires crowding the room had already recognized Blade and no longer paid much attention to Lin Mei, this insignificant human. Blade, you're that daywalker, the vampire-slaying Blade. A stir ran through the crowd. Just as Lin Mei expected, many vampires recognized who he was. Blade, how dare you set foot on our turf again? From the center of the dance floor, a deep, menacing voice rang out. A towering vampire with a twisted, menacing face stepped forward, his eyes blazing with fury as he locked on a Blade. Around them, the vampires stopped dancing, all eyes suddenly fixed on Blade and Lin Mei. In truth, almost every gaze was drawn to Blade. Only a handful of the weaker vampires spared a glance for Lin Mei. The air grew thick with tension and hostility, the atmosphere suddenly oppressive. Confronted with this sudden provocation, Blade didn't flinch. Instead, a cold smirk appeared on his lips. So, it looks like all you filthy creatures have gathered here tonight. But don't forget why I came. His voice was low and resolute, his silver blade catching the light, its deadly edge gleaming, ready to cut through the darkness at any moment. Lin Mei stood aside, quietly lost in thought. His gaze locked onto a vampire, the very target of Lin Mei's mission, Bob. If she didn't take this opportunity to eliminate the vampire, Lin Mei suspected the days ahead would be exceedingly difficult. Now, with Blade's sudden appearance, Lin Mei was tempted to wipe out the entire vampire den once and for all. Even though she wore a hood at this moment, who could guarantee that the vampires wouldn't remember her face or scent? After all, these creatures were notorious for their relentless vengeance against enemies. Blade himself had once exposed his own hideout, leading to his partner Abraham Whistler suffering the vampire's revenge. Of course, Lin Mei wasn't certain if that incident had already taken place at this point in time, but she had already made up her mind. Not a single vampire present would be let off easily. Just then, a female vampire let out a piercing shriek, and chaos erupted in the basement. A swarm of vampires charged straight at Blade. Behind his sunglasses, Blade's eyes narrowed slightly. Faced with such overwhelming numbers, engaging in close combat would hardly be wise. So, he drew a shotgun from his belt. Not bad. You even brought out the equalizer. Guess I'll lend a hand too, Lin Mei quipped, eyeing the shotgun in Blade's grip. The equalizer? Interesting name. I actually like it. A slight grin played at the corners of Blade's mouth. He clearly approved of the weapon's new moniker. Just then, a vampire lunged at Blade, and without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. A shell packed with silver pellets blasted forth. The vampire closest to Blade was instantly reduced to ash, with several of its companions behind it caught in the blast as well. That sudden eruption of firepower made the nearby vampires falter for a moment, but driven by greed and fury, they quickly regrouped. This time, however, they became more cautious, trying to encircle Blade and Lin Mei from multiple directions. Seeing this, a sly glint flashed in Lin Mei's eyes. With a crackle of electricity, bolts of lightning shot from her body, striking down several vampires attempting a sneak attack. They froze in place, paralyzed and helpless. Looks like I'm not entirely useless after all, Lin Mei said with a satisfied smile to Blade. A faint glow gathered in her palm, ready for the next wave. Lin Mei knew well. These vampires possessed astonishing vitality. To truly destroy them, they had to be reduced to ashes. Otherwise, as long as there was blood to drink, these repulsive creatures would recover swiftly, rise again, and continue preying on the innocent. He wasn't sure if his light dragon slayer magic would work on these vampires. Sunlight could certainly inflict fatal damage, but Lin Mei had no idea whether his magic worked the same way as sunlight. With that thought, he decided to test it directly. Dragon Horn of Light. Seizing the moment when the vampires were still paralyzed by electricity, Lin Mei surged forward, his body wrapped in dazzling light. As he crashed into them, the vampires combusted like burning paper, reduced to ash in the blink of an eye. It really works, Lin Mei exclaimed in delight, staring at the scene before him. Though this magic drained him greatly, it was clear that light dragon slayer magic could be the nemesis of vampires. Blade cast a sidelong glance at Lin Mei, a glimmer of approval in his eyes, before quickly turning his attention back to the battlefield. He darted among the vampires, switching between his shotgun and twin blades. With every strike came shrieks and the collapse of another foe. His movements were swift and forceful, like death itself dancing in the darkness. Kid, stick close. Don't fall behind. Blade called out to Lin Mei during a brief lull in the fight, his voice calm, but carrying an undeniable note of concern. Lin Mei now possessed a power that could counter vampires, and that made Blade start to truly value him. Lin Mei nodded, keeping close behind Blade, using his magic to cover him while scanning the chaos for their target, Bob. He knew that only by dealing with Bob could he truly escape this crisis. After a fierce battle, the number of vampires gradually dwindled, but their attacks grew all the more frenzied and desperate. Just then, Lin Mei finally spotted Bob in the corner. Bob was hiding behind a group of lesser vampires, trying to slip away amid the confusion. There you are, Lin Mei murmured, lightning coalescing in his hand as his dragon slayer magic formed a thick, crackling bolt that sliced through the air, aiming straight for Bob. Bob, struck with terror, tried to dodge, but it was too late. All he could do was watch helplessly as the bolt enveloped him. As Bob convulsed from the electric shock, Lin Mei could no longer suppress the killing intent burning in his eyes. Light dragon roar, she shouted, gathering a torrent of radiant energy in her mouth before unleashing a blast of dragon's breath, brimming with both destruction and brilliance, straight at Bob. Bob let out a piercing scream as his body was completely engulfed in the swirling vortex of light, until all that remained was a wisp of smoke and the acrid scent of burning. This kid doesn't hold back, does she? Blade muttered, glancing at the gaping hole Lin Mei's attack had blown through the basement ceiling, dark lines of exasperation appearing on his brow. That strike was sure to attract attention. He knew, in his heart, they needed to end this fight fast. Witnessing this scene, the vampires grew even more panicked, but Lin Mei and Blade remained vigilant. They knew that as long as even a single vampire survived, this battle would not be over. Working seamlessly together, they quickly wiped out the remaining vampires in the basement. Blade sheathed his weapon, wiped the sweat from his brow, and glanced at Lin Mei with a newfound respect in his eyes. You did well, Blade said succinctly. Lin Mei smiled back. Right back at you. I couldn't have done it without you. In the distance, the wail of police sirens could be heard, signaling that their time was running out. The two exchanged a look, and without hesitation, went their separate ways. To them, the other was just a stranger. Their brief cooperation was simply a matter of sheer necessity, nothing more. Half an hour later, Lin Mei and Blade were long gone. At that moment, another man in a leather jacket entered the blood-soaked basement. But unlike Blade, this man wore an eye patch over his left eye, the unmistakable director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury. Had Lin Mei been there, she wouldn't have been able to resist commenting on S.H.I.E.L.D. agents' fondness for leather attire. Hey, Coulson, looks like there was quite a commotion here. Was it vampires? Nick Fury asked as he descended into the basement, immediately picking up on the heavy scent of blood in the air. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., his instincts were razor-sharp. After a brief inspection, he was certain this had once been a vampire stronghold. Coulson nodded. This used to be their main hideout. Clearly, that's no longer the case. Seems like you've already dug up a lot, Nick Fury remarked as he walked over to the most severely damaged part of the wall. Coulson held a small notebook in his hand, adding, according to the surveillance footage, Blade took down this base. Also, there was some kind of unknown energy fluctuation detected here. It's obvious this breach was caused by that energy, Fury observed. So what do you think? Was that energy Blade's doing? Or was it the vampires? Fury asked, studying the jagged opening above. Coulson closed his notebook and replied, I believe it was caused by a third party. Another person? You mean someone teamed up with Blade to take out the vampires here? Fury's expression grew instantly serious at that. Coulson nodded, his tone grave. The individual went to great lengths to conceal their identity, but a few cameras still managed to catch glimpses. Now, Fury's interest was truly piqued. So, have you figured out who this person is? He pressed. Coulson shook his head. Not yet. Agent Hill is tracking the lead, but it'll take some time. Nick Fury couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. After all, he was already in the process of assembling the Avengers. When he saw this breach in the basement, an idea sparked. What if he could recruit this mysterious individual into the Avengers? Unfortunately, Nick Fury had no idea that the person he wanted so badly to bring in was, in fact, just a kid. Seeing Fury fall silent, Coulson asked again, since there's been such a commotion here, should we go ahead and arrest Blade? Nick Fury shook his head. Those vampires are far too much trouble. It's better to let Blade deal with them for now. Not far away, inside a shopping mall, Agent Hill had followed a scarce lead and discovered that Lin Mei had purchased a cloak here. By reviewing the mall's security footage, Hill focused her attention squarely on Lin Mei. This kid, isn't he the one Tony Stark brought back from Afghanistan? Lin Mei had no idea that S.H.I.E.L.D. had already pieced together nearly everything about his identity. But even if he did know, he probably wouldn't care much. As long as he didn't cause too big a stir, Shield would hardly want to provoke such a troublesome Chinese teenager. After leaving the vampire den, Lin Mei made his way home swiftly. "Oh, sweetheart, where on earth have you been tonight? I know you have some special abilities, just like your father, but you can't let your mother worry like this." Melissa rushed to meet Lin Mei the moment he came through the door, her eyes full of anxiety and concern, but even more so of relief at seeing her son safe and sound. After all, Lin Mei had already gone missing once yesterday. She gently smoothed his hair, as if she could brush away any lingering danger or unease clinging to him. Lin Mei offered a small smile, trying to sound as lighthearted as possible. "Mom, I'm really fine. I just had to take care of a few minor issues, the special kind of things." He deliberately glossed over the details, not wanting his mother to worry about battles with the supernatural. Melissa sighed, her gaze a mix of resignation and understanding. "All right, sweetheart, but next time, please let me know in advance, okay? I really don't want to worry like this again." After reassuring Melissa, Lin Mei immediately headed upstairs to his room. The moment he closed the door behind him, he could no longer suppress the torrent of energy surging within. The dragon blood he had refined coursed wildly through his body, and signs of his transformation began to appear. Before long, iridescent dragon scales shimmered into view across his skin. Each scale pulsed with a different elemental power, their energies intertwining and colliding beneath the surface. "Lin, what's happening? Why is the power inside me getting so chaotic?" Lin Mei called out anxiously in his mind. The sealed Ellerin within his body spoke up with a hint of schadenfreude. "You brought this on yourself. The attributes inside you were already in a delicate balance, but you insisted on using Dragon's Roar. Now, your light attribute has been suppressed, and the energies of the other elements are spiraling out of control." Hearing the teasing in her tone, Lin Mei couldn't help but roll his eyes. "So what should I do? This state is seriously uncomfortable." Ellerin laughed for a while before finally responding under Lin Mei's urging. "The first method is to absorb light elements so your light attribute can become active again." Lin Mei tried to draw in the light from the room's lamps, but found it was utterly useless. Ellerin burst out laughing even louder. "You really are hopeless. The lights in your world don't contain real light elements. Only sunlight holds the power you need." Ellerin's ridicule left Lin Mei feeling awkward and utterly embarrassed. "So, what's the second option?" He quickly changed the subject. With a lingering smile, Ellerin answered, "The second way is to use your human meditation techniques to gradually restore the light attribute within you. Once your light power returns to a certain level, the balance among your internal elemental forces will be restored." Fortunately, Ellerin's mother had once taught him the ways of human mage cultivation. Soon, Lin Mei sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and began to meditate, focusing on reviving the light attribute magic within his body. Unnoticed, a subtle glow started to shimmer across his skin. Although it was the dead of night, it seemed as if invisible streams of energy were silently converging around Lin Mei. He was drawing in the lingering traces of light energy from his surroundings. Mother truly hadn't misjudged him. Lin Mei's magical constitution was so formidable that he could sense and absorb light elements even in the darkness of night. It was almost unbelievable. No wonder he could withstand so many complex elemental energies without his body collapsing on the spot. Compared to Ellerin's astonishment, Lin Mei was lost in the flow of his cultivation, clearly sensing the light attribute within him, gradually growing stronger. At the same time, the once rampant forces of all the different elements inside him were slowly settling down. Lin Mei realized that the other elemental powers within him seemed to be opening up to energies from the world outside, their mutual repulsion fading away and being replaced by subtle harmony. At that moment, far away in the Himalayas, the ancient mage Gu, he couldn't help but open his eyes, gazing in Lin Mei's direction. This child, he can actually absorb and fuse the powers of multiple attributes. The source of the Ancient One's power was truly unique. Her strength came from a blend of the white magic of the Vishani, contracts forged with the energies of the dark dimension, and her own innate abilities. These forces originated from entirely different realms and essences. Yet, the abilities Lin Mei was displaying seemed to absorb and harmonize multiple magical attributes all at once, something the Ancient One had rarely, if ever, witnessed in her long years of study and practice. "Incredible," the Ancient One murmured softly, tinging her voice. Her gaze seemed to pierce through mountains and the very fabric of time, settling upon Lin Mei, who was lost in deep meditation in the distance. "The energies within Lin Mei are reaching a new equilibrium, in a way I have never seen before. This is more than a simple merging of different attributes. is as if she has grasped a profound understanding of the laws that govern the universe, and is weaving them together with remarkable finesse. Excitement and anticipation surged within the Ancient One, almost impossible to contain. She knew that with the right guidance and cultivation, a talent and potential such as Lin Mei's could one day become a vital force in the protection of the multiverse. Meanwhile, Lin Mei's meditation continued. His consciousness seemed to step into an entirely new realm, where the elements of light, darkness, wind, fire, water, and earth circled him in visible forms. No longer at odds, the elements had achieved a harmonious coexistence, working together to build a flawless system of balanced energy. As time went by, Lin Mei not only restored the light magic within him, but also found the other elements growing stronger and more abundant than ever before. When the first rays of morning sunlight pierced the clouds and bathed Lin Mei in their gentle glow, he slowly opened his eyes, which now sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance. He rose to his feet, feeling a surge of power unlike anything he had ever known, and a quiet confidence took root in his heart. Perhaps, with these newfound abilities, he could truly traverse different worlds, learning and mastering even greater magic along the way. For a moment, Lin Mei even considered whether he should pay a visit to the world of fairy tale to see it for himself. But his thoughts quickly turned to the Black Dragon King, Acnologia. Recognizing the lurking danger, Lin Mei immediately dismissed the idea. No way. If he really ran into Acnologia there, escape would be nearly impossible. Acnologia would stop at nothing to hunt him down, all for the sake of Irene, who was sealed within Lin Mei. The very thought sent a chill down his spine. It was Irene's fear of Acnologia, passed on wordlessly to Lin Mei's own heart. Just as Lin Mei was freshening up, an unexpected visitor arrived at his home. By the time he came downstairs, Melissa was waiting for him with a smile. "Sweetheart, your new private tutor has arrived. Come and say hello." A beautiful tutor? Somehow, this scenario felt strangely familiar. Lin Mei quickly spotted the new tutor standing beside her mother. "Hello, Mr. Lin," the woman greeted warmly. "My name is Natasha Romanoff, and starting today, I'll be your new home tutor." Upon hearing her name, Lin Mei couldn't help but glance at her fiery red hair. Paired with her striking figure and captivating appearance, a famous code name instantly flashed through his mind. With a hint of delight on his face, Lin Mei said, "Ms. Natasha, I'll be counting on you for my lessons from now on." Natasha looked at the child before her, his innocent smile lighting up his face, and couldn't help but wonder. Had her superiors mixed up their information? Was this truly the one who raided the vampire stronghold last night? Meanwhile, Lin Mei was already grumbling inwardly. What kind of agent goes undercover using their real name? Announcing Black Widow so openly. Did she really think so little of his intelligence? Of course, Natasha Romanoff might not be her real name at all. Though these thoughts churned inside him, Lin Mei kept his expression bright and pure, as if he was genuinely looking forward to the upcoming lessons. What's going on here? Why does the atmosphere between these two feel a bit strange? Do they know each other? Melissa was full of questions. To be honest, this wasn't her first time hiring a tutor. Almost every tutor who had come before never lasted long. After all, she had some idea of her own son's learning abilities. Natasha had mainly come see if Lin Mei was truly connected to last night's incident. When she saw Melissa was hiring a tutor, she didn't think much of it and simply took the job. As for uncovering someone's secrets, especially those of a child like Lin Mei, Natasha's goal was clear. Lin Mei's room. Children, after all, keep most of their secrets in their own rooms. "Mr. Lin, shall we begin? How about we start with your math homework?" Natasha's voice was warm and magnetic, yet her gaze was sharp and penetrating, as if she could see straight into your soul. A hint of amusement curled at the corner of Lin Mei's lips. He nodded, already plotting how to guard his secrets in this game of tutoring without arousing the suspicions of this special agent teacher. "No problem, Miss Natasha. Let's go to my room then." Black Widow's eyes lit up. She hadn't expected to get access to Lin Mei's room so easily. As a special agent, digging up other people's secrets was not only her expertise, it was her favorite pastime. Melissa was stunned. "Wait, since when has my son ever been this enthusiastic with his tutors? Could it be because this teacher is so beautiful? And why does this tutor give me the sense that she's almost excited? Given how in America, there's always talk about beautiful teachers getting a little too close to their students." Melissa's gaze toward Black Widow grew a bit more guarded. After Lin Mei and Black Widow went upstairs, Melissa turned to the maid and said, "Go slice some fruit for me." As Lin Mei and Black Widow entered the room, they made their way to the small study within. Once inside, Black Widow's eyes swept quickly around the space. The room was spotless and tidy, No toys, no computer, no game console. There were no musical instruments like violins or guitars, either. The only thing certain was that the room's owner clearly had a touch of obsessive neatness. Was this really the room of a child under 10? When Lin Mei led Black Widow into an enormous study, she couldn't help but mutter to herself, "This is what you call a small study?" But to Lin Mei, this was nothing more than a modest study. He'd already read well over 1,000 foreign books in his time. But compared to the Lin family's private collection back in the Dragon Kingdom, this was just a drop in the ocean. Most of the books in Lin Mei's study had already been archived in his mind, thanks to his photographic memory and the method of using a memory palace. With this technique, as long as he wished, he could recall the contents of any book he had ever read at any time. The Black Widow followed Lin Mei to the desk. "Mr. Lin, take out your textbook first. Let me see how far you've gotten," she said. The Black Widow remained dutiful as ever. In her opinion, with her intelligence, tutoring an elementary school student should pose no difficulty at all. Seeing her brimming with confidence, Lin Mei unhesitatingly took out a high school mathematics textbook. The corners of the Black Widow's mouth twitched involuntarily. A surge of shock rippled through her heart, spreading outwards like waves stirred by a boulder. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the high school math textbook in Lin Mei's hands, as if it were some ancient tome enchanted with magic, and certainly not something an elementary school student should be handling. What is this child up to? High school mathematics? Oh my God, am I dreaming? Is he really studying high school math? Did I see that right? Or has the world gone mad? How am I supposed to teach this? As everyone knows, once people start working, all the knowledge in their minds eventually finds its way back to school. This was truly a predicament for the Black Widow, though she had only herself to blame for overlooking this possibility. After all, Melissa had been searching for a part-time tutor capable of teaching high school material. The Black Widow's gaze swept over Lin Mei's young yet cunningly amused face, searching for any sign that he was joking, but all she could see was seriousness and focus. "Ms. Natasha, let's begin," Lin Mei said calmly and confidently, as if he were merely discussing daily trivialities, not the advanced mathematics. That seemed so unreachable to his peers. "I've already self-studied up to the calculus section, but there are still a few points I'm confused about." A bead of sweat formed on the Black Widow's brow. After a moment's thought, she quickly said to Lin Mei, "Hold on a moment. I need to visit the restroom first." Without waiting for a response, she turned and headed toward the door. "Ms. Natasha, wait a second," Lin Mei called out. She paused in her tracks and forced a smile back at him. Lin Mei pointed toward another door in the study and said, "The restroom is over there." "Thank you, Mr. Lin," the Black Widow replied at once and made her way into the restroom. At that moment, Melissa entered the room, carrying a tray of fruit prepared by the housekeeper. "Huh, sweetheart, where's the tutor?" she asked. Much like the Black Widow had earlier, Melissa's gaze swept around the study, searching for the teacher. Lin Mei took the fruit platter from Melissa and said, "Ms. Natasha went to the bathroom. Mom, do you need something?" Melissa glanced suspiciously at the bathroom door, then replied, "It's nothing. Son, you keep studying. If you need anything, just call me." Lin Mei nodded. He, too, found his mother's behavior oddly suspicious. Not long after, the Black Widow emerged from the washroom. Hidden beneath her loose hair, she now wore a pair of well-concealed earphones. Lin Mei's ears twitched slightly, as if he'd caught a faint, indiscernible sound. Seeing the beautiful agent regain her usual air of confidence, Lin Mei could only shrug helplessly. "This ruins the fun," he muttered internally. At the same time, he considered whether he should be ruthless and bring out some college textbooks to stump her. But then again, S.H.I.E.L.D. hardly lacked people who could solve tough problems. While Lin Mei continued plotting ways to mess with Black Widow, far away in Afghanistan, terrorists had already gathered all the scattered parts of Tony Stark's Mark I armor. Meanwhile, the Ten Rings underboss who survived the cave incident had learned some information about Lin Mei from his subordinates. Some even risked their lives to secretly record Lin Mei's appearance and the moment he used his Dragon Slayer magic. "Find him. We must track him down. Even if that kid has strange powers, even if he's just a child. If he helped Tony Stark escape, we'll make him pay." "Goodbye, Ms. Natasha. I'm looking forward to your lesson tomorrow," Lin Mei called out. Black Widow left the Lin family villa, her mind still in a haze. She'd never imagined that a seemingly well-behaved child could be so troublesome. No matter how she tried to probe, indirectly, or even attempted to force out Lin Mei's abilities, she failed every time, in the most bizarre ways. Yet, these failures only confirmed that something was very unusual about Lin Mei. After seeing Black Widow off, Lin Mei gazed thoughtfully at the security camera on the street outside his house. If memory served, that was the camera nearest his villa's front gate. Usually, it pointed at the road, never once turning toward his doorstep. "Sir, did that kid notice us?" Agent Hill asked, her Her suspicion peaked as Lin Mei suddenly looked directly at their surveillance camera. "Who can say?" came the reply. "But he's a fascinating child, isn't he?" Nick Fury watched the monitor in silence as Lin Mei walked back into his home. Lin Mei headed straight into his study, where he fished a bug out from a crack in the corner of his desk drawer. Well hidden, I'll give them that. But it reeks of sweat, hard not to notice. A streak of electricity flashed, and the bug in Lin Mei's hand was instantly destroyed. With SHLD's capabilities, no matter how much Lin Mei tried to conceal her abilities, it was all in vain. After all, when S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted to dig into someone's secrets, their methods were endless, especially when it came to a child like Lin Mei, who appeared ordinary but was hiding unknown powers. Yet, Lin Mei did not fear drawing SHLD's attention because of her exposed abilities. In any case, S.H.I.E.L.D. was rotten to the core. Once the Civil War broke out, there would be plenty to keep that bald-headed director busy. At that very moment, Nick Fury sat in SHLD's surveillance room, his brow tightly furrowed as he stared at the screen. The footage from Lin Mei's home that should have been crystal clear abruptly turned blurry, static crackling across the feed. He realized immediately that Lin Mei had discovered their surveillance and was already taking countermeasures. "It seems we've underestimated this child," Nick Fury said gravely, then issued instructions to Agent Hill at his side. "Intensify intelligence gathering and prepare to initiate Plan B. We need to gain a deeper understanding of her abilities and the secrets she's hiding." Agent Hill nodded swiftly and began coordinating resources, readying the team for any situation that might arise. As SHLD's investigation dug deeper, they finally brushed up against the ranks of the Spear Bureau. No one knew what those two opposing organizations discussed behind closed doors. All that was certain was that very night, a man with the face of a thunder god and the fierce features of a wildcat arrived from overseas as SLD's guest. Before long, all matters concerning Lin Mei were dropped by S.H.I.E.L.D., and every agent assigned to monitor her was quietly withdrawn. Lin Mei was completely unaware of these developments. She simply noticed that the faint, almost imperceptible sense of being watched had utterly vanished over the past few days. This left Lin Mei wondering if S.H.I.E.L.D. was plotting something against her. But as the days passed without any sign of action from S.H.I.E.L.D., her suspicions faded. Meanwhile, on Melissa's side, having acquired a significant number of Stark Industries shares, she had become one of the company's new shareholders. In an effort to secure his position as chairman of Stark Industries and win over Melissa, the renowned Wall Street powerhouse, Obadiah extended a lavish invitation, asking her to attend the 3rd annual Tony Stark Soldiers Families Charity Gala at the Disney Concert Hall. Naturally, as Melissa's son, Lin Mei was also on the guest list. And so, the mother and son dressed to the nines, making their appearance on the red carpet at the Disney Concert Hall. As the two of them stepped onto the red carpet, reporters surged forward like sharks drawn by the scent of blood. Flashes from the cameras burst one after another, like stars suddenly igniting in the night sky, capturing Lin Mei and Melissa in a series of dazzling moments frozen in time. Melissa wore a custom-made gown, perfectly tailored to her figure, elegant yet crisp, radiating both poise and capability. She held Lin Mei's arm, her face aglow with a confident and warm smile. Lin Mei, dressed in a bespoke suit with a delicate bow tie at his collar, looked both formal and full of youthful energy. His eyes sparkled with curiosity and anticipation, eager for all that was to come. "Ms. Melissa, how do you feel about becoming a new shareholder of Stark Enterprises?" a reporter asked urgently, thrusting the microphone toward her, the question cutting straight to the heart of the matter. Melissa smiled gently and replied, "I am truly honored to become a part of Stark Enterprises. This is not just an acknowledgement of my personal abilities, but also a recognition of my long-term investment philosophy. I firmly believe that through our shared efforts, Stark Enterprises will continue to lead in technological innovation and create even more value for society." The reporter's attention soon shifted to Lin Mei. "Mr. Lin Mei, as Ms. Melissa's son, do you have any plans or dreams for the future?" "Plans?" Lin Mei echoed, a playful glint in his eyes. Maybe being a spendthrift wouldn't be such a bad idea. His light-hearted remark sent a ripple of laughter through the assembled reporters. "In that case, Ms. Melissa will need to work even harder to earn more, since Mr. Lin's dream may come true sooner than we think," someone joked. Just then, Obadiah stepped forward from amidst the group of reporters. "Oh my goodness! Ms. Melissa, Mr. Lin, you two are absolutely radiant tonight, the brightest stars in this entire concert hall. Ms. Melissa, your presence and this exquisite gown are a perfect match, blending the sharpness of a Wall Street elite with the grace and elegance unique to a woman. And Mr. Lin, your suit truly highlights your youthful brilliance. The bow tie at your collar is the finishing touch, perfectly balancing your spirited energy with the poise of a young gentleman. Obadiah beamed, his words overflowing with sincere praise. He patted Lin May's shoulder lightly and continued. Mr. Lin, your sense of humor is truly memorable, but I am certain your dreams reach far beyond that. With your intelligence and your family's legacy, I have no doubt you'll shine in any field you choose, making us all proud. Turning to Melissa, a glint of admiration flashed in his eyes. Ms. Melissa, it is my privilege, as Obadiah, to work alongside a partner as visionary and accomplished as you. I am confident that, with your support, Stark Industries will usher in an even more glorious tomorrow. Tonight, let us join hands to witness this charitable event and offer our love to the families of soldiers in need. As Obadiah finished speaking, the atmosphere in the venue grew even more enthusiastic. Reporters quickly turned their cameras toward the three of them, eager to capture the moment. Lin May and Melissa responded to Obadiah's praise with warm smiles. What a character. This guy sure knows how to stay in the spotlight. Just to win my mother's support, he's really not holding back on the flattery. In truth, no matter how hard Obadiah tried to win over her mother, it would be nearly impossible for him to remove Tony Stark from his position. After all, Tony held the largest share of Stark Industries. If it weren't for the fact that this playboy had no interest in running the company, giving Obadiah countless chances to work around him and stir up so much trouble. Of course, while Lin May was quietly grumbling to herself, Tony Stark arrived at Walt Disney Concert Hall in his car. His arrival instantly made him the center of attention for most of the women in the room. Here was a notorious bachelor, still unmarried, with more money than he could ever spend. That alone was a powerful magnet for any woman hoping to climb the social ladder. Tony strode over to Lin May and the others with a swagger that brooked no opposition. Hey, look who it is, what a surprise. Obadiah greeted Tony with a broad smile. Why is it that at my own party, I didn't get an invitation? Tony demanded as he walked up. It's just that you didn't seem interested in coming out lately. Obadiah began to explain, but Tony's attention quickly shifted to Lin May, whom he hadn't seen for weeks. What's the little wizard doing here? Tony exclaimed in surprise. Obadiah kept his smile, but inside he was already wondering how Tony and Lin May could possibly know each other. This unexpected connection added another complication to his plans for taking control of Stark Industries. It's been a while, Mr. Stark, Lin May replied, catching herself just in time to correct her pronunciation after nearly slipping up with Tony's name. Tony was genuinely worried that if Lin May kept that up, he'd end up with a ridiculous nickname he'd never shake off. Hello, Mr. Stark. Thank you for looking after my son a while back, Melissa said, extending a hand for Tony to shake. Hey kid, why didn't you tell me your mom was this beautiful? Tony's eyes lit up as he joked with Lin May, taking the opportunity to pay Melissa a compliment. Lin May, knowing Tony was never one to be serious, replied playfully, Of course, just look at how good her son looks too. A subtle trace of draconic pressure, guided by Ellen within Lin May, washed over Tony. Tony instantly felt his heart race, his breathing growing a little shallow. Of course, Lin May knew when to stop. She immediately signaled Ellen to withdraw the dragon's aura. This little rascal. Noticing the playful smile lingering on Lin May's lips, Tony understood perfectly well. It was a warning to keep his distance from Melissa. That certainly put an end to Tony's roguish intentions. Still, Lin May did it for his own good. If Tony ever really tried to win over Melissa, Lin May wouldn't be the only one after him. Even Lin May's father, secluded in the mountains of Kunlun, would probably come storming out just to deal with him. And then, S.H.I.E.L.D. would mysteriously lose one of its biggest financial backers. After being given such a scare by Lin May, Tony had no desire to linger at the entrance of the concert hall any longer. He turned to Obadiah and said, I've been cooped up at home too long. Let's catch up later. No problem. Obadiah readily agreed. Right now, Obadiah's main goal was to use this benefit gala for soldiers' families to draw Melissa into his own camp. Lin May didn't want to stay outside either, so after exchanging a word with Melissa, he strode into the venue alongside Tony Stark. Whiskey, I'm dying of thirst. 1 glass of champagne, and the gentleman beside me will be paying, Lin May declared as he followed Tony inside. Hey, you just scared the life out of me, kid. You should be buying my drink. Besides, aren't you underage? Lin May grinned. Well, I just cut off your little playboy fantasy, didn't I? What? Don't tell me you seriously want to become my stepdad. Tony replied earnestly. Married women aren't my type. Lin May rolled his eyes. If he hadn't read the original comics, he might have believed him, but he couldn't be bothered to argue. If Tony really dared to make a move on Melissa, he'd just pick up the phone and call for backup from Kunlun Mountain. At that moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. agent Coulson walked over to Lin May and Tony. Hello, Mr. Lin. My name is Coulson. May I have a word with Mr. Stark? Coulson addressed Lin May with a polite, almost deferential tone, as if speaking to a child. Lin Mei just shrugged, took the champagne the bartender handed him, and immediately strolled over to the window. Hey you. Tony was about to tease Lin Mei again about underage drinking, but Carlson stepped in, blocking him at just the right moment. Once that little episode was behind him, Lin Mei quietly set his drink on the windowsill and gazed out, taking in the city's nighttime scenery in silence. Excuse me? Do you mind if I stay here? A pleasant voice drifted into Lin Mei's ears, prompting him to turn his head curiously. That single glance lit up Lin Mei's eyes, even though the person before him seemed to be about his age. Still, Lin Mei could tell right away she was a natural beauty. He offered his most gracious smile. Lin Mei. Gwen Stacy. Gwen responded with a smile of her own, looking at the handsome boy before her. Gwen? Gwen Stacy? Lin Mei immediately understood. He smiled at Gwen and said, Looks like you're not used to gatherings like this either. I came out here for a bit of peace and quiet myself. Gwen nodded gently, a flicker of understanding in her eyes. Exactly. These events always leave me a little out of place, especially when everyone's discussing things I don't quite understand. Still, meeting you here is a nice surprise. Lin Mei nodded in agreement, then changed the subject. By the way, I don't think I know. What brings you to this charity gala tonight? Gwen didn't hesitate to answer. This benefit is for the families of both soldiers and police officers here in the States. My father is a police chief, and he was invited, so I tagged along for the experience. As Lin Mei listened to this beautiful girl speak, he couldn't help but feel a growing respect for her father. Being a police officer in America is quite a dangerous profession. He remembered the fate of Gwen's father, George Stacy. If memory served, he died saving a child from being crushed by concrete. Their conversation continued, flowing from family to studies, from dreams to the future, each topic growing deeper and more meaningful. Lin Mei realized that, for someone so young, Gwen was not only bright and quick-witted, but she also had a unique perspective that always managed to spark new thoughts and inspiration in him. As time passed, the night outside the window deepened. Yet in this quiet little corner, Lin Mei and Gwen seemed to exist in a world all their own, savoring a rare moment of peace and warmth. Suddenly, the gentle strains of music floated through the air, breaking the silence. Lin Mei and Gwen looked up in unison to see a band performing a lovely melody on the stage at the center of the hall. That sounds nice. Would you like to dance with me? Lin Mei invited, his eyes shining with anticipation. Tonight, he found himself inexplicably drawn to this remarkable girl. Gwen hesitated for a split second, then a blush blossomed on her cheeks. Shyly, she nodded and placed her hand softly in Lin Mei's. I'm not very good at this, so please bear with me, Gwen whispered softly. Don't worry, I've got everything under control. Melissa had always believed that Lin Mei would eventually find himself dancing with someone at social events overseas, so she had long since hired a teacher to instruct him in ballroom dancing. And Lin Mei proved to be a quick learner. He had already mastered nearly every dance he might need. Moving in time with the rhythm, the two of them glided slowly onto the dance floor. Beneath the dazzling lights, their figures intertwined, becoming the most beautiful sight of the night. Hey, Melissa, isn't that your darling son over there? Melissa, who had been deep in conversation with another lady, turned curiously toward the dance floor at the mention. There, a golden couple twirled with effortless grace. Lin Mei and Gwen, moving in perfect harmony, drew the attention of everyone present. A smile, both proud and content, bloomed on Melissa's face. She replied softly, Yes, that's my son, Lin Mei. He and that young lady dance wonderfully together. What an enviable pair, the other woman sighed, her eyes full of admiration. Melissa smiled gently, her heart brimming with pride. She had never imagined that her son would be so poised and elegant at such an occasion, dancing with such confidence, especially with a girl so beautiful and charismatic. As the music swelled, Lin Mei and Gwen's steps grew lighter and more passionate. It was as if they were wholly immersed in the world of music, every turn, every smile perfectly in sync. Around them, people began casting admiring glances, some even whispering as they tried to guess at the identity and relationship of the dazzling young pair. Doesn't that little wizard remind you of me back in the day? Tony Stark, now dancing with Pepper, couldn't help but remark with a touch of self-satisfaction. Pepper glanced over at Lin Mei, curiosity twinkling in her eyes. She teased her boss. Tony, I don't think Mr. Lin was quite the playboy you were at his age. Tony's face froze for a moment. Then he turned to Pepper and said, That's a bit of a blow, you know. Lin Mei, nearly 10 people with ill intentions have just entered the premises. In the middle of the dance, Lin Mei's body tensed. The sudden movement caused Gwen to lose her footing and accidentally step on his shoe. Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to, Gwen apologized, flustered. But when she looked up, She found Lin May's expression had turned serious. Is something wrong? Gwen asked, puzzled. With an apologetic look, Lin May replied, I've really enjoyed meeting you tonight, but there's going to be a bit of trouble at this charity event. Would you mind going over to your father for now? Although Gwen was filled with doubt, she had an inexplicable feeling that Lin May would not deceive her. So, she said, all right, I'll go to my father first. After seeing Gwen off, Lin May frowned and stepped onto the dance floor, blocking Tony and Pepper, who were caught up in a moment of budding romance. Hey, little witch, if there's nothing urgent, could you please hurry home and get some sleep? Tony, his mood clearly soured by the interruption, stared at Lin May with visible displeasure. Even though these foreigners wore enough cologne to mask almost anything, Lin May still caught a faint whiff of gunpowder in the air. With a serious expression, he said, 10 people with malicious intent have entered the venue, and they're carrying weapons. You're serious? Tony's expression turned grave. He knew he wasn't wearing the Iron Man suit he'd recently built, so hearing that there was something here that could threaten his life made his heart pound uncontrollably. Lin May ignored Tony's question, turning to Pepper at his side. Miss Potts, would you mind going to my mother for a moment? Tony. Pepper looked at Tony Stark with concern. Tony reassured her, it'll be fine. Leave this to us. With a worried glance, Pepper quickly left Lin May and Tony. Tony looked at Lin May earnestly. All right, so you're the only one here who can actually save anyone, right? What do you need me to do? Lin May felt a headache coming on. With only herself and Stark, who was currently without his suit, it clearly wasn't enough. There was no other choice. She led Tony over to Agent Coulson, who had just tried to speak to Tony Stark and been rebuffed. Mr. Stark, about that agreement for the 24th. Lin May waved him off, interrupting, Agent, once we sort out the situation here, you can have your chat with Tony. To be honest, I wasn't looking forward to that talk anyway. Tony grumbled silently to himself. Lin May said, almost 10 dangerous individuals just entered the venue. The most dangerous among them is carrying enough explosives to blow this place sky high. If my nose isn't mistaken, he's got a hefty amount of nitroglycerin on him. Tony's eyes widened in shock. Kid, you didn't mention the guy was carrying something that dangerous. Agent Coulson's face turned instantly serious. He quickly scanned the room, assessing the security situation. 10 of them? That many? Are you sure? Should we start evacuating people right now? Lin May shook his head, replying, no need. It's too late already. No sooner had he spoken than one of the terrorists near the entrance fired a burst of bullets into the ceiling of the charity gala. Chaos erupted throughout the entire event in an instant. The 10 Rings tattoo, these maniacs. Lin May's sharp eyes caught sight of a dangerous figure approaching, the 10 Rings emblem glaringly obvious on the wrist that held his gun. Are the security staff here just for show? How did so many people manage to walk in with guns, and no one noticed? Tony still had the nerve to complain about the security system at a time like this. Save the sarcasm. There are only 2 choices now. First, I take only the people I trust and get out of here. With my abilities, it's no problem for me to get Tony and my mother out safely. Lin May's gaze turned icy as she stared down the terrorists. And the second option? Tony wasn't ready to leave so easily. After 3 months of captivity, his hatred for the 10 Rings ran bone deep. The second option, I reveal my powers and wipe out every last terrorist. But if I do, you'll need to handle any fallout from the media. Most importantly, my identity must remain a secret. Lin May knew too, well, how the American authorities operated. If her abilities were exposed, trouble would come knocking from all directions. No problem, little sorceress. I'm all in for you taking him out. I'll deal with any aftermath, Tony Stark declared, full of conviction. Lin May rolled her eyes. I was actually talking to Agent Coulson, not to a playboy who's about to be sidelined by Obadiah. Maybe you should keep out of this. That line carried more information for Tony Stark than he realized. Unbothered by Tony's awkward reaction, Lin May turned her attention to Coulson. Right now, the terrorists were still in control of the hall, clearly searching for someone. For the moment, that meant the other guests were safe. Coulson pressed a finger to his ear, as if listening to instructions. A moment later, he looked down at Lin May and said, no problem. Our director says he'll make sure you're covered. Seeing him agree so quickly, Lin May knew Nick Fury had already considered recruiting her for the Avengers initiative he was building. Guess he never thought about how hiring underage workers is illegal, Lin May muttered inwardly. And she wasn't wrong. After dealing with a certain god who'd just arrived from the East, Nick Fury's curiosity about Lin May had only deepened. He couldn't understand how a child could draw the attention of a being with the power of a god, enough to cross an ocean just to threaten him. Nick Fury didn't have those answers, nor did Lin May. For now, Lin May had only one thing on her mind, unleashing her light element void annihilation magic. Better hope everyone's eyes can handle this. A hint of mischievous satisfaction flickered in Lin Mei's heart as she prepared for what was to come. Since Lin Mei possessed light-based Dragon Slayer magic, how could he not be able to use the White Dragon Slayer magic, which also belonged to the same element? Super White Star. Lin Mei gathered his magical energy, forming it into a glowing sphere that began to shine brightly in his hand. With a gentle toss, he sent the orb floating outwards. In an instant, it was as if the very air in the hall had been ignited by light. Every gaze was irresistibly drawn to the sudden brilliance. The sphere traced a dazzling arc across the sky, but instead of erupting in a violent explosion as one might expect, it suddenly burst forth with blinding radiance, a flood of white, more intense than daylight, 100 times brighter. The terrorists present, whether standing guard with guns or searching for their targets, were all struck blind by this unexpected glare. Their eyes, overwhelmed by the intensity, reflexively squeezed shut, tears streaming down their faces as they tried to ease the searing pain, as if their very eyeballs were being scorched. Even shielding their eyes with their arms did nothing to help. The light seemed to pierce all barriers, striking straight at their retinas. Of course, it wasn't just the terrorists who were caught off guard. The entire hall was thrown into chaos and panic. Gunfire ceased abruptly, replaced by waves of startled cries and anguished shrieks. Oh, for crying out loud! That little brat! Within S.H.I.E.L.D., all the agents who'd been eager to see what Lin Mei could do were now temporarily blinded by the sudden flare. By the time everyone recovered their senses, Lin Mei had already taken down half of his enemies. Damn it, this kid! Taking full advantage of everyone's temporary blindness, Lin Mei moved boldly among the terrorists, dispatching them to the afterlife one by one with a military knife he'd somehow procured from an unlucky foe. In his left hand, Lin Mei still gripped a makeshift bomb, nitroglycerin wrapped in tinfoil. The destructive power of this thing was simply terrifying. Lin Mei had to secure it first for his own peace of mind. In no time at all, the 10 terrorists had been sent to their doom. Unfortunately, the 10 Rings' original target had always been Lin Mei, and someone had already uncovered his identity. Those terrorists who knew of Lin Mei's special abilities had come prepared, and the nitroglycerin bomb was meant for him. But who could have anticipated that all 10 of them would be exposed from the very start, from the moment they drew their weapons, to Lin Mei's conversation with Coulson, and then to when Lin Mei made his move. Barely 5 minutes had passed in total. As Lin Mei swiftly and coolly eliminated every terrorist, the other people in the hall gradually recovered from their temporary blindness. They looked at one another, stunned and terrified, as if awakening from a nightmare. Tony Stark watched Lin Mei's figure, a surge of complicated emotions welling up in his heart. This seemingly ordinary child possessed such astonishing strength and decisive methods that it left him both shocked and slightly uneasy. If Lin Mei knew about this uneasiness, she would definitely tease that Tony would secretly build an anti-Lin Mei suit in response. Coulson quickly organized the on-site security team, began evacuating the crowd, and contacted outside support to ensure the situation wouldn't escalate any further. Kate, who had just saved everyone, had reverted to a well-behaved child, returning to her mother's side. Surely, there must have been 1 or 2 lucky souls at the scene who weren't blinded by the sudden flash. Lin Mei trusted that S.H.I.E.L.D. would be able to handle these people properly. So, where are you? Since there had been no prior warning, Melissa was briefly blinded by the unexpected flash of light. Lin Mei had shown restraint. At most, everyone would be blinded for an hour before their vision returned to normal. However, as a side effect, for the next couple of days, people would see a faint double image. I'm right here, Mom. Lin Mei quickly steadied his mother, making sure she didn't fall. If only Lin Mei had the power of a sky dragon, he would have used Sky Dragon Slayer magic to help Melissa recover her sight sooner. After confirming Lin Mei was unharmed, Melissa finally felt at ease. To make sure there was nothing wrong with their eyes, many people headed to private hospitals for checkups. At Lin Mei's suggestion, Melissa didn't join them. After saying goodbye to Tony Stark, they followed the rest of the crowd out of Disney Concert Hall. On the way home, Melissa's vision quickly returned. Watching her son beside her, his face filled with despair from motion sickness, Melissa couldn't shake the feeling that he was hiding something. Lin Mei, did you have anything to do with what happened this time? Trusting her instincts, Melissa tugged gently on her son's ear with her fingers. Ow, ow, ow. Lin Mei protested weakly. At this moment, he wouldn't admit his involvement no matter what. Melissa was a classic doting mother. If she knew Lin Mei had put himself in danger, there would definitely be a scene. Seeing her son's pitiful expression, Melissa's heart softened, and she immediately set aside her questions. Still, Melissa wasn't about to let Lin Mei off that easily. Back in the banquet hall, Pepper had mentioned to her that Lin Mei was far too mature for his age, with none of a child's innocence. Perhaps it was because there were too few peers around him. So, following Pepper's suggestion, a new idea came to Melissa's mind. The next morning, while Lin May was still groggy from sleep, Melissa had already arranged for him to head out the door. As soon as Lin May got in the car, she unsurprisingly slipped into a car-sick daze. I just want to know, why exactly are we going out today? Lin May barely managed to get the words out before nearly losing her breakfast. Sweetheart, how is your car sickness this bad? Melissa looked over at the limp Lin May in confusion. Ever since Lin May had used her mutant ability just once, Melissa had suspected it might have lingering side effects. She'd almost called Professor Charles over to the house. But after Lin May repeatedly reassured her, Melissa finally dismissed the idea. Seeing that Lin May had no intention of answering, Melissa could only reach for a set of clothes from the front seat and help Lin May change. At the same time, she couldn't help but boast a little, saying, "We're not going anywhere special. After I got home last night, I went ahead and enrolled you in an elementary school. How about that?" Surprised? What? Lin May almost forgot her car sickness and sat straight up, but a wave of dizziness crashed into her, forcing her to flop back down onto Melissa's slender legs. The driver up front couldn't help but burst out laughing. Whether at home or abroad, adults always seem to enjoy watching kids freak out when they have to go to school. Melissa knew her precious son would naturally rebel, so she'd taken advantage of his recent car sickness. First trick him into the car, and then break the news. Suppressing her nausea, Lin May clung to a shred of hope and asked, "You know I've learned everything up to high school. You signed me up for high school, right?" "Oh, not at all. I know you're smart, darling, but I'd rather see you make some friends. So you're starting from elementary school," Melissa said, smiling sweetly. Lin May could only express his displeasure in silence. To have him play with a bunch of little kids, wasn't that just torture? With little ceremony, Melissa changed Lin May into a school uniform. When the car finally pulled up to their destination, she watched with an innocent look as her son, newly energized, hopped out. Lin May's expression soured a bit. After all, his mother meant well. And as soon as he stepped out, a crowd of school officials came out to greet them. There was no doubt about it. Melissa must have flexed her money power, maybe even bought her way onto the school board. Otherwise, how else could the portly principal trailing behind them be so eager to play host? With a touch of elegance, Melissa smiled at the round-bellied, beaming principal and said softly, "Principal, I'm so sorry to trouble you, coming out here to greet us personally." The principal waved his hands in embarrassment, his eyes nearly disappearing behind his cheerful grin. "Not at all, Ms. Melissa. It is truly our great honor that you have chosen our school. The entire faculty and student body are thrilled and full of anticipation at the prospect of young Master Lin May joining us." Melissa gently patted Lin May on the shoulder, signaling him to stand up a little straighter, though his expression still betrayed a touch of reluctance. She continued, addressing the principal. "Principal, although Lin May is young, his knowledge surpasses that of his peers by far. I hope he can not only learn here, but also make genuine friends and experience a normal childhood." The principal nodded repeatedly, as though everything was perfectly understood. "Rest assured, Ms. Melissa, we will pay special attention to young Master Lin May's academic and personal development. We'll make sure he finds both challenge and warmth here, as well as plenty of joy." Melissa nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Lin May. Her tone was gentle, but brooked no argument. "Lin May, remember this. No matter how old you are, or how smart you may be, making friends and experiencing life are essential parts of growing up. I hope you'll be happy here, all right?" Though Lin May still looked somewhat resigned, when he met his mother's expectant gaze, he gave a reluctant nod. "All right, I'll give it a try. As the saying goes in the Dragon Kingdom, since you've already come, you might as well stay." Lin May understood that now he was here, refusing any further would just be unreasonable on his part. Melissa smiled, knowing that though her son's words sounded reluctant, in his heart, he was already beginning to accept the arrangement. She turned to the principal and said, "Then I'll be counting on you, Principal. If Lin May needs anything, please let me know right away." The principal hurriedly agreed, clearly flattered by the responsibility. Of course, Ms. Melissa. Please rest assured. We'll see to it that young Master Lin May is well looked after, down to the last detail." To the principal, Lin May was a precious asset, a golden opportunity. As long as Lin May was enrolled, Melissa's investments in the school would surely keep coming. And, having been thoroughly steeped in the ways of capitalism, the principal had no shortage of ways to turn this to his advantage, reaping both profit and prestige. And so, under Melissa's watchful gaze, Lin May was led away by the dean of students toward his new classroom. "Excuse me, Dean, what kind of class will I be put in?" American schools also have honors and regular classes, so Lin May was curious which he'd be assigned to. The dean of students, aware that this small-statured child was no ordinary pupil, smiled warmly and replied, "Mr. Lin, We're headed to our school's honors class. That's where we place students with strong abilities and rapid progress. Oh, mostly you say. So there are a few students who, like me, are a bit special. Lin Mei replied, his tone casual, almost teasing. The director of academic affairs suddenly felt a cold sweat forming on his brow. Inwardly, he mused, no wonder. This is what it's like when a child is raised by wealthy capitalists. They come up with these ideas so effortlessly. Out loud, he said, there are indeed a few, but none like you. They haven't already self-studied up to the high school level. As for Lin Mei's background, the director had heard the principal mention it before. Under his guidance, Lin Mei was quickly led to the front of classroom. Mr. Lin, this is the place. Without hesitation, the director pushed open the closed classroom door himself. An uproar of noise burst forth from inside. The director managed an awkward smile, then led Lin Mei up to the podium. He tapped his fingers on the desk and called out, class, quiet down. After all, this was an advanced class, and there were quite a few well-behaved students present. Even so, Lin Mei could clearly spot several troublemakers lounging in the last few rows. The director turned to introduce Lin Mei. This is our new transfer student, Lin Mei. From now on, he'll be a member of this class. I hope you'll all get along well with him. With that, he shot a stern glare toward the corner, warning those few students who insisted on standing out. Having finished the introduction, the director's expression softened as he turned to Lin Mei with a friendly smile. Mr. Lin Mei, where would you like to sit? In this classroom, the desks weren't pushed together, and students sat in pairs, quite different from the arrangement back in Longhua. Lin Mei scanned the room and soon spotted a familiar face. The other person was already smiling at him, and if the director weren't present, Lin Mei suspected she would have greeted him right away. Conveniently, there was an empty seat next to her, so Lin Mei made his way directly over. His choice drew the attention of most of the class. After all, he was heading toward the seat beside Gwen Stacy, the top student in the class. Seeing that Lin Mei had chosen his spot so quickly, the director opened the lesson plan on the lectern and announced, all right, since class is already in session, let's continue where we left off. Seated, Lin Mei realized he had neither books nor stationery. He had no interest in listening to the director's lecture. He'd already learned all this material anyway. Barely a minute had passed before a crumpled ball of paper sailed from behind, aimed right at Lin Mei's head. Trusting his instincts, Lin Mei caught the paper midair. Turning around, he locked eyes on a kid who was noticeably taller than the rest of the class. That student pulled a silly face, trying to tease the newcomer. But the faint, steely look in Lin Mei's eyes made the boy freeze in his seat. The other troublemakers were stunned, unsure why their ringleader had fallen so silent. So, they each took back the crumpled balls of paper in their hands. Of course, Lin Mei wasn't about to hold a grudge against a few childish kids, even if, at this moment, he himself was just a child. This class moved at a brisk pace, and before long, the bell rang for the end of the period. Immediately, the classroom returned to the same lively, noisy state it had been in before Lin Mei had arrived. That's awesome, Lin. I can't believe we're actually classmates. Gwen Stacy rushed over to Lin Mei's desk, her face radiant with a pure, joyful smile. Her bright eyes seemed to cut through the classroom's clamor, filling it with light. She was clearly delighted by Lin Mei's arrival. Yeah, Gwen, I didn't expect to see you here either. Lin Mei smiled back, her intelligence and kindness having already left a deep impression on him. You just transferred, right? You probably don't know your way around yet. Want some help? Gwen asked enthusiastically, pulling a notebook and a few pens from her backpack and placing them gently on Lin Mei's desk. Here, you can use these for now. I'll go with you to pick up your new textbooks later. Lin Mei looked at her with gratitude and nodded. Thank you, Gwen, but I don't think I'll need them. The curriculum here isn't much different from what I've already studied at home. His voice carried a hint of confidence, but remained modest. The students around them began to notice their interaction, glancing over with curious interest. Even the usual troublemakers, who had been roughhousing just moments before, quieted down a notch, as if sizing up the new kid. Just then, a gruff voice called out from the back of the classroom. Hey, new guy. Heard you think you're hot stuff. Want to settle it after school on the playground? It was the big guy who'd thrown paper balls at Lin Mei earlier. He puffed out his chest, trying to intimidate with sheer presence. Lin Mei turned his head slightly, his gaze calm as it swept over the challenger, showing not a hint of fear. Sorry, I have plans after school. I'm not interested in pointless provocations. His tone was even, but there was a quiet firmness that brooked no argument. His words left not just the big guy stunned, but also drew surprised looks from the other students. None of them had expected this seemingly bookish newcomer to refuse a challenge so directly. Gwen quickly stepped forward, placing herself in front of Lin Mei. Raising her gentle voice, she said, Eugene, we're all classmates here. We should respect each other. not stir up trouble for someone who just arrived. Eugene? Wait, could that be Flash Thompson, the same guy who used to bully Spider-Man? I remembered he and Spidey went to high school together. Who knew this guy would be so troublesome even now? Lin May eyed Thompson carefully, sizing him up. Seeing this, Thompson, though reluctant, had no choice but to sit back down, sulking, and said no more. Lin May, meanwhile, shot Gwen a grateful glance, her fondness for this new friend growing even deeper in her heart. If Melissa were here, she would surely be relieved. At least her son wasn't one of those hopelessly rigid types. As the bell rang again, signaling the start of the second period, Lin May's driver arrived, bringing her some books. At the very least, Lin May wouldn't have to face the blackboard in boredom anymore. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury was watching Lin May through a monitor, his thoughts unreadable to anyone around him. Coulson had just returned from a mission. Noticing his boss secretly observing Lin May, he slowly approached. What do you think? Should I bring this kid into the plan or not? Nick Fury suddenly blurted out. Coulson looked at him in surprise and replied, Hiring child labor is illegal, sir. Nick Fury paused for a moment, then chuckled. Still, you have to admit, the kid's got remarkable abilities, doesn't he? Coulson exchanged a quick, meaningful glance with Fury. Don't forget, Lin is a Chinese expatriate, he said, his tone carrying a subtle hint of caution, as if to remind Fury of certain cultural or political sensitivities that might come into play. Fury's eyes flickered with contemplation at this. Then he nodded, a thoughtful, knowing smile curling at his lips. You're right, Coulson. I should consider this matter more carefully. But talent knows no borders. If Lin May's gifts can serve our cause, then he's the kind of person we need, no matter where he comes from. Fury's voice was steady and commanding, a reflection of his decisiveness as director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson spread his hands in a gesture of resignation. Sir, he's still just a kid. Maybe you should keep him as a backup option. I haven't spoken much with Lin May, but I can tell he's a bit wary of S.H.I.E.L.D. Oh, is that so? Fury replied, taking his time with the words. When it came to someone as powerful as Lin May, yet difficult to control, Fury had another approach in mind, to cut off trouble at its source. If it hadn't been for a so-called Sun Wukong, a god from China, showing up and placing a staff at his throat, persuading him not to mess with Lin May, Fury might have already taken matters into his own hands against this young Asian prodigy. He just couldn't wrap his head around it. How could the Spear Bureau have such a formidable figure on their side? What Fury didn't realize was that Sun Wukong wasn't even from the Spear Bureau to begin with. Director Zheng Qiu of the Divine Spear Bureau had always found the agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. to be rather clueless. Those people, in their quest to dig up information on Lin May, actually dared to extend their reach right into the Divine Spear Bureau itself. Did they really think the Divine Spear Bureau was just sitting around twiddling its thumbs? Zheng Qiu wasted no time in reporting this incident to Kunlun. And Kunlun was not an organization to be trifled with, especially now, with Lin May's father about to become the next Iron Fist. So, S.H.I.E.L.D. soon found themselves receiving a visit from none other than the formidable Sun Wukong. Did S.H.I.E.L.D. fight back? Of course they did, or rather, Hydra agents hidden deep within S.H.I.E.L.D. seized the moment. The instant Sun Wukong left, they made their move. After all, the allure of divine power was irresistible to some. But the price was steep. One of Hydra's bases was smashed to oblivion with a single swing of the staff. Nick Fury, however, remained unaware of these developments. Had he known, he would have been far from calm. The moment he met Sun Wukong, he sensed that even if he played his trump card and called Captain Marvel back, he might not be able to handle the situation. So, Fury began to hatch some less-than-honorable schemes, looking to poach talent from other organizations. Meanwhile, Lin May's life had settled into a predictable routine since the start of school, shuttling back and forth between home and campus in a straight line. Ever since that evening at the military family support banquet, Lin May's mother, Melissa, had grown closer to Pepper Potts, Tony Stark's secretary. Both women were formidable figures in their respective workplaces, giving them plenty of common ground. Before long, they seemed well on their way to becoming the best of friends. Lin May didn't interfere. After all, it was only a matter of time before Tony Stark would appoint Pepper as CEO of Stark Industries. A little more contact between the two could only be a good thing. Lin May's next goal was to have his mother start preparing to acquire the remaining shares still held by Obadiah. He knew it wouldn't be long before Obadiah's ambitions would be fully exposed. One night, Lin May received a phone call. "Hello, Mr. Lin. This is Agent Coulson. I have a small matter I'd like to discuss with you." "Oh, it's you? If it's nothing urgent, I'm going to hang up now." At that moment, Lin May was busy in his own kitchen. Ever since coming to America and experiencing a few days of bland, Western fare, he had taken to cooking for himself more and more, treating his own palate with the care it deserved. There was just no getting used to America's monotonous cuisine and the heavy, greasy fast food culture, especially for someone from the East, brought up on a wide variety of flavors and delicate textures. Since he'd begun cooking at home, his stepmother's tastes had become more refined as well. The kitchen was always filled with the comforting aroma of familiar spices, whether it was the freshness of steamed fish, the rich savor of braised pork, or the vibrant heat of stir-fried dishes. Each meal a gentle reward for his own discerning taste buds. Agent Coulson, if you've got something to say, just say it. I'm in the middle of cooking and need to keep an eye on the heat, Lin May remarked with a half-joking tone, his sharp ears picking up the sounds of gunfire from the other end of the call. It was as if all the chaos on the other side had nothing to do with him. Meanwhile, he continued to stir-fry the vegetables in his wok, spatula deftly moving. If S.H.I.E.L.D. just wanted him to do their dirty work for free, he was ready to hang up the phone right there. Wait, Mr. Lin, we're under attack by the Ten Rings. Your mother is here too, and there's a giant metal monster chasing us. We're out of options. This is beyond us. You're the only one we can turn to. Coulson blurted out, speaking faster than he ever had in his life. He truly had no other choice. If Melissa weren't also a target of these terrorists, he wouldn't even know how to ask Lin May for help. Tell me the location. Lin May's face darkened, worry flickering in his eyes. He couldn't understand why his mother was involved in all this. Stark Industries Tower, East Avenue. We're on that road right now. Coulson's voice carried a hint of relief. He deliberately led them down this street. S.H.I.E.L.D. backup would take a while to arrive, so the agent gambled that Lin May would come for his mother. Luckily, this road was quite close to the wealthy district. Lin May sprang into action, his enhanced body covering ground quickly, bringing him close to the street Coulson had mentioned. Soon, he spotted Coulson and the other's vehicle, pursued by terrorists and the Ironmonger. Damn it, why are Obadiah and the Ten Rings working together? Wasn't Obadiah supposed to steal Mark Eye from them? Weren't the two sides supposed to fall out? Lin May's mind raced through the plot of the MCU. But the truth was, the Ten Rings had willingly handed Mark Eye over to Obadiah. There was no falling out between them. Lin May realized he'd relied too much on what he'd seen in the movies. He had to remember, this world was real. Not everything would play out the way he thought it would. Now, cloaked in a cape, Lin May surged forward, lightning crackling all over him as he charged toward the Ten Rings terrorists and the Ironmonger. What in the world is that? Came a low, rumbling voice from Ironmonger. Before he could react, a figure leapt onto a car, unleashing a torrent of electricity that instantly took out all the gunmen inside. The car veered out of control, crashing into a nearby wall. Obadiah realized at once that the figure was an enemy. He immediately brought the 20mm rotary cannon on his right arm to bear, firing a barrage at Lin May. A 20mm rotary cannon. Without a second thought, Lin May dodged away. Are you kidding me? Only a true body of steel could withstand something like that head-on. Lin May had no faith that the dragon scales she conjured on her body could block the force of such heavy artillery. Moving like a phantom, Lin May weaved effortlessly through the hail of gunfire, each dodge executed with fluid precision. He knew all too well that, despite his superhuman abilities, it would be sheer folly to face a weapon this lethal head-on. Damn it, how is he so slippery? He can even dodge bullets. Obadiah cursed through gritted teeth. Suddenly, a tremendous force struck Ironmonger from behind. Ironmonger was hurled forward by the impact, crashing to the ground. Hey, little wizard, did you miss me? Tony Stark's unmistakably cheeky voice rang out from above. Clad in a brand-new, streamlined suit of iron armor, he cut a brilliant silver arc through the night sky and landed squarely between Lin May and Obadiah. The suit's surface shimmered with the glow of cutting-edge technology, clearly having undergone yet another round of upgrades and modifications. If you'd been any later, I would have started to suspect you died at Stark Manor. Come on, why do you always have to run your mouth like that? Tony shot back, still a little sore from his near-death experience at Stark Manor. Obadiah's expression darkened even further at the sight. He hadn't counted on Tony showing up at such a critical moment. Regaining his composure, he re-aimed his minigun at Tony and Lin May. You two, neither of you is getting out of here alive. Obadiah roared, unleashing another barrage. I'm going to save my mom and Pepper. That big guy and the bastard inside are all yours. Lin May had no intention of clashing head-on with Ironmonger. Those high-caliber rounds posed a serious threat to him. So with those words tossed over his shoulder, Lin May sprinted off in the direction of the fleeing car. That little punk. Stark was left to face Ironmonger on his own. A staccato of gunfire echoed through the night. Agent Coulson continued to lead the two women further away from the chaos. Meanwhile, Melissa sat frozen, gazing back through the bulletproof glass in the direction Lin May had gone. Is that really my son? All these years, she'd known Lin May possessed mutant abilities, but he'd almost never used them. Besides, that mutant named Professor Charles had categorized Lin Mei as only Delta level. So Melissa had always assumed her beloved son was no different from anyone else. And in the Lin family, Lin Mei's condition was hardly remarkable. After handing Ironmonger off to Tony Stark, Lin Mei once again threw himself into the fight, targeting the remaining members of the Ten Rings. Damn it, what's wrong with America? How can so many Ten Rings members slip in without anyone caring? Lin Mei spat out angrily. Wind gathered beneath his feet, carrying him forward in swift pursuit of the vehicles ahead. Gunfire rattled through the air, sharp bursts echoing in rapid succession. 3 cars remained, about a dozen terrorists hunting down Melissa and Pepper's group. Lin Mei was still some distance from the Ten Rings vehicles ahead. The Ten Rings truly live up to their reputation as a gang that's terrorized China for years. They're just as brazen here in America, he thought, gritting his teeth. Their years of unchecked violence could be attributed to their rigorous structure. Each branch of the Ten Rings operated as an independent unit, connected, yet separate. They functioned as a whole, but never interfered with one another. Even if one branch was exposed, the others would remain untouched. Though anger simmered in Lin Mei's heart, it was overshadowed by his worry for his mother. He drew a deep breath, and the wind element at his feet surged more wildly, as if responding to his urgency. His speed shot up, rapidly closing the gap between himself and the fleeing vehicles. Thankfully, I spent my free time at school honing my powers. Otherwise, there'd be no way to keep up with cars speeding down the highway. I absolutely can't let these bastards harm my mom. Lin Mei swore silently, his hands gathering his mutant energy, ready to strike the Ten Rings members with a swift, unexpected blow. Just then, one of the Ten Rings vehicles suddenly accelerated. Someone inside had spotted Lin Mei giving chase and was trying to shake him off. Lin Mei reacted instantly. With a sweep of his arms, a powerful wave of wind burst outward from his position, slamming into the rear of the car. The vehicle flipped, tires sparking as it spun through the air. What the? The Ten Rings members inside were thrown into chaos, but before they could recover, Lin Mei appeared at the shattered window, like a shadow from a nightmare, and tossed in a ball of crackling lightning he'd prepared. Electricity surged through the car, incapacitating the terrorists one by one. Lin Mei, over here, came Coulson's voice from beside another vehicle. Ever the diligent agent, Coulson had slipped away from Melissa's car and leapt onto a Ten Rings vehicle, now locked in a desperate struggle with several gang members. Without hesitation, Lin Mei whirled around, harnessing the wind to arc through the air and land atop Coulson's car. With a swipe of his dragon-clawed hand, Lin Mei tore open the roof. The situation inside was laid bare before his sharp gaze. To the terrified eyes of the terrorists, Lin Mei's vertical pupils and the dragon scales spreading across his face struck pure fear into their hearts. Gentlemen, remember to follow traffic rules and fasten your seatbelts. Though, sadly, you won't need to worry about that anymore. Even in a moment like this, Lin Mei could still manage a joke. Mr. Lin, help me. Coulson was being strangled by a terrorist, his eyes rolling back in desperation. With lightning speed, Lin Mei hurled the attackers out of the car. At the speed the vehicle was racing, anyone hitting the ground was doomed. We're saved. Thank you, Mr. Lin Mei. Coulson gasped, struggling to catch his breath as he expressed his gratitude. To prevent the car from spinning out of control, Coulson agilely climbed into the driver's seat. Stay sharp. My mother and the others are still up ahead. Lin Mei's voice was calm and clear, his eyes sharp as he scanned the surroundings. He was now channeling a torrent of wind element magic, matching his speed to that of the racing car, flying alongside it. Getting back in the car was out of the question. He knew all too well the side effects of riding in a vehicle. At this very moment, the battle between Tony Stark and Ironmonger was reaching its peak. Stark's iron armor, recently tested and upgraded, fired bursts of high-energy beams from his chest, clashing fiercely with Ironmonger's heavy machine guns. Obadiah, your doomsday has come. Tony Stark's voice echoed through the air, burning with resolve and fury. But the situation was far from favorable. The arc reactor in his chest was the one from Afghanistan, and its energy reserve wouldn't last long in such a drawn-out fight. Yet, Ironmonger was a walking fortress, its defense maxed out, leaving Tony genuinely concerned about whether he could even bring his foe down. If only the little wizard were here, maybe this would go a bit easier. Tony grumbled to himself, clearly less than pleased that Lin Mei had left Ironmonger for him to handle alone. Tony, you're always so arrogant. You really think you can beat me just because of your fancy tech? Obadiah's voice dripped with mockery and disdain. You think I'm someone who can be beaten that easily? Obadiah could no longer hide his intent to get rid of Tony Stark once and for all. Tony darted through the air, deftly dodging Ironmonger's attacks while firing back with high-energy beams. Obadiah, you're wrong. It's not arrogance. I know my own strengths and what my suit can do. You, on the other hand, are just a pitiful man driven by greed and ambition. Shut up, Obadiah roared. If it weren't for you, I'd be running Stark Industries right now. You, Tony, you stole everything that should have been mine. Tony let out a cold laugh. Really? Did it ever occur to you to ask yourself why my father left the company to me and not to you? Maybe he saw your true colors a long time ago. You, Obadiah was trembling with rage, his whole body shaking. You insolent little brat, what do you know? I've sacrificed so much for this company, and because of you, it's all turned to dust. Tony soared steadily through the air, the arc reactor in his chest pulsing with light. Obadiah, you're wrong. A company isn't built on scheming and betrayal, but on innovation and integrity. You lost because you chose the wrong path from the very beginning. Innovation? Integrity? Don't make me laugh. Obadiah roared back, unleashing another barrage of machine gun fire from the Ironmonger suit. In this world, only strength and power are real. Tony dodged skillfully, weaving through the hail of bullets as he retorted. Oh, really? Then let's see if your strength and power can stand up to my iron armor and advanced technology. Their exchange crackled with tension, years of resentment and bitterness erupting in this very moment. Meanwhile, Lin Mei and Coulson pressed on, chasing after the members of the Ten Rings gang ahead. With the magical energy he had left, he couldn't last much longer. Lin Mei began to squeeze out the last reserves of wind elemental magic from her body. Stop, Lin Mei. If you keep draining your wind magic, your other elemental balances will collapse again, someone shouted. The moment Lin Mei started to push her wind magic to the limit, the slumbering Eileen within her was jolted awake. But Lin Mei didn't care about losing balance. What did it matter to him? He'd been given a second chance at life. He had people he wanted to protect. How could he let something like magical imbalance slow him down? Right now, his only regret was that his mana bar was too short. He simply didn't have enough power. To hell with it. Lin Mei poured the last of her wind energy into her legs. In an instant, his speed skyrocketed. Up ahead, the Ten Rings gang members who had been watching Lin Mei were startled. They scrambled to their feet, raising their guns, desperate to fire at him through the skylight. This was close enough, Lin Mei thought to himself. Dragon Slayer's secret art, Crimson Lotus exploding flame blade. Channeling the fiery power of the fire dragon, Lin Mei wreathed his arms in blazing flames, forging two burning blades. He spun, unleashing a searing arc of fire. The twin slashes blazed forward at incredible speed. Oh my god, gasped a Ten Rings thug who had just poked his head out, stunned by what he saw. The slashes tore into the last of the gang's vehicles, slicing it apart. A massive explosion followed, engulfing the remaining gang members in a wave of scorching heat. The blast sent Lin Mei hurtling toward the curb. A rush of laughter burst from him. First a low chuckle, then a triumphant roar. He was intoxicated by the sheer thrill of such power. No wonder, in the world of fairy tale, all those dragon slayers are battle maniacs, Lin Mei murmured to himself. Enjoy it while you can, you crazy. You absolute. Someone shouted, their words drowned out by the chaos. Lin Mei's mind was instantly overwhelmed by Eilelin's furious shouts. Right now, she was desperately suppressing Lin Mei's transformation into a dragon. If it weren't for her presence, Lin Mei would probably have become a half-dragon by now. Oh my god. Melissa, in a fluster, jumped out of the car with Little Pepper and rushed toward where Lin Mei was. Coulson, chasing from behind, was the first to reach Lin Mei's side, reaching out to help her up. But Lin Mei immediately stopped him. Damn it, do you think Tony's going to make it out alive? At this moment, both Tony Stark and Ironmonger were rocketing toward the edge of the atmosphere. Unlike Tony Stark, Ironmonger's suit was already encased in a layer of ice. With its power lost, Ironmonger plummeted toward the earth, and Tony Stark, his arc reactor drained, was also falling fast. Sigh, let me help you one last time. Lin Mei forced herself to suppress the wild surge of elemental power within her. She planted her feet, gathering every ounce of strength to take a deep breath. Coulson could clearly see Lin Mei's small figure swelling up here, shrinking down there. Another part would bulge, then settle back down. Lin Mei, you stubborn idiot. Using Dragon Slayer magic again. Are you out of your mind? Eilin was on the verge of tears. She couldn't understand how she'd ended up with such a troublesome master. Roar of the Thunder Dragon. As Tony Stark plummeted to within 100 meters of Lin Mei, she unleashed her Thunder Element Dragon Slayer magic, striking his metal frame with precision. Energy at 200%. A mechanical voice rang out, and Tony Stark stared wide-eyed at the screen. Love you, my little witch-brand power bank. When Tony saw Lin Mei blast him with that surge of energy, he thought for sure he was done for. Unexpectedly, Lin Mei's jolt of lightning came at just the right moment. The Mark II system rebooted completely, energy restored. Now, Tony was confident he could beat Obadiah so badly he'd lose control of everything. He immediately piloted the Mark II into the sky, racing toward the spot where Ironmonger was falling. Meanwhile, Lin Mei's energy was thrown into total chaos. She had no choice but to sit down on the ground, trying to regain herself through meditation, hoping to recover as she had last time. But last time, Lin Mei had only pushed herself with a single element. This time, she'd used wind, fire, and thunder all at once. Recovering so quickly was easier said than done. Watching Lin Mei recklessly unleash her powers on the screen, everyone else was struck silent. Nick Fury stared at Lin Mei, his lone eye nearly pressed against the monitor. No, this won't do. The Avengers initiative has to move forward now. Nick Fury decided he would personally visit Tony Stark's residence for a talk. Lin Mei's condition was dire. The meditation techniques from the fairy tale world could no longer suppress the unruly elemental magic surging within her. Ice would suddenly crystallize on her body. Then moments later, she would radiate a dazzling light. At times, a thin metallic sheen coated her skin, only to be replaced by a dark aura that seeped out and tainted the surroundings. Coulson, Melissa, and Pepper all watched the scene unfold with growing anxiety. Melissa, desperate to care for her son, had already reached for her phone to alert her husband, who was far away in Kunlun. With her eyes closed, Lin Mei's burgeoning powers triggered her mutant abilities, and in a flash, her body slipped into a dimensional rift. Seeing Lin Mei vanish before her eyes, Melissa was so overcome with emotion that she fainted on the spot. Pepper hurried to catch her, worry and distress etched across her face. All at once, sparks of energy erupted along the street. Coulson, ever vigilant, raised his pistol and aimed at the slowly opening portal. Oh no, it looks like we're too late. 3 figures stepped out from the spatial gateway. A young man, dressed in a white martial arts uniform, strode purposefully toward Melissa. He turned to Pepper and spoke politely. "Excuse me, miss. The lady with you is my wife. Would you allow me to take her with me?" He gestured to Melissa, still held in Pepper's arms. Pepper hesitated for a split second. She had seen photos of this young man in Melissa's home and quickly recognized him as Melissa's husband from the Dragon Kingdom. Reassured, she gently handed Melissa over to him. Accompanying the young man was a bald woman in golden robes, none other than the Ancient One. She gazed at the spot where Lin Mei had disappeared and remarked, "I never imagined that child was your son. If I'd known sooner, I might have taken him under my wing myself. That little one has the potential to become the next Sorcerer Supreme." Standing beside her was another man who responded, "Come on, he's the son of the new Iron Fist of Kunlun. Isn't it a bit much to try and snatch him so openly?" He fixed his keen gaze on the place where Lin Mei had vanished. Had Nick Fury been present, he would have recognized this man as none other than Sun Wukong, who had recently visited S.H.I.E.L.D. Lin is the son of Kunlun's new Iron Fist, and by extension, a child of Kunlun. If you really go through with this, it wouldn't be very honorable, Sun Wukong told the Ancient One. The Ancient One glanced at the young man holding Melissa and said, "What a pity. She was at the crucial stage of her trial. Had this accident not occurred, that incomplete Iron Fist power wouldn't have been absorbed by that foreigner. Now, with 2 Iron Fists appearing in this world, what do you think we should do?" As the Ancient One spoke, there was a hint of schadenfreude in her tone. "How should I know?" Sun Wukong rolled his eyes in exasperation. "One is the weakest Iron Fist in history, and to make matters worse, he's a foreigner. The other is nearly perfect, but being nearly perfect means not truly perfect. If Lin Tian could fully inherit the power of the Iron Fist, then Kunlun wouldn't have to worry about Danny Rand, who's also become an Iron Fist." Lin Mei's father, Lin Tian, stepped forward to face the Ancient One, his voice anxious as he asked, "Master, do you know anything about my son?" The Ancient One smiled reassuringly at Lin Tian. "Don't worry. He's just journeyed to another dimension. He'll be all right." Before arriving, the Ancient One had already glimpsed some of Lin Mei's fate through the eye of Agamotto. But she couldn't reveal too much, lest the future be altered in ways that could never be undone. Since the Ancient One had spoken with such certainty, Lin Tian finally allowed himself to relax. Coulson, meanwhile, looked around at the crowd, feeling increasingly overwhelmed. He wanted to say something, but there was no way to get a word in edgewise. Sun Wukong lifted his gaze to the sky, and with his fiery golden eyes, he spotted a cloaked airship streaking rapidly toward them. "More visitors," he declared, a wild grin in his voice. "Ancient One, open the door. Let's all head to Kamartaj for a drink or two." Sun Wukong withdrew his gaze, speaking with his usual rebellious swagger. "If that's what the great sage desires, who am I to refuse?" The Ancient One responded with a light smile. With a flourish, she opened a shimmering portal. On the other side, the plaza of Kamartaj was alive with black-robed sorcerers in the midst of training. She stepped through first, with Sun Wukong swaggering after her. "Lin, I'm giving you a few days," Sun Wukong called over his shoulder as the portal began to close. "Don't forget, you're expected back at Kunlun." As the portal shut, Sun Wukong's words drifted to Lin Tian's ears, calm and almost teasing. "Understood, great sage," Lin Tian replied, excitement in his voice. Clearly, he wasn't eager to return to Kunlun anytime soon. Once the portal had fully sealed, an invisible jet descended from the sky. A striking woman with a mane of red hair wheeled Professor Charles off the ramp of the ship. Of course, they weren't alone. Had Lin Mei been present, he would have recognized Cyclops, Storm, Wolverine, and the others. "Hey, it's you again." Lin Tian quickly recognized the bald man in the wheelchair as the foreigner who'd once come to his house, hoping to lure away his son. "It's been a while, Mr. Lin. I see you haven't changed a bit," Charles greeted Lin Tian politely. "Who'd have thought that troublemaker Lin Mei would manage to catch even your attention?" Lin Tian answered with a laugh. Charles could tell from Lin Tian's tone that he wasn't worried about his son's safety. With a touch of seriousness in his expression, Charles said, "Mr. Lin, I'm not quite sure what just happened with Lin Mei, but it's clear that the little fellow must have triggered his mutant ability. Aren't you worried about him at all?" Lin Tian shook his head and replied, "Don't worry. A highly respected elder once assured me that my son would be fine, so there's really no need for you to worry, Professor Charles." Charles was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected Lin Tian to be so certain, and it seemed as if he knew something more. Still, since Lin Tian was so confident, Charles simply nodded in understanding and didn't press further. "If you have this much faith, Mr. Lin, then I'm relieved. Still, if Lin Mei ever needs help, please don't hesitate to let me know," Charles said sincerely. "Of course, Professor Charles," Lin Tian replied with a warm smile. At that moment, Pepper walked up to Lin Tian, her face etched with concern. "Mr. Lin, will little Lin Mei really be all right?" Turning to her, Lin Tian offered a gentle smile. "Don't worry, Pepper. Lin Mei is blessed. Fortune always favors the kind-hearted. He'll be just fine." Pepper felt a little more at ease after hearing Lin Tian's reassurance. She nodded and fell silent. Just then, Melissa regained consciousness. The moment she awoke, she anxiously asked, "Honey, where's Lin Mei? Is he all right?" Lin Tian hurried to support her, softly comforting her. "Melissa, don't worry. He'll be okay. His safety has already been confirmed. With any luck, our son will be back before long." Melissa also felt somewhat reassured by Lin Tian's words. She tightly grasped his hand. Lin Tian gently patted the back of Melissa's hand, meeting her eyes with a reassuring look. At that moment, Carlson walked over, scratching his head awkwardly. Mr. Lin, Mrs. Melissa, everyone, could someone please explain what exactly happened here?" Shield Agent. Lin Tian seemed to have figured out Carlson's identity, but paid him no mind, and simply led Melissa away. Carlson stood there, so embarrassed he wished he could sink into the floor. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted at the Stark Energy Factory. The sight left Pepper shaken, her heart filling with worry for Tony Stark's safety. Night had fallen, when suddenly a rift in the sky slowly began to open. From that tear, the small figure of Lin Mei tumbled down from above. He fell, landing right in front of a colossal, ancient castle. This was an age-old school of magic, standing tall amidst the Scottish wilderness, a wondrous world where mystery, fantasy, and scholarship intertwined. When night falls and the stars scatter across the sky, Hogwarts becomes all the more solemn and enchanting, like a slumbering giant standing guard over an endless trove of magical secrets. Beyond the perpetual mist shrouding the forbidden forest, a majestic castle emerges in silence. This is where the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry resides. Built from massive stone blocks, the castle bears the weathered marks of time, lending an air of both deep history and unyielding dignity. Its towers rise high into the clouds, their spires etching sharp silhouettes against the night, as if beckoning to another world beyond. Upon entering the castle, your eyes are first drawn to the spacious and radiant Great Hall. Inside, 4 long tables stand ready, each representing one of the legendary houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Yet, for now, these 4 tables await the arrival of the students. Above, countless enchanted candles float in midair, casting a gentle, warm glow that bathes the hall in a dreamlike light. Here, the soon-to-arrive students will enjoy a grand feast, lovingly prepared by the castle's tireless house elves. Leaving the Great Hall and venturing deeper into the heart of the castle brings you to the vast and storied library. In the library, Towering shelves are packed with every kind of magical tome imaginable, from ancient scrolls to the latest in magical theory, a treasure trove for curious minds. Students often sit quietly, leafing through books in search of arcane secrets. From time to time, the soft rustle of pages and hushed whispers mingle in the air, weaving a beautiful academic symphony. Step outside the castle, and a wide expanse of lawn unfolds before you, the Hogwarts grounds. At the heart of the grounds lies the Black Lake, its waters still as a mirror, perfectly reflecting the castle's silhouette and drifting clouds. Unclear nights, students often stroll along the lakeshore, feeling the cool breeze on their faces as they admire the moonlight and starlight shimmering on the water. When dusk settles, the astronomy tower becomes the prime spot for stargazing. Atop the tower, a massive telescope is trained on the vast universe, where students gather to learn the mysteries of astronomy and probe the secrets of the stars. Bathed in starlight, Hogwarts seems even more mysterious and alluring, drawing all who see it into its magical embrace. Hogwarts, a realm of wonder and enchantment, radiates a unique charm from every corner. Yet, this enchanting scene is about to be disrupted by the sudden appearance of Lin May, plummeting from above. At that very moment, Dumbledore is in his office, preparing for the start of term. "What chaotic magic!" he exclaims. Without hesitation, Dumbledore uses a teleportation-like ability to reach the outside. A note: normally, apparition is not permitted within Hogwarts. Of course, Dumbledore is not the only one startled by these events. The other teachers of Hogwarts were all drawn to the magic radiating from Lin May. There was simply no helping it. Lin May's chaotic magical energy, darting wildly about him, appeared to these professors like the brightest star in the night sky. It was nearly impossible for them not to notice. "Professor, that looks like a child," exclaimed Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor House, as she stared in astonishment at Lin May, who was now tumbling through the air, propelled by surges of uncontrolled magic. "Everybody freeze," barked Professor Snape, drawing his wand and casting a spell toward Lin May. But unfortunately, Lin May was not moving by his own will. The various magical energies within him continued to drag him erratically through the air. Some of that magic even spilled out from inside him. It didn't work. There's something wrong with the boy's condition, Snape said, frowning. "Is it an obscurial?" Someone wondered aloud. From a distance, the way Lin May's magic was spiraling out of control did indeed resemble the condition of an obscurial. This sent Dumbledore drifting into a silent reverie, lost in memories. Poor Lin May was still unconscious. This time, he had to recover 3 different kinds of magical energy at once, and it would take time. Seeing that Dumbledore made no immediate move, Professor McGonagall stepped forward herself. Immobulus. This time, the spell finally took effect. Lin May's body and the magic swirling inside him were both frozen in place. "I'll get my broom," called Madame Hooch, rushing toward the castle, intending to fly up and retrieve Lin May from midair. "No need, Madame Hooch," Dumbledore said, raising a hand to stop her. He drew the Elder Wand and, with a gentle wave, guided Lin May safely down from above. "Oh, the poor child," Professor McGonagall murmured, her kind heart aching as she discreetly wiped away a tear at the sight of Lin May's battered form. Madame Pomfrey, the Hogwarts matron, hurried forward to examine Lin May's injuries. "Don't approach him just yet. The magic around him is dangerous," Dumbledore cautioned once more. "But if we don't treat him soon, I'm afraid his life could be at risk," Madame Pomfrey replied anxiously, her gaze fixed on Lin May. Dumbledore observed Lin May closely, as if he had just discovered something. "Let him stay with me for now. His magic is chaotic, but his body seems to be gradually adapting. Look at that healing ability," Dumbledore exclaimed, noticing how a gentle warmth of magic was already mending some of Lin May's smaller wounds. "Incredible. I've never seen magic used in such an extraordinary way," Professor McGonagall remarked, equally astonished by Lin May's peculiar traits. "With the start of term upon us, and this mysterious child appearing out of nowhere, could there be something sinister afoot? If I remember rightly, young Harry is supposed to start school this year too, isn't he?" Snape looked at Lin May, as if he was trying to detect some hidden scheme behind her presence. Whenever anything could be linked to Harry Potter, this Slytherin head of house always seemed a touch too sensitive. With a gentle chuckle, Dumbledore said, "Whether there's a plot or not, time will reveal the truth. But a child, regardless of their background, should not be subjected to suspicion without reason. Snape, our duty at Hogwarts is to teach and to protect, not to make unfounded assumptions." Dumbledore spoke with a warmth and firmness that filled his eyes with both wisdom and compassion. "Of course, Headmaster. I was only concerned," Professor Snape replied, his tone betraying a subtle trace of worry. Nevertheless, he gave a respectful nod, yielding to Dumbledore's decision. "I understand your concerns, Severus, but please trust that every life has its meaning, and this child is no exception. Perhaps his arrival marks the beginning of a new chapter for Hogwarts," Dumbledore said, giving Snape a reassuring pat on the shoulder. At that moment, Lin May lay on the soft sofa in Dumbledore's office, surrounded by the caring gazes of several professors. Though Madame Pomfrey had been asked to keep her distance for the time being, her watchful eyes, full of concern, never left Lin May. "Headmaster, the magical fluctuations around this child seem to be gradually stabilizing," observed Professor McGonagall, noting that the magic surrounding Lin May was no longer wild and chaotic, but beginning to settle into a subtle balance. "Yes, and his ability to recover is astonishing. It seems he holds a hidden potential within," Dumbledore replied, a smile lighting his face. His eyes sparkled with curiosity and anticipation for the unknown. As one of the most accomplished magical scholars in the wizarding world, Dumbledore found himself deeply intrigued by the changes occurring in Lin May. In fact, considering the manner in which Lin May had appeared, Dumbledore was beginning to suspect that she did not belong to this world at all. If only Lin May were awake and aware of his thoughts, she would surely call him a crafty old fox. This line of thinking led Dumbledore to a bold idea. He wanted to treat Lin May as a safeguard, a force that could one day stand against that mysterious Dark Lord. Of course, all of this would have to wait until Lin May regained consciousness. Well then, the hour is late, and you should all return to your dormitories. Only with proper rest can you face the mischief our incoming students are bound to bring," Dumbledore said, effectively signaling everyone to leave. The professors from each house understood it was time to go, and so they rose one by one to bid Dumbledore good night. When only Professor McGonagall remained in the headmaster's office, she turned to Dumbledore and said, "It's clear to me, you intend to welcome this child into Hogwarts." "Indeed, Professor McGonagall, that is exactly what I have in mind," Dumbledore replied gently, his gaze revealing a depth of contemplation. "The arrival of this child is not simply due to his unusual magical abilities, but also because of the extraordinary aura about him. I am convinced that he will become an indispensable part of Hogwarts, and even the entire wizarding world, in times to come. But as you know, such a decision cannot be made lightly. His identity, his background, even the reason he has appeared in our world, all of these remain shrouded in mystery." Professor McGonagall reminded him, her voice tinged with both concern and anticipation. "It is precisely these unknowns that strengthen my resolve." Dumbledore stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the stars glittering in the night sky. "Here at Hogwarts, we teach our students knowledge, but more importantly, we guide them to understand the value of courage, friendship, and sacrifice. I believe that this child will find his own path here, and in return, he will bring new light to Hogwarts." Professor McGonagall nodded softly, a glimmer of approval in her eyes. "Then we shall wait and see. But before that, we must ensure his safety and help him smoothly integrate into life here. When the time comes, I will make arrangements to help the boy find his place among us." Dumbledore turned, his voice resolute. "At the same time, I will send someone to investigate his origins, though I suspect it will be a difficult task, perhaps even fruitless. Would you like my help?" Professor McGonagall volunteered. "Your support has always been my greatest strength, Professor McGonagall," Dumbledore replied with a warm smile. "However, for now, I will handle this matter personally. You should focus on preparing for the new students." McGonagall nodded, casting one last glance at Lin May before taking her leave. A series of sharp, cracking sounds echoed through the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. Lin May, still groggy, dragged himself up from the sofa. "Ow, I really overdid it this time. I didn't expect the side effect to be this bad." He couldn't help but twist his neck, trying to relieve the stiffness. Sleeping on the sofa for so long had left his neck sore and stiff. Lin May gave his stiff neck a few more twists. For some reason, it felt as though his body hadn't moved at all through the entire night. A crisp cry from a parrot rang out, reminding Lin May that he wasn't alone in the room. His pupils shrank as he realized that, within his body, Ellerin had snapped her eyes wide open, fully alert, dragging Lin May's awareness toward a certain corner of the room. Lin May turned to look behind him, only to see a phoenix with 3 blazing red tail feathers curiously observing him. "I really want to eat a bird egg. A phoenix egg like this would definitely help me grow faster." Eileen wiped her mouth while inhabiting Lin May's body. Another shout echoed through the room. Perhaps the phoenix had heard Eileen's voice. The magnificent bird aimed at Lin May and spat out a thin stream of fire. Lin Fan rolled his eyes. He'd barely just woken up. He hadn't even had time to take in a room before being attacked. But Lin Mei, facing the flames of Phoenix Fox, didn't hesitate. She caught the fire in her hand and brought it directly to her mouth. Of course, Phoenix Fox hadn't meant to harm her. The flames were only meant to startle her a little. Within that fire was a surge of restorative magic, which helped Lin Mei bring order to the chaos raging within her body. And once Lin Mei had swallowed all the fire, she felt her inner magic erupt, surging with newfound strength. A warm current swept through every bone and limb in her body. Lin Mei's eyes suddenly shone bright, as if starlight flickered within them. For the first time, she could clearly sense the wild and chaotic magic inside her now flowing. With perfect harmony, each strand of energy was like a carefully sculpted work of art, distinct, yet interwoven, coming together to form a vast and intricate network of magic. What is this? Lin Mei murmured in disbelief, awed by the sudden calm and power that filled her. She tried to call forth the energy. With a gentle wave of her finger, ripples spread through the air, traces of magic far purer and more stable than before. Lin, it seems our misfortune has turned into a blessing this time. Lin Mei spoke inwardly, communicating with Eileen within her body. Little one, looks like you accidentally angered Fox just now. From a side room in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore stepped out. He regarded Lin Mei with growing curiosity. He had seen, quite clearly, how Lin Mei had caught Fox flames in her hand and consumed them moments ago. Lin Mei gazed at the elderly man before her, aged, yet brimming with vitality. The stranger's long silver hair and beard shimmered down to his chin, and behind his half-moon spectacles, a pair of wise, deep blue eyes sparkled with intelligence. May I ask who you are? May I ask who you are? Lin Mei asked, slightly puzzled, letting her gaze rest on the old man and searching her memory for any trace of him, but found nothing. This visitor was utterly unfamiliar, and even if she'd been slow to notice, it was clear she was no longer in her own world. The magic in the air, the very environment, simply could not compare to what she knew of the Marvel Universe. I am Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts. The old man smiled warmly as he introduced himself, his gentle and kind expression seeming to melt away all doubts and anxieties in an instant. Hearing this, Lin Mei's eyes flashed with surprise. Dumbledore, Hogwarts, this is the world of Harry Potter. A flurry of thoughts rushed through Lin Mei's mind. He realized he must have accidentally triggered his mysterious mutant ability. It was precisely because of this power that he had found himself transported into this wondrous world of magic. Quickly regaining his composure, Lin Mei steadied himself. Knowing Dumbledore's name, and even more, knowing the renown and wisdom this figure held in the magical world of Harry Potter, left Lin Mei feeling a little nervous to see him standing right before his eyes. Headmaster, hello. My name is Lin Mei, he responded politely. Dumbledore observed Lin Mei's every move with a thoughtful gaze. He couldn't read the whirlwind of thoughts in Lin Mei's mind, but from the boy's bearing and demeanor, he could glean much about his character. Mixed blood, features leaning toward Chinese heritage, appearing to be about 10 years old, poised and courteous, clearly of good upbringing. What impressed Dumbledore most, though, was the calm and adaptability Lin Mei displayed in the face of such sudden and bewildering circumstances. He was well aware of how vital it was to remain composed and rational in an unfamiliar world filled with the unknown. Lin Mei, welcome to Hogwarts, Dumbledore said gently, his voice radiating warmth and affection. Now that Lin Mei knew he was speaking to Dumbledore, he felt reassured that this wise old man meant him no harm. Still, he feigned confusion and asked, Hogwarts? What kind of place is that? Of course, a seasoned figure like Dumbledore could already tell that this young boy knew exactly where he was. Yet Dumbledore answered patiently. Hogwarts is a school, Lin Mei, a place established especially for young witches and wizards with magical talent. It lies hidden in a mysterious Scottish valley, far from the bustle of the Muggle world. Here, it serves as a sanctuary for exploring the secrets of magic and studying ancient spells and arcane knowledge. As he spoke, Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with love and pride for the magical world, as if inviting Lin Mei to step with him into this marvelous journey. And you, Lin Mei, are a young wizard of extraordinary power. Your arrival is not only an honor for Hogwarts, but a sign of great things yet to come. A sign? Lin Mei's eyes lit up as he turned to Dumbledore. Headmaster, do you mean I can study at this school? Right now, what Lin Mei needed most was knowledge about magic. Even though in the world of fairy tale, Ella had packaged a certain amount of human magical knowledge and planted it directly into Lin Mei's mind. The actual magical knowledge contained within was far less than one might imagine. Ella was a dragon, and not just any dragon, but one of the dragon kings among her kind. From birth, she was already adept at all sorts of draconic innate magic. As for those human magics, she herself couldn't use them, so the magical knowledge she had about humans was, in truth, quite limited. The fact that Elikara Lily even knew about human meditation techniques was already a stroke of luck for Lin Mei. Dumbledore smiled, his eyes brimming with encouragement and anticipation. Yes, Lin Mei, you will begin your journey of magical learning here. Hogwarts boasts a long history and a wealth of magical resources. Here, you'll meet like-minded companions, study all sorts of fascinating magical courses, and discover, as well as develop your own magical potential. Lin Mei war stunned. Such a miraculous turn of events. She had never heard nor seen anything like it. She had never imagined things would develop in this way. Originally, Lin Mei had planned to try and express her desire to study at Hogwarts through conversation. She'd even thought through what kind of price she'd be willing to pay for such a chance. But she hadn't even gotten to make her move, when Dumbledore had already invited her to enroll at Hogwarts. Was this not, in some sense, a blessing in disguise? Very quickly, Lin Mei forced herself to suppress her excitement. Her instincts told her that this matter was anything but simple. This leading figure in the magical world surely had some plans of his own. Having been steeped in the ways of capital by Melissa since childhood, Lin Mei knew that no matter which world she found herself in, there was no such thing as a free lunch falling from the sky. Moreover, this great headmaster hadn't even investigated her identity or home address, yet was inviting her to join Hogwarts. No matter how you looked at it, something fell off. Noticing Lin Mei deep in thought, Dumbledore seemed to know exactly what was on her mind. He spoke up. Are you wondering why I would invite you to Hogwarts without even knowing your background? Lin Mei gazed into those wise, insightful eyes and nodded. Dumbledore saw no need for secrets. He said, actually, once you appeared at Hogwarts, I asked the Minister for Magic to look into your background. You see, with the amount of magic in you, the moment you, whether intentionally or not, used any magic the Ministry of Magic would have noticed, at that point, all your information would be recorded, waiting for the major wizarding schools to consider you for admission. But what's truly extraordinary is that there isn't a single record of you in the Ministry of Magic. It's as if you've never used magic at all. Given how steadily magic flows within you, that's simply impossible. And when I consider your sudden appearance, along with that spatial rift outside, which is rapidly healing. So you've already guessed, I don't belong to this world, Lin Mei interjected, picking up on the other's words. With that statement, Lin Mei was, in a way, tacitly admitting his true identity. There was no way around it. His counterpart had already discerned the truth from the subtlest of details. Lin Mei simply couldn't think of a plausible excuse to hide behind anymore. After all, when faced with someone considered one of the wisest minds in this world, trying to cover one lie with another would be nothing short of foolish. For someone like Lin Mei, who was as rootless as a wandering duckweed in this unfamiliar world, a web of lies would only make things worse. Sometimes, honesty is the only sensible path. So Lin Mei decided to gamble. He would trust that Dumbledore wouldn't shun him or see him as a threat just because of his origins. After all, in Dumbledore's words and bearing, Lin Mei could sense a remarkable tolerance and wisdom that went far beyond the ordinary. Dumbledore gave a small, approving smile, one that conveyed both appreciation for Lin Mei's candor and a spark of curiosity about the unknown. Your keen insight and honesty only strengthen my belief that Hogwarts will be the perfect place for you to grow. Yes, I did suspect you weren't from this world, but that isn't what truly matters. What matters is that you possess magic, pure and powerful, and that is what Hogwarts cherishes above all. He paused, then continued. Every era welcomes its own agents of change. Perhaps you are the one destined to lead the wizarding world into a new chapter. Your arrival may well be fate's way of giving us a chance to witness and nurture a magician unlike any before. Hearing this, Lin Mei was swept up by a tide of complex emotions. He was grateful for Dumbledore's trust and acceptance, but he also caught the subtle intention in the headmaster's words, a hope that he might one day stand among those who would face the returning Voldemort. Drawing a deep breath, Lin Mei looked up with resolve and said, "Thank you, Headmaster Dumbledore. I'm ready to accept this challenge and work hard, not just for myself." Dumbledore nodded with satisfaction, reaching out to give Lin Mei's shoulder an encouraging pat, as if passing on strength and confidence. "Excellent, Lin Mei. From this day forward, you are a part of Hogwarts. I'll help you prepare for your first term, buying your school supplies, attending the sorting ceremony, and more. You'll meet many new friends and face some challenges too, but always remember, Hogwarts will always be your home." As Dumbledore's words faded, Lin Mei felt as if he could already foresee the new life that awaited him at Hogwarts. His heart brimmed with anticipation and excitement, and he quietly resolved to leave his own mark in this world filled with magic. Before long, Dumbledore led Lin Mei to freshen up. In this magical world, even the simplest tasks like washing up were astonishingly convenient. With a wave of Dumbledore's wand, Lin Mei's clothes were instantly transformed, looking brand new. No one would ever guess how tattered they had once been. Once all this was done, Dumbledore wasted no time and ushered Lin Mei out of the headmaster's office. After weaving through a maze of winding corridors, the Hogwarts headmaster brought him into his staff room. This was the office of the head of house, and the one occupying it was none other than Professor McGonagall, head of Gryffindor. Lin Mei observed the elderly woman before him with curiosity. She wore glasses, and her eyes sparkled with intelligence and vivacity. Dumbledore introduced, "Child, this is Professor McGonagall. Today, she'll accompany you to purchase the supplies you'll need at Hogwarts." Lin Mei blinked his eyes at her and replied politely, "Hello, Professor McGonagall. My name is Lin Mei. Thank you for taking care of me." "No trouble at all, my polite young man. I'll make sure to take you to Diagon Alley myself," Professor McGonagall answered with a warm smile. Without hesitation, Dumbledore entrusted Lin Mei to Professor McGonagall's care. He then hurried off toward the Ministry of Magic. After all, Lin Mei's mysterious appearance was a pressing matter that needed to be addressed. He had to ensure everything was handled with due diligence. Once Dumbledore had left, Professor McGonagall rose from her seat. Though Dumbledore hadn't said much, the head of house had already guessed that Lin Mei would soon become a student at Hogwarts. She said to him, "I look forward to your joining us, Mr. Lin Mei. I do hope the sorting hat will place you in Gryffindor." Lin Mei smiled and nodded. "I hope the sorting hat will put me in Gryffindor as well." Seeing Lin Mei's wish to join Gryffindor, the head of house grew even more enthusiastic. Very quickly, the two became acquainted. Before long, the venerable head of Gryffindor led Lin Mei to the fireplace in her office and promptly used her authority to temporarily connect to the Floo network. At Hogwarts, not only was apparition forbidden, but even the Floo network was strictly regulated. Essentially, aside from several special locations, it was impossible for students to use the Floo network to leave Hogwarts. McGonagall produced a bag of Floo powder from somewhere and walked over to Lin Mei, patiently instructing him on how to use it. Even without McGonagall's explanation, Lin Mei already knew how the Floo network worked. The most important rule when using the Floo network was to never let nerves get the better of you and accidentally say the wrong destination. A single mistaken word could send a traveler to an unknown place. If that place happened to be harmless, one could count themselves lucky. But if, by bad fortune, you ended up in the lair of a Death Eater, well, in that case, it would be the Death Eater's unlucky day. After all, Lin Mei was hardly the kind of young wizard to be easily intimidated. Just before he stepped into the fireplace, Professor McGonagall addressed Lin Mei with a grave tone. "Lin, remember, when you use the Floo network, you must never get nervous, and above all, don't mispronounce your destination. Do you understand?" While mistakes were rare, it wasn't as if they never happened. That was precisely why Professor McGonagall was being so serious with Lin Mei. Lin Mei nodded. In truth, he didn't feel any anxiety at all. Most people became nervous because of the sudden burst of green flames when using Floo powder. But Lin Mei was different. Flames were nothing to him. He possessed fire resistance and wielded fire-based dragon slayer magic. He could even devour fire if he wished. Once he was ready, Lin Mei threw the Floo powder at his feet and called out loudly, "Diagon Alley." In an instant, his vision blurred. When his sight cleared again, he looked out from the fireplace and saw that the world outside had changed completely. "So this is Diagon Alley," he thought to himself. He stepped out onto the street, which was bustling more than ever in anticipation of a new school year. Lin Mei drew in a sharp breath, suddenly realizing that, swept along by Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, he had completely forgotten. He didn't have a single coin to his name. What should he do now? With empty pockets, how could he get any money? For a moment, Lin Mei was at a loss. Back in the Marvel world, he always carried a Maris supplementary black card. He had never lacked for money, and his life had always been arranged down to the last detail. There were hardly any occasions where he actually needed to spend. Just as Lin Mei was about to make up his mind, ready to swallow his pride and ask Professor McGonagall for a loan, the entity sealed within him, Eileen, finally broke her silence. "Focus on the spatial properties inside your body. I have something for you." Hearing this voice, Lin Mei was momentarily startled. But as soon as he understood, he chuckled in his mind and replied cheerfully, "Lin, you're finally willing to talk to me." A haughty voice rang in his ears. Sharing a special bond with her, Lin Mei knew she was still angry with him for overusing his magic during the Ironmonger incident. So, trying to smooth things over, he said ingratiatingly, "Come on, Lin, I know I was wrong. It was an emergency back then, and I had to give it my all to protect everyone. See? I'm perfectly fine now. Besides, with you by my side, I feel stronger than ever. There was a hint of sincerity and playful pleading in Lin Mei's voice as he tried to meld away Ilei's dissatisfaction. Don't think a few sweet words will get you off the hook. Do you have any idea how much harm it does to your body to overuse your magic? What if something happened to you? Although Ilei's voice still carried a touch of haughtiness, her genuine concern was impossible to hide. Feeling her care, a warm current surged through Lin Mei's heart. He replied even more gently, I know, I really do. I'll be more careful from now on. I won't let you worry anymore, and I'll work hard to train so I can control my magic more precisely. That way, I can protect everyone, and myself too. That's more like it. Ilei's tone finally softened a little as she went on. All right, back to business. Now, focus on the spatial attribute inside your body. I have something to give you. At her words, Lin Mei immediately closed his eyes, calming his mind and turning his attention inward. As his awareness delved deeper, he sensed that something new seemed to have appeared inside him. He didn't know where these things were, nor did he know what they actually were. But he could somehow take them out. Lin Mei reached out and grasped at the air. Suddenly, something smooth yet sharply faceted materialized in his palm. He looked down and saw, sitting squarely in the center of his hand, a dazzling, vibrant red gemstone. What a beautiful gem! Having been raised in a family steeped in business, Lin Mei could instantly tell that this ruby was worth far more than any he'd ever seen before. If the rest of the things he sensed just now were all gems of this quality. Whoa, Lin, you're secretly loaded. Lin Mei blurted out this incredulous conclusion. No, I'm not. I'm not rich. Lin denied the accusation of hidden wealth without hesitation. She definitely wasn't going to admit that her mother had given her a portion of the Dragon Clan's amassed treasures. You're not just rich, you're a stingy little rich girl, Lin Mei said with a look of disbelief. After all, with dragons like Lin, greed is in their nature. Lin Mei didn't need to think to know that the one sharing his body surely had even more treasures stashed away. Lin Mei, I'm going to get mad. Ilei's voice now carried a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Realizing that if he teased her any further, she might refuse to speak to him altogether, Lin Mei wisely dropped the subject. Lin Mei, is something wrong? You've been zoning out for a while now. Professor McGonagall had just stepped out from the Flu Network when she saw Lin Mei standing motionless in place. She approached and asked her gently. Lin Mei didn't continue her conversation with Ellen, but instead turned to Professor McGonagall and said, Professor, what do I need to get? Oh, look at me. I completely forgot to give you the shopping list you'll need. With that, McGonagall took a piece of paper from her robes and handed it to Lin Mei. Lin Mei accepted it and immediately glanced over the items listed. First-year students will need 1. 3 plain work robes, black. 2. 1 plain pointed hat for daytime, wear black. 3. 1 pair of protective gloves, made of dragon hide or similar material. 4. 1 winter cloak, black, with silver fastenings. Please note, all clothing must be labeled with the student's name. All students should bring the following books. Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1 by Miranda Gosshawk. A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. Theory of Magic by Adalbert Waffling. A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch. 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Philodespore. Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenius Jigger. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander. The Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection by Quentin Trimble. 1 cauldron, pewter, standard size 2. 1 set of glass or crystal files. 1 brass scales. Students may bring an owl or a cat or a toad. A special note for parents. First-year students are not allowed their own broomsticks. Looking at the sheer number of items, Lin Mei couldn't help but gasp inwardly in amazement. But as he scanned the list of books, he asked, Professor, besides the books on this list, am I allowed to buy other books as well? Oh, Lin, as long as they're not banned or restricted, I don't mind if you buy more. Still, I hope you'll focus on what the professors teach you, so you won't fall behind in your studies later. For a student eager to learn, McGonagall naturally hoped Lin Mei would absorb as much knowledge as possible. So, she had no objections to Lin Mei's curiosity. Perhaps, she thought to herself, this child might be better suited for Ravenclaw. Seeing the look of delight on his face, McGonagall couldn't help but have this thought cross her mind. Lin Mei's eyes lit up at once. To walk further down the path of magic, knowledge was the true key. Lin Mei knew he needed to enrich himself with as much knowledge as he could gather. All right then, let's be off, young man. While it's still early, we should hurry and get everything on the list. With understanding and care, McGonagall produced a small purse. It was clear she was fully prepared to foot the bill for Lin Mei. Lin Mei paused for a moment, a little surprised, but in his heart, he felt a deep gratitude for her thoughtfulness. He said, Professor McGonagall, I have this. Could you tell me where I need to go to exchange it for currency that can be used here? Professor McGonagall was quite surprised that Lin Mei could produce such a high-quality gemstone, but she didn't press him with questions. This was her way of respecting Lin Mei's privacy. She replied, Put the gemstone away for now, Mr. Lin Mei. There are quite a few unsavory wizards in Diagon Alley. At her words, Lin Mei immediately slipped the gemstone back into his pocket. Even in that brief moment, he could keenly sense several gazes fixed on his hand. Where there are people, there will be shadows. Perhaps the warm atmosphere described in the original story had misled him. Lin Mei realized that he had been a bit reckless. But so what? Professor McGonagall said to Lin Mei, In that case, let's head to Gringotts Wizarding Bank on the north side of Diagon Alley. With that, she promptly led Lin Mei forward. Many people recognized the figure beside Lin Mei as Professor McGonagall from Hogwarts. Even if some of them harbored greedy thoughts, none dared to act rashly. Soon enough, Professor McGonagall and Lin Mei arrived in front of a tall, snow-white marble building, which stood out strikingly among the shops of Diagon Alley. The entrance bustled with people coming and going, a lively scene unfolding inside. Beside the main doors stood a goblin in a scarlet and gold-trimmed uniform. After passing through the first doorway, Lin Mei found himself in an inner hall, a waiting area. Given how prosperous Gringotts Wizarding Bank was, especially with the start of the Hogwarts term approaching, there were plenty of wizards here to conduct business. Beyond was a second set of silver doors, upon which the following words were engraved. Enter, stranger, but take heed. Greed's consequences are dire. Those who take without earning shall face the harshest punishment. So, if you seek to claim from our vaults what was never yours, thief, consider yourself warned. Not treasure, but misfortune awaits. What an interesting warning. Lin Mei commented silently as he read the inscription. On either side of this door stood two more goblins. Professor McGonagall led Lin Mei farther inside, into a lofty marble hall. Over 100 goblins sat perched on high stools behind a long row of counters, some weighing coins in brass scales, others inspecting gemstones. With monocles, and some scribbling hasty entries in enormous ledgers. Countless doors lined the hall, each leading to different vaults. Professor McGonagall quickly stepped up to one of the goblins. The goblin looked up at her and said, Ms. McGonagall, are you here to conduct some business today? Professor McGonagall shook her head and gestured to Lin Mei beside her. Griphook, I brought this child to exchange some magical currency. Griphook turned his gaze to Lin Mei, looking him up and down with a scrutinizing eye. Young wizard, what service do you require today? The little goblin's stare made Lin Mei frown slightly. There was a trace of disdain and arrogance in those sharp eyes. Nevertheless, Lin Mei took out several gemstones. Yes, just several. There were still many things Lin Mei wanted to purchase, so he needed a substantial amount of magical currency. Oh, good heavens, the color, the quantity! Griphook exclaimed in astonishment. In an instant, he had already assessed the value of every gemstone Lin Mei presented. This was a windfall, a true boost to his performance. Griphook's attitude changed at once. When faced with a client as generous as Lin Mei, he couldn't be more welcoming. Professor McGonagall hadn't expected Lin Mei to produce so many precious gems, either. It was certainly outside her expectations. Sir, may I ask what service you would like to conduct today? Griphook was already plotting how to keep this lucrative client in his grasp. Such a snob, Lin Mei thought. Griphook had made his priorities clear. At first, it was all, young wizard, but now he went straight to Sir. Truly opportunistic. Please exchange these gemstones for magical currency. Also, I'd like to open a vault and deposit a third of the funds there, Lin Mei replied. A third, Griphook said, sounding a bit disappointed. Still, even a third was a good sum. Hoping Lin Mei would return to do more business in the future, Griphook processed the transaction efficiently. When he finished, Griphook handed Lin Mei a small burlap pouch. The pouch felt light, but its enchanted space was anything but small. Inside, magical coins were piled high, more than enough to cover Lin Mei's expenses for quite some time. Seeing Lin Mei's satisfied expression, Griphook asked, Sir, would you like the vault registered under your own name or under a Gringotts code? Lin Mei thought for a moment. Use my name. That'll be more convenient. No problem at all. Griphook immediately produced a document and handed it over. If everything is in order, please sign this magical contract. Lin Mei took the contract, read it over carefully, and, finding nothing amiss, signed his full name. As he signed, Lin Mei could feel a faint trickle of his own magic flowing into the contract. The moment the contract was complete, he sensed a subtle connection forming. almost as if a thread now linked him to the vault. No wonder it's called a magical contract. There must be secrets here that I don't yet understand, Lin Mei thought to herself. Once everything was settled, Professor McGonagall led Lin Mei back outside. Lin Mei, I get the sense that even without my help, you would handle everything just fine. Your independence is truly impressive, and that makes me very pleased, Professor. McGonagall said, her voice carrying a note of genuine admiration. At that moment, her sharp eyes softened, reflecting her heartfelt satisfaction with Lin Mei's self-reliance. Thank you for your kind words, Professor McGonagall, Lin Mei replied with a warm smile. Just as Lin Mei was about to say more, her attention was caught by a giant figure striding toward them, a man well over 3 meters tall. The newcomer had a scruffy beard and wore an enormous coat stitched from mole fur, bristling with pockets stuffed to the brim with all sorts of odds and ends. Beside him walked a child, about the same age as Lin Mei. Through the curtain of the boy's fringe, Lin Mei caught a glimpse of a lightning-shaped scar, faint but unmistakable. So it's true, I'll be attending Hogwarts in the same year as Harry Potter. In fact, the moment Lin Mei realized which world she was in, she had immediately worked out her place in the timeline. 1991. Yes, this was the year when the wheels of fate began to turn for the protagonist of this world. Professor McGonagall had also noticed Hagrid and the small figure at his side. With delight in her voice, she called out, Hagrid, you've brought Potter to Diagon Alley. Yes, Professor McGonagall, boomed Hagrid, his voice gruff yet full of warmth. His face was lit up with a broad smile, his eyes shining with boundless affection and hope as he looked down at the child beside him. I'm here to help Harry get everything he needs for school. I reckon he can't wait to start his adventure at Hogwarts. Hagrid glanced down at the slight, determined-looking boy, Harry Potter. Harry looked up at Professor McGonagall, curiosity and awe mingling in his eyes. This was his first real encounter with a Hogwarts professor, and he couldn't help feeling a flutter of excitement. Harry, this is Lin Mei, Professor McGonagall introduced, her face warm and kind. He'll be in your year at Hogwarts. Harry studied Lin Mei with interest, and Lin Mei answered his look with a friendly smile. Hello, Harry, Lin Mei said, reaching out a hand, his voice gentle and sincere. Harry hesitated for a moment, then took Lin Mei's hand in his own. He was so slight, Lin Mei thought, that he seemed even smaller than herself. This was the very first thought that came to Lin Mei's mind the moment he touched the other's palm. He knew all too well that life hadn't been easy for the boy at his Muggle aunt's house, despite the blood ties. Hello, Lin Mei. His voice carried a hint of shyness, but even more so, it was brimming with hope for what lay ahead. You must have a lot to take care of, so we won't keep you any longer. Professor McGonagall smiled kindly, her eyes full of encouragement and expectation for the two children. Harry, remember to take good care of yourself. And you too, Hagrid. Don't worry, Professor. Hagrid grinned broadly, thumping his chest as if he were making a solemn promise. Well then, Lin Mei, we should be on our way, Professor McGonagall said to Lin Mei, turning to leave. Lin Mei nodded and followed Professor McGonagall to continue their exploration. But before he left, he couldn't help glancing back at Harry one last time. Maybe the days ahead won't be so boring after all. Lin Mei dove straight into a shopping spree, picking up not only the essentials for starting school. Books are by far what Lin Mei bought the most. He wanted to bring so many books with him, and with the financial means to match his ambition. Professor McGonagall took a detour with him to buy a trunk enchanted with the extension charm, capable of holding an endless number of items. On this day, no shop in Diagon Alley enjoyed higher sales than Flourish and Blotts. Most shopkeepers knew that today, Professor McGonagall of Hogwarts was escorting a very wealthy young wizard down the street, one who was more than willing to spend. Many hoped they might be lucky enough to have a customer like Lin Mei walk through their doors. Unfortunately for them, Lin Mei only bought things he truly needed. Snacks, pets, or the usual trinkets other young wizards adored. Lin Mei had no interest in any of them. At last, Lin Mei and Professor McGonagall arrived at their final stop, Ollivander's wand shop. The shop was small and shabby, its golden sign peeling and faded. The letters read, Ollivander's, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. In the display window, resting all alone on a faded purple cushion, was a single wand. The shop itself was cramped, with nothing to sit on except an old bench tucked into a corner. Thousands upon thousands of narrow boxes containing wands were stacked from floor to ceiling, all dusted with a thin veil of gray. For someone like Lin Mei, who had a bit of a cleanliness obsession, being in such a grimy, dusty place was a little uncomfortable. Still, it was within the limits of what he could tolerate. The two of them stepped swiftly inside. Ollivander, Ollivander, Professor McGonagall called out, summoning the wand maker by name. Very soon, Ollivander appeared before them, gliding along a movable ladder perched against a shelf in a shadowy corner. "Oh, Professor McGonagall, what an unexpected honor to have you visiting today," he greeted. Mr. Ollivander was a thin-faced old man with piercing eyes. His glasses perched precariously at the tip of his nose, always on the verge of slipping off, yet somehow never missing the slightest movement around him. His voice was a little hoarse, but it brimmed with a deep passion and pride for the craft of wand-making. "Mr. Ollivander," Professor McGonagall replied with a warm smile. "I've brought a new student to choose his wand. Lin May, this is Mr. Ollivander, the most renowned wand maker in the entire wizarding world." Lin May nodded politely, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. He knew well that a wizard's wand was of utmost importance, not only a tool for casting spells, but also an extension of the wizard's very soul. Still, he had no idea what kind of wand might choose him. "Ah, another young face." Mr. Ollivander narrowed his eyes, as if examining Lin May with a gaze that saw far beyond the surface. "Let me see. Eastern heritage, a rare combination. And the aura around you is quite unique. Come, child, let's find the wand that matches you best." Mr. Ollivander led Lin May and Professor McGonagall to a bench, gesturing for Lin May to sit. Then, he began searching through the towering stacks of wand boxes. Each time he picked up a wand, he would scrutinize Lin May with those eyes that seemed to pierce right through him, murmuring incantations softly as each wand hovered and twirled gently in the air, the two searching for a spark of resonance. "Birchwood, unicorn hair. No, this one is far too gentle for you. I can sense the restless magic within you," Mr. Ollivander muttered, shaking his head and returning the wand to its box. "Try this, purple heart, phoenix feather. Oh, but it seems to lack the necessary vitality." Lin May sat quietly, watching Mr. Ollivander's every move, his heart a mixture of curiosity and nerves. Each attempt felt like a silent conversation, and he was one of its principal speakers. At last, after trying dozens of wands, a sudden gleam lit up Mr. Ollivander's eyes. He carefully retrieved a wand from what looked like an ordinary wooden box, a wand that shimmered with a faint blue glow, as if harboring a formidable power within. Hollywood, with a core of scale from an ancient, powerful dragon. 14¼ inches, excellent resilience. Mr. Ollivander intoned softly. "I believe we've found it, Lin May. This wand has been here for a long time. There are very few who can truly master such a potent wand. I believe this is the wand that suits you best, and its aura resonates with yours in a remarkable way." Lin May took the wand, and at that instant, a surge of warmth and potent energy swept through his entire body. With a gentle flick, a brilliant streak of blue light sliced through the air, accompanied by a clear, ringing sound, an unmistakable sign that the wand and his soul were in perfect harmony. "Indeed, Mr. Ollivander, I can feel how special this wand is. It seems as if I'm the only one who could truly wield it," Lin May exclaimed with excitement. "This is my wand." Mr. Ollivander nodded with satisfaction, a look of genuine pride shining in his eyes. "Very well, Lin May. May your wand become your most loyal companion, guiding you fearlessly on your journey through the world of magic." With the wand chosen, Lin May's preparations for school were nearly complete. He stood in a spacious, sunlit room, the air tinged with the subtle scent of fresh ink from new books and the crisp aura left by household spells. With a wave of his wand, a seemingly ordinary broom sprang to life, gliding nimbly between the furniture, while the feathered duster danced lightly through the air, meticulously sweeping dust from every corner. Anyone witnessing the scene would have been utterly amazed. But to Lin May, it was nothing more than a small episode in his day-to-day magical life. "So this is magic, used in such a way," he thought to himself. "It may not be destructive magic, but its convenience is unmatched." Lin May mused quietly, his eyes never leaving the book in his hand, 100 Household Spells and Their Uses. He had discovered this book just yesterday, tucked away in a dusty corner of Flourish and Blots. Its cover showed the wear of time. Since then, he had devoured its contents with insatiable curiosity, reading late into the night and absorbing every bit of knowledge until today, when he finally committed it all to memory. Within its pages were spells both profound and simple, everyday tricks designed to make life easier. What fascinated Lin May the most were the household spells that promised to bring convenience to daily living. He marveled at the versatility of magic, from cleaning and cooking to regulating the temperature of a room. Everything could be accomplished with a clever spell. Though seemingly trivial, these spells greatly enriched Lin May's life, offering him a sense of ease and comfort he had never known before. Yet, amassing knowledge does not always lead to true understanding. While Lin May's extraordinary memory allowed him to recall every page of the first-year textbooks by heart, the deeper principles and complex magical constructs still left him bewildered. Perhaps, he thought, only the professors at school could unravel these mysteries for him. But that would have to wait until after the sorting ceremony. At this moment, all the professors at the school were busy making arrangements for the new student's arrival. A knock sounded at the door. Lin May frowned slightly, catching a sharp whiff of garlic at the tip of his nose. "Lin May, are you in there? Professor McGonagall asked me to escort you to the Great Hall for the sorting ceremony." Glancing out the window, Lin May noticed that the sun was already setting. The sky outside was awash in the last rays of daylight, teetering on the edge of darkness. "So late already?" Lin May murmured in surprise. In this temporarily assigned room, Lin May had been so absorbed in the sea of knowledge that he'd nearly lost track of time. He opened the door, only to see a professor he hadn't encountered in the past couple of days. But the turban wrapped around the man's head, coupled with that lingering scent of garlic, left little room for doubt. Lin May immediately guessed who he was dealing with. "Lin May, my name is Quirinus Quirrell. I'll be your defense against the dark arts professor from now on." Quirrell spoke in a timid, faltering manner, as if he were afraid of Lin May. Lin May knew this was only a facade. The real threat was hidden. Voldemort, concealed beneath Quirrell's turban, was not one to be trifled with. Of course, for most young wizards, Voldemort was indeed a terrifying foe. But that didn't mean Lin May had to be afraid. After all, Quirrell was merely a vessel for a tattered soul. If he truly pushed Lin May too far, Lin May could easily pin him to the ground with Dragon Slayer magic. Lin May didn't believe for a second that his Dragon Slayer magic was any weaker than the killing curse. As long as he got close enough, he was confident he could treat this so-called Dark Lord the way the Hulk treated Loki, without mercy. The thought brought a spark of excitement to Lin May's eyes, a heat born of dragon blood and magic stirring within him. Quirrell caught that look and shivered inwardly. "Master, this young wizard feels truly terrifying." Quirrell's mind was seized with dread, as if he were facing some kind of monstrous force. "Useless fool, scared by a mere child." Voldemort snarled in disgust. If he had any other choice, he would never have picked such a worthless host. But his prophesied adversary had already arrived at Hogwarts. Whether he liked it or not, he was forced to act through Quirrell, the new defense against the dark arts professor. Voldemort, peering through Quirrell's eyes, also noticed the glint in Lin May's gaze. "Strange, why does this wizard make me feel uneasy?" he muttered to himself. Lin May, for his part, was entirely unaware of the turmoil simmering between master and servant. He simply greeted Quirrell's introduction with a brief reply. Quirrell led the way, with Lin May following behind as they made their way to join the group of first-year students. "Why does this guy never look anywhere else? Always staring at the back of my head. Doesn't his neck get tired? Or have I been found out? Impossible. He's just a minor wizard. How could he possibly see through my disguise?" Voldemort, hiding in the back of Quirrell's head, kept his eyes fixed on Lin May. A violent urge to tear Lin May limb from limb surged within him. Lin May said nothing, yet continued to regard the back of Voldemort's head with a mocking, taunting gaze. He wanted to see if the Dark Lord dared make a move against him. Lin May was clearly not one to shy away from trouble. In fact, he was thinking that if he could get rid of this Voldemort, he'd finally have a peaceful place to study. Why not go for it? But for this plan to work, Voldemort would need to attack first using dark magic. Otherwise, Lin May risked expulsion from Hogwarts for assaulting a professor. Both harbored their own secret motives. Voldemort truly entertained murderous thoughts, and Lin May genuinely wanted to be rid of this menace. The meeting place wasn't far, and Quirrell quickly brought Lin May to Professor McGonagall. "Professor McGonagall, I've brought the student. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Without waiting for a response, Quirrell hurriedly made his escape, as though fleeing the scene. What on earth is wrong with Professor Quirrell today? Professor McGonagall had no choice but to turn and say, "Lin May, please get in line. I'll take you all inside in a moment." Lin May nodded and moved toward the back of the group. "Lin May, over here." Harry Potter, recognizing Lin May as a familiar face, called out warmly, beckoning him over. Lin May nodded in reply. Just then, an ill-timed voice broke in. "Huh, looks like he knows Potter. And by the looks of it, he's got Asian blood. Don't tell me he's another mudblood?" Lin May frowned at the remark. The words weren't loud, but they were pitched perfectly for everyone to hear. Professor McGonagall's face darkened instantly. "Mr. Draco Malfoy, mind your language." Her voice carried a hint of anger, making it clear she had a very poor impression of this so-called pure-blood wizard. Lin May looked over and saw a blonde boy standing between two pudgy sidekicks. Thinking back on the timeline, Lin May recalled that this boy had suffered some embarrassment on the train. So now he's taking it out on me? How utterly ridiculous. "Malfoy, Harry Potter was furious. Having grown up under the constant disapproval of his aunt's family, he could easily detect the malice behind Malfoy's words. And this time the target was him. There were plenty of young wizards present, many of whom weren't purebloods themselves. Malfoy's foolish outburst had sparked quite a bit of outrage among them. But Malfoy, accustomed to his own arrogance, simply didn't care. As the other young wizards murmured indignantly, Lin Mei spoke up. "That's right, my parents aren't wizards." Malfoy's lips curled into a triumphant sneer, his expression gloating as if to say, "See, I was right all along. But in the Dragon Kingdom, we've never had the concept of bloodline supremacy. Do you know why that is?" Just as Malfoy was basking in his own pride, Lin Mei suddenly posed this question. Malfoy was caught off guard by Lin Mei's words, so much so that he blurted out, "Why?" Lin Mei shot Malfoy a look of disdain and said, "In the Dragon Kingdom, if you pick someone at random on the street, it's quite possible their ancestors were emperors or marquises. If we really judged people based on lineage, our entire country would descend into chaos. What we value is the saying, a hero is not judged by his origins. Personal ability and character are far more important than bloodline. Malfoy, do you really think that flaunting a pure blood label automatically makes you superior? Here, everyone's worth is defined by their own efforts." Lin Mei's words rang out with conviction, and not only did Malfoy's face darken instantly, but the surrounding young wizards also looked at her with newfound respect. Many among them were of mixed or muggle heritage, having long suffered discrimination and exclusion from the purebloods. Lin Mei's speech had undoubtedly spoken up for them, venting their frustration. Easy for you to say. You Dragon Kingdom folks are just trying to cover up your shameful bloodlines," Malfoy retorted, though the lack of confidence in his voice was obvious. Lin Mei gave a scornful laugh and replied, "In the Dragon Kingdom, the only time we care about bloodlines is when we're talking about pedigree dogs." Malfoy's face turned crimson at Lin Mei's remark. The air seemed to freeze. Every young wizard held their breath, waiting to see how this unexpected confrontation would end. What do you mean by that?" Malfoy glared, voice shaking with anger, clearly stung by Lin Mei's analogy. Lin Mei smiled faintly, her expression blending sympathy for Malfoy's ignorance with a quiet pride in her own culture. "What I mean is, in the Dragon Kingdom, we care more about a person's inner qualities and abilities than about external things like bloodline, which no one could choose. Bloodline might matter for a pet dog. Maybe it affects how they look, their size, or a few traits." Even if Malfoy was slow to catch on, he couldn't miss the barb in Lin Mei's words. She was calling the purebloods little more than beasts. How dare you?" Suddenly, Malfoy whipped out his wand. He pointed it at Lin Mei, clearly ready to cast a curse. But in the blink of an eye, Lin Mei vanished before anyone could react. She reappeared right behind Malfoy, resting her chin lightly on his shoulder. At the same time, her hands clamped down forcefully on the shoulders of Malfoy's two cronies, Crabbe and Goyle. With surprising strength, she pulled all three of them in, holding them tightly together in one unbreakable grip. With a chilling, almost sinister tone, Lin Mei whispered into Malfoy's ear, "Honestly, with my personality, I'd probably fit right into Slytherin. You'd better hope the Sorting Hat doesn't send me there. Otherwise..." The rest of Lin Mei's words were so quiet that none of the young witches and wizards nearby caught what she said. All anyone saw was Malfoy's face turning deathly pale, as if he were about to face something dreadful. "Mr. Draco, put away your wand. Unless you'd like to be expelled from Hogwarts before you've even started." Professor McGonagall was quick to speak up as soon as Malfoy drew his wand, her tone sharp with warning. But Lin Mei was even quicker. Before Professor McGonagall could get the words out, Lin Mei had already finished everything she meant to do. As for Lin Mei, Professor McGonagall didn't seem to mention her actions at all, almost as if she was showing a hint of favoritism. The real reason was that Lin Mei's words and deeds had delivered a powerful lesson to everyone present, especially to those young witches and wizards who were accustomed to judging others by blood status. He had not only shown his quick wit and eloquence, but also proved through his actions that at Hogwarts, it is both strength and intelligence that matter, not something as narrow as lineage. Professor McGonagall's gaze swept between Lin Mei and Malfoy, finally settling on Malfoy's trembling hand. Her voice was stern as she said, "Mr. Draco, remember this. Hogwarts is a school that embraces diversity. We welcome all students with talent and potential, but we will not tolerate any form of violence or discrimination. I hope you will reflect deeply on your behavior." Malfoy's expression darkened further. He slowly lowered his wand, unable to hide his mix of resentment and fear. He knew he had gone too far today, and if Lin Mei hadn't shown mercy, the consequences could have been dire. He drew in a deep breath, struggling to regain his composure, and finally muttered, "Yes, Professor. Seeing this, Lin May also released her hold on Malfoy and his cronies. He stepped back a few paces, blending back into the crowd with a calm expression. But in those bright eyes, there flashed a glint that warned everyone. He was not someone to be trifled with. The young witches and wizards around exchanged glances, and the atmosphere grew a little tense. Some admired Lin May's courage and intelligence, while others looked down on Malfoy's arrogance and rashness. Professor McGonagall looked around the group. Seeing that everyone had settled down, she continued, "All right, children, we still have much to do. Please, keep order and follow me to the Great Hall for the start of term feast. There, you will officially become part of Hogwarts and begin your magical journey." As Professor McGonagall's words faded, the young wizards gathered their belongings and steadied their nerves, following her as she led the way toward the Great Hall. Lin May moved at a measured pace, soon matching strides with Harry Potter and the two other companions. "That was brilliant, Lin May. If Malfoy tries to use that pure-blood nonsense again to puff himself up, I bet everyone will just see him as a pet from now on. Oh, and by the way, I'm Ron Weasley. Just call me Ron." Watching Lin May stand up to Malfoy had sent Ron's heart racing. He almost wished it had been him, not Lin May, who'd spoken up. Facing the red-haired, blue-eyed, freckle-faced boy, Lin May shook his hand politely. "Hi, I'm Hermione Granger. Just Hermione is fine. What you said back there was simply wonderful." A commanding voice broke in, coming from a girl with a wild mane of curls and prominent front teeth, much like a rabbit's. She was unmistakably destined to be one of the legendary Golden Trio. Lin May returned her handshake with equal courtesy. "Darn it, why don't I have a sign-in system or something? I've already met so many people. If I had some kind of system, the reward would be through the roof." Lin May thought, a hint of frustration in his mind. On the surface, though, he kept his manners. "Nice to meet you all. You can call me Lin or Lin May, whichever you prefer." "Lin, you were so cool just now. What did you say to Malfoy?" He looked absolutely terrified. Ron, who couldn't stand Malfoy's arrogant attitude, was eager to learn Lin May's secret. Lin May just shook his head. "Even if I told you, you couldn't pull it off. If you don't want Malfoy to bully you, you'll have to study magic hard yourself." "Oh," Ron replied, disappointment clear in his voice. Hermione, standing by, couldn't hold back her curiosity. "Lin, was that some kind of spell you used to move just now? I didn't hear you say an incantation. Was it nonverbal magic?" "Nonverbal magic? No way. That's something only upper-year students can learn." Ron's astonished outburst drew the attention of several young witches and wizards nearby. "Mr. Weasley, please keep your place in line and refrain from shouting." Ron's volume had caught Professor McGonagall's attention at the head of the group. If the students had already been sorted, she would have probably docked points from his house. Ron shrank back, pulling his neck in, and immediately fell silent. Lin May, meanwhile, remained calm, keeping pace with the others. "It's just a kind of magical technique. Even for me. I can't use it too many times in a row." "Tricks." Hermione's eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly intrigued by what Lin May had said. Hermione's reaction gave Lin May a sense of kinship. They were both the studious, high-achieving type. However, at this moment, Hermione was in that phase where, having discovered her magical abilities and relying on her impressive intellect, she tended to carry herself as a cut above the rest. Of course, this attitude would only change after the incident with the troll. Lin May, too, had once harbored such thoughts, until his less-than-kind father had strung him up and given him a thorough beating, a lesson that quickly humbled him. Catching that burning curiosity in Hermione's eyes, Lin May had no choice but to explain, "It's not that I don't want to teach you. It's just that your body wouldn't be able to handle this way of moving. If you're not careful, you could end up with a missing arm or a broken leg. Seriously." "But you can do it, can't you?" Hermione retorted, unwilling to accept his answer. "Me? I'm not like you lot. You'll find out why soon enough," Lin May replied with a mysterious smile. So secretive, Hermione huffed, her lips pursing in defiance. Lin May didn't answer her again, as they had already arrived at the doors of the Great Hall. Following the slow-moving line of students, Lin May, Hermione, Ron, and Harry kept close together at the rear, making their way through the narrow stone corridor until they finally reached the grand and awe-inspiring entrance to Hogwarts' Great Hall. The doors stood tall and imposing, like a mystical gateway to another world. Intricate, ancient magical runes were carved into their surface, glowing faintly blue under the flickering candlelight, stirring the imagination. Stepping inside, Lin May was immediately enveloped by a wave of warmth. Countless magical candles floated high above, illuminating the vast space with a brilliant yet cozy glow. The hall was arranged in a way that felt both solemn and lively. Long tables stretched in neat rows, each adorned with fine tableware and a dazzling variety of foods, from steaming roast chicken to sparkling fresh fruit, everything one could wish for. "Hey, little ones, Get ready for a surprise. Peeves the poltergeist, who had apparently been lurking under one of the tables for who knows how long, popped up and gave quite a few young witches and wizard a fright. Of everyone, only Lin May remained unfazed. At the moment, Peeves didn't dare come near him. Just last night, Peeves had made Lin May the target of one of his pranks, flipping his desk upside down in the process. Lin May had lost his temper and zapped Peeves with a bolt of magic for a good while. Originally, Peeves had hoped to give Harry and the others a scare as well, but after recalling last night's ordeal, he quickly scampered away instead. Professor McGonagall, on the other hand, seemed rather used to Peeves' mischief. She addressed all the young wizards and witches. In a few minutes, the sorting ceremony will take place in front of the entire school. I suggest you take a moment to tidy yourselves up while you wait. Looking sharp will make a good impression. The young wizards and witches nodded in agreement. Before long, the sorting ceremony was about to begin. Professor McGonagall placed a four-legged stool in front of the new first years, and on top of the stool, she set a pointed hat, covered in patches. That was the sorting hat. Lin May studied the hat with curiosity. Even when he'd been in Dumbledore's office before, he hadn't seen it there. Now, it was the first time he'd laid eyes on such a wondrous magical artifact. And what do you think? What house will we be sorted into? All my brothers and both my parents were in Gryffindor. I'm a bit worried I'll be put in Slytherin. I've heard the people in that house are... Ron's voice trailed off as his worries spilled out. There were still quite a few other young wizards around. Lin May interrupted Ron's anxious rambling and said, "Honestly, I don't think you'll end up in Slytherin. Don't you think, compared to you, I'm much more likely to be sorted there?" Thanks to Lin May's interruption, Ron's attention was clearly diverted. Harry Potter spoke up seriously. Getting sorted into Slytherin isn't really the best outcome. You've seen for yourselves what those people can be like. It's fine, people just need a bit of training, that's all. I'm just not sure how tough those Slytherins really are, though, Lin May replied with a sly smile. As for which house he would end up in, it really all depended on the Sorting Hat's decision. Deep down, Lin May was somewhat inclined toward Ravenclaw. The atmosphere and focus on learning there seemed to fit exactly what he was looking for at this stage. Still, he felt a subtle reluctance to leave behind the lively camaraderie of Gryffindor. After all, the three companions beside him were hardly the quiet types. If some mischief was afoot, he'd have front-row seats to the show. Tough. Harry and the others were a bit bewildered by Lin May's comment. Once the Sorting Hat finished singing its self-penned song, Professor McGonagall unrolled a parchment and began calling the first years up, one by one, to put on the Sorting Hat. Hannah Abbott, Hufflepuff, Terry Boot, Ravenclaw, Hermione Granger, Gryffindor, Harry Potter, Gryffindor. During the ceremony, when Professor McGonagall called out Harry Potter's name, it sparked a flurry of whispers throughout the hall. When Lin May finally heard his own name, he strode quickly to the stool and took a seat. At once, Professor McGonagall placed the Sorting Hat atop Lin May's head. Lin May was eagerly anticipating which house he would be sorted into, but as the Sorting Hat fell into a silence that stretched over a minute, everyone's eyes turned in astonishment toward his small figure. Another minute passed. Still, the Sorting Hat said nothing. It wasn't until 5 minutes later that the Sorting Hat finally spoke. Little wizard, which house would you like to be in?" The hall erupted in a commotion. This was the first time the Sorting Hat had ever let a student choose their own house. The Sorting Hat's sudden question plunged the great hall into dead silence, followed by a surge of hushed whispers rippling through the crowd. Every student's gaze was fixed on Lin May, and even the usually dignified professors at the teacher's table couldn't hide their curiosity and surprise. Lin May paused for a moment, then a faint smile curled at the corner of his lips. He could sense the ancient, powerful force within the Sorting Hat attempting to probe his mind, but that was something a Leyland would never allow. As a result, the Sorting Hat was completely blocked, unable to read Lin May's thoughts. Since it couldn't discern his mind, the Sorting Hat couldn't simply assign Lin May to a house at random. So, the Sorting Hat decided to let Lin May choose for himself. Lin May quickly weighed the characteristics of each house against his own needs. His gaze first landed on Malfoy, only to find the other boy eyeing him warily. The sight nearly made Lin May laugh out loud. He then looked toward Dumbledore, who was smiling warmly at him, eyes twinkling behind his glasses. Lin May also noticed Dumbledore's fingers tapping lightly on a piece of red cloth. Perhaps joining Gryffindor really would be quite the adventure, Lin May thought to himself. With Dumbledore giving such a hint, Lin May figured that learning could happen anywhere, so why not enjoy the experience? Smiling, Lin May said, "I choose Gryffindor." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the Sorting Hat gave a slight, approving shiver, as if confirming Lin May's choice, and then proclaimed loudly, "Gryffindor." The announcement set the hall abuzz once more. Gryffindor's table erupted in cheers and applause. Students welcomed Lin May with beaming smiles, some waving their napkins or hats in celebration. Harry, Hermione, and Ron were grinning from ear to ear, energetically patting the empty spot beside them, urging Lin May to join their group. With everyone's eyes on him, Lin May walked confidently toward the Gryffindor table. After all, aside from Harry Potter, Lin May was now another unique presence among all the houses. The Sorting Hat had never let anyone else, except Harry, choose their own house. As soon as Lin May took his seat, the Weasley twins immediately leaned in close. George said, "Hey Lin, can you tell us how you did that?" Yeah, it's incredible. Even the Sorting Hat didn't know which house you belonged to." Fred chimed in at once. Lin May only smiled in silence, which nearly drove the twins mad with curiosity. Soon enough, the sorting ceremony came to an end. The young witches and wizards took their seats, their faces aglow with excitement, curiosity, and just a hint of nervousness. Lin May sat beside Harry, while directly across from them were Hermione and Ron. Being able to study magic at Hogwarts was turning out to be quite an interesting experience for Lin May. Of course, it would have been even better if Miss Hermione Granger across the table would stop giving him that look of defiance. Once Professor McGonagall had made certain all the students were seated, she returned to her place at the center of the hall. She quietly mentioned to Dumbledore the incident involving Lin May and Malfoy. As Lin May sat there, eyeing the rather dry and greasy food on the table with some distaste, he suddenly felt the gaze of the headmaster at the center of the dais fall upon him. At once, Lin May broke into a brilliant smile, putting on the appearance of a perfect angel. Dumbledore very nearly burst out laughing at how quickly Lin May could change his expression. Rising gracefully, Dumbledore delivered 4 brief words of welcome, and then the professors and students of Hogwarts began their feast. Lin May only nibbled at the food out of courtesy. After all, this Western fare really wasn't to his taste. Besides, eating too much would only make him gain weight. Young wizard, you don't seem to care much for this food, do you?" came a curious voice. Nearly headless Nick, one of Hogwarts' resident ghosts. Normally, he would have been watching Harry eat and making some wistful remark, but perhaps thanks to the butterfly effect, his curiosity was piqued by Lin May this time. Lin May simply shrugged and said, "I'm used to eating my own cooking, so I don't really enjoy what the house elves make." "I know who you are. My brothers mentioned you. You're nearly headless Nick?" Ron exclaimed in surprise. "I much prefer to be called Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington," Nick replied with a touch of dignity. "But how are you nearly headless?" one of the young wizards asked in fascination. Lin May interjected calmly, "If you want to keep your appetite, that's not a question you should ask." "Why not?" Before anyone could answer, Harry and the others saw Nick let his nearly severed head flop to one side. Before Nick could set his head back on his shoulders, he glanced around as if he'd seen something terrifying, then vanished straight through the floor. Tap, tap. The Bloody Baron, who had originally been seated next to Malfoy at the Slytherin table, suddenly drifted over and sat right beside Lin May. Lin May frowned imperceptibly, a subtle gesture betraying his discomfort at the heavy aura of resentment radiating from the ghostly figure. If this thing were let loose outside, it would be a bona fide vengeful spirit, wreaking havoc wherever it went. He couldn't help but wonder what method Hogwarts had used to keep the consciousness of such a sinister ghost anchored here. Lin May fixed his gaze on the skeletal apparition, its hollow eyes staring blankly, its entire form streaked with dried blood. Through the ghost's translucent body, he could see Malfoy's eyes glittering with malicious delight. There was no need to guess. Clearly, this ghost was here at Malfoy's behest. Who knew what Malfoy had told this ill-tempered specter? Lin May could see the simmering rage and agitation in the Bloody Baron's eyes. If this ghost tried anything, Lin May wouldn't hesitate to use light magic. Even if it meant both sides would suffer, he'd be sure to teach the ghost a lesson it would never forget. Perhaps it was this same reckless boldness that finally led Lin May to be sorted into Gryffindor, the house of bravery, vitality, and chivalry. "I've heard that before you stepped into the Great Hall, you bullied a Slytherin student." The Bloody Baron's chilling voice echoed through the ears of everyone at the Gryffindor table. For a moment, the entire house was stunned by the ghost's presence and force of will. The Baron wasn't about to harm Lin May, but he was clearly trying to intimidate him with his menacing aura. Unfortunately, Lin May was not the kind of harmless little wizard to be cowed so easily. He had witnessed more death during the Dragon King Festival in the world of fairy tale than the Bloody Baron ever had. Lin May had killed before. Whatever aura the Baron exuded was hardly enough to faze him. Lin May spoke up. "What's this? Those students were too scared to face me themselves. So, they sent you to do their dirty work? Seems to me the Slytherins are nothing but cowards." A flash of anger crossed the Bloody Baron's eyes, but his hollow voice turned even colder. "Cowards? You dare insult the students of Slytherin so?" Every house here has its own glory and dignity, none to be taken lightly. A cold smile played at the corners of Lin May's mouth. He showed no fear of the ghost before him, even with that unsettling presence. Dignity? If it's built on bullying and ostracizing others, then I want no part of it. As for those so-called Slytherin elites, if they're really as capable as they claim, they should prove themselves through fair competition, not by hiding behind a ghost. Don't you agree? As soon as he finished speaking, the entire hall seemed to freeze for a moment, and every pair of eyes turned once more to Lin May and the Bloody Baron. Malfoy's face turned ashen. He hadn't expected Lin May to so directly refute the Bloody Baron, nor had he anticipated that her words would cause such a stir. What's more, every sentence she spoke felt like a slap to his face. The Bloody Baron slowly rose to his feet. Though his frame was thin and frail, a chilling aura seemed to radiate from his very bones, freezing the air around him. You are quite bold, but remember this. Every corner of Hogwarts has witnessed countless challenges and sacrifices. Slytherin students never admit defeat easily, and we certainly won't be looked down on by outsiders. Lin May met the Bloody Baron's gaze without the slightest hint of fear. Her eyes were steady and clear. I've never looked down on anyone. I respect those who possess both ability and character. No matter the house, anyone with true skill and a good heart is worthy of respect. But those who hide in the shadows and resort to despicable means, wherever they come from, can only earn my contempt. TSK. Suddenly, I regret not being sorted into Slytherin. If it weren't for Dumble. Just then, Dumbledore cleared his throat softly. His voice was gentle, but it was enough to make Lin May fall silent. Students, we are wizards, scholars, and the future's guardians. Hogwarts welcomes every student who has courage and wisdom. Here, we must learn respect and understanding, not let prejudice and hatred divide us. Lin May's words may be blunt, but let us remember, true strength comes from a pure and resilient heart. As Dumbledore finished speaking, the tension in the Great Hall gradually dissipated. The Bloody Baron seemed to realize something as well. He gave Lin May a long, searching look, then slowly turned and returned to the Slytherin table. But it was clear that Lin May's words, along with what she had said outside the hall earlier, had already made their way to the Slytherin students, courtesy of Malfoy's loose tongue. Otherwise, the way these Slytherins now glared at Lin May, full of hostility, wouldn't have made sense. On the professor's side, there was a flurry of hushed whispers. Everything that had happened in this brief span would be remembered for a long time. Lin May's very presence was a mystery. The fact that the Sorting Hat had let her choose her own house hinted at something strange from the start. Most young witches and wizards wouldn't even dare to speak up before the Bloody Baron. Yet Lin May had gone so far as to mock him openly. All of this marked Lin May as someone truly unique. If Harry Potter weren't already so famous in the wizarding world, Lin May would surely have become the talk of Hogwarts from the moment she arrived. Professor McGonagall, it seems Gryffindor has gained quite the student this year. Snape's voice as he spoke was laced with his trademark biting sarcasm. As the head of Slytherin House, when Lin May embarrassed Slytherin, it was as if she were embarrassing herself. Professor McGonagall chuckled and said, "Don't you think Lin May's courage is rather fitting for Gryffindor?" "Let's hope he can live up to that kind of swagger," Snape replied grumpily. Professor McGonagall chose not to continue the conversation. After so many years teaching at Hogwarts, she knew perfectly well whether Lin May was a good student. Dinner passed quickly. Next came the school song, a tradition that made Lin May's eye twitch with exasperation. After all, Dumbledore insisted that everyone sing to whatever tune they liked, resulting in a cacophony that filled the entire Great Hall. For a Dragon Slayer mage with keen hearing, it was something of a minor torment. Fortunately, that ordeal didn't last long. Dumbledore then reminded everyone of the places that were strictly off-limits at Hogwarts, like the room where the Philosopher's Stone was hidden. Once everything was settled, Dumbledore dismissed the students to rest. Lin May made her way alone to the room where she had been waiting earlier, retrieving her suitcase that had been enchanted with the undetectable extension charm. After all, his trunk hadn't been delivered to the dormitory with the rest of the first years. By the time he arrived at the entrance to the Gryffindor common room, the current prefect, Percy Weasley, was explaining important rules to the new students. Soon enough, Lin May, Ron, Harry, and Neville were shown to their dormitory. "Hey Lin, is that really all you brought? And you don't have a pet?" Ron asked in astonishment, watching Lin May carry his suitcase single-handedly. "Pets aren't really for me. Haven't you noticed how the little creatures are all terrified of me?" Lin May replied, opening his suitcase and selecting a book from the many inside as he answered Ron's question. "You're right. Ever since I let Hedwig out, she's been glued to the windowsill. I thought she just wanted to go outside," Harry added. Hedwig, who had originally been nestled in Harry's arms, began to struggle desperately. The closer she got to Lin May, the more agitated she became. After all, Lin may have been bathed in dragon blood. The aura he carried made small animals instinctively fearful. They all wanted nothing more than to keep their distance from him. My goodness, that's a trunk with the undetectable extension charm. I remember those don't come cheap in Diagon Alley, Ron exclaimed, his eyes wide as he stared at Lin May's suitcase, now open on the floor. The sheer size of the space inside left Ron speechless. Trunks with the undetectable extension charm were custom-made. The smaller the trunk, the bigger the space inside, and the greater its value. To someone like Ron, who was used to getting by with little, this kind of luxury felt almost otherworldly. Lin May flipped through the pages of the book in her hands, a volume that categorized the specific uses of various minor spells. Unfortunately, the book only explained the names of these spells and where they could be used. It didn't include the actual incantations. As for the one that did contain the spells, the owner of Flourish and Blots hadn't sold it to Lin May. The reason given was that Lin May was still very young and had only just begun to study magic. She would have to wait another year until she was in her second year before she could buy it. In theory, a merchant is always motivated by profit. When Lin May first visited Flourish and Blots, she immediately became one of their best customers. Surely, such a restriction shouldn't apply to her. Lin May suspected that Professor McGonagall might also have had a hand in her inability to acquire certain books. Back in the dormitory, Ron, who had just discovered Lin May's hidden wealth, immediately retreated into himself. But after all, he was just a child. When Harry came over with a handful of sweets, Ron quickly cheered up again. Unlike Lin May, Harry and the others had spent a long time traveling by train to get here. On top of that, the wonders they'd witnessed today had left them both physically and mentally exhausted. Before long, Harry and his friends climbed into bed and fell asleep, leaving only Lin May still brimming with energy as she pored over her books. The next morning dawned bright and early. Today's first class was Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration lesson. Aside from having the young witches and wizards scribble down pages of complicated notes, Professor McGonagall tasked them with turning the matchsticks in their hands into slender silver needles. Lin May was the very first to transform her matchstick, followed closely by Hermione, who sat a few seats away. It seems there are two exceptionally gifted young witches in my class, Professor McGonagall said with a warm smile. Lin May nodded politely. Truth be told, she didn't know herself why she learned so quickly. She had only watched Professor McGonagall demonstrate the spell once, and, somehow, she just knew how to do it. It was a very peculiar feeling. Of course, it would have been even better if Hermione Granger would stop shooting her those competitive looks. The little girl was clearly unhappy about being a step behind Lin May. The next class was Defense Against the Dark Arts. For Lin May, this was the dullest lesson of all. After Professor Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort, tried to fool the other young witches and wizards with his most unconvincing tales, he failed to teach them anything of real substance. Friday arrived, and with it, 2 potions classes. But this time, they would be joined by the Slytherin students. Lin May arrived at the potions classroom quite early, but the book she was reading wasn't 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi or Magical Drafts and Potions. Those 2 volumes had long since found their way into Lin May's memory palace. Even without bringing her textbooks, Lin May could recall every detail from their pages whenever she needed. Before long, the Slytherin students began to file into the classroom one after another. As soon as some of them entered, their eyes immediately settled on Lin May's seat, filled with open hostility. It seemed that because of Lin May's views on blood purity, views shaped by his homeland, these students, who flaunt their pure blood status in other houses, often found themselves treated like rare pets instead. Malfoy soon entered the classroom as well. The moment he spotted Lin May, his gaze turned downright unfriendly. There was a fiercer anger burning in his eyes than in the eyes of any other Slytherin. Well, he only had himself to blame for the last incident. He had brought it all upon himself. Now, even other pure-blood Slytherins looked at him with a touch of reproach, as if he were responsible for their discomfort. Luckily for him, his family was one of the sacred 28 pure-blood families. Otherwise, he would have found himself in much deeper trouble by now. Malfoy took the seat directly behind Lin May, never taking his eyes off Lin May's back. Before long, a crumpled ball of paper came flying from behind and struck Lin May on the back of the head. Lin May was not one to tolerate provocation like this. He stood up, turned around, and stared at the culprit behind him. Malfoy met his gaze with a mix of challenge, schadenfreude, and an odd sense of satisfaction. "What are you looking at?" Malfoy taunted, not even trying to hide his provocation. "How childish. Do you really think that just because Snape is teaching today, you can get away with anything?" In the blink of an eye, Lin May appeared in front of Malfoy and landed a punch squarely in Malfoy's stomach, leaving the once arrogant boy doubled over in weak need. "Lin May, what do you think you're doing?" Don't you know fighting with magic is forbidden at school? A Slytherin student cried out in alarm. Oh, did you see me use magic against Malfoy? Did you see a wand in my hand? Lin Mei shot back. The young wizard, who had wanted to speak up for Malfoy, suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Lin Mei grabbed Malfoy by the collar, lifting him effortlessly like a chick, and began marching him toward the door. Lin Mei, what are you? A few Slytherin students tried to block Lin Mei from taking Malfoy away. But Lin Mei fixed them with a look that carried a weight and presence impossible to describe. He was no ordinary young wizard. In the Marvel world, he had taken down his fair share of terrorists. That, combined with a magical power far beyond his peers, gave Lin Mei an aura that left the Slytherin speechless. He couldn't care less about Malfoy's protests. Lin Mei simply dragged him toward the exit. Meanwhile, the trio of Harry and his friends, who had arrived together, witnessed the whole scene as they made their way down the corridor. But with class about to start, and it being Snape's class, no less, they decided not to get involved. Therefore, they decided to wait until after class to ask their classmates in the classroom, or simply go directly to Lin Mei for an explanation. As class time approached, Lin Mei entered the classroom just before Snape, and sitting right next to his seat was Hermione. In my class, I expect you to arrive early. And furthermore, you're not to wave your wands about. No incantations unless instructed. Most importantly, do not bring any irrelevant books into my potions classroom. Snape said, eyeing the stack of books on Lin Mei's desk. Lin Mei was puzzled. His copies of 1,000 magical herbs and fungi and magical drafts and potions had vanished from his desk. Now, the only books left were the other ones he'd placed there at the beginning. Hermione, sitting beside Lin Mei, turned and shot an accusing glare toward Ron, who was not far away. Meanwhile, Ron silently shielded Lin Mei's 1,000 magical herbs and fungi and magical drafts and potions with his own body. Lin Mei's mouth twitched in exasperation. He stopped Hermione from reporting Ron, but now, even if he got his books back, it wouldn't help. Originally, Snape had planned to target Harry Potter for his first potions class, but now it was clear Lin Mei had become his new focus. Snape looked at Lin Mei's calm, indifferent expression and said, judging by a certain someone's confidence, perhaps he thinks Dumbledore's favor means he doesn't need to pay attention in potions. The Slytherins sitting behind Lin Mei started to perk up with excitement. Previously, Lin Mei had bested them, but now Snape was putting him in his place. Watching Lin Mei silently swallow his frustration, the Slytherins could hardly contain their glee. Professor Snape. Ron tried to return Lin Mei's books, but Snape was in no mood for reason. He was clearly using Lin Mei to establish his authority. Mr. Weasley, I'm teaching now. Please save your comments until after class. And if you have a question, raise your hand first. Ron shrank back, instantly silenced. Snape walked over to stand in front of Lin Mei and said, since you didn't bring your books, that must mean you've memorized everything in them. So, tell me, what do you get if you add powdered daffodil root to a wormwood infusion? Hermione, sitting by Lin Mei's side, shot her hand up high, desperate to answer. You walked right into this one. Don't blame me for what happens next, Lin Mei thought to himself. Adding powdered daffodil root to wormwood infusion creates a powerful sleeping potion, better known as the Draught of Living Death. Lin Mei replied without hesitation. Snape was momentarily taken aback, but quickly continued, if I asked you to fetch me a bezoar, where would you look? Hermione's hand was still raised, as high as ever. Lin Mei spoke up, inside a goat's stomach. What's the use of bezoars? Snape's gaze began to change. A bezoar is a kind of stone found in a goat's stomach, and it has powerful antidote properties, Lin Mei replied. And what's the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? They're actually the same plant. There's no difference. How many categories are there for mushrooms? Mushrooms can be roughly divided into 3 categories according to their uses and toxicity: edible, medicinal, and poisonous mushrooms. Lin Mei's answers came swiftly and precisely. His voice echoed through the classroom, remarkably calm and confident. A barely noticeable smile tugged at the corner of Snape's lips, as if Lin Mei's performance had caught him off guard. But he quickly reverted to his usual stern expression. Very good. It seems you truly have a deep understanding of potions. However, knowledge is only the foundation. Practice is the ultimate test of truth. Next time, I expect you to bring your book and pay even closer attention in class. Lin Mei gave a slight nod without saying anything more. Well, there are truly some geniuses who can memorize the entire textbook. However, as Gryffindor students failed to bring their textbooks to the first lesson, 5 points will be deducted. Snape announced sternly. Are you kidding me? Lin Mei nearly let the words slip out loud, cursing Snape's lack of fairness in his mind. But Snape quickly continued. Given that one particular gentleman was able to answer all my questions, Gryffindor will be awarded 10 points. All right. So that's how you want to play it, huh? Lin Mei looked at Snape, at a loss for words. For the rest of the lesson, Lin Mei boldly pulled out other books to read. Meanwhile, Harry Potter once again became Professor Snape's main target. To this, Lin Mei could only say that Snape's favoritism towards Harry was as strong as ever. Meanwhile, a certain pure-blood young wizard was completely ignored. And so, the days passed one after another. During this time, only the Gringotts break-in managed to catch Lin Mei's attention. He remembered that the item hidden there was the Resurrection Stone, crafted by the legendary alchemist Nicholas Flamel. And now, the only person who would covet such a miraculous object was none other than Voldemort himself. Aside from that, Lin Mei had become one of the most favored students among the professors at Hogwarts. There weren't many students at Hogwarts as self-disciplined, capable, and well-behaved as Lin Mei. Not only did Lin Mei display astonishing talent in potions, but he also excelled in other subjects, navigating the sea of knowledge as if it had no boundaries for him. Lin Mei's intelligence soon became the talk of the school, making him the center of attention among his classmates. For those eager to prove themselves academically, especially Hermione, he quickly became their top rival. However, Lin Mei did not become complacent because of this. He knew well that within Hogwarts, a land where magic and wisdom intertwined, every person possessed their own unique value and potential. He was simply someone who had found his path a bit earlier than most. Lin Mei began to make use of his spare time, delving deep into the library to explore those little-known magical theories and ancient spells. The Shield Charm and the Transfiguration Spell, both of these have corresponding magical runes described in the library's books. And these runes can actually be inscribed onto certain objects to produce the intended effects, he mused. It's a pity, though. Engraving these runes onto a wizard's robe is no easy feat that already borders on the field of alchemy. Lin Mei cast a quick glance at a wizard's robe in the corner of the room, which looked scorched and ruined, and spoke with a sigh. He was holding a book titled A Journey into the Exploration of Ancient Magical Runes. This book, a gem Lin Mei had unearthed in the library, offered detailed insights into the evolution of ancient runes into the modern spells, as well as thorough explanations of contemporary magic. Lin Mei had developed a deep fascination for magical runes, so much so that he dedicated most of his time to researching their applications. In fact, he had already succeeded in inscribing the shield rune onto his own wizard's robe. But whenever he attempted to engrave the Transfiguration rune onto the robe, it would instantly burst into flames and burn to ashes. Lin Mei had once sought out Dumbledore for advice. After hearing Lin Mei's account, Dumbledore explained that the problem lay with the materials. The robe simply couldn't withstand the energy of the magical runes. From this, Lin Mei learned that only magical artifacts refined through alchemy could endure the power of the runes. Inevitably, this drew Lin Mei's attention back to the study of alchemy. Lin, the next class is Madame Hooch's flying lesson. Come on, let's go. Harry's face was lit up with excitement. After a period of theory lessons, the first-year students were finally about to practice flying on broomsticks for the first time. All right, you go ahead. I'll be right there. With a wave of his wand, Lin Mei sent the scattered items on the floor back to their proper places. When it came to learning how to ride a broomstick, Lin Mei didn't feel all that enthusiastic. All in all, sitting on a broomstick and flying just didn't seem all that impressive to him. After all, back in the world of Marvel's Kunlun, there were people who could literally ride the clouds and mist. Flying broomsticks were hardly the pinnacle of cool. If Lin Mei ever dared show up on a broomstick in front of Tony Stark and the others, he'd never live down the laughter. So, he had already decided, except in absolute emergencies, he would never use a flying broomstick in other worlds. Good morning, students. Good morning, Madame Hooch. Madame Hooch wasted no time and got straight to the point. Well, what are you all waiting for? She barked crisply. Each of you, stand by a broomstick. Quickly now, don't waste time. There were still Slytherin students in this class, and the students from both houses quickly split into their respective teams. Everyone followed Madame Hooch's instructions, making the motions to take off. But Lin Mei found himself in a bit of trouble. He got motion sickness from any kind of vehicle. There was no way he could handle sitting on a flying broomstick. Even though he kept imagining different scenarios in his mind, tried to convince himself that the broom was just a simple cleaning tool, when a moment came to actually mount the broom, his legs turned to jelly. What am I supposed to do? A young wizard who can't use a flying broomstick? I'll be the laughingstock of the entire school. Lin Mei thought to himself in dismay. He could control wind magic to fly on his own, but this broomstick was a real problem. The main issue was that once he treated the broom as a means of transportation, his motion sickness would kick in even worse. This side effect is just unbeatable, Lin Mei muttered under his breath. Lin Mei, why aren't you practicing? Is there something you don't understand? Madame Hooch noticed Lin Mei spacing out and called out to him. Oh, it's nothing, Madame Hooch. I just got distracted for a second. Lin Mei replied with a nervous laugh. Oh, I've heard you're quite clever, and you pick things up quickly. I suppose you already know how to use a flying broomstick, don't you? Why don't you come up and show us how it's done? Madame Hooch's request backed Lin Mei into a corner. With so many people watching, if he revealed that he couldn't handle a broomstick, he'd be doomed. Lin Mei gritted his teeth, his mind racing furiously for a solution. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He could use his magic to wrap around the flying broom, as long as he made sure he didn't actually have to touch it himself. As for flying, as long as he used his wind magic, low-altitude flight wouldn't be a problem. In fact, flying on his own would be far more comfortable and natural than using a broomstick. And in the future, he could just pick up an ordinary broom and pretend it was a flying one. As long as he could fly, who would know the difference? Well, except for Dumbledore. Lin Mei doubted anyone else would catch on. Without hesitation, Lin Mei channeled his magic, wrapping it around the broomstick. Once he mounted it, he realized with relief that he didn't feel sick at all. He was already halfway to success. So, right in front of everyone, Lin Mei soared into the air, drawing rounds of applause from his classmates. Meanwhile, Longbottom, just like in the original story, was so nervous that he lost control of his broom and was whisked away. Stop! Longbottom! Madame Hooch, anxious and flustered, tried to pull out her wand to cast a spell at Longbottom. But Longbottom's flight path zigzagged unpredictably, giving her no chance to aim. Lin Mei couldn't stand to watch any longer. Pretending to ride his broomstick, he shot up into the air, heading straight for Longbottom. Lin Mei, don't do anything reckless. Madame Hooch, seeing another young wizard flying off-script, was on the verge of losing her composure. Fortunately, the moment Lin Mei shot up into the sky, he quickly adapted to flying and was able to steer his broomstick toward Longbottom. Help! Can someone help me? Longbottom still ended up colliding with the castle wall and passed out on the spot. Rushing in, Lin Mei grabbed him by the collar with one hand and looked at Longbottom, who was now completely unconscious. There was no other way. Lin Mei shouted loudly down to the ground, Madame Hooch, it looks like Longbottom's hurt. I'll take him straight to the hospital wing. All right, I'll be there as soon as I can. Seeing Lin Mei take control of the situation, Madame Hooch finally felt reassured. Without delay, Lin Mei carried Longbottom off in search of Madame Pomfrey, the school nurse. After giving a few more instructions, Madame Hooch also hurried toward the hospital wing. Once everything was sorted out, Lin Mei left the hospital wing and immediately overheard Hermione and the others talking excitedly about Harry becoming the youngest Seeker in Quidditch history. This was a bit unexpected to Lin Mei. He was certain that the Remembrall, the very memory ball that set Harry on the path to becoming a Seeker, was still in Longbottom's possession. Who could have guessed that, in the end, Harry would still clash with Malfoy and catch Professor McGonagall's attention? Great, Lin. I was just looking for you. As soon as Harry spotted Lin Mei, he hurried over to his side. Lin Mei was a little puzzled. It was clear Harry had something he wanted to say. Lin, Professor McGonagall just asked me to be Gryffindor's Seeker, but I realize you're even better on a broom than I am. I suggested to her that you should be the Seeker instead. Harry said earnestly, Blimey, Harry, this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. You'd be the youngest Seeker in Quidditch history, and you want to give it to Lin Mei? Ron was astonished. Harry scratched his head shyly. Honestly, I'm not sure I'd do a great job. You all saw how Lin controlled his broom, even while carrying Longbottom. I just think he's the one who really deserves to be Seeker. And besides, I'd probably just make a fool of myself up there. Come on, that was me flying using my own magic, Lin Mei thought to himself wryly. If I actually joined the Quidditch team, I'd be exhausted in no time. But he kept these thoughts to himself. Hermione interjected, Oh, you wouldn't make a fool of yourself, Harry. It's in your blood. In my blood? Harry echoed, confused. Hermione nodded, looking absolutely certain. What an honest kid, Lin Mei mused quietly to himself. He said to Harry, Your father was also an outstanding Seeker at Hogwarts in his day. That's why Hermione thinks you'll make a great Seeker too. And besides, Professor McGonagall probably didn't mention anything about wanting me to join the Quidditch team, did she? Harry replied a bit sheepishly. Actually, it was my own idea. If you agree, I can recommend you right away. Harry, you don't have to do this. Lin Mei shook his head. He continued, To be honest, you're not the first to invite me to play Quidditch. Madame Hooch already asked me when I was in the infirmary, but I turned her down. As Lin Mei said this, he shrugged. Ron let out a gasp of surprise. He hadn't imagined that Lin Mei would actually refuse. The four of them chatted as they walked, heading toward the Great Hall for dinner. Just as they rounded a corner, they ran straight into Malfoy and his gang, who were making their way back to the Slytherin common room. Have your last meal, Potter? And when are you catching the train back to the Muggles? Now that you're back on solid ground and have your little friends at your side, you're a lot braver, aren't you, Malfoy? Confronted with Malfoy's sneering tone, Harry shot back without hesitation. But with the teachers sitting up at the head table, neither of them dared make a scene. Instead, they just glared at each other darkly, their fingers clenching so tightly that their knuckles cracked. "I'll take you on any time, Harry," Malfoy challenged. "If you're not afraid tonight, let's settle this wizard to wizard, a real duel. Wands only, no physical contact. What do you say? I bet you've never even heard of a wizard's duel, have you?" "Of course he has," Ron said, spinning around suddenly. "Lin May's his second. Who's yours? What's this got to do with me?" Lin May hadn't expected to get dragged into things. He was just here to watch, but Ron had volunteered him on the spot. Malfoy glanced over at Crabbe and Goyle, sizing them up before finally gritting his teeth and declaring, "Crabbe will be my second. Midnight tonight, in the trophy room. The door's never locked." Once Malfoy walked away, Lin May and Harry exchanged uneasy glances. "So what exactly is a wizard's duel?" Harry asked Ron. "And what did you mean about Lin May being my second?" "Oh, if you get killed, the second steps in next," Ron said breezily, as if it were nothing at all. Lin May promptly wrapped an arm around Ron's neck and said, "I don't remember agreeing to be Harry's second. How'd you manage to drag me into this? Don't you think you owe me a proper explanation?" Ron replied in his most conciliatory tone, "Lin, you're so talented. You must know that people only get seriously hurt or killed in formal duels with real wizards. All you and Malfoy can do is shoot a few sparks. At each other at best. No one's actually going to get hurt. That's why I put you forward as Harry's second, to make Malfoy nervous. Wouldn't that throw him off his game? Excuse me, but may I interrupt for a moment? Have you forgotten that wandering the school at night is absolutely forbidden? If a professor or a Filch catches you, do you realize how many points Gryffindor could lose? You can't be so selfish," Hermione said anxiously. "This has nothing to do with you. Harry, Lin, let's go." Ron ignored Hermione completely. Lin May hadn't objected to the duel mainly because he was curious to see what a Philosopher's Stone made by the legendary alchemist Nicholas Flamel looked like. After all, from start to finish, this duel was nothing more than one of Malfoy's malicious schemes. Tonight, there was no chance Malfoy would actually show up. Night was fast approaching. At around 11:30, Harry and Ron dragged Lin May, who was still engrossed in his book, out of the room in secret. As they passed through the common room, a sudden beam of light flared up. "Harry, I can't believe you're really going through with this. And Lin, I thought you'd stop them." Hermione, in her pink pajamas, stood right in their path. Lin May spread his hands and said, "It's obvious. I can't talk sense into these two blockheads." "Hey Lin, we're supposed to be on the same team. Why are you siding with Hermione?" Ron grumbled. Even Harry was annoyed by Lin May's remark. He grabbed Ron's arm and said, "Come on, we'll go ourselves. We don't need them." Lin May shrugged. After spending enough time with Harry Potter, he had completely figured out his personality. When someone is this stubborn, headstrong enough to keep banging against the wall even after hitting it, there's no point trying to talk sense into them. "Harry, you can't do this. Don't you care about Gryffindor? If we get caught, the house cup will go straight to Slytherin." But Harry, ignoring her protests, pulled Ron out through the portrait hole. Hermione kept lecturing them from behind, but when she finally gave up and turned back, the fat lady who guarded the Gryffindor entrance had left her portrait for a visit. "Oh no, what am I supposed to do now?" Hermione called out, her voice rising with panic. "That's your problem," Ron replied. "We have to go. We're almost late." But before they reached the end of the corridor, Hermione had caught up with them. "I'm coming with you." She marched up to Lin May's side, shooting Harry and Ron a fierce glare. Now, these two were the reason she was locked out of Gryffindor Tower, a fact she was not about to let them forget. The group walked on, and as they neared the third floor, Lin May couldn't help but glance back toward a shadowy corner. That area was shrouded in darkness. Even with Lin May's eyesight, which far surpassed that of an ordinary person, she still couldn't make out anything clearly. How interesting. Is it Dumbledore? Or could it be Voldemort? The gift display room was actually quite close to the chamber where the Resurrection Stone was kept. Only 3 people could possibly be paying close attention to this section. One was Professor Snape, though Lin May had already ruled him out. If it really were him, that stern and unyielding professor would have already leapt out and started deducting points. Another was Dumbledore, but Lin May felt that if it truly were Dumbledore, there was no way she would have even sensed his presence. So, the headmaster could be eliminated as well. That left only one possibility: Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort. After all, only Voldemort's unstable soul would occasionally lose control, revealing himself to Lin May without meaning to. Haha, sniff around. They're bound to be hiding in some corner. A chilling, sinister voice echoed down the corridor. Harry's face, pale with fright, came into view for the others. He said, "That was Filch talking to Mrs. Norris." Harry quickened his pace, hurrying ahead to move away from the entrance to the gift display room. As Lin May and the others left the display room's doorway, Mrs. Norris led Filch out from within. Harry, nerves stretched taut, accidentally caught his robe on a suit of armor in the corridor, sending it crashing to the floor. Lin May's lips twitched in exasperation, because these suits of armor were actually bolted down. With Harry Potter's slight frame, he could never have knocked one over by accident. Lin May instantly sensed that this was the work of magic at play. The others, startled by the loud clatter of falling armor, broke into a run, fleeing down the corridor. Lin May stayed rooted to the spot, fixing his gaze on a nearby corner, wanting to see how long the other party could keep their composure. Blast it, you unruly little students. If I catch you, you'll be in for it. I'll make sure you're properly punished. Filch's voice rang out, growing louder as he drew near. There was no help for it. Lin May had no desire to lose house points for Gryffindor because of himself. He could only leave before Filch arrived. Around the corner, Filch and Quirrell suddenly bumped into each other. Professor Quirrell, what are you doing here? Was it you who made that noise just now? Filch, realizing it wasn't a student, felt a twinge of disappointment. Quirrell, not wanting Filch to follow after the students, quickly took the blame and admitted, Sorry, Mr. Filch. I accidentally knocked over the armor just now. So it was you. But what are you doing here so late? Professor's quarters aren't even on this floor, are they? Filch's eyes glinted with a hint of malice, as if he'd go straight to Dumbledore if Professor Quirrell didn't answer properly. Professor Quirrell seemed genuinely intimidated by Filch. He spoke carefully. A student reported that there might be students here tonight. Oh no, could it be the trophy room again? My dear, let's hurry. With this, Filch, clearly swept up by his own imagination and Quirrell's suggestion, immediately made for the trophy room to keep watch. Once Filch was out of earshot, Quirrell's voice turned even more timid as he asked, Master, should I go after them? It looks like they've already gone to the door. Fool, didn't you notice that little Asian wizard has already spotted us? Hissed a chilling, sinister voice. But Master, didn't you say we'd scare the kids into the room and let the dog chase them, so we could sneak inside? Quirrell asked, puzzled. Voldemort spat back with venom. If it were just the other three, yes, we could have slipped in unnoticed. But that Lin May has noticed us. If he alerts Dumbledore, we'll be trapped inside, and that's the end of it. Master, then what should we do? Quirrell asked anxiously. Voldemort let out a cold, menacing laugh. On Halloween, the professors will be busy, won't they? Let's make sure they're even busier. Before Lin May caught up with Harry and the others, he happened to see the door to the chamber where the Philosopher's Stone was kept swing shut. Did they just forget about me? He stopped in his tracks. The next second, Harry, Hermione, and Ron burst back out, looking utterly terrified. And right behind the door, a massive three-headed dog was doing its best to squeeze through the narrow opening. Get back, Lin May shouted, channeling the power of his dragon-slaying magic. Hermione's eyes went wide. For a fleeting moment, she thought she saw Lin May's pupils become vertical slits. Fluffy, the enormous three-headed dog, who'd nearly forced its way out, suddenly seemed to sense the presence of a true apex predator. Terrified, it jerked its head back, giving Harry and the others just enough time to slam the door shut. We're saved. Ron breathed a sigh of relief. He nearly died of fright a moment ago. How can there be such a dangerous creature in the school? That's insane, Harry grumbled. We should get out of here fast. You made quite a commotion. We might have already attracted some teachers, Lin May said, eyeing the wooden door. Just now, Lin may have been tempted to go inside himself. But at that very moment, he heard Dumbledore's voice in his ear. To put it simply, the resurrection stone wasn't inside at all. The whole setup was merely a trap to lure would-be thieves. The little old man had been keeping an eye on what was happening over here all along. This shrewd and cunning headmaster of Hogwarts had been using the resurrection stone, waiting for a chance to draw out Voldemort. With this thought, Lin May took the lead herself, guiding Harry and the others back. Once they returned to the Gryffindor common room, Harry and Ron both collapsed onto their beds, utterly spent. And so, the matter was hastily brushed aside, and time swiftly moved forward to Halloween. Lin May's last class of the day was Professor Flitwick's Charms lesson. Of course, it happened to be Lin May's favorite class as well. Almost every time, Lin May discovered all kinds of fascinating and magical spells in this lesson. The only pity was that Lin May was still just a first year. The spells he could learn were limited to those taught to first-year students. Most of these spells were geared toward household uses or everyday little tasks. For example, the unlocking charm, the levitation charm, the mending charm, the wand-lighting charm, and so on. Besides the textbook spells, students often shared various mischievous hexes amongst themselves in private. Even Lin May, when he had some spare time, would experiment with a few minor jinxes for fun. These minor jinxes were usually simple dark magic spells meant for pranks or light mischief. They wouldn't cause lasting harm, but could certainly bring inconvenience or annoyance to their target. Mr. Lin Mei, I know you've already mastered the levitation charm. Why don't you come up and demonstrate it for the class today? No sooner had the lesson begun, Professor Flitwick had only just finished explaining the incantation and the proper wand movement for the levitation charm when he called on Lin Mei to show the spell to the rest of the students who were just learning it for the first time. Lin Mei shrugged. He was already quite used to this by now. Ever since Professor Flitwick had discovered Lin Mei's remarkable talent for learning and realized that Lin Mei was studying the ancient runes that formed the basis of modern spells, Lin Mei had become his absolute favorite student, without a doubt. He often grumbled in front of Professor McGonagall about Gryffindor's luck in finding such a treasure. As the head of Ravenclaw, he often wished Lin Mei had been sorted into his own house. He even regretted not stepping forward to lobby for Lin Mei when the Sorting Hat let him choose his house. More than once, he'd said Lin Mei was the perfect fit for Ravenclaw. But, as it turned out, Flitwick wasn't the only one who felt this way. Both Professor Snape of Slytherin and Professor Pomona Sprout of Hufflepuff had similar thoughts after discovering Lin Mei's talent for learning. Lin Mei rose from his seat. The levitation charm was one of the most basic spells, and it had taken Lin Mei barely a minute or two to go from learning about it to casting it fluently. Wingardium Leviosa, with the most precise wand movement, Lin Mei succeeded in levitating the feather from the table. Excellent, absolutely perfect, not a single mistake. 5 points to Gryffindor. Professor Flitwick exclaimed with admiration. Here we go again. All the students from other houses thought helplessly. Ever since Lin Mei had revealed his extraordinary talent for learning, he had become a point-scoring machine in the eyes of the other houses. Thank you for your praise, Professor Flitwick. Lin Mei nodded and replied with a smile. In truth, Lin Mei was already capable of using the levitation charm to lift every feather in the classroom without interfering with the others. But he was already attracting enough attention as it was. If he were to display even greater abilities, there would certainly be some who would start watching him very closely. After finishing the demonstration, Lin Mei quickly returned to his seat. On his desk, besides a single feather, lay a copy of the complete ancient magical runes, a gift from Professor Flitwick. This was the book Lin Mei would be reading during this lesson. It was something of a special exception. By all rights, as a first year, Lin Mei shouldn't be allowed to access a book reserved for upper year students. But Lin Mei's photographic memory had allowed him to master all the first-year material in record time, even surpassing previous students by a wide margin. Since he had already finished the required coursework but couldn't skip to second year, the professors had chosen to look the other way and let him read upper-year books in class, hoping to satisfy his insatiable hunger for reading. Lin Mei opened the complete ancient magical runes. A faint scent of ink rose from the pages, as if it could transcend time itself, and let him glimpse the mysterious and ancient powers within. He studied each rune with care, trying to grasp the meanings and strength behind them. These runes were not just collections of symbols. They were living witnesses to the history of magic. However, Professor Flitwick had warned him about some of the runes in the book. Unless a professor was present, he was absolutely forbidden from inscribing them. This warning was not without reason. The magical runes contained within the complete ancient magical runes possessed incredibly destructive power. Once a rune was fully inscribed and activated, the burst of energy it released could truly be described as capable of destroying everything in its path. That's why the copy of the complete ancient magical runes in Lin Mei's hands had been specially enchanted by Professor Flitwick. The further he read, the more dangerous the content became. To prevent Lin Mei from mastering everything and blowing up all of Hogwarts with some secret experiment, the later pages of the book were magically sealed. Lin Mei could only study the runes at the very beginning. Nevertheless, even with just the most basic magical runes, Lin Mei found himself gaining immense benefit. He was certain that, with proper preparation, he could easily use these runes to defeat opponents stronger than himself, leaving them utterly powerless to fight back. This class passed rather peacefully for Lin Mei, though the same couldn't be said for his neighbors, Hermione and Ron, who got into a minor squabble over the levitation charm. Despite being slightly outperformed by Lin Mei in academics, Hermione remained as domineering and self-assured as ever. After class, Ron mocked Hermione's pronunciation of the levitation charm, sneering that it was no wonder she had no friends. Of course, Hermione heard every word. The proud girl was clearly wounded by the remark, her heart filled with indignation and grievance. As night fell, the Gryffindor common room glowed with warm light. Harry and Ron were eagerly discussing the upcoming Halloween feast, while Lin Mei sat by the window, poring over his compendium of ancient magical runes by the gentle moonlight. In his world, nothing thrilled him more than delving into the mysteries of unknown magic. Lin, come to the Great Hall for dinner. It's Halloween. Tonight's feast is bound to be grand. A boy in the midst of a growth spurt, Lin Mei would never miss a meal. So, though he was reluctant to put his book down, he closed it and joined Harry and the others on their way to the Great Hall. The moment they entered, the aroma of food filled every corner of Hogwarts' vast hall. Lin Mei's eyes swept over the feast laid out before him. Roast beef, roast chicken, pork ribs, lamb chops, steaks, sausages, and bacon. There were also baked and roasted potatoes, chips, puddings, peas, carrots, gravy, tomato sauce, and more. The sight alone made the veins on Lin Mei's forehead throb with anticipation. And these were only the main courses. Desserts would follow after. Everyone knew that British desserts came in countless varieties and were always presented with a creative flair. Ever since arriving in the world of Harry Potter, Lin Mei had been eating this Western fare almost every day. To say he felt no aversion would be a lie. The strangest thing was, even though he hadn't been eating much, extra weight had undeniably begun to accumulate on his body, fat that seemed impossible to keep at bay. This made Lin Mei wonder if the food at Hogwarts was laced with some mysterious, fattening magic. Every time he tried to exercise restraint, it felt as if some unseen force was quietly turning every calorie into fat, padding his waistline. Then again, perhaps this was just part of growing up. After all, he was rapidly adapting and maturing in this magical world. Hey Lin, what are you waiting for? Come try this pumpkin juice. Word is it's especially sweet this year. Ron called out enthusiastically, already holding a glass of golden pumpkin juice in his hand, his face brimming with anticipation. Lin Mei smiled gently, deciding to set aside his minor complaints for the moment. After all, it was Halloween, and soaking up the festive spirit was what mattered most tonight. He walked over to the table and carefully picked out a few of the healthier-looking dishes, a perfectly roasted chicken breast paired with some fresh vegetables, topped with just a touch of rich gravy. This way, his taste buds were satisfied without overindulgence. Around the table, students erupted in laughter and cheerful chatter. Magical decorations filled the entire Great Hall with a festive atmosphere. Ghosts glided among them, occasionally letting out light, playful laughs as they mingled with the students. But Harry couldn't help noticing that the seat beside him was still empty. He asked in puzzlement, "Where's Hermione? Isn't she coming to eat?" Lin Mei took a bite of broccoli before responding in a calm voice. "If you had a bit more pride, and someone embarrassed you in front of everyone like that, you'd probably sneak off and cry too." Neville chimed in. "Parvati said Hermione's lock herself in the bathroom. She's been crying all afternoon." Ron was already feeling awkward from Lin Mei's words, but Neville's confirmation made him rub his nose in embarrassment and guilt. Lin Mei patted Ron's shoulder and said, "As a man, you've got to apologize when the time calls for it. Don't let misunderstandings and guilt fester overnight. Hermione is a good person. She deserves understanding and respect." Ron nodded sheepishly. "You're right, Lin. I should go find her and apologize. I just say things sometimes without thinking, and I didn't consider her feelings." Lin Mei nodded in return, remembering vaguely that the next incident was about to unfold, the troll incident. Right on cue, the doors of the Great Hall suddenly burst open. "Troll! There's a troll in the dungeons." Professor Quirrell rushed in, shouting at the top of his voice, and not long after, pretended to faint dramatically. What a performance, Lin Mei thought to himself. Honestly, with acting skills like that, he'd be a shoo-in for an Oscar. You're Hogwarts' defense against the dark arts professor, after all, just a troll. If you can't beat it, at least show some battle scars. While Lin Mei's attention wandered, chaos erupted among the young witches and wizards in the hall. Their screams rang out as panic swept through the crowd. Snape immediately dashed off to secure the Philosopher's Stone, catching the eye of Harry and the others. And so, a seed of suspicion was planted. Dumbledore drew his wand and sent several bursts of magical fireworks soaring into the hall's vaulted ceiling. "All prefects, lead your housemates back to their dormitories. No wandering off without instructions. All professors, follow me to the dungeons. And Lin Mei, you need to help look after some classmates too." Before leaving, Dumbledore made a point of calling out to Lin Mei. Lin Mei looked completely bewildered, his expression practically shouting, "Who am I? Where am I? Why are you singling me out, old man?" But Dumbledore always had his reasons for everything he did. Lin Mei glanced down at the floor, only to find that the spot where Quirrell had been standing was now empty. So it's just a ploy to lure in more of those blasted troll monsters. Lin Mei quickly pieced together Voldemort's plan. At this point, Voldemort was utterly weakened, barely a shadow of his former self. Against the combined strength of the Hogwarts professors, he stood little chance. If he wanted to force his way to the hiding place of the Philosopher's Stone, his only option was to unleash a horde of trolls into Gryffindor House as a distraction. Dumbledore was too clever. He must have realized this as well. So why had he taken all the professors with him to the dungeons? It looked like he wanted to lure Voldemort straight into his trap. Lin May joined the line of first years, heading toward the Gryffindor dormitory. Lin, wake up. Help me figure out how many trolls have entered Hogwarts. When it came to sensing danger, Lin May was nowhere near the level of the spirit inside him. Irene. Yawning, Lin, her tone full of annoyance, mumbled, I'm warning you, don't do anything reckless. If your internal magical attributes go out of control, we'll be in real trouble. Lin May nodded in understanding. Creatures like trolls, with their pitiful intelligence, weren't all that hard for him to handle. There's a troll just 5 meters ahead, right around the corner in your corridor. Lin quickly picked up on the presence of a nearby troll. That close. Lin May could already catch a faint whiff of a foul stench. That had to be the troll's odor. But now that they were so close, the troll had already picked up on the sound of the young wizards. Gripping its enormous club, the troll began lumbering toward them. Screams erupted all around, one after another. Seeing so many people, the troll grew excited, hefting its wooden club high to strike at the students. Percy, as Gryffindor's prefect, stood at the very front of the group. The sight of the troll looming right above him seemed to freeze his mind. He was completely paralyzed. No, Percy, get out of the way. Ron's voice cracked with despair as he saw his brother rooted to the spot. By the time Percy snapped out of it, it was already too late to draw his wand. A dull thud echoed through the corridor. Lin May's eyes were cold as he stared at the troll before him. Percy, leave these trolls to me. You're Gryffindor's prefect. Your first priority right now is to look after your fellow students. Percy stared in shock at Lin May, who was a whole head shorter than him, yet had stepped fearlessly in front of the group. In the next instant, a surge of scorching energy erupted from Lin May, and with a single punch, she knocked the towering monster unconscious. What? This can't be real, can it? Harry stared, his mouth agape, at Lin May, who had just felled the giant troll with one punch. Percy, are you listening to me? Lin May frowned, unable to hold back as she saw Percy still standing there, dazed and stupefied. Percy snapped out of it quickly, though he was clearly shaken inside. Still, he forced himself to keep his composure and shouted, All Gryffindor students, gather up. We need to get back to the common room, quickly. Percy's authority as a prefect wasn't wasted. Students who had been on the verge of scattering in panic quickly regrouped and followed him out. Harry and Ron hurried to Lin May's side. Harry spoke anxiously. Lin, Hermione's still in the bathroom. Ron and I are really worried about her, and we want to bring her back to the common room. That's right. Lin, you're incredible. Could you come with us? Ron asked, his voice full of hope. Lin, are there trolls near Hermione? Lin May asked silently in her heart. It's bad. One is headed that way right now. But there are trolls attacking students from other houses too, and they're in even greater danger. Lin's voice was calm and measured. Damn it, is Dumbledore taking this too far? If a student gets hurt, or worse, won't the Ministry of Magic go absolutely mad? Lin May ranted inwardly. Lin spoke again, her tone cool and detached. You mean the most powerful wizard in this school, right? The situation on his end is a bit dire. There are even more trolls there than the ones running loose outside. Damn, I misjudged it. I didn't expect Voldemort to go this crazy. Don't tell me he's lured every troll from the Forbidden Forest here. Lin May muttered, frowning slightly. Lin, are you coming or not? Harry, seeing Lin May hesitate, grew more anxious. With trolls prowling everywhere, all of Hogwarts was fraught with danger. Lin May could only curse inwardly. With Voldemort causing this kind of chaos, she had no choice but to use her full strength. Harry, Ron, there's a troll closing in on Hermione right now. I'm counting on you two to look after her. Lin May said gravely. What? Lin, how do you know a troll is near Hermione? And, are you saying you're not going to help her? Harry blurted out, alarmed. Lin May shook her head. There are other trolls attacking students from other houses. I have to go help them. Hermione hasn't run into the troll head-on yet. I'll leave her to you two. Without waiting for Harry and Ron to reply, Lin May dashed off toward the Ravenclaw common room, her feet barely touching the ground. Ravenclaw is located in the northern part of the castle. Because of the troll attack, these scholarly bookworms were so nervous that they couldn't even answer the questions posed by the eagle-shaped bronze knocker. Fortunately, among these little intellectuals, there were quite a few upper-year students as well. Some of the students managed to coordinate and hold off the troll's attacks. Penelope Clearwater was the prefect of Ravenclaw. This time, facing a troll attack, she was under the greatest pressure. At the very beginning, she noticed the troll's approach, and for all she knew, Ravenclaw might have already suffered casualties. Still can't answer it? Hurry up, will you? Clearwater flicked her wand, casting spells to restrict the troll's movements. The weapon in the troll's hand had long ago been blasted away by her with a disarming charm. But now, The only problem was that trolls had such thick skin and muscles that all they could do was limit this giant creature's movement. They couldn't help but wish they had learned some truly destructive spells. The blasting curse they were using could injure the troll, but it was nowhere near enough to finish it off. And using the blasting curse often just wounded the troll and made it even angrier. Several times, the troll had pushed through the blasting curses and forced its way toward the Ravenclaw students. Unfortunately, at Hogwarts, there was nowhere to learn spells of such lethal power. Otherwise, the students of Ravenclaw would have finished off this troll in no time with their teamwork. Well, look at that. Seems like you've got things under control. If I'd known, I wouldn't have hurried over. Lin May's voice suddenly rang out. Surprisingly, it came from right where the troll was. Look, that's Lin May from Gryffindor in front of the troll. Some first-year Ravenclaws recognized Lin May. Clearwater saw how close Lin May was to the troll and nearly dashed in to pull her out. But what happened next left Clearwater utterly speechless. Lin May planted her feet firmly, hands clenched into fists, arms taut with muscle, and from those small arms radiated astonishing explosive power. With a low shout, she unleashed the true essence of Bejequin, the heaven-piercing cannon, with flawless precision. This was the Bejequin she had learned while living with the Lin family in the Dragon Kingdom back in the Marvel world. Some might wonder why Lin May had never used the martial arts she'd mastered. The main reason was that, in the Lin family, there were many who could outfight her. Her father was even a candidate for the Iron Fist. Note, Lin May still didn't know her father had already become the Iron Fist. So, although Lin May knew martial arts, she always felt it wasn't worth showing off, and she rarely used it. This punch gathered all of Lin May's strength and her precise judgment in facing her foe. Her fist, sheathed in a thick layer of iron, traced a dazzling arc through the air before crashing directly into the chest of the giant troll. The force of her blow sliced through the air with a sharp, whistling sound, commanding everyone present to instinctively hold their breath. A deafening boom reverberated through the corridors of Ravenclaw. Under Lin May's punch, the enormous troll's body was thrown backwards as if it were a bronze bell struck by a sledgehammer. It hurtled across the corridor and crashed heavily against the distant wall with a thunderous bang, sending up a cloud of dust. The troll left a deep dent in the wall, its massive frame trembling violently, clearly suffering a serious injury. Lin May, meanwhile, landed steadily. On the ground, not moving an inch. A faint blush colored her cheeks, the natural result of blood surging through her body after such exertion. How is this possible? Clivet was so shocked that she could barely speak. Like the other Ravenclaw students, her eyes were wide with disbelief at the scene before them. Never had they witnessed such astonishing strength and skill, nor imagined that Lin May alone could send such a colossal troll flying. Yes, we're saved. Several Ravenclaw students burst into cheers, swept up by Lin May's heroic act. Their fear and despair vanished in an instant. Ow! It's been ages since I last used that move. I didn't expect to injure myself in the process, Lin May muttered with a frown. After all, Lin May's age was catching up with him, even if he had endured the baptism of dragon's blood. His bones still couldn't withstand such overwhelming force. Now, Lin May's organs had been shaken up a bit, though the discomfort quickly subsided. The real problem was that his knuckles ached and his right arm had become dislocated. When Clivet stepped forward to thank Lin May, she had also caught his words. As a top Ravenclaw student, she knew exactly what to do. Lin May, let me help you. Heal as before. With a crisp snap, Lin May sucked in a sharp breath. It happened so suddenly. Before he'd even had a chance to brace himself, his arm was already popped back into place. Lin May glanced at Clivet with a trace of reproach in his eyes. Even now, many Ravenclaw students remained locked outside. Clearly, these wizards were still too anxious. The riddle for the door knocker remained unsolved. But for now, he had to move on to the next location. Aside from the basement, Lin May had no idea what was happening elsewhere. Of the 4 trolls scattered throughout the castle, Lin May had already dealt with 2. Lin had informed him that things were under control on Harry's end. That left only the last troll, which Peeves was leading on a merry chase. By now, Peeves had lured the troll all the way up to the 8th floor. Who would have thought? Peeves actually helped us out this time, Lin May said with a wry smile, shaking his head. He couldn't help but feel both exasperated and slightly amused by that mischievous poltergeist. He looked up at the vague outline of the 8th floor in the distance, swiftly working out his next move. Without delay, he hurried toward the staircase that led upstairs. The 8th floor corridor was even more eerie than Lin May had imagined. The dim, yellowish lights cast mottled shadows across the empty hallway, and an indescribable sense of unease lingered in the air. After all, hardly anyone ever came up to the 8th floor. Lin May moved quickly, the sound of Peeves' gleeful mischief echoing in his ears, mingling with the heavy, lumbering footsteps of a troll. At last, at the far end of a shadowy corridor, Lin Mei caught sight of them. Peeves was perched atop the troll's shoulders, waving a tattered piece of cloth he'd found from who knows where, pretending it was the troll's reins. He shouted commands as he steered the troll in dizzying circles, prompting the portraits and decorations along the walls to grumble and complain in protest. "Peeves, that's enough," Lin Mei called out sternly, his voice ringing through the empty hallway with an authority that brooked no argument. Peeves, clearly not expecting anyone to interrupt his game, was startled and nearly toppled off the troll's back. "Oh, it's you, Lin Mei. I was just helping everyone get rid of this big nuisance," Peeves said, feigning innocence, though a sly twinkle danced in his eyes. Lin Mei ignored his excuses and strode straight toward the troll, fixing the giant creature with a commanding stare. Sensing the powerful aura radiating from Lin Mei, the troll instinctively shrank back a few steps, growling in a deep, rumbling voice. "It's time to end this," Lin Mei said quietly, raising his wand. A brilliant beam of light shot from the tip of his wand, striking the troll squarely on the forehead. The troll let out a thunderous roar, its massive body trembling before it crashed to the ground, motionless. Peeves, seeing this, stuck out his tongue, pulled a face, and with a whoosh, vanished in a thin air, leaving Lin Mei standing alone, gazing over the now quiet scene. This time was different from before. Since Peeves had lured the troll up to the 8th floor, Lin Mei had a chance to test what would happen if he tried to compress dragon-slaying magic into his wand and release it in a single burst. Regrettably, Lin Mei both succeeded and failed. He had managed to compress the void magic into his wand and unleash it in a powerful shot. The failure was that what came out was no longer true dragon-slaying magic, but rather a mass of compressed magical energy, fired off in a single burst. The giant in front of him hadn't been killed. It had only been knocked out by that surge of energy. It seems that trying to combine the magical systems of two worlds is no easy task. Lin Mei muttered with a hint of sarcasm. The knowledge he currently possessed wasn't nearly enough to support him in accomplishing something so complex. The giant beside him was only briefly stunned and was about to regain consciousness. Without giving it much thought, Lin Mei delivered a swift kick, sending the giant back into unconsciousness for good. "Lin Mei, you seem a bit impatient," Dumbledore commented, having appeared at Lin Mei's side without warning. Lin Mei snapped out of his thoughts and turned to face Dumbledore. "I suppose I'm a bit impatient. But, Professor Dumbledore, this time you let that person bring in so many giants. I imagine the Ministry of Magic is going to raise quite a fuss about it, aren't they? And aren't you worried that Voldemort might abandon the quest for the Philosopher's Stone and turn his attention to Harry, the so-called Chosen One?" As Lin Mei spoke, he used his wand to levitate the giant's body, directing it toward the staircase. It seems you already know quite a lot," Dumbledore replied with a chuckle. "It's hard not to notice what's going on with Harry Potter. Everyone's talking about it. Even though you all call Voldemort he who must not be named. I can still pry the truth out of a few young wizards here and there. After all, Slytherin's full of those foolish boys, isn't it?" Dumbledore couldn't help but laugh at Lin Mei's last remark. Shaking his head, he said, "Slytherin does have its peculiarities, but not all of them are bad, are they? Besides, Harry is protected by Lily's sacrificial charm. I'm not particularly worried about his safety. As for the Ministry, it's nothing to fret about. Minister Fudge is quite reasonable. There is someone in Slytherin who is rather—" Lin Mei trailed off, choosing not to reveal the secret dealings between Dumbledore and Snape. Instead, he asked, "Since you're here, does that mean Voldemort has escaped?" Dumbledore looked deeply at Lin Mei and replied in a measured tone. "And how do you know he escaped, rather than being killed?" Lin Mei smiled without answering, finally revealing a sly grin unique to those who know their own value. "How I know isn't important. What matters is that I know exactly what state Voldemort is in right now." Dumbledore's eyes lit up. He himself was still unaware of the existence of Horcruxes, so he was hoping Lin Mei might give him a clue. But Lin Mei had no intention of giving up the answer so easily. Seeing Lin Mei's amused, knowing smile, Dumbledore realized that unless he offered something in return, he wouldn't get any information out of Lin Mei. "So what is it that you want?" Dumbledore ventured a question, clearly unsure of what Lin Mei was thinking. Of course, he had tried to peer into Lin Mei's mind before, but it was as if her brain had a natural shield, blocking out any attempt at legitimacy. Every time he tried, his mental probes were pushed away. Lin Mei replied with a cheerful smile, "Don't worry, I have only 2 simple requests. I won't put you in a difficult position." "Oh, now you've piqued my curiosity," Dumbledore said, unable to hide his interest. Without further ado, Lin Mei stated, "First, I need to study alchemy. I hope you can find a way to help me with that. Second, I'd like Professor Snape to brew a powerful heavy metal removal potion for me at the end of the term. Dumbledore fell into deep thought. In truth, these two requests were almost laughably easy for him. He could fulfill both without calling in any significant favors. After a moment, Dumbledore nodded his agreement. Seeing his answer, Lin May's eyes sparkled with anticipation. In fact, Lin May had originally wanted to ask for a time turner. With that device, she could have absorbed all the knowledge from the Hogwarts library and mastered every subject offered at the school. But then she remembered, she was not truly of this world, and the old fox before her was a master of calculation and cunning. So she abandoned the idea of pursuing the time turner and settled for these two requests instead. Since Dumbledore agreed so readily, Lin May didn't hesitate to continue. As for Voldemort's condition, unless I'm mistaken, his soul is badly fractured. It seems he has torn it apart several times, though exactly how many, I can't say for sure. Oh, and by the way, there's a fragment of Voldemort's soul inside Harry. There's a strange, extraordinary link between the two of them. And now, after all this time since Voldemort's fall, that fragment has fused with Harry's own soul. I sense that their connection is not just a matter of physical coexistence. It's likely tied to some deeper magical bond, making Harry a kind of mirror to Voldemort's fate, or perhaps his potential counterbalance. This link is both dangerous and delicate. It could become Harry's greatest challenge, but it also holds the key to his ability to overcome the forces of darkness. In addition, Lin May's tone grew more grave. I've noticed that, despite Voldemort's formidable power, there always seems to be an irreparable flaw within him. This isn't just because his soul has been torn apart so many times. It may have even more to do with his attempts to regain strength through incomplete rituals and misguided methods. Such impatience and recklessness have planted hidden dangers along his path to absolute power. Dumbledore furrowed his brow at these words, a shadow of worry flickering in his eyes. Your observations are astute, Lin May. This is indeed something we must be vigilant about. Harry's safety, and how he copes with his complicated connection to Voldemort, will be my highest priority going forward. As for your mention of alchemy and potions, I'll see to those arrangements at once. While Hogwarts Library doesn't have a full collection on alchemy, my personal archives should be able to supplement what you need. As for Professor Snape, his expertise in potions is unparalleled. Brewing a powerful anti-heavy metal potion will be a simple matter for him. Lin May nodded, quietly considering the next steps of his plan. With the end of term drawing closer, Lin May was preparing to take advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was turning elsewhere. He intended to secretly study the dark arts. The 3 unforgivable curses, Lin May planned to master them all. There were also several powerful spells he had his eye on, such as Sectum Sempra, a particularly lethal curse, which he had already found written out in the potions classroom. As for the Half-Blood Prince's book, Lin May had already returned it to its original place. Finally, there was the matter of the Dragon Slayer magic surging within him. Lin May intended to bring it under control. When it came to finding a place to practice, the answer was obvious. The room of requirement on the 8th floor of Hogwarts. At this stage, only Dumbledore knew exactly where the room of requirement was, so Lin May had no fear of being discovered. Before long, Lin May and Dumbledore made their way down from the 8th floor to the Great Hall on the 1st. Meanwhile, the troll that had been suspended in midair by Lin May was long gone, whisked away from Hogwarts by some mysterious method of Dumbledore's. The moment the troll vanished, Lin May caught a glimpse of the true depths of Dumbledore's magical power. He couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. At the same time, a warning bell sounded in his mind. If even Dumbledore, powerful as he was, had no sure way to deal with Voldemort, then Voldemort in life must have been unimaginably strong. Fortunately, unless the events of the Triwizard Tournament were set in motion, Voldemort's true resurrection remained out of reach. Until then, Lin May would mostly encounter only fragments of Voldemort's soul. My goodness, child, I've heard you help the Ravenclaw students. Allow me to thank you most sincerely on their behalf. Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw House, gave Lin May a small bow, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Lin May quickly returned the gesture and replied with a warm smile, Professor Flitwick, you're too kind. As a member of Hogwarts, it's only natural for us to help one another. Besides, faced with such a crisis, no capable wizard would just stand by and do nothing. A gleam of approval shone in Professor Flitwick's small eyes. He gently patted Lin May's calf and continued, Your courage and intelligence have earned not only the respect of Ravenclaw, but also the admiration of all the teachers. Remember this, Lin May, Hogwarts needs students like you. Lin May nodded humbly, though inwardly she was already pondering her next words. She decided to bypass Hufflepuff and Slytherin altogether, heading straight for Ravenclaw. For Lin Mei, it was the perfect chance to gain a little something more. "Oh, Professor Flitwick," Lin Mei suddenly began, as if a thought had just occurred to her, about those last few pages of the compendium of ancient magical runes. "Do you think, perhaps?" She gazed at the charms professor with unmistakable anticipation in her eyes. After all, it's the squeaky wheel that gets the grease. Lin Mei had solved Ravenclaw's problem, so surely Professor Flitwick owed her a small reward, didn't he? With a grand wave of his hand, Professor Flitwick said, "All right, since you're so eager to learn, I won't stand in your way. But if you want to study the runes in those later chapters, you'll have to swear not to use them for anything wicked. And you mustn't teach any of what you learn to other students. You know how dangerous these things can be." Lin Mei nodded vigorously in agreement. She'd been yearning to study those advanced runes for ages. If she could just get her hands on them. Lin Mei was confident that she could even invent a few new spells on her own. For a first-year wizard to be able to create new spells, well, that spoke volumes about Lin Mei's extraordinary magical talent. "Lin Mei, are you all right?" Harry and the others had just been brought over from the girls' bathroom by Professor McGonagall. "Lin, you won't believe it. That giant troll, Harry and I together." The moment Ron saw Lin Mei, he started boasting about how he and Harry had teamed up to knock out a giant troll. "That's enough, Mr. Weasley. Do you realize how dangerous your actions were today? What if something had happened to you?" Professor McGonagall hadn't interrupted Ron at first, but as soon as she heard about their reckless heroics, her gentle demeanor gave way to rare annoyance. "I'm sorry, Professor. It was all my fault." Hermione took it upon herself to accept all the blame. In her heart, Professor McGonagall was actually somewhat pleased. To her, that kind of courage and accountability was exactly what Gryffindor students should have. "Nevertheless," she said, "given that the three of you ignored the headmaster's orders and didn't return to your dormitory during a dangerous situation, Gryffindor loses 15 points. Harry and the others let out groans of dismay. Professor Flitwick cleared his throat softly. "Lin Mei, for helping your classmates defeat 3 trolls, Gryffindor gains 30 points." Hearing Professor Flitwick's announcement, Harry and the others finally looked a little less grim. Lin Mei had already received plenty of rewards. For him, these house points were just the icing on the cake, so he didn't react much. "All right, you lot. It's already quite late. Lin Mei, please lead Harry and the others back to the Gryffindor common room. The other students are all enjoying the Halloween feast in their own houses. The rest of the professors, please pair up and search the school once more. We need to make sure there aren't any trolls left to threaten the students." With Dumbledore's instructions, everyone stopped lingering in the Great Hall. Harry and Ron walked ahead, Harry's expression serious, as if he had something on his mind. Lin Mei noticed his hesitation. Before long, Harry spoke up. "Did you notice that Professor Snape was the first to leave the hall when the troll appeared? And even after all the trolls were dealt with, it took him ages to get back." "Harry, are you suspecting Professor Snape?" Ron stared at Harry in disbelief. Harry explained, "I'm not saying I'm sure about anything. It's just that his behavior was really strange. Also, did you see the way Snape was walking? I think he might have hurt his leg." Lin Mei touched his nose thoughtfully and said, "There really was a scent of blood on him, and his leg is definitely injured. But, Harry, I remember the Quidditch match is coming up soon. Maybe you should focus on that instead." With Lin Mei's interruption, Harry's attention quickly shifted to Quidditch. After all, it was his very first time taking part in the most popular event at the school. He was also the youngest among all the Quidditch players. Watching Harry's anxious expression, Lin Mei led the way to the Gryffindor common room. "Pig snout." Lin Mei was the first to speak the password. The fat lady beamed at him. "Welcome back, Gryffindor's little hero." Hermione, who had just reached the door, overheard and asked in confusion, "Why is the fat lady acting so oddly today?" Lin Mei just shrugged and stepped inside. "Look, it's Lin Mei. He's back." A group of young wizards immediately surrounded him. "Lin Mei, is it true you really defeated 3 trolls? That's incredible." A voice from the crowd rang out, full of admiration and disbelief. Lin Mei smiled and nodded, quietly marveling at the enthusiasm of these young witches and wizards. "Lin Mei, how did you do it? I saw with my own eyes how easily you knocked out that troll near the Gryffindor common room." Lin Mei, my friend from Ravenclaw just messaged me. He said you punched a troll and sent it flying. Is that true?" "Lin Mei, we just sneaked over to the Great Hall, and we saw you use the levitation charm to move a troll down from the upper floor. How did you manage that? The troll was enormous, yet you lifted it so effortlessly with the levitation charm. And how did you punch such a huge troll and send it flying? Can you teach us how to do that?" The Weasley twins crowded in, eager to ask their own questions. As soon as Lin Mei heard them, she realized the twins must have used the Marauder's map to sneak out of the Gryffindor common room. In no time at all, Lin May had just stepped into the Gryffindor common room when a chorus of chattering voices surrounded her with non-stop questions. In the end, Lin May had no choice but to retreat to her room just to find a moment's peace. It had to be said, after revealing a hint of her true abilities this time, Lin May had become a celebrity throughout Hogwarts. Time slipped by once again. As November arrived, the weather turned bitterly cold. Lin May had already received the powerful antidote specially prepared for her by Snape ahead of time. This potent antidote could forcefully counteract the effects of heavy metal poisoning, exactly what Lin May needed at the moment. The moment she got her hands on the potion, she asked Lin, the spirit within her, to help seal it inside her body for safekeeping. As for the other promise Dumbledore had made, Dumbledore said he needed a bit more time. So Lin May could only turn her focus back to her research on magical runes. Thanks to Professor Flitwick's guidance, Lin May had mastered nearly every rune in the complete anthology of ancient magical runes. Unfortunately, she couldn't find any suitable vessels for these runes. Aside from certain special metals, there was almost nothing that could withstand the magical power concentrated within these runes. This left Lin May, with her endless ideas, facing a bottleneck in her research. What a pity. If only I had access to the script magic from the fairy tale world. I have a feeling these runes could be inscribed using the formulaic script from that magic system. During this period, Lin May spent time in the Room of Requirement, carving runes into all sorts of unusual materials. Out of everything she tried, only a single sword and a shield were able to bear the energy channeled by the runes. But alas, they were nothing more than ordinary steel, a mundane sword and shield, after all. After Lin May activated the runes on each item just once, both the sword and the shield unleashed astonishing offensive and defensive power. However, once their energy was depleted, whether sword or shield, both became completely useless on the spot, unable to be used again. Even so, Lin May's abilities had greatly improved within the Room of Requirement. Perhaps it was because of the dark magical energy within her, but Lin May found it surprisingly easy to cast the Avada Kedavra curse, and the spell's power was nothing to scoff at. Yet, after just one use within the Room of Requirement, Lin May keenly sensed a subtle change in her own state of mind. Without hesitation, she decided to abandon the use of the killing curse. She could clearly feel that learning and using this spell meant accepting and potentially carrying out the ultimate act of taking life, which would lead to a severe distortion of one's moral compass. Long-term exposure to or study of such spells could cause psychological harm, such as increased aggression and indifference. Lin May was not someone who believed in achieving her goals by any means necessary, nor was she willing to sacrifice her own moral boundaries for the sake of ambition. After some deep soul-searching, Lin May resolved to focus on exploring positive and constructive magical powers, rather than those dark spells that might corrupt the soul. Of course, this did not mean Lin May had turned her back on all dark magic. She might never use those spells, but she knew she must master them. With that determination, Lin May had now become quite adept at casting Sectum Sempra, a curse with considerable destructive force. Moreover, Lin May had also drawn on knowledge of runes and advanced spell work from books borrowed from Percy to invent a brand new spell. For example, she had recently created Electric Surge. This was an area of effect spell Lin May devised, inspired by her limited knowledge of incantations and the lightning-based dragon-slaying magic she often used. In Lin May's hands, this spell could unleash devastating force. With the lightning magic energy within her, she was able to incinerate anything within a 10-meter radius to mere charcoal. Of course, if someone else tried this spell, unless they possessed immense power like Dumbledore, the best they could do would be to stun everyone within 10 meters, not kill them outright. Even so, it was already an exceptionally potent spell. While Lin May was immersed in her magical research, Dumbledore finally brought her some welcome news. By this time, Lin May had already left Hogwarts with Dumbledore. Using a port key, the two of them arrived at an unfamiliar location, at least unfamiliar to Lin May. "So, where exactly are we?" she asked, curiosity lighting her eyes as she took in their surroundings, the chill in the air biting at her skin. Shivering in her thin clothes, Lin May couldn't help but channel her inner magic, raising her body temperature to keep warm. Before her and Dumbledore stood a sizable manor, its grandeur impossible to ignore. "This is Devon, in the southwest of Britain. That manor holds the alchemy you've been eager to learn." Now, Lin May's interest was truly piqued. "So, you're sending me on an alchemical journey of sorts?" Lin May's eyes sparkled with excitement, her heart brimming with anticipation for the adventure that awaited her. "That's right, Lin May. I know you possess not only remarkable magical talent, but also an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Within this ancient manor in Devon lies the legacy of a legendary alchemist. His research could change the entire magical world. I believe, in your hands, these ancient arts will be reborn. Dumbledore's words brimmed with trust and expectation for Lin Mei. As the two ventured deeper into the manor, Lin Mei felt utterly in the right place. Ancient architecture, intricate rune carvings, and the faint scent of metal and magic lingering in the air. Welcome to Mithril Castle, Dumbledore. And you must be Lin Mei. A raspy voice caught Lin Mei's attention. Its owner wore flowing white robes and walked with a slight, unsteady gait. His toothless mouth and lips drawn inward spoke of great age. Dumbledore led Lin Mei forward with a warm smile. He introduced, "This is Nicholas Flamel. He will be your alchemy mentor." Nicholas Flamel? Isn't he the one who created the Philosopher's Stone? Fragments of knowledge flashed through Lin Mei's mind. Nicholas Flamel was a renowned alchemist, the only known creator of the Philosopher's Stone. He was a friend and partner of Albus Dumbledore, the former headmaster of Hogwarts. He and his wife, Perenelle, lived extraordinarily long lives thanks to the elixir of life brewed from the stone. If still alive, they would be 665 and 658 years old, respectively. Now, that's what you truly call an ancient legend. Lin Mei's mind raced with thoughts, but she managed a polite greeting. "Hello, Mr. Flamel. I never imagined Professor Dumbledore would have me study alchemy under you." Nicholas Flamel proved to be remarkably approachable. With a smile, he said, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Lin Mei. I've heard of your accomplishments, so young, yet already so impressive in your magical understanding and quest for mastery. Dumbledore tells me you possess not only great talent, but also a deep hunger for knowledge, which is precisely what true alchemy demands." Nicholas Flamel's voice, though hoarse, carried a sense of tranquility and wisdom that comes from having weathered the storms of life. "Thank you for your praise. That's the highest compliment I've ever received in my life," Lin Mei said earnestly. Nicholas Flamel waved a hand dismissively. "Think nothing of it. You truly deserve such praise. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so eager for Dumbledore to bring you over." Lin Mei felt a flicker of doubt. He could tell there was a deeper meaning to Flamel's words. Sensing Lin Mei's confusion, Dumbledore spoke with a hint of sorrow in his voice. "Nicholas Flamel's time is running out. Both he and I agree that the Philosopher's Stone should be destroyed. So before Nicholas reaches the end of his days, I hope you can inherit his knowledge of alchemy." A surge of complicated emotions welled up in Lin Mei's heart upon hearing this. He looked at Nicholas Flamel's aged yet wise face and felt a profound sense of responsibility. Dumbledore's words made everything clear to him. Once the Philosopher's Stone was destroyed, Nicholas Flamel would lose the elixir of life that the stone produced. Therefore, within his remaining time, Flamel wished to find a worthy successor to carry on his legacy of alchemical mastery. And as it happened, Dumbledore also needed to resolve Lin Mei's desire to study alchemy. So, the two of them had struck a deal without hesitation. That's how Lin Mei came to be at Nicholas Flamel's estate, as naturally as could be. "Mr. Flamel, please rest assured. I will do everything in my power to learn and carry on your alchemy," Lin Mei said with heartfelt sincerity. Nicholas Flamel nodded gently, a glimmer of comfort in his eyes. "Very well, Lin Mei. I will teach you everything I know, even the secrets I have never shared with the world. But remember, alchemy is not just a matter of skill. It is also about reverence and exploration of the laws of nature. You must sense the soul of every material and understand its connection to magic." Before Dumbledore left the estate, he gave Lin Mei a precious gift. That's right, a time-turner. Even Lin Mei hadn't expected Dumbledore to go so far as to apply for a time-turner on his behalf. It was yet another sign that Nicholas Flamel's days were numbered. Lin Mei's situation was a bit unusual. He needed to stay by Flamel's side to learn alchemy. But he couldn't neglect his studies at Hogwarts, either. Of course, Dumbledore knew that Lin Mei had already self-studied all of the first-year curriculum. Still, he had to return to school for the final exams. So, to shorten Lin Mei's learning time, Dumbledore made a special exception for him. During his apprenticeship with Nicholas Flamel, Lin Mei could use the time-turner to study alchemy. Soon after, Nicholas Flamel led Lin Mei into a secret chamber deep within the manor. This was where he usually conducted his alchemical experiments. All around the room stood strange instruments and books, the air shimmering faintly with a metallic sheen and magical energy. "This is my alchemy workshop," Flamel said, "and also the place where you'll be learning from now on." As he spoke, Flamel pulled a thick book from the shelf and handed it to Lin Mei. "This contains the fruit of my years of research, my complete understanding and innovations in alchemy. You may begin your studies here." Lin Mei received the book with both hands, feeling its substantial weight. He understood that it was far more than just a book. It was the crystallization of Nicholas Flamel's lifetime of wisdom. With a solemn nod, he promised himself that he would study it diligently. In the days that followed, under Flamel's careful guidance, Lin Mei embarked on his journey of learning alchemy. Every day, he immersed himself in the sea of knowledge, tirelessly experimenting and exploring. He learned from his failures and built upon his successes. Flamel was deeply satisfied with Lin Mei's progress. Not only did he teach Lin Mei the foundations and practical skills of alchemy, but he also guided him to understand the philosophy and principles that lay behind the craft. Gradually, Lin Mei came to realize that alchemy was not merely about transforming one substance into another. It was, above all, a profound understanding and application of the laws of nature. As time went by, Lin Mei's mastery of alchemy grew ever more refined. He was able to complete complex alchemical experiments on his own, creating items imbued with powerful magic. Because of this, Flamel's satisfaction with Lin Mei only grew. Throughout the manor, Lin Mei's figure flitted in and out of sight. At one moment, he would be in a house, the next in the garden, and then again back in the secret chamber, working on his experiments. Over these past few days, his pace of learning had far surpassed anything before. In fact, it was impossible to count the number of experiments Lin Mei had conducted in just a few days. And alchemy, after all, was a pursuit that demanded immense resources. The money Flamel had spent on Lin Mei had already reached astronomical proportions. However, Lin Mei's studies were progressing so smoothly that he was nearing completion. Seeing that the time was right, Nicholas Flamel decided to share his most closely guarded secret. Ahem, Lin Mei, this is the final lesson I have for you. This book is what enabled me to create the Philosopher's Stone and become who I am today. Of course, I must ask that you never reveal its contents to anyone. Lin Mei accepted the book. Its title, The Taboos of Alchemy. Just from a name alone, Lin Mei could already guess its significance. He carefully opened the book and saw that the pages were densely packed with all manner of alchemical knowledge and runes. Among them, the section on human transmutation made Lin Mei's breath catch in his throat. In alchemy, human transmutation is a complex and forbidden practice. It attempts to use the body, soul, and spirit as materials, employing alchemical methods to create or resurrect a human being, bypassing the natural process of birth. However, in reality, such actions are considered a violation of the laws of nature and social ethics, and are therefore strictly prohibited. More specifically, human transmutation in alchemy carries extremely high risks and instability. It requires the alchemist to possess profound knowledge and skill, as well as a deep understanding of the human body and the nature of the soul. Yet even so, no one has ever succeeded in accomplishing human transmutation, for it seeks to challenge the essence of life and the order of the universe itself. Mr. Flamel, this can't possibly be real, can it? Without realizing it, Lin Mei's mouth had gone dry. The contents above touched on matters much like those found in the latter part of the Luban manual from the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Mei began to wonder if studying these things might doom her to loneliness or misfortune, just as the legends warned. Nicholas Flamel glanced at the pages Lin Mei had turned, then shook his head with a gentle smile. To be honest, I don't know if it's truly possible. Of everything written here, the only thing I've managed is the transmutation of gold, creating the Philosopher's Stone. And through the stone, I've been granted a long life. He sighed softly and went on. Sometimes, such longevity is not the blessing one might imagine. Ever since Voldemort survived, he's been hunting for me. To escape him, I've been forced into hiding again and again. I even entrusted the Philosopher's Stone to Dumbledore. Unfortunately, it seems his true target was never the stone but me. Lin Mei fell into thoughtful silence. Professor Flamel, do you know about Horcruxes? At the mention of Horcruxes, Nicholas Flamel's eyes narrowed, though he seemed unsurprised by the question. Horcruxes, they are among the most evil and powerful creations of alchemy. By splitting and sealing the soul inside an object, one seeks immortality or greater power. Yet this, too, is one of alchemy's greatest taboos. It violates the natural laws of life and spirit, and its consequences are invariably disaster and destruction. Lin Mei listened intently, recalling what he had read about Horcruxes in the books, how they represented a perversion of the essence of life, an extreme attempt to escape death, but in the end, they only brought deeper suffering. Perhaps, from the very beginning, he wanted you to help him create or perfect a Horcrux, Lin Mei suggested. A Horcrux? You mean to say Voldemort has already torn his soul apart and made Horcruxes? Oh, that is truly dreadful news. Nicholas Flamel exclaimed in shock. At last, he understood why Voldemort had once been so relentless in his search for him. Did you tell Dumbledore about this? If Voldemort has made Horcruxes, unless we find every single one of them, he will be immortal. Lin May replied, I've already warned him, and I trust he's working on a way to deal with Voldemort once and for all. Nicholas Flamel nodded, then stepped out of the secret chamber, leaving the rest of the space to Lin May. As Lin May continued her studies, Christmas quietly arrived. She used alchemy to create a few small trinkets, and, with the help of Nicholas Flamel's owls, sent them as gifts to the professors and students at Hogwarts. Meanwhile, at Hogwarts, on Dumbledore's desk sat 2 beautifully wrapped gift boxes. These were Christmas presents he had prepared for Lin May and Nicholas Flamel. After sending the gifts out with the owls, Dumbledore made his way to the Great Hall to prepare for that evening's Christmas banquet. Yet, as the owls soared out of Hogwarts, a trail of dark mist silently followed in their wake. Inside the Great Hall, at the head table reserved for professors and the headmaster, Professor Quirrell was nowhere to be seen. When Dumbledore entered the hall, his brow furrowed with concern. Quirrell had long been on his radar, and now the man had vanished without a trace. Professor Snape, do you know where Quirrell's gone for Christmas? Snape shook his head. After all, the holiday season kept him rather busy. A sense of foreboding crept into Dumbledore's heart. With a grave expression, he said, Go check the door. I fear we might have a repeat of what happened at Halloween this Christmas. Without hesitation, Snape stood up and strode toward the chamber where the Philosopher's Stone was kept. Down in the hall, Harry noticed Snape's sudden departure. He nudged Ron beside him and whispered, Look, Professor Snape just left all of a sudden. I bet he's going to the chamber where the Philosopher's Stone is hidden. During Lin May's absence, Harry and his friends had pieced together a few clues and guessed that the Philosopher's Stone was being guarded at Hogwarts. Harry had even overheard that Snape's leg had been bitten by Hagrid's pet, the 3-headed dog, Neville. So, in Harry's mind, it was only natural to suspect Snape was the one trying to steal the stone. Harry, you shouldn't jump to conclusions like that. Professor Snape's actually quite a good person. Hermione couldn't help but protest at Harry's rash words. But Harry's stubbornness flared up at once. Hermione, you're always so logical, but sometimes you have to trust your gut. Just look at Snape. He looks dark and sinister. You can tell he's up to no good. I'd bet anything he's planning to steal the stone while everyone's distracted by Christmas. Harry stood his ground, his eyes fixed intently on the spot where Snape had disappeared. Ron, caught between the two of them, was at a complete loss. He didn't know whose side to take. He didn't want to upset Harry, but he didn't want to offend Hermione either. In the end, he steeled himself and said, Harry, I think you've got a point, but Hermione is right too. We can't judge someone just by appearances. Maybe we could quietly follow him and see what's really going on. Hermione nodded in agreement with Ron's suggestion. Yes, that way your curiosity is satisfied, and we also make sure we don't misunderstand Professor Snape. But we have to be careful not to let him catch us. I didn't want to lose house points at the end of term. With that, the 3 of them made a pact and slipped out of the Great Hall together. Meanwhile, elsewhere it was Christmas Day after all. Even though Lin May didn't care much for this Wester holiday, today he finally tore himself away from his research and emerged from the secret chamber. Come on, Lin May. It's Christmas. I've got a lovely turkey, just waiting for you to work your magic in the kitchen. Over the past weeks, Lin May had grown quite familiar with Nicholas Flamel. But truth be told, it was Lin May's cooking that had truly won Nicholas Flamel over. There was simply no comparison. Next to Lin May's Kung Pao chicken and stewed chicken with mushrooms, the usual dry roast chicken seemed utterly lackluster to Flamel's palate. Each meal was a revelation. Now thoroughly captivated by these new flavors, Nicholas Flamel had already made up his mind. As soon as Lin May finished learning from the forbidden alchemy, he and his wife would move to the Dragon Kingdom to enjoy their last peaceful days. Just then, Lin May, trouble's coming. Many people are approaching. Their power is twisted, evil. It's revolting. Lin May was just about to take the ingredients to the estate's kitchen when a warning sounded within him. In truth, he hardly needed the reminder. He could already see outside, skull-shaped clouds of black smoke swirling and swooping erratically through the air. Their shrill cries and chilling laughter echoed through the grounds as the skulls seeped one by one into the estate. Lin May, over here, those must be Death Eaters. Nicholas Flamel called out, his face grim. He couldn't fathom how their location had been compromised. As far as he knew, only he, Lin May, and Dumbledore were privy to this place. Suddenly, Flamel's gaze snapped to the 2 Christmas presents sitting on the living room table, not far away. They were gifts from Dumbledore. Lin May followed Flamel's eyes, and in an instant, he realized what must have happened. One by one, the skulls condensed into 4 masked figures, each clad in a long black robe. Death Eaters, every one of them. They stood separately at the 4 corners of the manor. From their formation, It was clear they intended to encircle Lin, Mei, and Nicole. An even more sinister presence surged in from outside the estate, crashing through with overwhelming force. A cloud of black smoke smashed through the doors and windows, hurtling straight for Lin Mei. Lin Mei's eyes narrowed. In an instant, his casual attire transformed into a white mage's robe. Ancient magical runes shimmered and flowed across the robe, radiating a mysterious power. Lin Mei channeled his magic directly into the robe, and a blue barrier sprang up before him, enveloping both himself and Nicole. With a thunderous crack, the barrier shattered. The black smoke's momentum slowed, but it was immediately followed by a flaming fist barreling toward them. Damn it, you want to show off? I'll teach you a lesson. Lin Mei threw a punch, blasting the black smoke out of the manor entirely. The other Death Eaters were stunned into silence. How could their leader be defeated in a single blow? But Lin Mei wasn't finished. A cruel smile flickered across his face. The 4 remaining Death Eaters snapped back to their senses, hastily drawing their wands to counterattack. Yet Lin Mei was faster. He poured magic into his robe again, and just before the barrier could reform, Lin Mei drew his wand and intoned, "Electric Surge." A torrent of energy burst from the wand. Lightning arced across the manor, crackling through the air and striking down every Death Eater, leaving them incapacitated. The barrier shattered once more, Lin Mei's timing always impeccable. Tiny traces of dragon scales shimmered faintly on his skin. After all, the one he just blasted outside hadn't left yet. Avada Kedavra! As Lin Mei charged out of the manor, a beam of black energy shot toward him from afar, closing the distance in an instant. Damn, this sneaky bastard. He was waiting for me to come out. Lin Mei let out a strangled cry. The timing was perfect. The killing curse was aimed precisely where Lin Mei would land. A chilling sense of death crept over Lin Mei, tightening around his heart. He had no choice but to pour every ounce of magic into his robe, desperate to withstand the deadly attack. A torrent of green, deathly magic slammed into Lin Mei, but another barrier shimmered to life, holding the killing curse at bay. But the mage's robe could hold for less than 10 seconds. The strain was too much for the runes. An ear-splitting, tearing sound echoed as every inch of fabric seemed to scream in agony, until finally, the robe exploded into fragments, dissolving into stardust that vanished on the wind. Lin Mei stood exposed to the open air, yet he showed no fear. Instead, his eyes burned with an even fiercer resolve. Oomph. A mere killing curse isn't enough to bring me, Lin Mei, to my knees. He let out a low growl, as if some ancient power within him had been awakened. A faint golden aura shimmered around his body, the radiant energy of light clashing against the forces of dark magic. At that moment, Lin Mei swiftly shifted her stance, planting her feet firmly on the ground. Gripping her wand tightly in both hands, she began to chant an ancient, intricate incantation. Shield of light, protect me. With a final word, a brilliant radiance erupted from within her, forming a massive shield of light. The shield rebounded the lingering death magic completely, hurling it back toward the hidden spellcaster in the shadows. What? A voice from the darkness rang out, filled with disbelief. Clearly, the speaker had not expected Lin Mei to possess such formidable defenses and the ability to strike back. Yet the other's reaction was swift. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight, shifting his position with uncanny speed. Lin Mei did not dare let her guard down. She knew her opponent would not retreat so easily. The dark wizard reappeared in the same spot, letting out a harsh, grating laugh. Ah, little wizard, you're quite impressive. Your strength has far surpassed my expectations. Now I'll give you 2 choices. First, surrender Nicholas Flamel and join the Death Eaters. Become my most loyal servant. I choose the second. Before the other could finish, Lin Mei cut him off without hesitation. She had nearly died at his hands just moments ago. There was no way she would stoop so low as to become his lackey. Very well, boy. If you want to die, I'll be happy to oblige. You're the one who should be worried, Professor Quirrell. Or should I say Voldemort. Don't think your hood can hide you from me. I know exactly who you are. Lin Mei looked at him with utter disdain. Voldemort's identity, now exposed, twisted his face in anger as he raised his wand at Lin Mei. Avada Kedavra! Roar of the Thunder Dragon. The two of them unleashed their spells at the exact same moment. The green torrent of death energy collided with a swirling blue vortex of lightning. The two forces crashed together, unleashing a devastating shockwave that tore through the entire garden outside the manor. You people are relentless, especially you, Voldemort. Even in your weakened state, you still refuse to let me go. At that moment, Nicholas Flamel had already sent out a call for help. He drew his wand and joined Lin Mei, counterattacking with dragon-slaying magic. Voldemort, though visibly weakened, still managed to withstand the combined assault from Lin Mei and Nicholas Flamel. Something was terribly wrong. In fact, it was more than wrong. It was impossible. Voldemort seemed in far better condition than expected. It was as if he had completely taken over Quirrell's body. Otherwise, how could he suddenly become this powerful? Lin Mei's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, "No, you devoured Quirrell's soul. That's impossible. That coward Quirrell would never allow it." "Ha ha. I must say, I didn't expect you to figure out the truth so quickly. But Quirrell was nothing more than my servant. Offering up his soul was his greatest honor." Voldemort laughed with wild arrogance. After all, it had taken quite a bit of effort on his part to fool Quirrell into going to his death. Now, he was able to briefly restore a sliver of his own power thanks to Quirrell's soul. To obtain the Philosopher's Stone, he had no choice but to orchestrate an attack on Nicholas Flamel. What Voldemort hadn't anticipated, however, was just how strong Lin Mei was. If Lin Mei hadn't repeatedly used her own alchemical creations to shield herself from his attacks, Nicholas Flamel would have long since fallen into his hands by now. Of course, whether or not he could capture Nicholas Flamel didn't really matter to Voldemort. His true target had always been the Philosopher's Stone itself. Good thing I didn't agree to become a Death Eater just now. Otherwise, I might have ended up like that fool Quirrell, Lin Mei said, fixing Voldemort with a steady gaze. Her words were laced with unmistakable mockery. Voldemort's face darkened, for he could clearly hear the accusation. She was calling him ungrateful, someone who abandons his servants once they're of no use. Proud as he was, and with some of his strength now returned, there was no way he would let the young witch before him continue to challenge his authority. Nicholas Flamel could see that Voldemort was about to strike again. He stepped to Lin Mei's side, his tone grave. "I've already sent for help. If we can hold out for about 5 more minutes, Dumbledore will arrive." Voldemort caught Flamel's words, and a sharp glint flashed through his eyes. In the next instant, he vanished from sight in a swirl of apparition. Before Lin Mei could react, a wave of searing heat slammed into her from the side. Finite incantatum! Nicholas Flamel recognized the fiend fire, an uncontrollable, deadly flame. It was not something one could ever hope to touch. Without hesitation, he cast the counterspell, determined to diminish the blaze. Voldemort's lips curled into a contemptuous smile. His fiend fire was no ordinary fire. A simple counterspell would never extinguish it. The flames twisted and surged, forming a monstrous, 3-headed fire serpent, each head towering dozens of meters high. One head lunged directly at Flamel's spell, while the other 2 snaked toward Lin Mei and Nicholas Flamel, intent on devouring them both. Lin Mei watched the blazing serpent's approach, an odd expression flickering across her face. "Lin Mei, run. I can't hold this fire back," Nicholas Flamel shouted desperately. Casting finite incantatum, he already knew he didn't have enough magical power to withstand the fiend fire. Lin Mei said nothing. Instead, she moved swiftly, placing her hand firmly on Flamel's shoulder. Flamel was about to rebuke Lin Mei for being reckless. But in the next moment, he felt his entire body hurled outward, flying away from the inferno. All Flamel could do was cry out in shock as he was swept from danger. In the next instant, the energy contained within the fiend fire erupted violently, casting sparks in all directions and setting the entire manor ablaze. "Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! If you refuse to become my servant, then you can do nothing but wait for death." Voldemort's face was deathly pale, clearly drained by the immense magic he had just unleashed to conjure the fiend fire. He raved madly, venting all his frustration at Lin Mei, the disobedient young witch, with reckless abandon. But Voldemort's arrogance did not last long. He soon witnessed a sight that filled him with terror. There, amidst the blazing inferno, stood a small figure, completely at ease within the sea of fire. Lin Mei's face bore an expression of utter comfort, as though she were simply soaking in a hot spring. Had anyone looked closer, they would have noticed a thin layer of crimson scales covering Lin Mei from head to toe. Suddenly, Lin Mei's next action startled Voldemort even further. Defying all reason, Lin Mei began to grab at the fiend fire and devour it. What in the world is this creature? For the first time, Voldemort saw his own fiend fire countered in such a way, and the shock left him questioning everything he knew. But Lin Mei was not done yet. Perhaps finding the act of gnawing on the fiend fire too slow, she took a deep breath and drew all the flames raging through the manor in her belly in one powerful gulp. In no time, every last trace of the fiend fire was swallowed and contained within Lin Mei. Resting a hand on her now slightly swollen stomach, Lin Mei couldn't help but let out a satisfied burp. A wisp of undigested fiend fire curled from her lips before vanishing into thin air. Merlin's beard. Is this still the magical world I know? Outside the manor, Nicholas Flamel's mind went completely blank. For someone who had lived countless years, Lin May's actions were nothing short of astonishing. At that moment, Lin May herself did not feel entirely well. A surge of fiend fire, transformed into raw magic, left her stomach uncomfortably bloated. She needed to release the magic she had just absorbed, and quickly. Dragon's Roar. Without hesitation, Lin May unleashed a blast of dragon-slaying magic straight at Voldemort. Voldemort, his own reserves of magic nearly depleted, could not withstand Lin May's fierce attack. Yet his true objective for coming to Nicholas Flamel's manor had already been fulfilled. With that, Voldemort apparat away, vanishing into thin air. The fire dragon, left without a target, soared skyward and painted the heavens a brilliant red. Within the manor, Dumbledore arrived with a crack of apparition, standing silently as he took in the scene before him. No one could tell what thoughts occupied his mind. Only after Lin May had expelled all the excess energy from within did the sky finally return to its dark stillness. Lin May felt she had gained a deeper understanding of dragon-slaying magic. Now, may I ask what exactly happened here? Dumbledore finally broke the silence, unable to hold back his question any longer. To be honest, when Dumbledore received Nicholas Flamel's plea for help, he immediately left Hogwarts and apparat to the manor. However, upon arrival, all he saw was Lin May spewing fire, and the entire manor was in utter chaos. Lin May explained, "We were attacked by Death Eaters and Voldemort. Voldemort has already escaped." Dumbledore frowned and said, "How is that possible? In his current, weakened condition, why would Voldemort take such a risk? Besides, with his powers not yet restored, I doubt he could even command the Death Eaters." Lin May drew her wand and used the levitation charm to lift the 4 unfortunate Death Eaters from the hall, dropping them at Dumbledore's feet. They really are Death Eaters. Dumbledore immediately recognized one of them. A former Death Eater, and now a wanted criminal by the Ministry of Magic. To have commanded such long-fugitive Death Eaters, Dumbledore was convinced that the mastermind behind the attack was indeed Voldemort. Thinking of Quirrell's recent disappearance from Hogwarts, Dumbledore asked gravely, "Could it be that Voldemort has already been resurrected?" "No, if he had been, there would have been far more Death Eaters attacking you." "It's not so much a full resurrection," Lin May explained, "but he has completely taken over Professor Quirrell's body. Quirrell's soul must have been devoured by Voldemort." Lin May said solemnly, "The devouring of souls. Is such a thing even possible?" Dumbledore exclaimed in astonishment. Lin May nodded, speaking earnestly. "There are indeed such dark methods in alchemy. However, any power gained from soul devouring quickly fades over time. More importantly, those who use this method are often affected by the memories and personalities of the souls they consume. So, it's likely that Voldemort will start to behave as timidly as the real Quirrell." "I see. That explains why he chose to act now. Even though his powers haven't fully returned," Dumbledore murmured, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. "This secret art of soul devouring is without doubt one of the most dangerous and forbidden branches of the dark arts. We must be vigilant. Voldemort may use it to regain his strength, and we must also guard against him using the victim's identity to infiltrate in more subtle ways." "Exactly. And I suspect Voldemort has other plans that haven't yet come to light. This sudden attack on Nicholas Flamel's manor may not have been just a test of strength. It's likely he was searching for something crucial, some item or information. Master Flamel is one of the oldest and wisest wizards in the magical world. Hidden among his collection, there may be secrets that Voldemort desperately desires," Lin May added. Nicholas Flamel was also slowly recovering from his shock. He walked over, his eyes flickering with a complex mix of emotions. "Mr. Lin May, your abilities have far surpassed my expectations. In light of tonight's attack and Voldemort's movements, we must report to the Ministry of Magic at once and strengthen Hogwarts' defenses." "I agree," Dumbledore nodded. "But before that, we need to secure the manor and check if anything has been lost or damaged. As for the fact that Voldemort has taken possession of Professor Quirrell's body, we must handle this with utmost caution to avoid unnecessary panic." Suddenly, Lin May remembered that Voldemort was never one to act without a purpose. Now, with Dumbledore here at the manor, it meant that Hogwarts was left in a vulnerable state. If Voldemort wanted to be truly resurrected, he would need the power of the Philosopher's Stone. Voldemort had shown up here precisely to lure Dumbledore away from Hogwarts and bring him to the manor. "Oh no, Headmaster, we have to return to Hogwarts immediately. Voldemort may already be trying to seize the Philosopher's Stone. If we're too late, it could be disastrous." Dumbledore was taken aback as well. At this moment, no one at Hogwarts knew that Quirrell's body had been overrun by Voldemort. In other words, with Quirrell as his vessel, Voldemort could move freely towards the place where the Philosopher's Stone was kept. Without another word, Lin May placed his palm on Dumbledore's arm. Dumbledore instantly operated them both back to Hogwarts. Nicholas Flamel gazed at the now empty manor, nearly destroyed. He spoke bitterly. What did I ever do to deserve this? I only wanted to spend my twilight years in peace. Fortunately, this was a world of magic. In case any Death Eaters left on the ground suddenly regained consciousness, he quickly cast a powerful sleeping charm on them before setting to work restoring the manor to its original state. We have to get the Philosopher's Stone today, no matter what. You all saw it. Snape really might steal it, Harry declared with utter conviction. Ron and Hermione fell silent, clearly deep in thought. After everything that had happened in the last few days, and with Harry's suspicions coloring their mindset, when Snape had finished searching for Quirrell's whereabouts, Harry was left with a gut feeling that Snape was the one plotting to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione frowned slightly, trying to analyze the situation with reason. Harry, we can't just assume Professor Snape is behind all this based on a gut feeling. We know there's some bad blood between Snape and Professor Quirrell, but that alone isn't enough to prove he's trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Besides, Dumbledore clearly trusts Snape to some extent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made him our potions master. Ron nodded in agreement from the side. Yeah, Harry, Hermione's right. We need to stay calm and find real evidence. Harry took a deep breath, trying to steady his emotions. Still, his resolve was clear. He was determined to reach the Philosopher's Stone before anyone else could get their hands on it, to make sure no one with dark intentions would ever succeed. If Lin may have been there, he surely would have teased Harry for his stubbornness. After all, Hogwarts was hardly lacking in ways to protect the stone. What made Harry think he could guard the stone better than Voldemort himself? If not for the protective charm his mother Lily had left on him, Voldemort would have crushed Harry like an ant the instant they met. But thinking about it wouldn't change anything. Because of Harry's stubborn insistence, Ron and Hermione joined him without hesitation. And soon, they sprang into action. Outside the castle, Lin May and Dumbledore finally operated back to the edge of Hogwarts. There was no other choice. After all, Hogwarts rules strictly forbade apparition within the grounds. So Dumbledore was forced to make the long walk back. Lin May, on the other hand, wasted no time. He picked up speed, racing toward the chamber where the stone was kept. Night had settled over Hogwarts, and the castle was shrouded in silence. Most students had already returned to their dormitories, leaving only Mrs. Norris and Filch patrolling the corridors. Lin May swept through the halls like a raging wind, kicking up clouds of dust wherever he passed. In no time at all, he reached the entrance to the chamber where the Philosopher's Stone was hidden. The heavy wooden door now stood open, a sign that someone had already entered. Hagrid's pet, Cerberus, Fluffy, shrank back into a dark corner of the room as soon as it sensed Lin May's presence, not daring to challenge him. Ignoring the three-headed dog, Lin May strode straight to the center of the room and dropped down through the trapdoor. Below was the Devil's Snare. With his wealth of knowledge, Lin May knew this shadow-loving plant hated the light. It took him hardly any effort to force his way through the Devil's Snare and move on to the room filled with winged keys. As soon as he entered the next chamber, Lin May spotted Ron lying unconscious on the floor. The scattered chess pieces on the ground seemed to respond, gradually shifting and assembling themselves, as if the game was about to reset. I don't want to play chess, Lin May muttered. Before the pieces could arrange themselves for another round, he stepped forward, his right fist blazing with fire, and smashed the king chess piece to pieces in one swift blow. So, Lin May essentially exploited a loophole and cleared this stage ahead of time. The enormous chessboard was still in utter disarray. Once she confirmed that Ron was only unconscious, Lin May pressed on toward the next door. The next doorway was guarded by a troll, but it was clear that the creature inside had already been killed by dark magic. The final door was cloaked in black flames, and Lin May could just make out the voices of Harry and Voldemort beyond it. Look what I've become, Harry. Before, I was nothing but a shadow, a wisp of mist. I could only take shape by sharing another's body. Yet there are always those willing to let me into their minds and hearts. Over these past few weeks, unicorn blood has restored some of my strength. That night, you saw Quirrell drinking it for me in the Forbidden Forest. But unicorn blood is no longer enough for me. So, with the strength it gave me, I devoured Quirrell's soul. You killed Professor Quirrell. You monster. Harry recoiled in terror, unable to stop himself from stumbling back. Voldemort let out a cold, mirthless laugh. He seemed to relish the fear on Harry's face. Once I possess the elixir of life, I'll be able to forge a new body for myself. Now then, why don't you hand over the Philosopher's Stone in your pocket? How does he know? Harry was stunned. He was shocked that Voldemort knew about the stone hidden in his pocket. Once more, he staggered back, desperate to escape. "Don't be foolish," Voldemort snarled. "Harry, if you want to stay alive, your best option is to join me. Otherwise, you'll meet the same fate as your parents. They begged me for mercy before they died. Never. I'd rather die than join you, and I'll never give you the stone." Harry shouted with sudden resolve. Voldemort's sinister gaze stayed locked on him. A twisted smile curled on that evil face. "In that case, Harry, if you won't give up the stone, your life is mine to take." But Voldemort did not draw his wand and cast the killing curse at Harry. After all, he had suffered for that mistake once before, which had led him to this wretched state. Harry was still protected by his mother Lily's enchantment, so Voldemort had to find another way to kill him. Just as Voldemort considered collapsing the chamber to crush Harry to death, he suddenly sensed a wave of scorching heat beside him. "Are you ready?" Lin May's voice sounded right by Voldemort's ear. Before Voldemort could react, the world spun wildly around him. His body, like a soaked and tattered rag, was flung about in every possible direction by Lin May. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of Voldemort's body slamming against the ground echoed, each impact followed by muffled groans of pain. Even Harry, who stood nearby and witnessed this scene, couldn't help but feel his teeth clench in frustration and anger. Perhaps Lin May's strength was finally waning. In the end, she hurled Voldemort, who was really Quirrell, against the wall and let his body slide slowly to the floor. Voldemort stared fixedly at the ceiling, tears welling up in the corners of his eyes, overcome by a sudden sense of defeat. He was plunged into a crisis of existence. How could this be so unfair? They were both wizards, after all. What gave it a right to resort to brute force like this? Voldemort seethed with indignation and grievance in his heart. He could feel that Quirrell's body was utterly ruined now, bones shattered beyond hope. Pathetic. In the face of absolute power, you're nothing at all. Lin May cast a scornful glance at the motionless Voldemort. To be honest, back at the manor, Voldemort had already exhausted nearly all his magical power. And after the energy drained from apparition, he had almost no strength left to fight back. He hadn't even noticed Lin May approaching. Proof of just how weak he'd become. "Harry, are you all right?" Lin May turned, wanting to check on him. But Harry suddenly pointed behind Lin May and shouted, "Lin May, behind you!" Lin May hadn't sensed the danger at his back, but he warily turned to look at Voldemort. Voldemort knew that relying on Quirrell's body any longer was impossible. Without hesitation, he abandoned Quirrell's body, his soul tearing free and hurtling toward Harry. Lin May, caught off guard, was a moment too late. Voldemort's soul slipped past him. By the time he reacted, Voldemort's spirit had already reached Harry. A piercing, anguished scream filled the chamber. Yet, the one who screamed was not Harry, but Voldemort in his soul form. As Voldemort rushed at Harry, intent on seizing the Sorcerer's Stone by force, a brilliant light burst forth from Harry. It burned away most of Voldemort's soul. That was the protective charm at work on Harry. Dragging what was left of his tormented soul, Voldemort fled desperately from the chamber. Because of his lapse, Lin May had almost let Harry come to harm. Furious with himself, he gave chase outside. Inside the chamber, only Harry remained, unconscious from the combined effect of the protection charm and Voldemort's attack. Dumbledore appeared at Harry's side, carefully removing the Sorcerer's Stone from Harry's pocket and placing it on his own person. Then he gathered Harry in his arms, picked up the still unconscious Ron, and set off for Madame Pomfrey's hospital wing. As for Lin May's pursuit of Voldemort, Dumbledore chose not to intervene. He saw the boundless potential in Lin May. If he could let this outsider to their world, Lin May, bring Voldemort's existence to an end. Perhaps he himself might retire early and spend the rest of his years with a certain someone in Azkaban. Unfortunately, his hopes were high, but reality was far from cooperative. After chasing Voldemort deep into the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts, Lin May lost all trace of him. He was now hanging upside down from a branch, his eyes constantly scanning every direction. Below the tree, a group of centaurs had surrounded Lin May in a tight circle, several with homemade bows and arrows already trained on him. "Lin, are you sure he escaped here? Can you still sense exactly where he is?" Unable to find any sign of Voldemort, Lin May had no choice but to call upon Lin, the consciousness within him, for help. "No, that guy's soul has completely merged into something. I can't track his precise location anymore," Lin replied. This answer left Lin May a little disappointed. The centaurs below were growing impatient. If not for the rule that forbade centaurs from attacking human children, they would have shot Lin May down from the tree long ago. The leading centaur stepped forward and called out loudly, "Young human wizard, this is the heart of the Forbidden Forest, not Hogwarts. I advise you to leave quickly." Hearing this, Lin Mei leapt swiftly from the tree, landing steadily on the ground. Sir, I have only one question. After that, I'll leave right away. The centaur hesitated for a moment, then solemnly replied. Did a cloud of black mist just fly through here? Lin Mei asked bluntly. The centaurs exchanged glances with one another, all shaking their heads to show they'd seen nothing. Lin Mei could only sigh inwardly. What a shame. Had he managed to catch Voldemort, Lin Mei certainly wouldn't have let him off so easily, especially considering his own clothes were now in tatters, and the alchemical wizard's robe he'd just developed had been destroyed by Voldemort's killing curse. If he didn't drag Voldemort out and give him a good thrashing, he'd hardly make up for his own loss. Well, since there's nothing, I'll leave the Forbidden Forest now. Lin Mei was a man of his word. After all, he had trespassed on his centaur territory. That they tolerated him to this extent was already more than generous. Had he landed in the domain of any other magical creature, he'd probably be locked in battle right now. Within the Forbidden Forest, aside from those creatures born with gentle natures, the rest were far from friendly. That's precisely why this place had earned the name Forbidden Forest. Once Lin Mei's figure had disappeared from view, a blue-eyed centaur with a pale, golden warhorse coat stepped out from the shadows. This centaur was called Firenze, and one day he would serve as the divination professor at Hogwarts for a time. He respectfully addressed the centaur who had just briefly spoken with Lin Mei, saying, Chief, that child is rather unusual. He gave me the feeling of a dominant predator, and I also caught a scent on him that's very close to that of a dragon. The centaur chief nodded thoughtfully. I felt it as well. There aren't many young wizards who dare to venture into the Forbidden Forest alone like this. Next time, if any of our kin encounter him, tell them not to provoke him. Understood. I'll pass on the word, Firenze replied with a nod. Less than 10 meters away from the large tree where Lin Mei had just been, a small squirrel, curled up and asleep midway along the trunk, suddenly opened its eyes. A look of deep malice flashed in those eyes as it stared intently in the direction Lin Mei had disappeared. A wisp of shadowy black mist, somewhere between real and unreal, drifted up from the squirrel's head and moved swiftly toward Hogwarts. Back at Hogwarts, he could sense one of his servants, someone he urgently needed to find to rescue himself from his current frail state. The servant Voldemort sensed, of course, was none other than the rat known as Scabbers. Because of the aura Lin Mei carried, which made even small animals shudder with fear, Scabbers the rat had not shown up in the Gryffindor dormitory at all. Without having seen the rat, Lin Mei had completely forgotten about the existence of Peter Pettigrew. But Voldemort's return hinged on finding his servant. If he failed to find a being capable of hosting his soul within the next few days, what awaited him would be utter obliteration. Back at Hogwarts, after losing track of Voldemort, Lin Mei returned to the castle. Oh, Merlin's nose. Lin Mei, are you hurt? What happened to your clothes? Madame Pomfrey exclaimed when she saw Lin Mei's tattered outfit. She naturally assumed Lin Mei must be the most seriously injured. At that moment, all 4 heads of house had gathered in the infirmary. When they saw Lin Mei's appearance, they too were taken aback. Madame Pomfrey hurried over to examine Lin Mei, but was quickly stopped by him. This time, Professor McGonagall's eyes were ablaze with fury. She spoke directly. Lin Mei, if I recall, Dumbledore had arranged for you to leave the school for a while, hadn't he? And what exactly happened? To Harry and Ron? Why are they both unconscious? If Hermione hadn't come to find me, I wouldn't even have known what happened tonight. Professor McGonagall's words carried an undeniable authority. Her gaze swept back and forth between Harry, Ron, and Lin Mei, making it clear that if Lin Mei failed to give a satisfactory explanation, she, as the head of Gryffindor, would have no qualms about docking all of her house's points, and ensuring that everyone involved faced the most severe punishment. Lin Mei shifted his gaze to Dumbledore, hoping for some support. Dumbledore merely gave a subtle signal, urging him to explain. But Dumbledore sat serenely, eyes lowered, ignoring Lin Mei's silent plea. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mei knew this explanation was crucial. He began slowly, Professor, you're right, I should have been outside the school grounds. Voldemort, hoping to lure Headmaster Dumbledore away from Hogwarts, personally led the Death Eaters to attack me. As for Harry and Ron, they were only trying to protect the Philosopher's Stone. That's why they lost consciousness. But please don't worry. They're only unconscious. They haven't been harmed. The moment those words left his lips, the hospital wing fell so silent you could have heard a pin drop. The heads of all 4 houses looked at one another, their faces full of shock and disbelief. For everyone present, Voldemort's name was a symbol of terror, a name both feared and forbidden. Voldemort. Professor Snape's voice was low and cold as he stepped forward, his sharp gaze fixed on Lin Mei. Are you certain it was him? You must know, he was supposed to have died years ago. Lin Mei nodded and continued. Yes, Professor Snape. He didn't appear in person, but there's no doubt about his presence. He tried to seize the stone by possessing Professor Quirrell, but failed. Harry and Ron protected the stone at the critical moment, which is why they fell unconscious. That doesn't explain why you've only just now appeared in the hospital wing. Where were you just now? Snape, noticing Lin May's attempt to downplay his own involvement, pressed him on the inconsistencies in his story. Lin May had no desire to hide the truth. After all, one lie only leads to another. So he replied directly. After Voldemort abandoned Quirrell's body, his soul fled into the Forbidden Forest. I chased him in, but lost track of him inside. What? Lin May, you actually went into the Forbidden Forest? Don't you know students are strictly forbidden to go near it? Professor McGonagall snapped, her anger clear. After all, Lin May was a student of her own Gryffindor house. She didn't want anything to happen to her students. That included Harry and Ron, still lying unconscious in their beds. Professor McGonagall, please don't be angry. You may not know this, but nothing in the Forbidden Forest can harm me. Seeing how upset his head of house was, Lin May shrank back slightly and offered a hasty explanation. Is that really the point here? And you were chasing after Voldemort. What if he hurt you? Professor McGonagall grew even angrier after hearing Lin May's explanation. Professor McGonagall spoke sternly. Given the sheer number of mistakes you've made, Gryffindor will lose 80 points this time. 20 points each. Lin May was left utterly stunned. He knew that if he took the blame for this, he'd be the target of countless glares from his classmates tomorrow. There was no way around it. He had to turn to Dumbledore, the silent observer. Headmaster Dumbledore, my head of house seems a bit. Could you say something to help us out? After all, I protected the Manor's resident, and in the Chamber of Secrets I saved Harry, drove out Voldemort's spirit, and kept the Philosopher's Stone safe. From the corner of his eye, Lin May could see Snape, the old bat, barely able to contain the glee in his eyes. Even if Professor McGonagall hadn't taken points, Snape had planned to use this incident to dock 50 points from Gryffindor himself. He hadn't expected McGonagall to be even harsher, deducting more points than he ever imagined. Professor McGonagall, don't you think the point deduction is a bit too harsh this time? Professor Flitwick couldn't help but speak up. He was, in truth, trying to give McGonagall a way out. After all, with so many points lost, wouldn't the little Gryffindors be in an uproar tomorrow? Dumbledore cleared his throat lightly. Professor McGonagall, the children were only trying to protect the school. Wouldn't you agree? So, let's forget about the point deduction this time. We can't break their spirits. McGonagall didn't reply, which meant she agreed by default. Snape's bat-like face went from smug to crestfallen. Since the headmaster had spoken, the matter was considered settled. Lin May clapped his hands and said, All right, let's get back to the matter of Voldemort. Now that he didn't get the Philosopher's Stone, he'll never get his hands on it again, and he won't be able to brew the elixir of life to resurrect himself. Noticing the serious look on Lin May's face, Professor Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff, asked in confusion, if he can never get the stone, isn't that a good thing? Lin May replied earnestly, it's not necessarily a good thing. After all, getting the resurrection stone was the fastest way for him to return. Dumbledore frowned and asked, Lin May, is there something you're not telling us? Lin May glanced at Harry, who was lying in bed, and answered, Voldemort possesses extensive knowledge of alchemy. Surely, I don't need to spell that out for you. At Lin May's words, the others were left momentarily speechless. The professors harbored feelings of fear, loathing, and deep wariness toward Voldemort. But in truth, they had never paid much attention to his accomplishments in alchemy. At least in their daily teaching and research, this subject was rarely, if ever, explored in depth. Lin May's remark was like pulling aside a long-forgotten curtain, casting everyone present into deep contemplation. You mean, Professor McGonagall began, her voice tinged with a subtle but unmistakable tension. Aside from the Philosopher's Stone, he might be seeking resurrection through other forms of dark magic or alchemical means. Lin May nodded, her eyes sweeping over each professor at the table. Voldemort's understanding of ancient magic goes far beyond what we imagine. His mastery of the dark arts is profound, but his discoveries in alchemy are equally astonishing. The Philosopher's Stone was just one of many schemes he devised, and the Resurrection Stone, or rather, its legend, could very well be his next target. Of course, compared to chasing after the elusive Resurrection Stone, I think he'd find it far more practical to use dark magic to craft a new body for himself. That's a method much more in line with his path to return. And to create a new body for his resurrection, Harry's blood is the most crucial ingredient. What? You mean Voldemort's next target is likely to be Harry? Professor McGonagall exclaimed, her worry plain. To be precise, it would have to be Harry once he's come of age. Right now, Harry is protected by enchantments. Even if Voldemort wants his blood, it wouldn't be an easy feat. By revealing all this, Lin Mei decided there was little point in holding back. After all, who could predict how the world might change with his unexpected presence here? Since Voldemort had already dared to attack him, Lin Mei was determined to make things equally difficult for his adversary in every way possible. Dumbledore interjected, "That's enough for now. Madame Pomfrey, for your own safety, I'd like Professor Flitwick to help you forget everything you've just heard." "I understand, Headmaster," Madame Pomfrey replied. She was all too aware that she'd learned far more than she ought to today, and the knowledge left her deeply unsettled. After all, who could have imagined that, even in death, Voldemort's soul was still searching for a way back to life? Dumbledore added, "I must ask everyone here not to speak a word of this to anyone else, so as to avoid any unnecessary complications." "Yes, Headmaster," the other 4 heads of house answered in unison. The rest of the staff quickly returned to their quarters, while Lin Mei was asked to remain behind by Dumbledore. Lin Mei guessed what was coming next. Before long, Dumbledore led him back to the headmaster's office. "Lin Mei, the term is drawing to a close. Have you any plans for what comes next?" Dumbledore asked kindly, though Lin Mei sensed this was not the real question he wished to pose. "Headmaster Dumbledore, since you know I don't belong to this world, you're also aware that I'm bound to return to where I came from. So, if there's anything you wish to ask, just say it. I'll tell you everything I know." Lin Mei's tone was calm and steady. Dumbledore's eyes lit up. He knew Lin Mei was someone from beyond this world. It was precisely for this reason that he had rescued her and brought her to Hogwarts, allowing her to study magic here. In truth, he hoped to find a way to defeat Voldemort through Lin Mei. Without further ado, Dumbledore got straight to the point. "Has Voldemort already created several Horcruxes?" When Lin Mei had earlier mentioned Voldemort's formidable skills in alchemy, Dumbledore immediately thought of Horcruxes. He also realized that Lin Mei brought up this subject to highlight how crucial Horcruxes were to Voldemort. "It's true. He's made about 5 Horcruxes," Lin Mei replied. "And with Harry Potter as an unexpected addition, there are 6 in total." Dumbledore straightened at once, placing both hands firmly on Lin Mei's shoulders. Looking her directly in the eyes, he asked intently, "How did Harry become a Horcrux?" He quickly regained his composure and withdrew his hands. Lin Mei began to explain. "Back then, when Voldemort tried to kill Harry, he triggered the protection charm set upon Harry. In the end, Voldemort's body was instantly destroyed, and a fragment of his soul entered Harry by accident." "How could that be? If that's the case, to destroy Voldemort completely, wouldn't we have to kill Harry as well?" Dumbledore sank into his chair, deep in thought. The information Lin Mei brought him today was overwhelming. He hadn't yet figured out how to respond. But now, his priority had shifted. He was determined to find a way to remove Voldemort's soul fragment from Harry without harming the boy. After all, Voldemort had not yet fully regained his body. There was still a chance to set things right. Soon, the great headmaster recalled that Lin Mei had mentioned the dark magic Voldemort would use to resurrect himself required certain materials. For example, Harry's blood. He asked, "Can you tell me exactly what Voldemort needs to return to life?" Lin Mei thought for a moment and quickly understood that Dumbledore wanted to prevent Voldemort from gathering what he needed for his resurrection. His father's bone, a servant's flesh, and the blood of his enemy. If he wishes to return through dark magic, he must possess all of these, Lin Mei answered without hesitation. Dumbledore's thoughts immediately fixed on his father's bone. Lin Mei stood up and said, "If you intend to deal with the fragment of Voldemort's soul inside Harry, remember this. A wand cannot harm its true master. And if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave for now." Dumbledore was the first to speak, stopping the conversation, for as Lin Mei described the properties of the wand, an idea began to form in his mind. In the end, he asked, "Why is it that you know so much? Even if you don't belong to this world, you shouldn't be able to understand all of this." Lin Mei replied with a mysterious smile, "Does it matter? I've already told you Voldemort's most important secret. I trust that you'll come up with a solution, won't you, Headmaster?" With those words, Lin Mei darted swiftly out the door. "Oof, sly little fox," Dumbledore thought to himself. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Mei could leave this world at any moment and never return, he would have already dragged her into his plans. After leaving the headmaster's office, Lin Mei hurried back to the Gryffindor dormitory. As for what Dumbledore would do next, Lin Mei simply didn't care, because she had already decided that as soon as this term ended, she would immediately return to her original world. She had no idea what would happen in her absence, or what point the story would have reached the next time she arrived. As for her mutant ability to travel between dimensions, Lin Mei still couldn't fully control it. Her power was unusual to begin with. Even if she went to the X Academy, there was no one there who could teach her how to master it. At least not for now. Ahem. Actually, I can help you locate world nodes, and even pinpoint the time nodes of any world. Lin's voice drifted out gently, her words surprising Lin Mei. Wait, what kind of dragon are you exactly? You can even do that? Lin Mei questioned the little dragon's spirit residing within her, demanding answers from the depths of her soul. She couldn't recall any dragon in the fairy tale world possessing so many attributes. In fact, Lin Mei had discovered long ago that, besides helping her suppress the problems of dragonification, Lin also had the ability to master multiple attributes and could help her regulate other forces within her body. Take the space attribute, for example. Lin Mei wouldn't have had a clue what Lin was capable of if Lin hadn't revealed it herself. Lin Mei imagined Lin, the proud little dragoness, rolling her eyes in exasperation. You never asked, Lin retorted. Lin Mei was left momentarily speechless. Lin then continued, all right, enough teasing. Do you know why my mother so recklessly poured so many types of dragon blood into you? Wasn't she afraid your body couldn't handle it, that you'd just explode on the spot? Why? Sweat began to bead on Lin Mei's forehead as she heard this. Back then, all she'd wanted was the power of a dragon slayer. She hadn't considered the risks at all. Lin went on, actually, your body is quite special. You possess an extremely rare magical constitution. With it, you can contain every known magical attribute. So, my mother simply gathered the blood of all our kin who died in battle and infused it into you. What does this have to do with my question about which type of dragon you are? Lin Mei couldn't help but interrupt. Don't butt in. I'm just getting to the point. Lin snapped, clearly displeased. She absolutely hated being interrupted. Since your body can accommodate multiple attributes, my mother came up with a bold idea, to use you as the vessel that would allow my bloodline to revert to that of the dragon god. Lin Mei asked, her confusion evident. Lin continued, legend has it that the dragon god of our clan was a being of all attributes. My mother condensed all the familiar dragon blood into a single point for you to absorb. Then, using me, she could suppress your dragonification. Thanks to your extraordinary constitution, you can merge the blood of all dragon attributes into your body. But this causes your body to accelerate its transformation into a dragon. My presence, however, can keep that process in check. While I'm holding back your dragonification, I can also draw benefits from it, refining the bloodline within me. That's why, whatever attribute of Dragon Slayer magic you master, it's as if I've mastered that magic too. The more you learn, the closer I become to the form of the dragon god of our clan. Lin Mei was left utterly speechless. Seriously? Your mom's treating me like your cheat code. So, who's the protagonist here? You or me? Wait, that's not. For a moment, Lin was at a loss for words. Because, honestly, Lin Mei had a point. As long as she kept Lin Mei stable and stopped him from fully dragonifying, she would inevitably evolve into something even more perfect. Ahem, all that aside, you don't have to put it so bluntly as cheat code. Lin's voice carried a hint of helplessness, but also a trace of amusement. We're symbiotic. Your growth and my evolution are intertwined. The stronger you become, the purer the power I can draw from you. For me, that's an incredible boon. And your unique constitution makes this bond between us truly one of a kind. So, in a way, I'm actually investing in my own future too. Lin Mei tried to see the relationship from a different perspective, one that didn't feel so much like he was being used. Of course, you could see it that way. Lin's tone grew earnest. Every bit of your effort, every breakthrough you achieve, is paving the way for our shared future. Your growth isn't just for yourself. It's for me too, so that together we can find our place in this world. And besides, Lin's voice softened, taking on a gentle warmth. In this process, you didn't come away empty-handed. You gained the power of a dragon slayer, a power that allows you to protect those you cherish, and gives you a foothold in this perilous world. More importantly, you now have me, a companion you can trust, someone who will fight by your side. Hearing this, warmth blossomed in Lin Mei's heart. He truly had never imagined that his connection with Lin would run so deep. He had always thought he was simply borrowing Lin's power to control his dragon transformation, never expecting that behind it all lay such intricate causes and profound bonds. All right, Lin, I understand now. Lin Mei took a deep breath, his eyes filled with determination. Since we're symbiotic, our goals are one and the same. I'll strive to become stronger, not just for myself, but for you as well, so we can face the challenges of the future together. That's the spirit. Lin's voice brimmed with satisfaction. Remember, no matter what difficulties we encounter, neither of us is ever alone. As long as we stand united, there's nothing we can't overcome. As Lin's words faded, Lin Mei felt an unprecedented surge of strength welling up inside him. It was the resonance of trust and understanding between him and Lin. But why did this feeling seem so familiar? Lin, were you just trying to gaslight me? That sensation just now felt suspiciously like someone feeding him a steaming plate of motivational nonsense. Hey. Since when did this story become all about fiery passion? No way. Absolutely not. You're overthinking things, you greedy capitalist. Lin flatly denied it. No, you totally are. No, I'm not. You are. I am not. Their bickering continued until Lin May finally drifted off to sleep. As for being used by Lin's mother, Lin May didn't dwell on it. After all, he'd reaped tremendous benefits and now possessed powerful dragon slayer magic. Since Lin could suppress his dragonification and even gain a bit of strength from it, that was a good thing. Lin May saw no reason to believe Lin would stay in his body forever. As for whether Lin could help him pinpoint the exact time and spatial coordinates of a world, that would require Lin May to gather vast amounts of spatial and temporal energy first. So, Lin May immediately set his sights on the Space Stone and the Time Stone. The former wasn't too difficult. The Space Stone still lay somewhere at the bottom of the sea, yet to be retrieved. The latter, however, would be a headache, since that one was in the hands of the Ancient One. What Lin May didn't yet know was that his dimension-hopping antics had already drawn the attention of the Ancient One herself. The next day, in the morning, since it was already the end of the semester, no matter how much of a genius Lin May was, he still had to take exams at Hogwarts. Lin May, Professor McGonagall wants you to go to the head of house's office. Ron trudged into the Gryffindor common room early in the morning, his face glum. Oh, looks like Professor McGonagall's temper hasn't cooled down after a whole night. Lin May teased Ron with a grin. Ron's expression grew even more miserable. With a tone of deep resentment, he said, Professor McGonagall already told my mom about what happened yesterday. I'm sure I'm in for a beating when I go home this summer. Lin May stood up, patted Ron on the shoulder, and said with a hint of schadenfreude, Don't worry. Everyone deserves a full childhood experience. Without delay, Lin May made his way to the Gryffindor head of house's office, curiosity flickering in his mind about what Professor McGonagall wanted from him. When Lin May entered the office, Professor McGonagall finally stood up. In the office, there was another student present, someone Lin May recognized. It was Oliver Wood, the keeper and captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Wood, this is the temporary seeker I've found for you. His name is Lin May. I imagine you've heard of him, Professor McGonagall said, gesturing towards Lin May. When did I become a seeker? Why am I only hearing about this now? Lin May's mind was swimming with questions. He turned to Professor McGonagall, searching her face for a clue. Wood extended his right hand toward Lin May. Lin May, I know you. You're famous in all 4 houses. I never expected Professor McGonagall's recommendation to be you. That's honestly a surprise. It's a surprise to me too. But when Lin May met Professor McGonagall's uncompromising gaze, he surrendered immediately. He still remembered how terrifying she'd been the previous night. Wood, perhaps Lin May rarely shows off his talent with a broomstick. But I can assure you, if he's willing, he'll be one of the best seekers out there. Professor McGonagall declared. Wait a minute. How am I suddenly about to become the best? Lin May thought, alarm bells ringing in his mind. He alone knew the truth. He couldn't actually ride a broomstick. That secret was his alone. But as Professor McGonagall fixed him with a cold, steely look, Lin May's bravado deflated in an instant. After so many years of teaching, the air of authority Professor McGonagall exuded was not something Lin May could hope to challenge. Professor McGonagall kept praising Lin May, so much so that even he, the subject of her praise, began to feel embarrassed. Wood's eyes sparkled with excitement. Because Harry was still unconscious, he'd already resigned himself to losing the final Quidditch match of the term that afternoon. To his surprise, Professor McGonagall came straight to him and said she could assign him a seeker no less skilled than Harry Potter. However, the only problem now was that Lin May had never received any formal training. Lin May noticed the strange look on Professor McGonagall's face. Truthfully, he wasn't all that eager to take part in the Quidditch match. He really didn't like flying broomsticks. They were rather uncomfortable, after all. I think. Lin May timidly raised his hand, trying to say something. No, you don't. Mr. Lin May, this is your punishment for what you did last night. Professor McGonagall cut him off sharply. Feeling awkward, Lin May stuck out his tongue. Wood glanced at Lin May in confusion, unable to understand why Professor McGonagall was speaking to him that way. But the Quidditch match was about to begin, and there was no time to dwell on it. Seeing how thoroughly Professor McGonagall was keeping Lin May in check, Wood seized the opportunity and grabbed Lin May by the wrist. He said urgently, Professor McGonagall, there's no time. I need to give Lin some last-minute training. We'll be off then. With that, Lin May was practically dragged out of the room. Once they'd stepped out of the head of house's office, Wood quickly asked, Lin, how much do you know about Quidditch? Even though Lin May wasn't thrilled about it, he resigned himself to his fate. He said uncertainly, I suppose I know quite a bit. Lin May explained, I've read several books about Quidditch like Quidditch Through the Ages. I remember them all as casual reading. In that case, let me see how well you handle a broomstick. With Harry as a precedent, would believe that anyone recommended by Professor McGonagall couldn't be too bad. 10 minutes later, Wood stared in stunned silence as May casually glided back on his broomstick. Lynn, how did you do that? How did you catch the golden snitch not even a minute after it was released? That's incredible. May tossed the freshly caught golden snitch in his hand, looking entirely at ease. Honestly, letting someone like May be Seeker was almost unfair to the others. Compared to ordinary players, the power of the Dragon Slayer had gifted May with inhuman dynamic vision, a secret weapon of epic proportions. No matter how fast the golden snitch zipped around, to May's eyes, it was moving in slow motion. He could easily lock onto its path, even predicting where it would turn at the very last instant. For a Seeker, this ability was practically cheating. Maybe I just got lucky, May replied with a feigned nonchalance, though inside he was quite pleased with himself. Wood had no idea that, for May, it would be more accurate to say he was sitting not on a broomstick, but cradled in the currents of the wind. The wind would carry him wherever he wished to soar. Of course, he couldn't possibly tell Wood that the real reason he caught the golden snitch so quickly was because of his extraordinary abilities. He patted May on the shoulder, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Lynn, you're a born Seeker. With you on our side, Gryffindor is sure to win this time. How about joining the Gryffindor Quidditch team? With your skills, I bet Gryffindor could dominate the Quidditch Cup for years to come. May gave a wry smile. In truth, he didn't care much about winning or losing, but since he had already promised Professor McGonagall, he was determined to give it his all. However, the idea of actually joining the Gryffindor team was completely out of the question. First of all, he wasn't flying with a broomstick, which was a clear violation of the rules. If anyone found out, it would be disastrous. Besides, even though May had arrived in this world by accident, it didn't mean he had no ambitions of his own. His goal had always been clear: to study magic and experience its wonders firsthand. Because of May's astounding performance on the training field, Wood was now utterly confident that the Quidditch Cup would soon be his. While May was busy dealing with the Quidditch Cup, a wisp of shadowy black smoke slithered through every dark corner. Voldemort was now so weakened that even a novice wizard could destroy him completely. Where is he? Where on earth is he? Voldemort's anxiety grew with every passing moment. He was simply too weak. If he couldn't find someone to possess, he would truly perish. Suddenly, the sharp squeaks of a mouse echoed as a rat poked its head out from a hole in the wall. Voldemort's eyes narrowed suspiciously at the little creature. No, this is an animagus. A cowardly rat, but that's even better. He'll be easier to control. The little rat had already noticed the black mist drifting above its head, but before it could flee, the shadow had already plunged into its mind. No, who are you? Why are you inside my head? A cold, sinister laughter echoed in the rat's mind. I wondered who it might be. So it's you. As Voldemort entered Peter Pettigrew's mind, he immediately recognized the man's identity. You. Master, it's you. Upon hearing that terrifyingly familiar laugh, Peter Pettigrew began to tremble all over, his voice betraying a fear and reverence he could not hide. Master, I thought I would never see you again. Ever since that failure, I've been hiding in this sunless place, terrified the Aurors from the Ministry of Magic would find me. Pettigrew's voice trembled with tears, and he curled himself up as tightly as possible, as though that might somehow lessen the terror gnawing at his soul. Enough, Peter! Voldemort's voice was cold as ice, cutting through Pettigrew's sobbing. This is no time for nostalgia. I need a body, and you, right now, are my best choice. A flicker of despair flashed in Pettigrew's eyes. He knew all too well that if he became Voldemort's host, it meant losing himself completely, becoming nothing more than a puppet for the Dark Lord. But Master, I'm no longer young or strong. I fear I won't survive your power. Silence! Voldemort roared, shadows swirling violently around him. Do you think you have a choice? Your body, your soul, they all belong to me, Peter. Besides, do you have anywhere else to go? Don't forget, it was you who betrayed the Potters. Did you really think they would ever let you go free? Master, Pettigrew's voice faded to a whisper, barely daring to speak at all. And then, Voldemort's presence completely invaded Pettigrew's body. No one knew what was happening at that moment. No one could have imagined that Voldemort, clinging to life, had found a way to survive by taking over Pettigrew's body. Meanwhile, on the other side of the castle, the Quidditch match was about to begin. The stadium was alive with excitement, a sea of voices rising and falling. Most of the students from Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Slytherin, and Ravenclaw had gathered to watch this highly anticipated match. Hey, have you all heard? Harry Potter can't play in today's match. Gryffindor's captain had to find someone else to take his place. Oh, So Gryffindor Seeker is just a substitute? Looks like Gryffindor's going to lose for sure. Don't be so certain. I heard the substitute is Lynn, the one who knocked out the troll last time. I don't need to remind you how powerful he is, do I? Still, being a Seeker is all about skill. Lynn's got brute strength, but that doesn't mean he'll be able to catch the golden snitch. On the stands, the chatter was endless. With Harry Potter absent, the Quidditch match had become even more unpredictable, and everyone was full of anticipation and speculation. Look, there's Cedric Diggory, Hufflepuff Seeker. He almost caught the snitch last year. He'll be even more determined this time. An excited Hufflepuff supporter pointed skyward at the sleek figure darting through the air. Don't forget the courage and resolve of Gryffindor. Even without Harry, we won't back down so easily, retorted a Gryffindor student, eyes shining with unwavering determination. At that moment, the match was about to begin. Ever since he had shown astonishing power in the Forbidden Forest, his image in the eyes of his classmates had quietly changed. Lynn, don't be nervous. We believe in you, Ron called out loudly from the sidelines. With Harry unable to compete due to his injury, Ron hoped even more that he could bring honor to Gryffindor. May gave a faint smile, nodded to his teammates, and then mounted his broomstick, which, in fact, had already been replaced by an ordinary broom. With a sharp blast of the whistle, the match officially began. Broomsticks shot into the sky like arrows loosed from a bow, streaking across the heavens in an instant. Above, broomsticks of every color wove together, painting a vibrant tapestry in the air. Beaters swung with all their might at the bludgers, shielding their chasers, while the Seekers darted through the clouds like leopards on the hunt, searching for the golden snitch that would decide the fate of the game. Thanks to his extraordinary dynamic vision, May quickly caught sight of the golden snitch amid the chaos. Oh, my goodness, Gryffindor's substitute Seeker, May, is already chasing the golden snitch. This is the fastest I've ever seen a Seeker spot the snitch in my entire commentary career. Ladies and gentlemen, right now, Gryffindor's substitute Seeker, May, is hurtling after the snitch at an astonishing speed. There are no fancy tricks, only pure speed and unwavering determination. He seems to have become one with his broomstick, launching forward in a straight line with no hesitation. When Cedric from Hufflepuff spotted May in pursuit, he immediately gave chase, but with every breath, May seemed to propel himself further. Ahead, his focus and composure are simply remarkable. The golden snitch flashes ahead, while May, he's like a leopard, eyes locked on its prey. Suddenly, a decisive moment. Without any unnecessary moves, relying only on speed and instinct, May lunged forward, his fingers brushing the golden snitch. In a burst of acceleration, May closed his hand around the golden snitch, seizing victory. The Gryffindor stands erupted with cheers. May, the newly minted Seeker, had claimed victory in his own remarkable way. This was a contest of speed and willpower. Through his performance, May has shown us that true victory often comes from steadfast determination and relentless pursuit. Oh, my goodness, from the start of the match to its conclusion, not even 5 minutes have passed. Gryffindor's substitute Seeker has already caught the golden snitch. This is the fastest capture of the golden snitch on record. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. You heard it correctly. This Quidditch match lasted less than 5 minutes from the first whistle to the capture of the golden snitch. An unprecedented record. The commentator's voice trembled with excitement, and it was as though an invisible force had set the entire stadium ablaze, sending the crowd's fervor soaring to its peak. May, the newest Seeker for Gryffindor, has written a new legend with his speed and determination. Every dash, every turn he made was flawless, almost as if there was some mysterious bond between him and the golden snitch. Hufflepuff Seeker, Cedric, gave it his all and demonstrated remarkable skill, but against he was just a step behind. This match will undoubtedly be an unforgettable challenge in his Quidditch career, but it's exactly these kinds of challenges that ignite the desire for victory deep within each of us. Right now, the Gryffindor students are cheering wildly. Their applause and shouts of joy are like waves crashing into the sky, celebrating Mage triumph, and May, smiling, waves the golden snitch in his hand toward the heavens. This is his moment of glory and Gryffindor's pride. This game was not only a contest of speed and skill, but also a display of courage and resolve. Through his performance, he has shown us all that no matter what difficulties or challenges we face, as long as we have dreams in our hearts and strength in our steps, nothing is impossible. Thank you for joining us for today's Quidditch match. I've been your commentator. This match will be etched in our memories forever, a true legend that will inspire us to keep moving forward and to surpass ourselves on the road ahead. Even Lin Mei couldn't help but feel the thrill of the roaring cheers filling the stadium. He raised his right hand, clutching the golden snitch in victory, declaring his triumph to the world. 10 days passed after the Quidditch match. Lin Mei took the opportunity to sit for the first-year exams, earning the top spot in his year with outstanding results. Harry Potter had already woken up by then. After attending the graduation feast, Lin Mei headed to Diagon Alley, shopping on his own for some useful supplies. Lin, spare some galleons, will you? You know, I've already spent all those gems you gave me last time. When Lin Mei arrived at Diagon Alley, he suddenly realized most of his money had been poured into alchemy. No way, I'm broke, Lin replied, suddenly turning stingy. There was no help for it. The cost of alchemy was astronomical. With a gold-devouring beast like Lin Mei around, even Lin found herself growing protective of her little hoard whenever she had to dip into it. What's more, Lin herself is a bit of a money grubber. If it weren't for how important Lin Mei is to her, she might never have lent him any money at all. Lin Mei managed a wry smile. He was well aware just how outrageous his recent spending had been. But he didn't have anything like a philosopher's stone, nothing that could turn stone into gold. Just as Lin Mei was wondering how he might coax a little more money out of Lin, some scruffy, unkempt wizards, filthy from head to toe, set their sights on him. Lin, do you feel it too? Lin Mei couldn't help but frown. Even though the malice radiating from those people was well hidden, he could still pinpoint their presence with uncanny accuracy. There are about 11 of them. Looks like they're coming out of that alley over on the side. Up ahead, the owner of the Scarred Pages bookshop was waving at Lin Mei, beckoning him repeatedly. Judging by her anxious expression, she seemed to be urging Lin Mei to leave the area at once. But Lin Mei was bold as brass and skilled to boot. He paid no mind and strolled straight toward the Scarred Pages bookshop. The shopkeeper only grew more frantic. But after a sharp glare from one of the lurking men, she quickly fell silent. Long time no see, madam, Lin Mei called out warmly. The owner of Scarred Pages bookshop had recommended him more than a few practical books, so he was actually on very friendly terms with her. Mr. Lin Mei, you really shouldn't be here in Diagon Alley at a time like this. Don't you realize that ever since you were seen carrying those gems last time, you've caught the attention of some unsavory wizard from Nocturne Alley? Her tone was thick with urgency as she spoke. But Lin Mei's eyes lit up. He'd been fretting about money, and now it seemed opportunity was knocking at his door. Out of curiosity, he asked, if everyone knows about these shady wizards, doesn't the Auror office do anything about it? The shopkeeper sighed quietly, lowering her voice. Of course the Aurors do what they can, but they're stretched thin. The scoundrels in Nocturne Alley are slippery. They always manage to exploit loopholes in the law. What's more, some wizarding families have deep, tangled ties to the darker powers. That makes things all the more complicated. But, Mr. Lin Mei, you must be careful. Those people have no regard for rules. They'll do whatever it takes to get what they want. Her words were thick with concern. Lin Mei smiled faintly, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Thank you for the warning. But as it happens, I have a few things to take care of myself. Their appearance might be just the chance I've been waiting for. The shopkeeper was taken aback, clearly surprised by Lin Mei's calm composure. She wanted to say more, but Lin Mei had already turned away, heading straight toward those shadowy figures watching him from the darkness. Lin, are you ready? Looks like we're about to play a little game of cat and mouse. Lin Mei whispered this to himself, his steps light and carefree, as though the looming danger was nothing more than a passing cloud. The filthy magicians, surprised to see Lin Mei approaching of his own accord, exchanged glances. For a brief moment, they seemed taken aback, but quickly recovered and closed in around him. The leader curled his lips into a cold sneer. Kid, I hear you've got quite a stash of good things. If you know what's good for you, hand them over right now. Otherwise, don't blame us for getting rough. Lin Mei came to a halt, sweeping his gaze over the group. With a smile, he replied, Oh, get rough, you say? I'm curious, just how rough do you plan to get? Before his words had fully faded, Lin Mei's figure flickered, darting through the crowd like a shadow slipping between cracks. In no time, he plunged into a narrow, dim alley. Boss, that fool just walked right into Tumble Alley himself. Huh, looks like he's tired of living. To think he'd walk straight into our trap. The leader's cold laughter echoed as he led his men in pursuit, all of them disappearing into the same shadowy alley. Lin Mei dashed through the alley, utterly unruffled. On the contrary, he relished the rare chance to test his abilities and maybe even squeeze some useful information out of these thugs. Lin, keep an eye on their movements for me. Don't let them lose my trail. He spoke silently to his companion, quickening his pace as he headed deeper into the maze of alleys. Tumble Alley was lined with shady shops and crawling with bizarre creatures, a place that would send chills down anyone's spine. Yet Lin Mei moved as if entirely unfazed, weaving past obstacles while scouting for the perfect place to ambush his pursuers. At last, he stopped in front of a derelict warehouse, its entrance shrouded in cobwebs and dust. Turning to face the relentless magicians, Lin Mei flashed a mischievous grin. "So you finally made it. I was starting to think you'd gotten lost," he teased. The magicians glared back, eyes blazing with fury. The leader, practically grinding his teeth in rage, spat. "Don't get cocky, boy. Today's the day you die." With that, he raised his wand, preparing to strike. But before he could utter a spell, Lin Mei vanished, gone in an instant, as if swallowed by thin air. "What?" The leader's eyes bulged with shock, caught completely off guard by Lin Mei's ghostly speed. In that stunned moment, Lin Mei reappeared behind him, snatching the wand right out of his hand. "With skills like yours, you think you can catch me? What a joke." Lin Mei let out a cold, mocking laugh. With a sharp flick of her wand, she unleashed a relentless wave of attacks on the wizards before her. Chaos erupted among the wizards. They brandished their wands desperately, attempting to shield themselves from Lin Mei's onslaught. Yet Lin Mei moved through the crowd like a shadow, swift, elusive, and deadly. Each of her strikes landed with pinpoint precision, leaving no opportunity for reprisal. It didn't take long before the wizards fell to the ground one after another, utterly defeated and robbed of their will to fight. Lin Mei stood before them, her gaze icy and detached, as if she were looking down on a swarm of ants. She confiscated every single one of their wands, collecting them effortlessly into her own hands. "Damn it, who said she was just a minor witch? She's even stronger than those Aurors," someone cursed angrily. Lin Mei paid no heed to their complaints. Fixing her frosty gaze on the leader, she spoke with chilling composure. "You know about Death Eaters, don't you? Tell me, among the 28 pureblood families, are there any Death Eaters?" "Are you kidding? How could I possibly know who's a Death Eater among those great families?" The leader's face went pale, his voice trembling with fear. Clearly, Lin Mei's words had shaken him. He shook his head repeatedly, desperate to distance himself from any association with the Death Eaters. As a wild Death Eater, that dark mark only Voldemort bestows really stands out on you, you know? Lin Mei's tone dripped with scorn. "I don't know, I swear I don't know. I'm just a nobody. How could I know anything about those families?" he stammered, his words growing increasingly frantic as he tried to cover up the uncomfortable truths Lin Mei's questions had exposed. Scourgify! Lin Mei let out another cold laugh. With a swift motion, she cast a cleansing charm on the leader's left arm. In an instant, his arm turned spotless, almost gleaming. But so did the mark, the ominous black sigil on his skin, now revealed for all to see. The dark mark. That's the sign of a Death Eater. "Boss, you're a Death Eater." "Shut up, you idiot. I don't need you to remind me," the leader snarled, his voice vicious with anger. Lin Mei's gaze was like the blade of a knife, locked unerringly onto the leader's left arm. Against the pale skin, the black mark stood out, stark and damning. "It seems you're not as ignorant as you pretended to be," Lin Mei said, her voice low and dangerous. "A Death Eater is someone who stands with Voldemort. Now tell me, how many among the 28 pureblood families are Death Eaters?" Her eyes grew sharper, sparks of electricity flickering around her, each arc promising retribution. "No, I can't say. If they find out I'm the one who betrayed them, I'm as good as dead," the leader replied, terror clear in his voice. "Well, it seems you really do know how many Death Eaters are hidden among those 28 pureblood families, don't you?" Lin Mei looked at him with a playful glint in her eyes. The leader's voice faltered for a moment. "No, I don't. I don't know anything," he denied once more, desperation creeping into his tone. Lin Mei smiled calmly. "That's all right. I'm not in a hurry. You'll tell me soon enough." As the fear in their eyes deepened, Lin Mei unleashed a torrent of lightning, sending crackling bolts arcing over their bodies without hesitation. The leader clenched his teeth and tried to endure, but his subordinates weren't so lucky. Struck by the sudden jolts of electricity, they convulsed violently, their cries of pain filling the air. Lin Mei's gaze remained utterly merciless. Only determination and cold resolve shone there. The electric current coursed through them, as though intent on shattering their very wills. "So, are you going to talk or not?" Lin Mei's voice rang out clear and sharp, cutting through the rumble of thunder. His patience had worn dangerously thin. The lead wizard's face had turned ashen, sweat streaming down his forehead. His eyes flickered between terror and defiance as he finally realized the young man before him was far from someone they could easily deal with. I'll talk, he broke at last, sobbing under the relentless torment of the lightning. "But I really don't know much. I only heard that a few families might be involved with the Death Eaters, but I truly don't know who exactly." Lin Mei narrowed his eyes, as if weighing the truth behind those words. The lightning lessened, though he kept enough power flowing to maintain his dominance. "Which families?" Lin Mei's voice was low and forceful, each word a hammer blow battering the leader's last defenses. With trembling lips, the lead wizard stammered out a few family names. It wasn't much, but for Lin Mei, it was a good start. Very well. At least you know what's good for you. Lin Mei gave a cold snort and withdrew the lightning. The wizards slumped to the ground, gasping for breath as relief washed over them. In the next instant, Lin Mei conjured an exceptionally sharp iron sword in his hand and, with a single fluid motion, beheaded every dark wizard before him. Even in death, disbelief lingered in the Death Eater's eyes. Lin Mei felt not a trace of discomfort at the act. There was no hesitation in him. He reached into the magically expanded suitcase he had left on the ground and took out a bottle filled with a vivid green liquid. Consider yourselves lucky. This is a concentrated digestive solution I extracted from a man-eating plant stomach. Didn't expect I'd end up using it on the likes of you. Muttering to himself, Lin Mei swiftly poured the entire bottle over the fallen wizards. Immediately, thick white smoke billowed up from their remains. In moments, nothing was left in the warehouse but a pool of yellow-brown liquid. Lin Mei herself also vanished from the spot. In the winding alleys, Lin Mei walked toward a decoration shop with its doors tightly shut. Though, to call it a decoration shop was perhaps an overstatement. Beneath the dim, yellow light inside, all manner of rare and unusual treasures were displayed, each radiating a unique and unsettling glow. The walls were covered with ancient scrolls and maps, bearing obscure symbols and patterns that seemed to conceal endless secrets. On a battered wooden table rested an oddly shaped statue, its eyes appearing to see straight through to one's soul, exuding a chilling, almost palpable power. Beside the statue stood a huge glass jar, inside which a vividly colored, bizarre little creature was imprisoned. Its eyes, filled with resentment, stared out at the world as if it might break free and reclaim its liberty at any moment. In some shadowy corners of the shop, seemingly ordinary objects lay scattered, yet each exuded an uncanny aura. A wand entwined with black vines, for instance, inlaid with a gem that flickered with an eerie light. Or perhaps a spell book, its cover battered and worn, the faint scent of mildew drifting from its pages. But leafing through it carefully, one would discover spells from a forgotten age, thought to be lost forever. Most striking of all was a massive oil painting suspended in the shop. It depicted a shadowy forest, and deep within the woods, the faint outline of an ancient castle. Black clouds roiled above the castle. Lightning crackled and flashed, enveloping the scene in a stifling, terrifying atmosphere. The painting seemed to possess a mysterious power, making it difficult for anyone to look at it for long. It seems that Death Eater was telling the truth. This really is a port key. Convenient. I won't have to travel so far, Lin Mei murmured. She reached out and touched the painting directly. Instantly, the world around her, and Lin Mei herself, twisted and warped. When her vision cleared, she found herself standing in the midst of an ancient manor. Looks like I'd better disguise myself. No need to attract unnecessary attention later, Lin Mei whispered, gently touching her youthful face. She took a pure white mask from her suitcase once again. Faint golden patterns shimmered on the mask, and as Lin Mei put it on, her entire presence seemed to shift. Sevenal the First. So it really is one of the 28 pure-blood families, she noted, reading the name on the painting and instantly confirming which family's domain she had entered. Hey boy, who are you? How did you get in here? A portrait on the wall spoke up, a white-bearded, sharp-eyed old man glaring at Lin Mei with hostility. Lin Mei turned her gaze toward the portrait. Without hesitation, she unleashed a torrent of scorching fire, consuming both the painting and the old man within it. Lin, help me check if there's a vault or something in this manor. Lin Mei rubbed her palms together, excitement lighting up her face. All right, but I want 2/3, Lin replied without a moment's hesitation. The moment he realized he'd only get a third, Lin Mei's expression fell in disappointment. Lin let out a soft, dismissive laugh. You should be glad I'm not taking it all. Lin Mei gritted his teeth. Deal. 2/3 it is. But hurry up, I don't want to stay here too long. Lin nodded, as if focusing her senses on something unseen. After a brief pause, she said, there's a hidden chamber deep inside. The entrance is pulsing with strong magical energy. It should be the vault. Hearing this, Lin Mei vanished in a flash, instantly appearing where Lin had pointed. A powerful and intricate protective spell guarded the entrance to the secret chamber. But Lin Mei forcefully broke through it, using his dragon-slaying magic. He gently pushed open the heavy stone door, revealing a room aglow with golden light, overflowing with stacks of coins, gemstones, and magical artifacts of every kind. Just as I thought. Lin Mei laughed heartily, immediately setting about gathering the treasure. Just as Lin Mei was about to use Lin's supposed inconvenience as an excuse to claim all the treasure for himself, a wave of spatial energy swept through every corner of his secret chamber. In the blink of an eye, nearly all the gold, gems, and magical items vanished from sight. Lin, what did you? Lin coughed awkwardly. Well, you were just too slow at collecting everything. So, I took the liberty of storing it for you. And my share. A sense of foreboding crept into Lin Mei's heart. Don't worry, your share is already with you. I'm a bit tired today, so I'll be going to sleep now. With that, Lin disappeared without a trace. Lin, get back here. Why is there only this little bit of money in my bag? Weren't you supposed to leave me a third? Lin Mei stood there, staring at the now empty chamber and the pitifully small pile of treasure in his hands. His feelings were a tangled mess. He hadn't expected Lin to so blatantly help him by scooping up all the loot, and with a sneaky trick to boot. That greedy little fox. She's too sly for her own good. Lin Mei gritted his teeth, but then shook his head helplessly. He knew that now. Matter how angry he got, it was pointless. Lin had already vanished without a trace, and there was no way he could chase her into her dreams. Oh well, since she's already stashed it all away, I'll just have to settle accounts with her later. Lin Mei comforted himself, though a trace of frustration still lingered in his heart. He glanced around the room one last time, and, having confirmed there was nothing else of value left in the secret chamber, prepared to leave. However, just as he was about to step out, he heard the faint sound of footsteps approaching from outside the door. Lin Mei's heart tightened. He quickly ducked to the side, concealing himself in the shadows. Cautiously, he peeked out and saw a middle-aged man in ornate robes slowly making his way into the chamber. Judging by the man's familiarity with the room and the unmistakable aura of a black magic mark radiating from him, Lin Mei knew at once. This must be the master of the manor. Who's there? The anguished cry that followed was so piercing, so mournful, that it could bring tears to the eyes of anyone who heard it. Suppressing his laughter, Lin Mei wasted no time slipping out of the manor. There was no doubt the news of this theft would be all over the papers by tomorrow. After circling back through the winding streets, Lin Mei returned once more to Diagon Alley. Now that he had the Suiner family's fortune at his disposal, Lin Mei set off on another spree through Diagon Alley. Perhaps it was because Lin Mei and those dark wizards had vanished in a nocturne alley, and now he was back again. But this time, no troublemakers came looking for him. Lin Mei was more than happy to enjoy the peace. After clearing out Diagon Alley once again, he returned to his estate in England. Today was the day Lin Mei would bid farewell to Nicholas Flamel. After passing on all his knowledge and experience to Lin Mei, Flamel had decided it was time to journey to his wife's home, and then perhaps travel to the east, exploring the lands of the Dragon Kingdom. Inside the elegantly decorated study, the golden light of the setting sun streamed through the windows, bathing the old man in its glow and lending the farewell a touch of warmth and dignity. Nicholas Flamel, the aged yet sharp-eyed master of magic, sat side by side with Lin Mei. Between them flowed the deep bond of teacher and student. Flamel gently caressed his wand, his voice warm and tinged with emotion. Lin Mei, you have mastered skills and knowledge that outshine many a wizard. I have given you all I can. From here on, you must forge your own path. Hearing this, Lin Mei's eyes flashed with reluctance to part. He stood, and with deep respect, bowed to his mentor. His voice was steady and resolute. Master, your guidance has been my beacon, lighting the way ahead. Without you, I would not be who I am today. Please accept my deepest gratitude. Flamel smiled and nodded, a look of satisfaction shining in his eyes. Your growth is my greatest pride. Remember, true magic is not found only in spells and wands, but in the heart and the mind. Cherish your curiosity and your kindness. They will be your most precious treasures. Lin Mei nodded emphatically, then reached into his pocket and took out a delicate pendant, the gift he had specially prepared for Nico. Sealed within it was a trace of the dragon-slaying magic power of light he carried within himself, an energy that was a deadly weapon to any wizard dabbling in dark magic. Teacher, this is a little gift I prepared for you. I hope it will be by your side, just as you have always been by mine. Nico accepted the pendant, examining it closely. A glimmer of surprise and emotion flashed in his eyes. Lin Mei, you always manage to surprise me. I'll treasure this gift. They exchanged a smile, a warmth mingled with reluctance filling the air. Nico rose, straightened his robe, and spoke slowly. Well, it's time to say goodbye. Remember, whatever hardships you may face in the future, always believe in yourself and believe in magic. And I'll be out there somewhere in the world, quietly watching over your growth. Lin Mei gripped Nico's hand tightly. Tears shimmered in his eyes, but a resolute smile played at his lips. Take care, teacher. I believe that before long, We'll meet again in a wonderful place. As Nico LeMay slowly walked out of the study, the door closed softly behind him. Lin Mei stood alone at the window, watching the distant figure fade from view. Once Nico LeMay had vanished completely, Lin Mei grabbed his own suitcase. It was as if he were pulling back a curtain. He tore open a rift in the air before him. With a single stride, Lin Mei stepped into that crack in space. Over the skies of New York, in a Marvel universe. Oh, come on. Why am I always up in the sky every time I come back? Lin Mei couldn't help but gripe. Still, this time wasn't like before. At least he didn't have to brace himself for a hard landing. Just as Lin Mei was twisting through the air, trying to land in the most stylish way possible, a sudden burst of sparks shot out directly below him. A portal opened beneath his feet. Oh no, wait, not like this. Lin Mei was already heading down head first, and on the other side of that portal was nothing but endless snow and ice. He was lucky enough to dive straight into a snowbank, his head buried deep, half his body swallowed up by the drift. His legs flailed in the air in a most ridiculous fashion, kicking wildly as he struggled in the snow, his hands finding no purchase. Mordo, lend this little fellow a hand, would you? The Ancient One chuckled softly, giving the instruction. Lin Mei soon felt someone grab his right ankle, hoisting him up in midair. Hey, don't you know that's incredibly rude? He couldn't help but complain. Anyone suddenly dumped into a snowbank would feel a little annoyed. But when Lin Mei looked up to see the man in white robes and the bald head beside him, on top of that, Lin Mei could sense the boundless, overwhelming magical power radiating from the other person. Lin Mei immediately shut his mouth and kept silent. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Why is it the Ancient One? What does this legendary figure want with me? He shivered. Geez, it's freezing. Don't tell me this is the Himalayas. Lin Mei's mind was working at full speed. He simply couldn't figure out what about himself had caught the attention of someone like the Ancient One. The Ancient One opened another portal, and on the other side was Kamar Taj. The Ancient One stepped through first, and Mordo set Lin Mei down so he could follow as well. Perhaps Lin Mei's chaotic thoughts were written all over his face, because the Ancient One smiled and said, though I'm not sure why, I have a feeling you recognize me, don't you? With that, he studied Lin Mei with curiosity. Lin Mei bit his tongue, tried to force his mind to calm down. He replied, Master, you must be joking. You're the guardian of this planet. Your name echoes even in Kunlun. Oh, is that so? The Ancient One glanced to the side, though there was no one there. Of course, the Ancient One knew Lin Mei was trying to play up his Kunlun connections, but he hadn't come here to make things difficult for Lin Mei. He spoke, Lin Mei, isn't it? Would you be interested in studying with me? Hey, Ancient One, aren't you overstepping? Trying to poach Kunlun's talent right in front of me. Do you think you can just ignore me? Right in front of Lin Mei, a man with the face of a monkey and the bearing of thunder suddenly appeared. Lin Mei's jaw dropped, his mind going utterly blank. The Ancient One just smiled and said, Come now, even you can see this kid isn't really suited for Kunlun's cultivation methods. Don't try to take advantage of the situation and act innocent. At those words, Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, clearly not buying what the Ancient One was saying, though there was a playful glint in his eyes. Humph, you do have a way with words, Master. But if Lin Mei caught your eye, he must have his own unique qualities. I'm curious to see just how much of your legacy he can truly inherit. The Ancient One laughed lightly, unfazed by Sun Wukong's challenge. He turned to Lin Mei, his voice gentle yet profound. Lin Mei, do you realize that everything in this world follows its own logic? Magic and martial arts may look different, but their essence is the same. I am willing to teach you the secrets of magic, to help you move freely through the currents of time, to see both the past and the future. Are you willing? Upon hearing this, Lin Mei was shaken to the core. After all, the Ancient One's magic was the true inheritance of Ashani. Lin Mei was no fool. Taking the Ancient One as his teacher didn't just mean gaining a powerful protector. He'd also have the chance to learn even greater magic. Without a moment's hesitation, he replied, I'm willing. Good. The Ancient One was clearly delighted. She smiled and said, Very well. It's already quite late today. In a moment, Mordo will take you back to America. Another man, standing by the Ancient One, stepped forward. It was this man who had just pulled Lin Mei out of the snowdrift with his own hands. The Ancient One sat facing Sun Wukong, while Mordo led Lin Mei toward the exit. Lin Mei glanced at the time, thinking back to when he traveled to the world of Harry Potter and then returned to the Marvel Universe. Barely half an hour had passed. This discrepancy in the flow of time left Lin Mei feeling a bit disoriented. After all, he had spent more than half a year in the Harry Potter world. Soon, Lin Mei and Mordo arrived at a spacious square. Very well. From now on, you are my junior. I'll regularly open the portal for you to come to Kamartaj. I hope you'll live up to the name of a sorcerer. Mordo's attitude toward Lin Mei was lukewarm, if not a touch distant. But Lin Mei didn't try to curry favor. He knew exactly who Baron Mordo was. Mordo hailed from an aristocratic family, hence his title of Baron. He studied magic under the Ancient One's tutelage, but as his power grew, so did his ambition. In the end, he even plotted to murder his own teacher, a true act of betrayal. Only the Ancient One could tolerate such a person. If he were in Kunlun, someone like him would have been struck down in an instant. With a sling ring on his hand, Mordo began to open a portal in the center of the square. Lin Mei carefully watched Mordo's movements, his mind instinctively analyzing the underlying principles. In no time at all, Lin Mei had a sudden realization. He felt as if he already understood how to use the sling ring to open a portal. Baron Mordo waited for Lin Mei to step through the portal. But unexpectedly, Lin Mei said, "Senior brother Mordo, is there another ring? Could you give me one?" Mordo paused briefly at his words, regarding Lin Mei with a scrutinizing gaze. Clearly, he hadn't expected Lin Mei to make such a request. Could it be that, just by observing, he'd already grasped the basics of using the sling ring, and even dared to ask for one? Baron Mordo wondered. "You want a sling ring?" Mordo's voice was cold, tinged with suspicion. The sling ring is more than a symbol of a Kamartaj sorcerer. It's also the key to opening portals. Not just anyone can have one. Lin Mei smiled slightly, his eyes shining with confidence and resolve. "I understand, Senior Brother Mordo, but I believe that since the Ancient One chose me, I am qualified to become a true sorcerer. To me, the sling ring is more than just a tool. It's a form of discipline and a testament to my own worth." Mordo fell silent for a moment, as if weighing his options. He knew well that since the Ancient One had chosen Lin Mei, there must be something extraordinary about him. Moreover, the hunger for knowledge and pursuit of power that radiated from Lin Mei reminded Mordo, faintly, of his own younger self. "All right," Mordo finally spoke, his tone still cool but now tinged with a hint of acknowledgement. "But you must understand, receiving the sling ring is not merely a recognition of your abilities. It is also a test of your character. Once you put it on, you bear the responsibility of maintaining the balance of the dimensions. There can be no room for negligence." With these words, Mordo drew a new sling ring from his pocket. Its surface shimmered with mysterious, rune-like light. He handed it toward Lin Mei and said, "This sling ring is new. For now, I'm entrusting it to you, temporarily. Whether you can truly call it your own depends on how you perform in the days to come." Lin Mei accepted the sling ring with both hands, feeling the ancient power flowing through it. A surge of indescribable excitement welled up in his heart. For, upon touching the sling ring, some of his long-held theories were confirmed. Unable to wait any longer, Lin Mei slipped the sling ring onto his finger. Trusting both his intuition and his ideas, he began to make circular motions with his hand. In no time, a portal opened up before Lin Mei, leading straight to the doorstep of his own home. Baron Mordo's eyes widened in shock, unable to hide his astonishment any longer. Just moments ago, he had only speculated that Lin Mei might be able to open a portal with the sling ring. He had never imagined Lin Mei would create a full-fledged gateway on his very first try. Seeing the familiar scenery reflected in Lin Mei's eyes, Mordo was certain that Lin Mei's destination was exactly where he intended. Lin Mei picked up the suitcase he had always carried with him and stepped through the portal. With Mordo's surprised look still lingering, Lin Mei quickly closed the portal behind him. Meanwhile, in the reception hall of Kamartaj, where the Ancient One greeted her guests, both the Ancient One and Sun Wukong withdrew their gazes. Sun Wukong scratched his face, a touch of impatience in his voice. "Looks like you found yourself a real gem this time." The Ancient One answered with a gentle smile, her eyes gleaming with wisdom as she replied to Sun Wukong. "Indeed, Lin Mei's talent has surpassed my expectations. His ability to learn and adapt is exceptionally rare, even among all the disciples I have taught." Sun Wukong curled his lip, seemingly unimpressed by the Ancient One's praise. What mattered more to him was his own enjoyment. So what? He still has to train bit by bit. I doubt he'll outdo any of us in a short time. The Ancient One shook her head, her tone earnest and full of meaning. "Sun Wukong, strength is not the measure of all things. Lin Mei possesses a rare quality, the thirst for knowledge and the spirit of exploration toward the unknown. This is a vital cornerstone for becoming a true mage." Sun Wukong shrugged, not entirely convinced by the Ancient One's viewpoint, yet he chose not to argue further. After all, for someone like him who had transcended worldly constraints, power alone was no longer his sole pursuit. At that moment, Lin Mei had already returned to his own world through the portal, standing right outside his front door. He took a deep breath, savoring the familiar scents around him. An inexplicable wave of emotion surged in his heart. I never thought I'd master the use of the suspended ring so quickly, Lin Mei murmured to himself, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Without hesitation, Lin Mei grabbed his front door and stepped inside. Barely a minute had passed when an outrageously handsome man seized Lin Mei by the collar and tossed him right back out the door. The front door slammed shut, making it abundantly clear just how much of a scoundrel the owner inside could be. Seriously, what kind of father does that? Your own son hasn't even eaten yet, and you just took the food I made to enjoy your little romantic dinner. Lin Mei rolled his eyes so hard they nearly reached the ceiling. He had just returned home, hadn't even tasted a bite of hot food, only to find his shameless parents indulging in a candlelit dinner. To make matters worse, it was the very meal Lin Mei had prepared before he left. That was truly infuriating. Lin Tianyi stood at the doorway, his tone impatient. Brat, you've cost us enough losses this time. Go hang out somewhere else. Don't get in the way while your mom and I work on our alternate characters. Oh, and by the way, there are a bunch of little critters outside. Must be the ones you attracted here. Deal with them, would you? With that, Lin Tian closed the door behind him. Lin Mei was left speechless, both exasperated and amused. But then again, that was just the kind of irreverent father he had. Lin Mei sniffed the air. His expression instantly turned icy cold. These filthy pests are such a nuisance. With a flick of his wand, Lin Mei sent his suitcase flying back up to his room. Once everything was settled, he strode toward a car parked over 200 meters away. Hey, something's up. Inside the car, a pale-faced man tapped his companion in the back seat, who was busy gnawing at a woman's neck. The companion waved him off irritably. Don't bother me. You'll get your turn soon. No, seriously, something's really up, the man in the front seat said urgently. The one in the back finally sat up, glancing toward the front, only to see a thin, wiry arm reach in through the driver's window and clamp down on the man's throat. Agony, suffocation, and terror were all written across his face. The vampire in the driver's seat began to thrash about wildly, his fingernails growing at an alarming rate, while his canines stretched out menacingly. In the back seat, the other vampire, upon seeing his companion subdued, underwent the same grotesque transformation, letting out a piercing, anguished howl. Meanwhile, Melissa, who was enjoying a candlelit dinner with her husband, seemed to hear something unusual. She asked, puzzled, Honey, did you hear a strange sound just now? No, not at all. Here, try this shrimp. It's really quite good. Lin Tian replied with a cheerful grin. With one hand, Lin Mei yanked the vampire from the driver's seat and hurled him viciously onto the asphalt. The impact left a web of cracks on the hard road. Suddenly, a rush of wind swept up behind her. Lin Mei spun around and delivered a fierce kick, sending the attacking vampire crashing through several large trees. After this chaos, both vampires were badly injured. Yet, as vampires, they could withstand such punishment. They still retained a ferocious vitality. The two vampires rose to their feet in unison and launched another attack on Lin Mei. Lin Mei was unfazed. She handled the two vampires as if she were toying with unruly children. However, the aura of the woman in the car was growing weaker and weaker. Lin Mei had no choice but to dislocate the vampire's limbs to immobilize them, and then check on the woman's condition. Seeing the African woman in the car, barely clinging to life, Lin Mei shrugged and muttered, Unlucky woman, should have just stayed home. Lin, is there any way to save her? After all, a life is a life. It'd be a shame to let her die, Lin Mei said, feeling a surge of compassion as she sensed the woman's desperate will to survive. You can do it yourself, can't you? After all, you have the auxiliary magic of air, light, and wood. Healing a simple bite like this should be easy for you, Lin replied with a yawn. Lin Mei nodded and immediately summoned the magic within her, using it to heal the woman's wounds. However, during the healing process, she discovered she couldn't expel the vampire virus from the woman's body. This is a bit tricky. Even if I save you, you'll still become a vampire. Maybe it's better if you just die by my hand, Lin Mei said, as the light magic in her palm began to intensify. The woman, sensing her fate, could only stare up in despair. But suddenly, Lin Mei's eyes widened in surprise. Is this possible? She realized the vampire virus in the woman's body had been suppressed. Though she couldn't eliminate it completely, at least for now, the woman wouldn't turn into a vampire. Just as Lin Mei turned to deal with the two vampires lying on the ground. At some point, a third vampire suddenly appeared and, grabbing one of the immobilized vampires, made a quick getaway. Damn, there was another one hiding. Lin Mei prepared to give chase, but another vampire, who hadn't left yet, lunged at him from the ground, successfully blocking his path. A surge of light element magic burst from Lin Mei, instantly vaporizing the attacking vampire on the spot. However, the two that had escaped had already vanished without a trace. If these things get away, the trouble ahead will be enormous. Just thinking about his home being plagued by vampire harassment in the future gave him a headache. He looked behind him at the black woman, who had regained some strength and was climbing out of the back seat of the car. The vampire virus in her body hadn't been dealt with yet, and that was a huge problem in itself. "You, come with me now." Lin Mei barked out the order to the black woman. A glint of defiance flashed in her eyes, but Lin Mei's killing intent when he realized she was about to turn into a vampire back in the car. That was no bluff. Considering the consequences and the possibility that he might be able to help her, she decided to obey and nodded meekly. Still fuming about the two vampires that got away, Lin Mei could only use the newly acquired suspended ring to open a portal and call for backup. Stock Manhwa. Thanks to Lin Mei's help, Tony Stark had avoided serious harm this time. Still, his battle with Ironmonger had left his armor badly damaged. So much so that he couldn't even remove the Iron Man suit from his body. Lin Mei opened a portal and arrived just in time to see Tony Stark struggling to dismantle his armor. "Mr. Stark, Mr. Lin Mei, and a woman have suddenly arrived," came Jarvis's voice from inside the suit. "Tell him to wait in the living room," Tony said helplessly. "Sir, Mr. Lin Mei is standing right beside you," Jarvis replied. Trying not to laugh, Lin Mei said, "Mr. Stark, it seems you're having quite a busy day. How did you get in here, little wizard?" "Jarvis, maybe it's time to upgrade my security system." Tony Stark still managed to joke, despite everything. Jarvis replied gravely, "Mr. Stark, Mr. Lin bypassed the security system entirely and just appeared inside the house." Tony shifted his weight awkwardly and nearly lost his balance. Lin Mei quickly reached out to steady him, helping Tony stand upright. Tony let out a long sigh, then said, "All right, little wizard, what brings you here? And didn't I hear from Pepper you'd run into some trouble and disappeared? I'm fine now, but actually there's something I'd like your help with. I want your artificial intelligence to lend me a hand." "Artificial intelligence? You mean Jarvis?" "Of course, but what could he possibly help you with?" Tony Stark asked with curiosity, while adjusting his Iron Man suit, still a bit disheveled from the earlier incident. Lin Mei glanced at the black woman standing a short distance away, who looked rather uneasy, then turned to Tony and said, "I don't have much time right now. If you're interested in what I'm up to, you can just have Jarvis check out what I did later." So mysterious. "Jarvis, the little wizard here needs your help. Give him a hand, will you?" Tony authorized from inside his suit. "Certainly, Mr. Lin. How can I assist you?" As Tony finished speaking, a butler formed from streams of data appeared on a nearby computer screen. "Pretty convenient," Lin Mei muttered under his breath. "Help me access the street cameras about 200 meters from my place. I was there just a few minutes ago." The moment Lin Mei finished speaking, Jarvis responded, "Sir, I've already pulled up the surveillance footage from that area." The display showed footage of Lin Mei battling the two vampires. Lin Mei continued, "Help me identify these three individuals and find out where they're hiding now." Mr. Stark?" Jarvis inquired. That was because what Lin Mei wanted next would require breaking into certain official systems. Just accessing America's surveillance network would need Tony Stark's authorization. Although Tony's mind was occupied with trying to get out of his suit, he kept a close eye on what Lin Mei was up to. When he secretly had Jarvis project the footage Lin Mei pulled up inside his suit's display, he realized that the two people fighting Lin Mei were no ordinary humans. "Jarvis, keep going." "Yes, sir." In less than a second, Jarvis had uncovered every detail about the vampires' identities. He even pinpointed their current location, a hidden bar. Lin Mei let out a long sigh of relief. Since he could locate them, there would be a way to solve the problem. Lin Mei went on, "Jarvis, help me check on two more people. I need to know their current whereabouts, preferably with clear, recent photos. This is very important, and it concerns the life of the lady here beside me." The black woman tensed up, realizing that these two people might be the key to saving her life. With a grave note in his mechanical voice, Jarvis replied, "Please go ahead, Mr. Lin." "Eric Brooks. Abraham Whistler. Searching." That phrase kept flashing across the screen. "Mr. Lin, could you give me a few keywords? That way I can find the information much faster." Lin Mei paused for a moment, then spoke, "Blade, vampire, daywalker." Almost instantly, Jarvis replied, "Sir, I found it. I've also located some photos of the surrounding area." Lin Mei's gaze was fixed on the screen. There, it showed Eric Brooks, better known to the world as Blade, standing on the outskirts of an abandoned factory. In the darkness of night, his figure looked especially solitary and vigilant. And Abraham Whistler, a man with a complicated history intertwined with Blade, was right there at his side. "Excellent work, Jarvis. You did a fantastic job," Lin Mei praised him. "Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Lin," Jarvis replied politely. Hey, little wizard, Shouldn't you be thanking me instead? I'm the one who told Jarvis to help you. Tony protested, unwilling to be left out. Lin Mei shot him a sidelong glance, unimpressed. Jarvis did all the work, and you still have the nerve to say that. Nonsense. Jarvis is my creation, Tony retorted. All right. Then maybe we should talk about who started all this trouble that even dragged my mom into a terrorist attack. Lin Mei countered, clearly not backing down. Yavis interjected timidly, Mr. Lin, didn't you have something urgent to attend to? Lin Mei smacked his forehead. He had almost forgotten about the main issue. Reparo. He pulled out a wand from who knows where and cast a repair spell at Tony. Under Tony's astonished gaze, the Iron Man suit he was wearing instantly restored itself, looking as pristine as if it had never been used. Lin Mei put away his wand, then used his sling ring to open a portal. He and the black woman stepped through, leaving Stark Manor behind. With his armor restored, Tony quickly disengaged himself from the Iron Man suit. Staring dumbfounded in the direction where Lin Mei had vanished, Tony murmured, Jarvis, was that real? Yes, sir. You saw it correctly, Jarvis confirmed. Slowly recovering from his shock, Tony turned to Jarvis, his voice tinged with disbelief. Jarvis, isn't Lin Mei becoming more and more like a wizard? Based on current data and observations, Mr. Lin Mei's abilities do indeed fit the definition of magic, sir, Jarvis replied calmly and objectively, though the weight of his words was unmistakable. Tony rubbed his temples, letting out a wry, helpless chuckle. This world really is getting harder and harder to understand. Now even wizards are showing up. Jarvis, how much more do you think there is out there that we haven't discovered yet? Infinite universes, infinite possibilities, sir. Jarvis's response not only addressed Tony's question, but also seemed to encapsulate the mysteries of the entire cosmos. Tony took a deep breath, determination rekindling in his eyes. All right, if fate has drawn us into this game, then we have to see it through. Jarvis, analyze the information Lin Mei provided. I want everything on Blade and Abraham Whistler, who they are and why they were there. Already in progress, sir. Jarvis replied instantly, as a stream of analytical charts and graphs began to scroll across the screen. The more Tony read, the more his heart pounded with fear and disbelief. My God, could this country I'm living in already be overrun by vampires? His exclamation echoed through the empty lab, as Jarvis's findings shook him to his core. On the screen, data visualizations and intelligence summaries painted a chilling picture, a secret world thriving in the shadows of modern society, where the influence of vampires was quietly expanding. Jarvis, are you certain this information is accurate? Tony's voice trembled with doubt, struggling to accept what he saw before him. Yes, sir. These findings are drawn from multiple reliable sources, including classified government documents, reports from private detective agencies, and anonymous tips from the internet. Individually, they might seem unrelated, but when cross-checked, they form a picture that is both complete and consistent. Jarvis's tone remained calm, yet there was an undeniable certainty in his words. Tony fell silent for a moment, then suddenly stood and began pacing back and forth in the lab. This can't be. How can we know nothing about something like this? What about the government? Where are they? What are they doing? The government is well aware of the vampire's existence, but for various reasons has chosen to keep it secret and manage it quietly. On one hand, they fear that making this public would cause widespread panic. On the other, they're conducting secret research and searching for a way to coexist with vampires without destabilizing society, Jarvis explained. Tony stopped, eyes locked onto the data on screen. Then what about Blade and Abraham Whistler? What part do they play in this war? Blade, or Eric Brooks, is a warrior who is half human, half vampire. He witnessed his family murdered by vampires as a child, and has been on a path of vengeance ever since. Relying on his extraordinary abilities and masterful swordsmanship, he's become a legendary figure among vampire hunters. Abraham Whistler, on the other hand, is Blade's ally and a renowned vampire hunter in his own right. These days, though, he mostly handles logistics for Blade behind the scenes, Jarvis explained, detailing the backgrounds and current roles of both men. For Tony, who was hearing all this for the first time, his mind was already working overtime to process it all. He pressed on. Have you looked into the identity of the person Aunt May brought back? Jarvis replied, Karen Jensen. She's a hematologist who was recently kidnapped and bitten by a vampire, but was rescued by Mr. May. She was bitten? Jarvis, is she going to become a vampire? Jarvis's voice echoed through the lab, carrying a hint of uncertainty. According to the data we have, being bitten by a vampire doesn't always mean immediate transformation. It depends on several factors, such as the severity of the bite, the victim's constitution, and whether the vampire intentionally tried to pass on their bloodline. Still, there is a real risk, especially if the vampire injected their blood or saliva during the bite. Tony frowned, picturing himself turning into some half-human, half-monster abomination. Spending every day hiding from sunlight? He'd rather someone just put him out of his misery. Compared to the lively atmosphere at Stark Manor, things were much quieter on Aunt May's end. May and Monica had quietly made their way to the abandoned factory. Using intel provided by Jarvis, they tracked down Blade and Abraham Whistler's hideout. "It's almost eerily quiet here," May remarked, eyeing the derelict building with a hint of sarcasm. "But this isn't exactly a place for you, kid," came a voice from behind. Blade had appeared silently at May's back. As he spoke, Blade was actually holding himself back a bit. If he hadn't already recognized May through his surveillance, chances were Whistler would have already pumped a few rounds into her the moment she set foot inside. May just shrugged. "Honestly, I didn't want to find you either. But my house has been targeted by vampires, and you were the first person I thought of." "You're being hunted? Then we definitely need to have a serious talk," Blade said, flashing a grin that revealed a set of perfectly white teeth. "He's totally trying to use me as bait," May griped inwardly. "By the way, what about that woman?" Blade nodded toward the woman standing not far away. "Is she in the same situation as you?" "Oh, she's got bitten by a vampire." May hadn't even finished her sentence before Blade, without a word, drew the katana from his back and moved to finish the woman off. Hey, don't be so hasty. She hasn't turned into a vampire yet. Don't just go killing people." May quickly stepped in to stop him. "It's only a matter of time before she does," Blade shot back. "Wouldn't it be kinder to end it now? Spare her the suffering?" "Stop. I think she can still be saved. You can't just deny her a chance, can you?" "No, you can't do this. I'm not a vampire, and I don't want to become one." Dr. Karen's psychological defenses were on the verge of collapse. First, she had been inexplicably snatched off the street, and her captor had bitten in her neck to drink her blood. Later, Lynn May had used some mysterious method to rescue her, but now she faced the terrifying possibility of turning into a vampire herself. And Lynn May was clearly considering ending her life. After much difficulty, Lynn May said she could find someone to save her. Yet, upon meeting, that person drew a blade, ready to kill her on the spot. If any ordinary person had gone through all this, their mind would have shattered long ago. With Lynn May's persistent persuasion, Blade finally stepped forward, pinched Dr. Karen's mouth open, and checked her teeth. Only after confirming that her vampire fangs had not grown and did he reluctantly sheath his katana. "Eric, do you need a hand?" The cold sound of a gun being cocked echoed from the second floor of the factory, where a limping old man stared icily in Lynn May and Karen's direction. "No need, old man. I know these people. They're not our enemies," Blade replied. Blade turned to Lynn May and Dr. Karen and said, "You too, come with me." He headed deeper into the factory. Lynn May followed, her eyes filled with curiosity. Dr. Karen, desperate to survive, gritted her teeth and trailed behind them. Soon, the entire layout of the factory unfolded before Lynn May's eyes. Under the management of Blade and Whistler, the place had transformed into a veritable weapons workshop. Everywhere she looked were weapons of every kind, all designed to dispatch vampires in an instant. Blade led Lynn May and Karen to a medical examination chair, motioning for Karen to lie down. Left with no choice, Karen obeyed. As soon as she lay down, Blade expertly strapped her to the chair. "Can you tell me what you're going to do next?" Dr. Karen asked, anxiety trembling in her voice. Lynn May remained silent. This was Blade's area of expertise, and she knew better than to interfere. Blade pulled out a syringe filled with a cloudy liquid and said, "In half an hour, if you haven't turned into a vampire, you won't have to die by our hands." Dr. Karen didn't hesitate. She'd been through enough tonight in her fight for survival. Casting a glance at the syringe, she steeled herself and said, "Do it." A trace of admiration flashed across Blade's face. He plunged the needle into Karen's vein, injecting the garlic extract into her bloodstream. Immediately, the garlic reacted violently with the vampire virus inside her, sending waves of searing pain through Karen's entire body. Her back arched from the agony, but Blade's strong right hand pressed her firmly back down into the chair. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Sir, you're taking advantage of the situation a little, aren't you?" Lynn May teased, her tone playful. Whistler came down the stairs, and after hearing Lynn May's words, he replied in a non-committal manner, "That's true." "Hey, Pops." Blade felt a bit embarrassed and quickly withdrew his hand. Changing the subject, Blade said, "Kid, tell us exactly what happened. Why are those vampires after you?" "To be honest, I'm not entirely sure myself. Maybe I made too much noise in the first half of the night. Plus I used my abilities. It probably drew some vampires' attention," Lynn May replied helplessly. "The first half of the night? Don't tell me you had something to do with what happened at Stark Tower." Whistler had seen tonight's news and knew how much of a stir it had caused across America. It's somewhat related, but not entirely, Lin Mei answered vaguely. Whistler wasn't really interested in the details and didn't press further. Lin Mei continued, there were 2 vampires lurking outside my house. One I killed, the other got rescued. To keep those bloodsuckers from bothering my family, I came to you. Bloodsuckers. I like that name, someone chimed in approvingly. Kid, so you're planning to use yourself as bait to lure out the vampires after you? Blade was already itching for action. Lin Mei shook his head. That would take too long. I've already tracked down where the 2 vampires who escaped are hiding. We can go straight there. You've tracked them down? Blade hadn't expected Lin Mei to come up with such a bold plan. Lin Mei shrugged. If I can find you here, do you really think I can't find a couple of low-level vampires? Eric, the kid's got a point, Whistler said, patting Blade on the shoulder. His meaning was clear. Since you brought this kid in, you handle it. All right, lead the way then, kid, Blade said to Lin Mei, though he sounded a little resigned. Without another word, Lin Mei used his ring to open a portal, and on the other side were the very same vampires, the one who had been rescued and the one who had done the rescuing. Here comes Johnny, Lin Mei quipped, humorously referencing a scene from The Shining. But the 2 vampires on the other side were practically scared out of their wits. A demon. Damn it. That's a demon, cried the vampire whose body was still wrapped in fresh bandages, as if he'd seen something out of a nightmare. In the room, the other vampires who hadn't yet witnessed Lin Mei's terrifying power bared their fangs, hissing at him. Lin Mei stepped through the portal, and Blade followed close behind. That's pretty handy, Blade remarked, clearly impressed. He thought he'd be stuck driving for a long while, but Lin Mei had brought them straight to their destination. Blade! It's Blade again! Someone shouted in alarm. Lin Mei's face, impressive as it was, couldn't quite compare to the awe-inspiring presence of the vampire hunter standing beside him. Pointing at the 2 vampires who had just escaped from his house, Lin Mei declared, those 2 are mine. I have a few questions I'd like to ask them. The rest are all yours. Hope you had a good time tonight. No problem, Blade replied, his voice brimming with excitement. His instinct screamed that more vampires were gathering outside, coming as reinforcements. He was certain there was no shortage of vampires converging here tonight. Lin Mei sprang into action as well. Of the 2 vampires, the uninjured one was clearly built for speed. In a flash, it darted in front of Lin Mei, claws outstretched, aiming straight for his neck, ready to crush it in an instant. Oh, so you're the one who tried to play hero just now. Lin Mei scoffed. Let's see if I can't shatter that hand of yours tonight. Blazing flames engulfed Lin Mei's fist. He lashed out with a single punch, searing hot and unstoppable. The blow smashed into the vampire's palm, instantly reducing it to a ruined mess. The other vampire was already at Lin Mei's side, trying to catch him off guard. But Lin Mei, unruffled, caught its head with one hand and slammed it straight into the ground. Every movement he made was swift and precise, as if each action had been honed through countless battles. The speed-type vampire, having just lost a hand, let out a piercing, guttural scream, but Lin Mei gave it no chance to recover. Spinning gracefully, almost like a dancer, Lin Mei sidestepped another sneak attack from behind. He struck back with a flaming fist, driving it hard into the vampire's chest and sending it hurtling across the room to crash against the wall, raising a cloud of dust. Trying to sneak up on me? You're a long way from being a real threat. Lin Mei sneered, his tone brimming with confidence and disdain. Meanwhile, the vampire whose head Lin Mei had slammed into the ground finally managed to break free, its face smeared with dirt and terror. Eyes wide, it desperately tried to fight back with the last of its strength. But Lin Mei's power was immovable like a mountain. With a gentle twist, there was a sharp crack, and the vampire's neck bent at an impossible angle. On the other side, the speed-type vampire struggled to its feet. Its other arm began to mutate, razor-sharp claws sprouting rapidly, preparing for one last, desperate assault. But Lin Mei simply looked at it coldly, raising both hands as 2 blazing fireballs formed in his palms, each one shining like a miniature sun, casting light across the entire room. It's over, Lin Mei called out in a low, commanding voice. He thrust both hands forward. The fireballs streaked through the air like shooting stars, striking the vampire dead on. Flames engulfed the creature, and as it writhed and screamed in agony, its body twisted and contorted. Had Lin Mei used any more magic, the vampire would have been reduced to ashes on the spot. Lin Mei withdrew her hand, her face perfectly calm, as if she had done nothing more than a trivial task. She turned to look at Blade. At that moment, Blade was single-handedly fighting off the other vampires in the room. He moved through the crowd with ease, each strike precise and deadly, as if he were slicing through paper. Looks like you're having a great time, Lin Mei said with a playful smile and a hint of teasing in her tone. Blade let out a hearty laugh. The blade in his hand traced a brilliant arc through the air, and another vampire fell beneath his weapon. Indeed, these guys may have numbers, but their strength is sorely lacking. They're hardly worth mentioning. Lin Mei nodded, her eyes sweeping the room to make sure every last vampire had been dealt with. In that case, it's time to find out who's really pulling the strings behind these vampires. Blade sheathed his knife, his gaze turning resolute. Looks like you have a way to make these pests tell the truth. They exchanged a look, understanding each other perfectly without the need for words. Their tacit trust was already established. Without anyone noticing, Lin Mei produced an ancient, ashen wand from somewhere unseen. But it was clear, this was not her original wand. With a smile, Lin Mei said, "To let you know the price of lying, I'll show you what it means to have your soul tormented first." Cruciatus. Lin Mei pressed the wand against the head of the vampire that had been scorched yellow by the flames. With her low and chilling incantation, the magic of the Cruciatus curse struck like invisible claws, instantly piercing through the fragile mental defenses of the vampire. Its face contorted in agony, eyes bulging, as if it were experiencing a pain and terror beyond anything it had ever known. Its body began to tremble uncontrollably, every muscle spasming, while its mouth unleashed a heart-wrenching, inhuman wail, a sound as if its very soul was being pierced and torn by 1,000 sharp needles. The room itself seemed to tremble from the force of that agonized cry, the air growing thick with a suffocating sense of despair. Another vampire, the one whose neck Lin Mei had nearly twisted into a knot, saw this and immediately shrank back, curling into a corner of the room in terror. To that vampire, it had always seemed that their kind possessed extraordinary vitality. Even if they lost an arm or a leg, the pain was never unbearable. A little blood, and everything would heal right up. In fact, injuries often only triggered their ferocity, greatly increasing their fighting power. But now, Lin Mei had used a method he couldn't begin to comprehend. For the first time, as one of his own kind let out such a heart-rending scream, he truly felt fear. He dared not imagine, if he were the one being tortured. The vampire shuddered in terror, its whole body trembling uncontrollably. No, stop. Please stop. The vampire's voice grew hoarse, each word forced out from deep within its throat, overflowing with pleading and despair. But Lin Mei's expression only grew colder, his eyes showing not a hint of sympathy or hesitation. He knew that any sign of weakness shown to these creatures, who live by preying on human blood, would only make them more brazen. This is the price of lying. Remember it well. Lin Mei's voice was as biting and cold as a winter wind. Who would have thought this was just a child? And who could imagine that when this child lost his temper, he could be so terrifying? At last, the vampire's shivering ceased, but its eyes were blank and lifeless, as if all vitality had drained away. It collapsed to the ground, motionless like stagnant water. TCH, that's all it took to break you? Pathetic. Lin Mei sneered. He turned his gaze to the other vampire. That one seemed to feel the gaze of a predator upon him, and his body instantly froze. Lin Mei looked at him as if he were prey, a smile curling on his lips. "Here comes Johnny." "No, please no. I beg you." The vampire, whose head had been twisted like a rag, was so terrified that he lost control of his bladder. It was as if Lin Mei had become a horror movie killer, lurking in the shadows, ready to drag his victim into endless darkness and torment at any moment. Watching the vampire's pitiful display, Lin Mei's lips curled into a cold, mocking smile. He advanced slowly, each step falling heavy on the vampire's nerves, making him tremble even harder. "Even you know fear, don't you?" Lin Mei's voice was low and dripping with mockery. He twirled his wand in his hand, toying with the vampire's terror, pushing it to its limits. The vampire curled into a ball, eyes tightly shut, unable to meet Lin Mei's murderous gaze. It muttered under its breath, whispering prayers for some unknown salvation. And now it was time for a little game, questions with rewards. Lin Mei happily coaxed the information he wanted from the two vampires. Only then did he learn that the vampires had never given up on his mother, Melissa. And that Bob fellow, the vampire Lin Mei had killed at the start, the one who coveted his mother, he too was part of this scheme. He had been sent by Deacon, the self-proclaimed leader of the new generation of vampires. Their goal was to turn Melissa into a vampire, making her one of their own and thereby strengthening their faction. At the same time, Deacon had managed to trace back to Lin Mei the incident where he and Blade had destroyed one of their bases. Moreover, some vampires had witnessed Lin Mei using magic against the Ten Commandments gang's terrorists earlier this evening. Now, Deacon had set his sights on Lin Mei as well. It was obvious their plan was to control Lin Mei by manipulating Melissa. In fact, once these two vampires were exposed, Deacon had already sent people to Lin Mei's home to attack Melissa. Upon hearing this, Lin Mei's eyes flashed with both fury and resolve. He never expected these vampires to be so cunning and ambitious, to the point of targeting even his own mother. Still, Lin Mei wasn't worried about what might happen at home. His cheapskate of a father was there, and no matter what kind of fiend dared set foot inside, they'd end up kneeling in utter submission. Yes, really, kneeling and singing for mercy. That was his father's strange sense of humor. You vampires truly have no limits to your wickedness. Lin Mei shouted in anger, swinging his wand with a sharp motion. A brilliant flash of magical light instantly engulfed the vampire, collapsed on the ground. The vampire let out a blood-curdling scream, its body writhing and twisting under the magical light as if tormented by endless agony. Speak. Where's Deacon? I'll settle this with him myself. Lin Mei's voice was icy and unwavering, his gaze filled with murderous intent. Shuddering in pain, the vampire finally gasped out the location of Deacon's hideout. But Lin Mei had no intention of letting it go. He raised his wand, ready to cast a soul-crushing curse on the vampire. Just then, Blade walked over and gently patted him on the shoulder. That's enough, Lin Mei. We got the information we need. There's no reason to torture it any further. Blade's tone was calm and resolute, with an unmistakable air of authority. Lin Mei looked at Blade, a flash of reluctance in his eyes. But soon he regained his composure and nodded in agreement. A surge of radiant energy burst forth from him, reducing the two vampires to nothing but ashes in an instant. Lin, that sinister curse is eroding your heart. Try not to use it unless you absolutely have to, came Lin's voice, clear and sudden. Lin Mei nodded slightly. Whenever he used the Cruciatus curse, he could feel a strange, indescribable pleasure welling up inside. The more he tormented the vampire, the more intense his satisfaction became. Following the address given by the two vampires, Lin Mei opened a portal. On the other side was a villa in the northern suburbs of America. As Lin Mei stepped through, he was immediately struck by the thick, metallic scent of blood lingering in the air. But the place was already deserted. The vampires had vanished without a trace. The chaotic scene all around made it clear. They had fled in a frantic hurry. It seems very likely that our recent actions have already been noticed by the vampires around here, Blade said as he walked over and scanned the surroundings. Lin Mei nodded. They just fled not long ago, so it's highly unlikely we'll catch up to them now. Within the villa, the most eye-catching sight was the swimming pool, now tainted with blood. Besides the metallic scent of blood lingering in the air, Lin Mei could also pick up on the faint, unmistakable stench of corpses. It was a testament to just how rampant these vampires had become and how powerless the American authorities truly were. But then again, it was hardly surprising. Land of the free, shootings every day. In this country, breaches of morality and murder happened far too often to count. A few missing people barely even registered as unusual anymore. Lin Mei, there's still life beneath this place. Lin's voice echoed, having already sensed something strange below the villa. Lin Mei waved his hand and opened a portal. It was already late. He didn't have the luxury of searching for an entrance the slow way. As the portal shimmered open, Lin Mei sensed that there were only humans on the other side. He stepped through, and what met his eyes were rows upon rows of living people, shackled and bound to racks. Each of them had an intravenous tube snaking from their bodies, the lines stretching out in dense clusters to places unknown. But one thing was certain. These captives still retained some trace of consciousness. When they saw Lin Mei enter, a wave of terror flashed through their eyes, undeniable and intense. Clearly, they had mistaken Lin Mei for a vampire. Lin Mei took in the scene. Nearly 100 people were bound and being drained of blood. Of those, almost half had already died from severe blood loss. These vampires deserve nothing but death. Lin Mei gritted out, never having imagined that the vampire called Deacon could be this depraved. If such horrors were ever exposed, it would send shockwaves across the entire world. Blade didn't say much. After all, they were vampires. Whether pure blood or not, they had already ceased to be human. There was nothing Lin Mei could do to resolve the situation here. He could rescue these people, but he had no idea how to help the victims afterwards. If Lin Mei was at a loss, then someone like Blade, a loner, would be even less able to help. I'm still just a kid. I only just got back, and I haven't even had a moment's rest tonight. Lin Mei couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Blade knew there was no hope of catching the vampire named Deacon tonight. He said, looks like there's nothing more for me to do. Mind opening a portal and sending me back? Lin Mei nodded. Thanks for your help. If you get any information on Deacon, let me know. A portal opened to Blade's base. Once Blade stepped through, Lin Mei closed the portal with a casual wave. As Lin Mei sent Blade away, in a hidden corner of the blood supply station, a tiny surveillance camera captured everything and transmitted the footage to a certain skyscraper. A man with disheveled hair, a gaunt face, and pale skin stared intently at the monitor displaying what had just unfolded. I didn't expect that kid to know Blade. His eyes were fixed on the spot where Blade had vanished, his tongue unconsciously licking the corner of his lips, a flicker of hunger flashing in his gaze. It won't be long. Once my plan succeeds, no one in this world will be able to stop me. This man was none other than Deacon, the mastermind who had always lurked in the shadows. The location Lin Mei had extracted from those two tortured vampires was nothing more than a smokescreen deliberately set by Deacon. He had never once revealed his true whereabouts. It just goes to show how cautious this guy really was. Stock Manhwa. A certain black man was explaining the Avengers' initiative to Tony Stark. Suddenly, a portal burst open in the living room of Stark Manor. Lin Mei strode through, drawing surprised looks from Tony and Nick Fury. Little wizard, this is the second time today you've broken into my house. Should I call the police and have you spend a little time in juvie? Go ahead, but when you find yourself in trouble, don't come running to me, Lin Mei replied, unfazed by Tony's words. Please, I'm Tony Stark, billionaire, famed philanthropist, the genius everyone admires. What trouble could I possibly have? Seeing Tony's arrogant, shameless expression, Lin Mei rolled her eyes. Just wait. We'll see how smug you are when trouble comes knocking. Nick Fury watched the exchange between Tony and Lin Mei, unable to get a word in edgewise. It was only when the two finally paused that he extended his dark-skinned hand and said, Hello, Lin Mei. My name is Nick Fury, Director of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Honestly, your organization's name is a mouthful. Don't you get tired of saying it? Lin Mei shot back, fixing him with a stare. To be honest, it is a bit much, Nick Fury replied with an awkward chuckle. Lin Mei didn't reach out to shake his hand. He didn't like this man. And frankly, he didn't think much of Fury as a person either. Especially when it came to Fury's promises to the Skrulls. Lin Mei couldn't fathom what was going through the man's mind. Note, their agreement was that the Skrulls would help Fury safeguard Earth, while Fury promised to help them find a new home. Was Earth really short on Guardians? Did they really need a bunch of aliens to protect it? The Ancient One of Kamartaj, the immortal Iron Fist of Kunlun, even the scattered mutants, or those superheroes hiding in the shadows. Weren't any one of them enough to defend Earth? They ended up having to turn to an alien race for help. And the outcome was all too clear. More than 30 years later, their promises still hadn't been fulfilled. The Skrulls grew restless, and who knows how many world leaders they had already replaced. They stirred up chaos on Earth, plotting to seize control and remake the planet as their new home. That old saying, those who are not of our kind must have different intentions, never slipped his mind for a second. And then there was S.H.I.E.L.D. What a mess that was. Who could even guess how many Hydra agents had wormed their way inside? Once the Civil War broke out, Nick Fury washed his hands of S.H.I.E.L.D., dumping every problem squarely onto Agent Hill's shoulders. In the end, Agent Hill was nearly crushed under the weight of it all. Meanwhile, Nick Fury simply dusted off his hands and walked away, only to set up SWRD right after. Now, he wanted to rope Tony Stark into his circle, and wasn't it obvious? He had his eye on Tony's deep pockets. All in all, he was a wily old fox, calculating every step for his own gain, someone Aunt Lin had no desire to shake hands with. Nick Fury could sense Aunt Lin's cool indifference toward him. Unfazed, he withdrew his hand and asked, Mr. Lin, would you be interested in joining us? For Nick Fury, despite some concerns about Lin's background, it was still worth a try to recruit him. Lin looked at Nick Fury with obvious disdain and said, According to the Fair Labor Standards Act of the United States, you can hire minors over the age of 14, except in agriculture, where the age threshold is even lower, but minors aged 14 to 15 are not allowed to work in manufacturing or dangerous jobs. That means if an employer hires children below the legal age for these roles, it counts as illegal child labor. So, Mr. Nick Fury, as a government official, are you really planning to knowingly break the law? Nick Fury was caught off guard by Lin's sudden citation of the law. For a moment, he was stunned, then quickly realized Lin was mocking him for trying to recruit a minor. Even though Lin's abilities were far beyond the ordinary, it was clear from the context. He was using this as a way to voice his dissatisfaction. Tony stood to the side, struggling to hold back his laughter. In the end, he couldn't help himself and burst out laughing. He truly hadn't expected Lin to shut Nick Fury down with the Fair Labor Standards Act. Haha, Mr. Lin, you've misunderstood me, Nick Fury replied with a chuckle. Nick Fury let out a few awkward chuckles, trying to ease the tension. Of course, I'm well aware of the law, and S.H.I.E.L.D. never operates outside of it. What I meant by joining us was more in the sense of a consultant or special advisor. After all, your unique insights and abilities in magic and superpowers are an incredibly valuable resource for us. Lin Mei raised an eyebrow, clearly not fully convinced by Fury's explanation, but he chose not to press the issue any further. He gestured toward the still-open portal. Rather than worrying about whether I'll join your organization, shouldn't you be more concerned about what's happening on the other side? Both Tony and Nick had already noticed the commotion beyond the portal, and they were waiting for Lin Mei to elaborate. Lin Mei spoke up. Over there, you see people who've been captured by vampires. They're being kept alive only to be drained of blood, suffering illegal imprisonment and inhuman torment. Their situation is extremely dire. Director Fury, don't you think your Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division should be dealing with these vampires? Do you realize their misery is even worse than that of blood slaves? At least blood slaves who provide blood to vampires can get paid, or maybe even have a chance of being turned into vampires themselves. But those people tied up over there, to the vampires, they're nothing but food, stripped of all hope. As a fellow human being, don't you find this rather appalling? Nick Fury's expression turned instantly grave. He frowned, his gaze shifting between the view through the portal and Lin Mei. He took a deep breath, then spoke slowly. Lin Mei, I understand how serious this is. But these vampires have entrenched themselves in human society. Some of our own lawmakers, even people in the highest offices, are under their sway. I know S.H.I.E.L.D. has a duty to protect civilians, but we have to tread carefully. If we handle this the wrong way, the consequences could be catastrophic. There was a note of helplessness in Fury's voice, clearly revealing his reservations about getting involved. Lin Mei could tell he was just dodging the issue. The message was clear. The country's leadership was already entangled with the vampires. He couldn't go after the vampires openly. Tony Stark, unable to contain himself any longer, suddenly straightened up, his eyes blazing with anger. Nick, what are you talking about? Look at those innocent people. They're being treated like animals. Just because the vampires have politicians protecting them, we're supposed to stand by and do nothing. Lin Mei watched coldly from the sidelines. Fury's attitude was exactly what he had expected. So he drew his wand and used the levitation charm to hurl Nick Fury to the other side of the portal, saying, You can't even handle a crisis inside Earth, and yet you're thinking about confronting extraterrestrial threats? Nick Fury, your so-called big-picture thinking. To me, it's nothing more than evasion and compromise in the face of reality. Caught completely off guard, Nick Fury was instantly transported by Lin Mei's magic to the far side of the portal, coming face-to-face with the imprisoned humans. He staggered a few steps before regaining his balance, and as he looked around, the gaunt, terrified faces surrounding him sent a wave of emotion surging through his heart. Lin Mei, Nick Fury started, but his words were cut short by the sound of ragged breathing. A frail man was gasping desperately, his eyes burning with a yearning to live. Seeing this, Tony Stark was ablaze with anger. Striding purposefully to the control panel, his fingers danced rapidly across the virtual screen, initiating a series of emergency protocols. If the blood extraction doesn't stop soon, who knows how many more people will die in here. Nick, don't tell me you're still planning to stand by and do nothing. Don't forget, we're human. And on Earth, human rights come before everything. Do you understand? Nick Fury, now, tasted nothing but bitterness. Originally, he'd wanted to rope Tony, the Golden Goose, into the Avengers Initiative. But then, out of nowhere, Lin Mei had barged in and disrupted everything. It was clear to him that if he still wanted Tony involved in the Avengers Initiative, S.H.I.E.L.D. would have to take action on the vampire situation. Gritting his teeth, Nick Fury said, Fine. I promise I won't just stand aside. But in return, Tony, you need to help push forward the Avengers Initiative. And as for you, Lin Mei. Nick Fury tried to pull Lin Mei into the deal as well. Lin Mei sneered, Oh, Director Fury, are you seriously thinking of recruiting child labor? Do you really want my mom suing S.H.I.E.L.D. when she finds out about this? Nick Fury felt like he was about to split in two. Brat, how can a kid be this infuriating? He was screaming inside his head. But outwardly, he had to maintain that professional smile, though at this moment it looked more like a grimace than a smile. Lin Mei, you misunderstand me. That's not what I meant. I just think, with your abilities, if you joined the Avengers Initiative, we'd have a better chance of handling all kinds of crises, including the vampire problem we're facing now. Nick Fury did his best to sound sincere, hoping to salvage the situation. Lin Mei raised an eyebrow, clearly not entirely convinced by Nick Fury's words, but he didn't outright refuse, either. All right, Director Nick Fury, I can consider whether or not to join the Avengers after the vampire problem is solved. But for now, our top priority is to rescue these hostages and uncover the vampire organization behind it all. Lin Mei put on a thoughtful front, as if genuinely considering the offer, but in truth, he had no intention of joining whatsoever. Oh well, he just wanted to keep Nick Fury on the hook for a bit of fun. After all, there's no law against considering it. Fortunately, Nick Fury didn't have mind-reading powers. Otherwise, if he'd heard what Lin Mei was thinking, the so-called king of agents would have probably drawn his gun right then and there. When Lin Mei saw Nick Fury together with Tony, he'd already guessed that the old spy master was there because Lin Mei had meddled in the Ironmonger affair and now wanted to recruit Tony Stark and to pull him into the Avengers Initiative. When Lin Mei had pointed out that those people harmed by vampires needed help, Nick Fury had simply called his own agents and handled it. Lin Mei would have seen him in a better light. But instead, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was still trying to keep his hands clean. That kind of person disgusted Lin Mei the most. So, if the opportunity arose, Lin Mei wouldn't mind tripping him up a little. Lin Mei shot a resentful look at the young man sitting at his dining table. Last night, he finally managed to escape using the excuse that he was still growing and needed to go home to sleep. Lin Mei had simply dumped the whole mess on Nick Fury and Tony Stark. Who could have guessed that, just as he opened a portal in his own room, his dad would grab him like a chick and toss him right back out to deal with the vampire corpses? There was no escaping it. Lin Mei had tried to resist, but his father could shatter all the power he'd gathered with a single slap. Lin Mei had no choice but to face reality. Even if Lin Tian hadn't inherited his strength completely, dealing with Lin Mei was still a piece of cake. Lin Mei's mother, Melissa, placed a plate of eggs, ham, and a sandwich in front of him. In less than a second, the eggs and ham vanished from Lin Mei's plate. "Hey, that's mine. Don't go too far." Lin Mei tried to snatch the food back, but Lin Tian had already devoured the ham and eggs. "What's wrong? Your old man worked hard all night. Can't I have a little of your food to recover?" Lin Tian looked at his son with a provocative grin. Lin Mei was already used to this kind of wolfish talk. "Mom, aren't you going to do something about your man?" Left with only a sandwich on his plate, Lin Mei grumbled in frustration. Melissa just laughed, not bothering to get involved. After all, that was just how father and son got along, bickering and never giving in to each other. She simply added another serving of eggs and ham to Lin Mei's plate, then handed several extra portions to her husband. "Thank you, darling." Lin Tian blew a kiss straight at her. Melissa reached out as if to catch it, then formed a heart with her hands. Lin Mei got goosebumps from watching this loving couple. He had barely slept all night, and now, on top of his exhaustion, he had to witness this display of public affection. Lin Mei felt as if his heart had taken 1,000 hits. With a heavy sigh, he decided to ignore his parents, who were completely lost in their own little world, and turned his attention to breakfast instead. He quickly wolfed down the freshly added ham and eggs, wiped his mouth, and got ready to leave the table. "Hold on, you rascal." Lin Tian suddenly called out to him, his tone a rare mix of seriousness. Hearing his father sound so earnest for once, Lin Mei turned to look at him. "Don't come home after school today. Tonight, your mother and I want the house to ourselves." Lin Tian's lips curled into a playful smile, his eyes brimming with affection for Melissa. Lin Mei couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth and grumble inwardly. "Here we go again. Every time, they find some excuse to kick me out so they can have their alone time." Without another word, Lin Mei walked out the door and got into the family car. It had been almost half a year since he last took any form of transportation, and he'd forgotten about his tendency to get carsick. The moment he climbed in, Lin Mei collapsed onto the seat, feeling lifeless. The driver, however, seemed unfazed. This wasn't the first time the young master had gotten carsick lately. "Sit tight, young master. We're heading out." Pretending not to hear Lin Mei retching in the back, the driver started the car and set off for the school. About half an hour later, Lin Mei finally managed to pull himself together, having made it to school in one piece. "Morning, Lin." No sooner had he gotten out of the car than a Talish girl, who had just stepped out of the police car ahead, called out to him. "Morning, Gwen," Lin Mei replied, sounding a bit drained. But he could feel a sharp, unfriendly gaze fixed on him. Looking up, he saw a middle-aged man with a resolute face, blonde hair, brown eyes, and clad in a uniform, staring at him from the police car. Lin Mei knew exactly who he was. George Stacy, Gwen's father. He wasn't chief of police yet, but he'd already risen to the rank of deputy chief. That was a testament to his formidable ability and the bright future ahead of him. George Stacy's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, as if he could see right through a person. His scrutiny made Lin Mei uncomfortable, but he forced himself to look calm and shot Gwen a questioning glance. As a result, Gwen enthusiastically grabbed Lin Mei's arm and called out to George in the police car, "Dad, this is my new desk mate I've been telling you about, Lin Mei." The moment George Stacy saw his daughter turn and look toward the police car, his expression changed in an instant, like a Sichuan opera performer switching masks. He was already wearing the warm smile of a kindly father. "Really, sweetheart?" George Stacy leaned out of the car window, his gaze sweeping over Lin Mei with gentle warmth, as if that sharp, eagle-eyed look from before had been nothing but Lin Mei's imagination. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Lin Mei." I've heard a lot about you from Gwen. She says you're a smart kid. Lin Mei was secretly amazed at how quickly George Stacy could change his demeanor, but she kept her composure and replied politely, "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Stacy. I'm also glad to know Gwen. She's a wonderful friend." George Stacy nodded, a fleeting, unreadable glint in his eyes. "All right, sweetheart, Daddy has to get back to work. Lin Mei, if you ever run into trouble at school, you can always come to me." "Yes, Mr. Stacy," Lin Mei answered respectfully, though she couldn't help but silently wonder about the odd way this old police chief treated her. Gwen watched the whole scene with a bright smile, pride for her father and fondness for Lin Mei shining in her eyes. "Come on, Lin Mei, we're going to be late." The two of them walked side by side toward the school. Along the way, Lin Mei inexplicably sneezed several times, as if someone was talking about her behind her back. And so, the dull lessons began again. Lin Mei immediately pulled out a copy of Travels with Vampires to read. The author of this book was Gilderoy Lockhart. That's right, the infamous fraud, Gilderoy Lockhart. His books were filled with tales of his battles against all sorts of magical creatures. But the truth was, he had gathered these stories from real wizards who had actually lived through them. These weren't his own experiences at all. And once he'd collected their stories, he would use a memory charm to make them forget everything. He really was a first-class fraud. Still, that didn't stop Lin Mei from reading his books. Even if the adventures inside weren't Lockhart's own, the thrilling plots were perfect for passing the time during a boring class. Just as Lin Mei was about to turn the next page, suddenly, everything around him went utterly silent. The faint scratch of chalk on the blackboard ceased. The rustling of pens on textbooks stopped as well. Even the soft, constant whispering from the chatty girls behind Lin Mei fell quiet. "Professor, can't this wait until after class? It's not right to interrupt the lesson like this." Jean rolled herself in from outside the classroom, pushing her wheelchair with determination. Professor Charles smiled and said, "I just wanted to make sure you were all right. You gave quite a few people a scare last night." "Really? I hadn't realized I caused such a stir. I'm sorry for worrying you all, Professor Charles," Lin Mei replied, a look of apology on her face. Charles shook his head and said, "No need to apologize. My main reason for coming today was just to check on you. As long as you're safe and sound, I can rest easy." Lin Mei quietly closed the book in her hands. "Professor Charles, there's actually something I've been meaning to ask you." "Go ahead," Charles replied, looking eager to answer. Lin Mei glanced at Charles, then spoke sincerely. "There are so many mutants born around the world every day, yet you always seem to focus your attention on me. Don't you think you're paying a little too much attention to me? I just want to know why that is." A mysterious smile appeared on Charles's face as he said, "You're right, there are countless mutants in the world, but yes, I do care about you very much." Lin Mei waited for him to continue. But Professor Charles simply smiled with an air of secrecy and said, "As for why, I can't tell you just yet. All I can say is, once you've gone through certain things, you'll understand why I'm so concerned about you." "Well, if you insist on being mysterious, there's nothing I can do," Lin Mei said, spreading his hands in mock surrender. Professor Charles glanced at the title of the book on Lin Mei's desk. "It seems the classes here are a bit dull for you. How about it? Would you like to come visit Xavier's Academy?" Lin Mei was about to refuse, but then remembered what his cheap father had said that morning. After a moment's thought, he said, "All right, but you'll have to help me get permission to leave. I'm a model student. You know, skipping class is a terrible habit." Charles tapped his forehead with his index finger, then grinned. "Don't worry. Everyone will remember that you already got leave for today." Lin Mei curled his lip and said, "That's a handy power to have. The ability to alter people's thoughts. Thank goodness it belongs to Professor Charles. If it were in someone else's hands, the world would have been thrown into chaos long ago." Jean was already pushing the professor's wheelchair toward the door. Remembering the awful sensation he'd had that morning, Lin Mei felt a little queasy and asked, "Professor Charles, do you have any photos of Xavier's Academy? Or maybe pictures of the buildings nearby? I'd really rather not take any public transport to get there." Professor Charles was nothing if not perceptive. After all, the man did have a doctorate in psychology. He smiled and said, "Looks like you're not a fan of transportation." He pressed his index finger to his temple, activating his telepathic ability. "Lin, he's sending an image into your mind. I've checked it. There's nothing wrong with it. Do you want to see?" Lin heard Lin's voice in her mind. Lin Mei had already guessed what the other party would send, and replied softly, "Let me take a look." In the next instant, the entire X Academy unfolded vividly in Lin Mei's mind, seamlessly aligning with the coordinates he already held in his memory. He swiftly pulled the ring from his pocket and, with a flourish, opened a portal before them. Jean looked at the other side of the portal in astonishment, for both she and Charles were intimately familiar with the scene beyond. With a hint of playful pride in his voice, Lin Mei said, "Professor Charles, won't you invite me over? Charles gazed thoughtfully at the portal, a fleeting shadow of nostalgia glimmering in his eyes. He smiled and said, Jean, would you push me through? That's definitely the X Academy on the other side. Then he turned to Lin Mei and invited, Come on, Lin. I think you'll like X Academy. Lin Mei simply shrugged. Whether or not he liked it was for him to decide. Even Professor Charles couldn't speak on his behalf. The three of them stepped through to the far side of the portal, which snapped shut behind them moments later. Inside the classroom, both students and teachers found themselves able to move again. It was as if nothing at all had happened within the entire school. Only Gwen, sitting beside Lin Mei, looked pensively at the book on Lin Mei's desk, Traveling with a Vampire. Huh, did Lin come today or not? And when did this book get here? I could swear I introduced Lin to my dad at the school gate today. Or did I? Ow, my head hurts. That bald man, the red-haired lady, and that glowing door at the back of the classroom. After Lin Mei and the others left, a small glitch appeared in the memory Professor Charles had altered in Gwen's mind. When the bell rang, signaling the end of class, Gwen was back to normal. She also thoughtfully put away the Traveling with a Vampire book Lin Mei had left on the desk. Meanwhile, the sudden opening of a portal had drawn the attention of several teachers within the academy. Storm, Beast, and Wolverine all hurried to the spot where the portal had appeared. Professor, what's going on here? Storm asked, her eyes still filled with curiosity as she tried to catch a glimpse of the other side. Though the image had vanished in a heartbeat, she hadn't managed to see it clearly. Charles, also somewhat moved, introduced, Let me introduce you. This is Lin Mei. They're also one of us. TSK. No wonder Professor Charles is so renowned. His emotional intelligence and way with words are nothing short of masterful, Lin Mei thought to himself with a silent chuckle. The other party spoke deliberately, first to imply that Lin Mei was also a mutant, and second to draw her closer to their side. Lin Mei instantly became the center of attention. Storm, Beast, and Wolverine all turned curious eyes toward her, a mixture of scrutiny and welcome in their gazes. Of them all, Wolverine's look was the most unusual. He gazed at Lin Mei as though he were seeing a long-lost friend. Lin Mei, welcome to Xavier's school, Professor Charles said with a warm smile. His tone carried an indescribable sense of familiarity, as if he were welcoming a family member who had been away for years. This is Hank, a dear friend of mine from many years. A towering figure covered in blue fur, with a face reminiscent of a gorilla and spectacles perched on his nose, reached out to shake Lin Mei's hand. His nickname, of course, was Beast. And this is Aurora, one of the teachers at the school. A tall, white-haired woman of African descent stepped forward and shook Lin Mei's hand. She was known as Storm. And this... Charles was about to continue the introductions when Wolverine stepped in ahead of him. Long time no see, little sorcerer. Lin Mei was completely baffled. He had never met Wolverine before. Little sorcerer? Are you talking to me? Do we know each other? Lin Mei asked in confusion. You don't remember? It's me, Logan. Logan, Charles called out softly. Wolverine hesitated for a split second, then clamped his mouth shut. Lin Mei's eyes darted between Charles and Logan. Something was off. Why did Wolverine claim to know me? I have no memory of him at all. And if he calls me Little Sorcerer, that means he knows about my magic. But I'm certain I've never used magic in front of anyone from Xavier's school. How on earth does Wolverine know? Lin Mei's mind spun rapidly, racing through possibilities. He couldn't shake the feeling that there was something here he simply didn't know. Professor, what exactly are Lin Mei's abilities? And is he a new student? Storm couldn't help but ask, her curiosity getting the better of her. She was eager to learn more about this unique mutant. At the same time, she seemed to assume Lin Mei would be joining the school. Professor Charles smiled faintly, his gaze deep and thoughtful as he looked at Lin Mei. Lin Mei's abilities are truly unique. In addition to his mutant powers, he possesses other forces as well. However, I'm afraid he will not be joining us as a student. Beast, or Hank, adjusted his glasses and protested. That can't be right. Charles, you know how dangerous it is for someone as young as Lin Mei to be out there on his own. He needs a safe environment to learn to control his powers. Professor Charles shook his head gently, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. I understand your concern, Hank, but Lin Mei's situation is unique. His path may not lie within our X Academy. His abilities and the fate he carries point in a different direction. A different direction? Lin Mei muttered to himself, suspicion stirring in his heart. He couldn't help but feel there was more behind the professor's words, a hidden meaning that made him wary. Unfortunately, Lin Mei had too little information at hand. It was impossible for him to glean any vital intel now. Once again, Lin Mei's gaze shifted to Logan, the Wolverine. He figured if he wanted to get the answers he sought, Logan was probably his safest bet. Charles noticed Lin Mei looking at Logan and cleared his throat. Logan, since we returned so suddenly, Scott is still waiting in the car for Jean and me. Could you let him know to come back in? Logan gave a nod at Charles's request, cast a complicated look at Lin May, then turned to leave. It was as if he had 1,000 words to say, but all of them were swallowed and buried deep within. Professor Charles, why do I get the feeling that Mr. Logan is a bit like a resentful lady locked away in her boudoir? Lin May couldn't help but quip. Jean, who was pushing the wheelchair, burst into laughter at that. Not far off, Wolverine stumbled, nearly tripping over his own feet. Clearly, he could hear Lin May's comment. Charles chuckled warmly. You'll understand someday. For now, why don't we take a tour of the place? Jean took the initiative, pushing the wheelchair through the vast gardens of the mansion, nestled in Westchester, New York. Charles began to introduce the estate. This mansion isn't just our home. It's the birthplace of X Academy. Within these walls, countless mutants have grown and transformed. Here, they've learned to control their powers and to face the world's prejudice and challenges head-on. Every flower and tree in this garden carries our memories and dreams, Charles continued. They've borne witness to our laughter and tears, to our journey of strength and growth. As Charles spoke, Lin May found himself, for the first time, truly immersed in the world of mutants. He could easily imagine the camaraderie here at X Academy. Mutants supporting and growing with one another, standing together in the face of an often hostile world. Absorbing the atmosphere around him, Lin May couldn't help but exclaim, "It really is a place where you can feel you belong." Lin May continued on with Professor Charles and the others. Hank the Beast had already left to return to his experiments, while Aurora, Storm, also excused herself to prepare for her next class. Along the way, they occasionally encountered young, energetic mutants. Every now and then, one or two would pass by, greeting Professor Charles with enthusiasm as they went. At that moment, a student came running toward Lin May and the others as if she had spotted her savior, panic clearly written on her face. "Professor, Miss Jean, something's wrong. John and Bobby are arguing. I think they might actually start fighting. You should go and check it out." Charles exchanged an apologetic glance with Lin May. Lin May shrugged and said, "Let's go take a look. After all, isn't this just another unique aspect of Xavier's Academy?" Charles shook his head helplessly and called over his shoulder, "Jean, let's see what's going on." Jean nodded and immediately pushed the wheelchair swiftly in the direction of the playground. Lin followed alongside, his curiosity piqued. He wondered if a real fight would break out over there. While the student had been searching for a teacher, the atmosphere on the playground had already grown dangerously tense. "John, we're all classmates here. You can't keep using your mutant powers to mess with people. Didn't you see that your flames just set Kitty's sweatshirt on fire?" Bobby demanded, his voice raised in anger. Not far away, the pink sweatshirt that Bobby mentioned was badly scorched on Kitty, showing this had gone far beyond a harmless prank. John was notorious for his rebellious streak, and faced with Bobby's accusation, he showed not a hint of remorse. Instead, he let a mischievous smirk curl at the corner of his mouth. "Oh, so what? It's just a sweatshirt. Worst case, I'll buy her a new one." His attitude only fueled Bobby's anger. Bobby stepped forward, grabbing John by the collar, his eyes blazing with fury. "John, you're pushing me to my limit. You think your fire powers let you do whatever you want." The other students quickly backed away, giving the two a wide berth. The tension was so thick it felt as though a single wrong move would snap the fragile peace. Whether it was Bobby's words or the fact that Bobby had just humiliated him in front of everyone, John felt provoked. He stared Bobby down and shot back. "What? You think your ice powers are so impressive? Go on, take your best shot. Let's see which is stronger, my fire or your ice." Bobby was fuming inside. He wasn't one to back down, but he also didn't want to stir up trouble at Xavier's Academy. So, after giving John a hard glare, he let go of his collar, deciding it was better to let things cool down. Bobby the Iceman might have stepped back, but John, ever the hothead, wasn't ready to let go of his bruised ego. Just as Bobby turned away, John flicked open his lighter, intent on teaching the Iceman a lesson he wouldn't forget. As Bobby turned his back, he heard the distinct sound of a lighter sparking behind him. A wave of searing heat surged toward his back. Sensing the danger behind him, Bobby the Iceman spun around instantly, releasing an endless stream of icy air from both hands to fend off the sudden onslaught of flames. "All of you, stop right now." Charles's furious voice rang out. He had just arrived at the schoolyard, only to find that John and Bobby had really started fighting, each wielding their mutant abilities. Fire and frost clashed, neither side yielding an inch. Most of the students had kept their distance, mainly out of fear of getting caught in the crossfire. Only a handful, confident in their own powers, lingered nearby to watch the spectacle. Lin May observed the scene with great interest. At this point, the two opponents were standing dangerously close. If either withdrew their powers first, the other would surely get hurt. To end the standoff, it would take a force even greater than theirs to intervene. Suddenly, both John the Human Torch and Bobby the Iceman froze in place. Lin Mei glanced toward the old man in the wheelchair, and sure enough, he was touching his temple, activating his psychic powers. The two opposing energies canceled each other out flawlessly, and John and Bobby snapped back to their senses. "Jean, take Kitty back to change her clothes first. Leave the rest to me," Charles said over his shoulder. Following the direction of Charles's gesture, Lin Mei noticed that most of Kitty's back was exposed. Seeing Kitty's red, swollen eyes, Lin Mei hesitated for a moment, then raised her wand and pointed at Kitty's sweatshirt. "Mend and restore." A stream of white energy shot out, quickly repairing Kitty's clothing. Jean watched in astonishment. But Kitty was clearly not in any condition to remain, so Jean led her away. Lin Mei shifted her gaze to the Human Torch and Iceman, who, caught red-handed by the professor, were now shuffling over sheepishly. John still wore his usual defiant, arrogant expression, while Bobby looked more like a child who'd been caught misbehaving, head bowed, unable to meet the adult's eyes. Charles's expression remained stern. After all, having two students use their mutant powers against each other was extremely dangerous. Especially in Bobby's case, he was classified as an Omega-level mutant. If he were to unleash his full potential, he could plunge an entire planet into another ice age. Yet Bobby himself, fearful of the destructive consequences of his power, had always limited his own imagination and the way he expressed his abilities. Because of this, he was never able to fully realize the true extent of his strength. As they walked over, John shot Lin Mei a fierce glare. Apparently, he felt offended watching Lin Mei use a repair spell to restore Kitty's clothing. But under Professor Charles's sharp, psychologist gaze, none of John's reactions escaped notice. And, after all, John had always been known as a troublemaker at the academy. From his perspective, entering the academy felt like being shackled by countless rules and regulations, as if he had lost his freedom. That was why he often challenged authority, using it as a way to affirm his own existence. Professor Charles let out a gentle sigh, his gaze drifting between John and Bobby before finally settling on John. His tone carried both sternness and hope. "John, you possess great power, but strength should be used for a righteous cause, not to settle personal grievances. Remember, each of us is a unique presence in this world. Having power brings with it even greater responsibility." John's eyes flashed with a hint of defiance upon hearing this. But in the end, he lowered his head, as if acknowledging the truth in the professor's words. Deep down, Bobby, on the other hand, looked relieved, regretful about their recent clash. He gently tapped John's shoulder, offering a silent apology. Watching all this unfold, Lin Mei stood quietly to the side, sighing inwardly. Professor Charles is just too kind, she thought. It's his compassion and leniency that pushed this little firebrand to ultimately join Magneto's side. Even Lin Mei could see that John only backed down out of respect for Charles's authority, not because he truly changed. But at his core, nothing about him had really shifted. A firebrand remains a firebrand. As long as his mutant abilities stay with him, it's only a matter of time before he erupts again, perhaps causing even greater trouble. And dealing with someone like this? The answer is simple. Defeat him at his own game, right where he's most proud. "All right, you can all go now," Professor Charles said, waving his hand to dismiss them. "Wait, Professor Charles," Lin Mei called out. Professor Charles turned, a look of curiosity and inquiry in his eyes as he regarded Lin Mei. "Is there something you need, Lin Mei?" Lin Mei glanced at John, who still showed a trace of stubbornness in his eyes. With a smile, Lin Mei said, "Since I'm here to visit Xavier's academy, how could I miss seeing the mutants demonstrate their abilities? Otherwise, what would be the point of my visit, right?" Professor Charles studied Lin Mei thoughtfully and asked, "So what do you have in mind? Or rather, whose abilities would you like to see?" Lin Mei pointed toward John, who was about to leave, and said, "I see this young man is quite the fire handler, and frankly, I'm a bit bored. Plus, I know a little fire magic myself. Why not have him keep me company for a bit of fun?" Of course, Lin Mei would never admit that he wanted to teach John a lesson just because John had glared at him. No, he would never admit that. "Ah, kid, you want to play with fire in front of me? That's hilarious, do you realize?" John burst out laughing, clutching his stomach, clearly surprised by Lin Mei's challenge. At the same time, a spark of competitiveness was kindled within him. He turned to look at Professor Charles, as if awaiting his approval. Professor Charles frowned slightly, clearly surprised by Lin Mei's sudden challenge. But then he reconsidered. Sometimes, letting John recognize his own shortcomings this way might be more direct and effective than any lecture. So, he nodded slowly but added a note of warning to his tone. Remember, Lin Mei, this is just a friendly exchange. I don't want to see anyone get hurt. Of course, Professor. I just want to share some insights with our new friend here. Lin Mei replied with a sly smile, a mischievous glint flashing in his eyes, as if he'd already foreseen the spectacle about to unfold. Seeing this, John's lips curled into a confident smile. He stepped forward, facing Lin Mei, and flames once again danced at his fingertips, almost as if he were issuing a challenge. If you're so eager to see, then let me show you what true firepower looks like. Lin Mei couldn't help but almost burst out laughing at John's swaggering demeanor. But from John's perspective, he felt as though he was being made a fool of, a mere clown on display. Without another word, he gathered the flames in his hand into a blazing orb and hurled it straight at Lin Mei. Not far away, standing beside Charles, Bobby was watching the spectacle unfold. When he saw that Lin Mei wasn't defending himself or using his mutant abilities, Bobby couldn't help but cry out in alarm. John also noticed how recklessly Lin Mei was behaving, and he couldn't resist speeding up the fireball's trajectory. In no time, the flames John had thrown enveloped Lin Mei completely. Iceman Bobby instinctively raised his hand to intervene, but Charles stopped him. Bobby looked at him, flustered, unable to understand why Charles would hold him back. Charles shook his head and said, "Don't underestimate Lin Mei. He's younger than all of you, but if he couldn't handle this, he would have run already." A voice rang out from within the flames. "Huh, you really do know me, Professor." Within the blazing inferno, Lin Mei's voice sounded clear and unfazed. The fire that had covered him began to swirl and draw inward, as Lin Mei inhaled it all into his mouth. Once every last ember had vanished, Lin Mei couldn't help but smirk, chewing thoughtfully before quipping. "What a terrible taste, like cheap fire oil. Honestly, it's hard to swallow." What kind of mutant ability is this?" John stared in shock, utterly dumbfounded by what he'd just seen. Not far off, Charles chuckled and said, "That's quite the unique power. Looks like Lin is planning to have a bit of fun with John." There stood Lin Mei, completely unharmed, not even a hint of singed smell lingering on him. With an amused smile playing at the corners of his lips, his eyes sparkled with curiosity and anticipation for John's reaction. "Oh, that? You can call it flame devouring. Simply put, I treat fire as food. Of course, as you might have guessed from the sound of it, it doesn't taste all that great." Lin Mei shrugged nonchalantly, as if the perilous scene of being engulfed by flames moments ago was nothing more than a simple parlor trick. John's face shifted between shades of pale and livid, his shock and disbelief at Lin Mei's ability written all over his expression. He clenched his fists tightly, flames gathering once again in his palms. But this time, there was a wariness in his movements, a clear reluctance to strike recklessly. "How interesting. Looks like I'll have to take you seriously now," John said in a low, heavy voice, his words tinged with both frustration and resolve. "Take me seriously? Well, I was starting to think that your limp attacks earlier were already the best you could do," Lin Mei replied with a smirk, her tone laced with playful mockery and provocation. "But that's fine. Let's see if you can actually make things a little more exciting for me when you're really giving it your all." John's eyes narrowed sharply, Lin Mei's taunting clearly hitting a nerve. The flames in his palms burned even more fiercely, as if answering his anger and determination. "You little brat, don't get too cocky. This time, I'll show you the true power of fire." "Oh, is that so?" Lin Mei arched an eyebrow, her mischievous smile never wavering. "Then I'll be looking forward to it. But just a reminder, don't end up getting completely eaten again and run off crying, all right?" "You." John was so infuriated he actually laughed, a sound edged with disbelief. He had never faced an opponent this brazen before. Flames whirled around him, forming a blazing barrier that seemed ready to swallow everything nearby. "Get ready to face my wrath, kid." To be taunted by someone even younger than himself was almost more than the fireman could bear. His temper flared hotter by the second. Lin Mei observed her opponent, amused by how easily a few words could ignite such anger. He couldn't help but call out, "Professor Charles, a few mischievous students getting minor scrapes shouldn't be a problem, right? Just consider it a lesson learned. The X Academy certainly doesn't believe in corporal punishment." Charles replied, spreading his hands. "Don't worry, I'm not one of your teachers or students here, so this doesn't count as corporal punishment. You could just call it a friendly sparring match." John had already made his move. A whip of flame shot straight at Lin Mei's face, only to be swallowed up by a portal that appeared out of thin air, redirecting the fire into the artificial lake on X Academy's grounds. John immediately abandoned his attack. Lin Mei raised his hand, now coated in a thin layer of fire. "Oomph. Using fire in front of me, of all people." Seeing the faint flames dancing on Lin Mei's palm, John's eyes brimmed with contempt. He reached out, pointing at Lin Mei, attempting to turn the flames in her hand against her. Yet, no matter how furiously he waved his hand, the fire in Lin Mei's grasp remained utterly still, unmoved by his will. It was as if those flames were locked tightly onto her hand, refusing to budge. "What's wrong? Wondering why you can't control the fire in my hand?" Lin Mei looked at him, her tone teasing, mocking his clownish gestures. "Impossible. As long as it's fire, there's nothing I can't control." John protested, unwilling to concede. Lin Mei smirked. What a laughable power over fire. Truthfully, Lin Mei could feel a force tugging at the flames in her palm. But the fire she wielded was no ordinary flame. It was kindled by her own fire-attributed magical energy. John could indeed manipulate fire, but he was no mage. He had no command over the magic fueling Lin Mei's blaze. As long as she resisted, no matter how hard he pulled, he couldn't move even a flicker of the fire she released. Impossible. There's no fire I can't control. None. John's frustration was growing by the second. Lin Mei decided she'd teased him long enough. "Blazing Dragon's Fury," she declared. A small crimson magic circle shimmered in her hand, drawing the flames into a concentrated fireball. With a flick of her wrist, Lin Mei sent it flying. John was still desperately trying to wrest control of the fire in her hand. But that tiny fireball shot past his shoulder and struck a large tree nearby. Suddenly, a fiery whirlwind spiraled into the sky. Several towering trees were instantly reduced to ash, a testament to the sheer magical power Lin Mei had poured into that attack. Otherwise, how could such a small fireball unleash such devastating force? A few coughs escaped Charles. "Those trees, my grandmother planted them," he said, his voice tinged with rueful affection. Lin Mei stuck out her tongue in embarrassment, realizing Charles was hinting that she might have gone a bit too far. Originally, when John and Bobby used their mutant powers, the faculty at the academy hadn't been alarmed. But this was different. Lin Mei's strike not only caught the attention of everyone at Xavier's academy, it nearly incinerated Charles's beloved old trees. "I'm sorry, Professor Charles. I didn't expect it to be so powerful." Lin Mei scratched her head, a sheepish smile on her face. "Never mind, just be more careful next time," Charles replied. Though his words were forgiving, a glimmer of pain flickered in his eyes. As everyone's attention lingered on the charred remains of those trees, Lin Mei had already moved. No one knew exactly when, but she was now standing right in front of John. Roused by desperation, John flicked his lighter, igniting a flame in his palm, readying himself to launch another attack at Lin Mei. Lin Mei casually slapped away the tiny flame that had just flared up in her opponent's hand, then locked her palm around his wrist. "To be honest, you're lucky you ran into me. If you'd crossed paths with the Ghost Rider who wields Hellfire, you'd be nothing but ashes by now." With that, Lin Mei's right palm shot upward, striking John's chin. Caught completely off guard, John felt as if he'd bitten his own tongue. Without giving him a chance to recover, Lin Mei's hands shifted sideways to his lower ribs, her fingers thrusting straight into his diaphragm. Before he could react, her hands slid down again, jabbing into the hollows behind his knees. John staggered backward, then collapsed on the ground, curling up into a ball. Up on the second floor of the academy, Wolverine was locked in a bout with Chin. From the balcony, both of them witnessed Lin Mei's swift, precise attack on the field below. Logan seemed to recall some painful memory. He couldn't help but shiver. "So this little brat already knows that move?" he thought, mentally grumbling in disbelief. Lin Mei, unfazed, strolled over to Professor Charles with her hands in her pockets, as if nothing had happened. Storm emerged from the crowd as well. She had already arrived at the scene when the conflict between Pyro and Iceman broke out, but had chosen not to intervene, at least not until now. "Bobby, bring John and come with me," Storm ordered briskly, leading the two boys away from the field without delay. Meanwhile, Lin Mei had made quite a name for herself at Xavier's school. At the very least, many students were now deeply curious about her mutant abilities. Professor Charles looked at Lin Mei as she approached. Smiling wryly, he said, "After all, John is a student here too. You didn't have to embarrass him so thoroughly." Lin Mei shrugged. "I was already being merciful. Otherwise, I'd have gone for his eyes, his throat, there." At that last word, she shot Professor Charles a meaningful glance. Charles immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Meanwhile, in the top floor of a towering, shadowy skyscraper, a vast and dimly lit conference room lay in silence. 12 vampires were seated around the table, each in their own imposing way. Every one of these vampires possessed vast resources and influential connections. Even in the United States, though they remained behind the scenes, their power was undeniable. The vampire Lin Mei wanted to eliminate. Deacon was in fact a newly appointed member of this vampire council of elders. At the head of the table, a vampire leader who appeared to be in his 40s or 50s read through a report in his hands. The report was straightforward. Lately, vampires have been slaughtered in droves by Blade. The number of vampires killed by him was almost impossible to count. The agenda for this meeting was clear: how to deal with Blade, and whether to renew a certain peace agreement with the humans. The members of the Vampire Council could no longer tolerate Blade's rampage. However, they couldn't come up with a good solution. Perhaps it was because someone could no longer stand by, or perhaps because he had his own agenda. Just as the Council of Elders, unable to figure out a way to deal with Blade, began to discuss the possibility of signing another agreement with the humans, Deacon, lounging comfortably against the back of his chair, suddenly spoke up. "Can't you all stop being such cowards?" The conference hall fell instantly silent. Every vampire in the room turned their gaze toward Deacon. Contempt, disdain, indifference, and irritation. Every emotion was vividly etched across the faces of these vampire elders. Deacon, however, paid no mind to their attitudes and continued at his own pace. "What we should do is rule over the humans directly, not sign some ridiculous agreement. Humans are nothing but our food, our slaves. They are not our allies." His words rang out with forceful conviction. Yet, not a single elder's stance was swayed. The leader, seated at the head of the table, looked down at Deacon with the sort of gaze one might reserve for a performing fool. "We vampires have coexisted with humans for thousands of years. Only by following the rules can there be peace and mutual benefit." Deacon glared up at him, his expression darkening. "To hell with peaceful coexistence. It's your incompetence, your weakness that's allowed humans to take control of this world. That's exactly why even a minor figure like Blade can trample all over our kind and strut around like a hero." Deacon's voice was resolute, as if he alone held the truth. "Shut your mouth, you impure bastard." The leader fixed his eyes on Deacon, continuing coldly. "Don't think your filthy deeds are a secret. Do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused beneath your estate? If I hadn't kept a lid on the whole affair, do you really think you'd still be sitting here? Pathetic. Everyone present here is a pure-blood vampire, 100%. And you're just a half-blood mongrel, not even qualified to attend this meeting. Now get out." Faced with the leader's attack, Deacon seemed entirely unsurprised. Instead, his eyes gleamed with a perverse satisfaction, and he broke into a smile rather than anger. "A bunch of short-sighted fools. I never cared for this meeting anyway." With those words, Deacon turned and strode away. The seasoned vampire elders, nearly driven to violence by his insolence, barely managed to restrain themselves. With Deacon's departure, the tense atmosphere in the room gradually eased. Outside, Deacon strode beneath the sun with a black umbrella, disappearing into a car so dark it let in not a single ray of light. Before getting in, he shot a scornful glance back at the entrance to the building, his lips curling into a sneer he could no longer suppress. Once inside the car, he picked up the phone beside him and dialed a number. The plan is going smoothly. Thanks to Blade's hand, all the elders have already gathered there. On the phone, "Boss, everyone is in position. As soon as they split up, we can launch the capture plan. Don't let a single one escape. They are all essential to the ritual." On the phone, "No problem, boss." Deacon's eyes flashed as he said, "This time, send more men to catch that child's mother. Bring her to me. I'll bestow her with my personal gift. We must have that child firmly in our grasp." As he finished, Deacon ran his tongue slowly over his lips, a glint of desire flickering in his eyes. On the phone, "Understood, boss. She'll be delivered to you tonight." Deacon quickly hung up. He addressed the driver through the black partition in front of him. "Let's go. It's time to invite the other lead onto the stage." The car started up, rolling forward with measured purpose. What Deacon didn't know was that he was about to set off a plan that would nearly wipe out the entire vampire community in America. Elsewhere, a black man listened to the recent call with keen interest, his eyes flickering with a medley of emotions and calculations. Right now, Hill stood beside Nick Fury, having caught every word of the previous conversation. It seems that besides targeting Blade, that vampire has his sights set on Lin May as well. "Are you sure you don't want to warn the two of them?" "Why should we warn them, Agent Hill? Don't you think it's better to let them wear each other out?" Nick Fury had already decided. As long as nothing got out of hand, he fully intended to reap the rewards as the last one standing. Last time something happened to Lin May, all kinds of unknown people crawled out of the woodwork, especially that mythical figure from China. Aren't you worried you'll end up with a real mess on your hands? Agent Hill was genuinely puzzled. She couldn't understand where Fury got the confidence to think he could handle everything. "Hill, remember this. Even if something happens to the kid, it's the vampire's fault." "Got it." When it came to passing the buck, Nick Fury was a consummate professional. Hill gazed silently at her boss, feeling that his unreliability had reached a new level. This, too, was the main reason Lin May disliked Nick Fury. What Fury didn't know was that right behind him, inside S.H.I.E.L.D. itself, the Hydra leader Alexander Pierce was watching all of this unfold in silence. At the same time, Pierce was alerting the other principal Hydra factions, hoping to use the chaos as an opportunity to seize control of the vampire's assets. If possible, he planned to take over every member of Congress the vampires controlled. An invisible net was quietly being cast across all of America. As night approached, Lin May politely declined Professor Charles's invitation to dinner. He opened a portal and stepped directly into Kamar Taj. Inside, it was as if the Ancient One had foreseen Lin May's arrival. She was already waiting on the plaza of Kamar Taj. "Master!" Lin May greeted the Ancient One with a respectful bow as soon as he saw her. The Ancient One nodded slightly, her gaze falling upon Lin May. "Before we begin your studies, I'd like to take a look at the magical systems from other worlds that reside within you." Hearing this, Lin May's heart skipped a beat. He knew all too well that the dragon slayer magic within him, as well as the spells he had learned from the world of Harry Potter, would be impossible to hide from his master. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to concentrate all his power. The Ancient One watched quietly, her eyes seeming to pierce through all illusions and see straight into the wellspring of power deep within Lin May's soul. As Lin May's will stirred, a faint glow began to radiate from his body, a sign of his internal magic and the fusion of multiple magical systems. The Ancient One also saw a tiny dragon, its scales shimmering with a subtle rainbow sheen, regulating the flow of energy inside Lin May. While Lin was adjusting the dragon's power within Lin May, flecks of unique energy subtly transformed Lin May's body, and at the same time, Lin was absorbing some of it. The eye of Agamotto hanging around the Ancient One's neck opened. Sensing the rich temporal power, Lin inside Lin May's body started shouting wildly. "Lin May! Lin May! That's the power of time! The power of time! If you let me absorb some of that energy, I'll be able to help you pinpoint the timeline whenever you travel to other worlds. Come on, think of something. I want it. I need it." Lin May broke into a cold sweat. That was the time stone, after all. "It's my first official day at Kamar Taj, the very first day I'm to study magic, and you want me to steal from my own master? Oh, you little gold digger, don't push your luck." Lin snorted disdainfully, clearly dissatisfied with Lin May's response. Peering out from within Lin May, she could only gaze longingly at the time stone, her mouth betraying her with a single tear of frustration. Through the time stone hanging from the Ancient One's neck, the Ancient One could see clearly. Whenever Lin absorbed a certain amount of that unique energy, her iridescent scales would shine even brighter. However, if Lin didn't absorb that special energy, Lin May's body would begin to display signs of dragonification. If Lin stopped helping absorb that energy altogether, the dragonization would intensify, eventually causing Lin May to lose all reason and irreversibly transform into a full dragon. Complementary forces. What a fascinating combination, the Ancient One murmured to herself, her gaze shifting between Lin May and the little dragon, her eyes glinting with the light of ultimate insight. Lin May slowly opened his eyes and felt the gaze of the Ancient One upon him. Somewhat uneasy, he asked, "Teacher, what did you see?" The Ancient One smiled gently, and instead of answering directly, she posed a question of her own. "Lin May, are you aware that none of your powers exist in complete isolation? There's a subtle balance among them." Hearing this, Lin May's heart skipped a beat. He sensed the deeper meaning in the Ancient One's words. He nodded and replied, "I've noticed it, but I'm still not quite sure how to achieve that balance." The Ancient One nodded in return. "That is exactly what you need to learn next. Once you integrate all the magical energies within you and truly master them, your abilities could rival those of any Sorcerer Supreme in history." At her words, a flicker of excitement flashed in Lin May's eyes. Even the Ancient One had spoken so highly. Clearly, fusing magic from different worlds could lead to achievements equal to any being. With a hint of eagerness in his voice, Lin May said, "I'll do my best, teacher." The Ancient One smiled at him and said, "Very good, Lin May. Now, I'll teach you how to better understand and harness the strength within you. Remember, true power is not just an outward display. It is also found in inner peace and wisdom." Guided by the Ancient One, Lin May delved deeply into his studies and practice. And gradually, his natural talent for learning began to shine through. Every spell, every magical theory that the Ancient One taught, Lin May could grasp and apply almost instantly, as if his mind and magic were perfectly attuned. His rapid progress even took the Ancient One by surprise. "What a rare talent," she praised after one session, unable to hide her admiration. "Your speed and understanding and mastering magic has exceeded my expectations. But remember, Lin Mei, with great power comes great responsibility. You must always remain humble and cautious. Yes, teacher, Lin Mei replied respectfully. Yet, inwardly, he couldn't help but think, isn't that what Uncle Ben said to Peter Parker, the little Spider-Man? Why does this sound like it belongs in another story? All right, that's enough for today. Learning is best done step by step. If there's nothing else, you may head back. I suspect you'll be rather busy tonight, the Ancient One said with a knowing look. As Lin Mei left Kamartage, the Ancient One simply gave him a meaningful glance. Lin Mei casually opened a portal. Through the portal, he could faintly hear someone on the other side singing in awkward, heavily accented Chinese. Just like that, you conquered. That crisp, unmistakable voice. Lin Mei had heard it more than once before. Come on, don't be such a crybaby. Give me a smile. All right, come on, sing it again. Lin Tian's voice made Lin Mei raise her eyebrows. He strode over it once, only to find nearly 7 or 8 headless corpses sprawled across his garden. In front of Lin Tian, about 4 or 5 people knelt on the grass, trembling uncontrollably. They were still singing a tune under their breath. Another sharp slap rang out. Lin Tian turned to a burly, broad-shouldered man with a rugged face and said, "You're off key. If you mess up one more time, then..." The rough-looking man immediately flashed his sharp claws, clearly planning a sneak attack. Lin Tian looked at this vampire with an expression of utter exasperation. This time, instead of slapping him, he swung a fist. His immense strength instantly smashed the vampire's head to pieces. "It's these things again. Where's Mom?" Lin Mei asked. "I just got back from the company when they barged in. The rest are all yours now. I just broke their fangs and got my hands all dirty," Lin Tian replied, standing up and heading toward the house to wash his hands. Lin Mei automatically rolled up his sleeves and grumbled. "Can't you go a bit easier? You leave bits and pieces everywhere. It's a pain to clean up." With a playful smile, Lin Tian made a face at Lin Mei and said, "Mind your own business. Childish. I honestly don't know what my mom ever saw in you." Lin Mei rolled his eyes. "Obviously, I won her over with my good looks and irresistible charm, capturing her heart completely," Lin Tian declared with mock pride. Lin Mei could faintly hear Lin Tian's last words as he disappeared inside. Shameless doesn't even begin to describe it. Lin Mei tilted his head back at a 45-degree angle, gazing up at the sky in disbelief. Who could possibly understand what it's like to have a dad with absolutely no sense of shame? He had never seen anyone more brazen than his own father. Just as Lin Mei was contemplating the heavens, the remaining vampires tried to sneak away. But as they crept toward the backyard wall, something unexpected happened. A Dodge Charger barreled into the backyard, slamming the fleeing vampires right back to Lin Mei's feet. One vampire looked up, only to see Lin Mei grinning down at him. "It seems you haven't finished my dad's assignment. Be good, kneel down, and keep singing Conquer, or else." A surge of radiant energy burst from Lin Mei, gathering at his feet in an instant. He kicked one of the vampires, turning it to ashes on the spot. The rest of the fangless vampires dropped to their knees in terror, their voices shaky and out of tune as they resumed their song. Finally, Lin Mei had a moment to glance at the woman stepping out of the Dodge Charger, a black woman he recognized. Karen Jensen? Isn't she supposed to be at Blade's secret base? Lin Mei had already recognized the woman across from him, the very same black woman he had rescued from the vampires. Karen rushed over to Lin Mei in a panic. As Lin Mei glanced at his own backyard and the section of wall that had been smashed in, he spoke slowly. "Miss, trespassing and damaging someone else's property is against the law." Karen Jensen, breathing heavily, stopped in her tracks. Her eyes were filled with urgency and apology. "I'm sorry, Lin E. I had no choice. Blade, he's in serious trouble. And Whistler, too. We were attacked by vampires at the scrapyard, and he's still holding out at the base." At that moment, several thuds echoed as pale-faced, long-fanged vampires landed in the yard, having pursued Karen all the way here. Lin Mei frowned. What happened to Blade? A vampire who had chased Karen into the courtyard laughed loudly, his voice brash. Of course Blade was captured by our boss, Deacon." Lin Mei's gaze sharpened instantly. He looked at the arrogant vampires, his voice low and commanding. "Shut your mouths, you vermin. This is not a place for you to speak." Karen stood nervously to the side, watching Lin Mei with a mix of hope and worry in her eyes. She knew Lin Mei possessed remarkable abilities, but she was also aware that these vampires would not be easily dealt with. The vampires seemed unafraid of Lin Mei's warning and continued advancing. One of them, apparently the leader, sneered, "Who do you think you are? You think you can save Blade and Whistler? Our boss Deacon is powerful, with countless followers. You're no match for him." He cast a contemptuous glance at Lin Mei, but then his eyes fell upon the vampires kneeling on the ground. His expression froze. Then he roared, Weren't you the team sent to catch that woman? Where's the rest of you? Why are only a few of you here? And why are you kneeling? The leader glared furiously at his kneeling companions, his eyes filled with disdain and disappointment, as if he were looking at a bunch of useless fools. The vampires on the ground trembled, terror written across their faces, but none dared to argue back. They knew that in the strictly hierarchical vampire society, the weak had no voice at all. Even so, they didn't dare to stop their chanting, because if they did, they knew death would be upon them in an instant. Lin Mei watched all of this coldly, his gaze brimming with ridicule and contempt. With a sneer, he said, "So much for Deacon's men, a ragtag bunch at best." The lead vampire's eyes bulged with rage at those words. He swung his clawed hand and bellowed, "You're looking for death." As he spoke, he lunged at Lin Mei, ready to launch his attack. Yet Lin Mei did not dodge. Instead, he stood his ground, watching the foolish vampire charging toward him. Lin Mei had already conjured a semicircular, fan-shaped magical disc in his hand, radiating with light energy. A sharp, slicing sound echoed, a blade cutting through flesh. In the blink of an eye, Lin Mei was already behind the charging vampire leader. The vampire leader clutched his throat, trying to turn and face Lin Mei. But the light energy, searing his wound, instantly reduced him to ashes. As expected, turning you all to ash is the simplest solution. This way, I don't have to clean up any bodies. The death of the leader did nothing to frighten the vampires who had just broken into Lin Mei's backyard. In unison, their claws extended, and sharp fangs gleamed in their snarling mouths. A few vampires roared like wild beasts. The fall of their leader only fueled their bloodlust. As if you were the only ones who could make noise. Lin Mei sneered in disdain. If this hadn't been his own home, he wouldn't have minded unleashing a dragon's roar right here and now. Dr. Karen had wisely slipped behind Lin Mei for safety. Upstairs, Melissa covered her mouth, staring down at the fierce vampires below. She looked anxiously at the man beside her and whispered, "Darling, is it really safe to leave our son alone downstairs?" "Don't worry, Melissa. Our son is no ordinary person." Lin Tian's calm voice carried an undeniable firmness, his grip tightening around Melissa's hand to reassure her. "He's inherited the Lin family bloodline. He has the power to protect himself. We can't keep our child sheltered under our wings forever, can we?" Melissa's eyes flickered with a swirl of emotions, worry mingled with pride. She knew her husband was right. Their son had shown remarkable talent and courage from a young age, yet her mother's instinct to protect made it hard to let go completely. But those vampires looked so terrifying, and there are so many of them. Melissa's voice quivered, her gaze drifting back downstairs. But when she looked again, the battle was already over. Downstairs, just as the vampires had moved to attack Lin Mei, their lives had begun to count down. Lin Mei's figure darted among the vampires like a phantom. With each swing of his magical disc, the air was torn with a sharp rush, and the vampires, fragile as paper dolls, were effortlessly shredded by his onslaught. The last vampire let out a desperate roar before Lin Mei severed its head, and it, too, crumbled into dust. Lin Mei brushed the dust off her clothes, her eyes sweeping the surroundings. Only after confirming that no threats remained did she slowly turn around. She looked up toward the floor above, offering a slight smile, and even flashed a victory sign for good measure. "See, Melissa, we really don't need to worry so much about our son," Lin Tian said in a gentle voice, his gaze brimming with pride. "He's already grown into a warrior capable of handling things on his own. Don't you think we should be a little happier about that?" Melissa, however, pinched Lin Tian sharply in the side and snapped, "Your son is still just a child. Believe it or not, I'll call Dad and have him talk to you about this." "Ow, ow, ow. Melissa, let go. I was wrong, okay? Just don't let Dad hear about this." Lin Tian surrendered instantly in the face of his wife's wrath. Unbeknownst to Lin Mei, the lively scene unfolding on the second floor of his house would have made him clap and cheer with delight if he'd seen it. Whether those kneeling on the ground or the ones who had chased Dr. Karen all the way into Lin Mei's home. Lin Mei had already dealt with them all, simply to save himself some trouble. With a wave of his hand, a portal opened before him. From the other side, the muffled groans of someone being tormented drifted through. Stepping forward, Lin Mei saw Whistler tightly bound to a metal table. A few vampires stood around him, cruel instruments in hand, torturing the elderly man. "Oh my God!" Dr. Karen, following close behind, exclaimed in shock. The noise from the portal's opening and Lin Mei's bold entrance had already caught the vampire's attention. "Well, it seems tonight really is turning out to be busy," Lin Mei remarked. Without another word, the vampires who'd been tormenting Whistler lunged at Lin Mei. Lin Mei showed no mercy, magical energy swirling around his hands as he launched himself into battle against the vampires. In mere moments, every vampire in the Blade base had been slain at Lin Mei's hand. On the metal bed, Whistler glanced over at the pile of defeated vampires, a look of pure relief breaking across his face. Lin Mei approached, and, seeing the countless wounds marking Whistler's body, felt a chill run down his spine. It was hard to fathom what kind of willpower could keep Whistler alive after suffering such cruel torment. Wasting no time, Lin Mei poured a surge of magical energy into healing him. Green, white, and blue streams of magic intertwined, working together to suppress Whistler's injuries. But there were simply too many wounds. Dr. Karen, get over here and help stop the bleeding. If we don't act now, Whistler could bleed out. Lin Mei called urgently. Snapped out of her shock by Lin Mei's shout, Dr. Karen rushed to Whistler's side, ready to help. She found the medical equipment, deftly opened the well-stocked medical kit, and took out various first aid tools and medicines, beginning to treat Whistler's shocking wounds. Fortunately, since Blade was often injured while fighting vampires, this base had no shortage of hemostatic forceps. It's incredible he's managed to hold on this long, Dr. Karen remarked, unable to suppress her amazement as she worked quickly. Her hands moved with expert precision, and every motion efficiently tended to Whistler's bleeding injuries. Meanwhile, Lin Mei continued to channel his magical energy, helping to stabilize Whistler's condition. Even now, he still didn't understand why Blade had been captured. He had no intention of facing Deacon, that cunning old fox, while completely in the dark. To get answers, he had to pull Whistler back from the brink before the harbinger of death arrived. Thanks to the combined efforts of Lin Mei and Dr. Karen, Whistler's wounds gradually came under control, and the bleeding slowly stopped. Though Whistler's face remained pale, there was now a faint glimmer of vitality in his eyes. "Teach, thank you, both," Whistler managed to say, his voice weak and hoarse. Deep gratitude colored his words, as if he were using the last of his strength to express his thanks. "Can you tell us what happened now? And how did Deacon manage to capture Blade? Those vampires should want nothing more than to tear him apart." Lin Mei pressed. Even now, he couldn't fathom why the vampires had launched such a massive assault. His home, Blade's base, Blade himself, all had been attacked by vampires. Deacon's madness was truly on display. It all started when Blade uncovered something about a ritual. "Have you heard of the blood god myth among vampires?" "Hold on. This isn't exactly the safest place for a conversation. Let's move somewhere else before we talk about what happened," someone interrupted. Whistler was dumbfounded. Didn't they see how badly he was hurt? Where did they expect him to go? Whistler looked at Lin Mei in utter disbelief. But now Lin Mei was starting to get a headache himself. The moment Whistler mentioned the blood god, he realized he'd need to rope someone else in to help out. Now, even this was coming to pass. Lin Mei had no idea whether this blood god was real or a pretender, and if things really did involve a god, he'd have to tread carefully. If things got truly out of hand, he'd just have to call on the Ancient One. When it came to heavy hitters on Earth, no one could compare to the Ancient One, the planet's guardian. Even Mephisto, the Hell Lord who'd always been eyeing Earth, was a being on the level of a god. He only dared to make slime moves, like sending Ghost Rider, because he was wary of the Ancient One, never daring to act openly. As for whom Lin Mei wanted to find, in truth, he already had a vague idea. He just wasn't sure if he could use this opportunity to drag a few others into the mess. With this thought, Lin Mei didn't hesitate. He conjured an interdimensional portal right then and there. Stark Mano. Tony Stark glared at Lin Mei with obvious displeasure. Earlier today, at a press conference, he'd revealed to the world that he was Iron Man. Just as he was basking in the limelight and charming a beautiful woman, planning to spend the evening engaging in, let's call it, an in-depth exploration of human reproduction, he received a notification from Jarvis. His manor had been invaded. Again. "All right, talk. You little wizard. Don't think that just because your mother bought up a massive share of Obadiah's stocks, and is now the second largest shareholder after me, that I can't do anything about you." Thinking about that stunning woman he was supposed to meet tonight, Tony Stark couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. "Tony, I have a world-saving mission for you. As a superhero, scourge of evil, world savior, and, well, the universe's, you're not going to turn me down, are you?" With a hint of amusement on his face, Lin Mei completely ignored Tony's previous threat and began coaxing him instead. "Don't try to change the subject, kid. I'm not gullible enough to fall for a few compliments," Tony replied, his expression making it clear he wasn't about to be tricked. Lin Mei shrugged, feigning indifference. "Fine then. When the time comes, I'll just run off with my mom, and you can stay behind to clean up America's mess all by yourself." "Wait. Hold on, kid. All right, let's hear it. I'm curious what's got you so worked up." Clearing his throat, Lin Mei glanced over at Whistler, who was sprawled out on the other sofa. "How about telling us about Deacon's little scheme?" Despite his severe blood loss, Whistler was managing to stay awake, a testament to his iron will. Finally, It's my turn, he thought drily. Licking his cracked lips, he began. This all started when Blade uncovered a certain ritual. This ritual is connected to a legend among vampires. Jarvis, do we have any popcorn? Or chips? Lin May's untimely request nearly broke Whistler's concentration. Yes, sir. Miss Pepper left some snacks in the cabinet. You may help yourself, Jarvis reminded him. Hey kid, it's pretty rude to ruin the mood when someone's telling a story. And bring me a bag while you're at it. Thanks. Tony chimed in. You're no better, Whistler thought, rolling his eyes inwardly. He continued, according to legend, Dracula, the progenitor of all vampires, was the very first of his kind in this world. But as for how Dracula became a vampire, the stories are wildly different. Among all the tales, the most widely circulated one is that Dracula was favored by the blood god and received the blood god's power. Only then did he become the very first vampire on Earth. So, the ritual you're talking about, is it connected to this blood god? Tony cut straight to the heart of the matter. And what exactly is the blood god? How come I've never even heard of such a deity? Whistler answered, all I know is that this ritual would allow Deacon to obtain the blood god's power. As for your second question, I really don't know. Lin May picked up the conversation. As for gods, many of them do actually exist. Even now, they're still active in different corners of the universe. What? Kid, are you serious? It's the 21st century. Science is the backbone of everything. And you're telling me there are still gods out there in this universe? Tony looked as if his whole worldview had just collapsed. Even Whistler and Dr. Karen stared in stunned disbelief. Lin May simply spread her hands and said, I'm not joking. The celestial domain of Huaxia, Asgard, Olympus, all of these are real. What we call myth and legend isn't just storytelling. It's a form of history, wrapped in the mysteries of time and culture. Tony frowned, trying to wrap his head around this new perspective, but it was clear he found it hard to accept. Then, who exactly is this blood god? What's his connection to Deacon and this ritual? If I'm remembering right, the blood god is an ancient vampire deity. He holds the secrets of blood and life itself, able to transform people into vampires, granting them immortality and immense power. Whistler recalled as much as he could. Deacon wants to gain the blood god's power through the ritual. I'm not sure of the exact method, but the outcome is clear. He'll become an unbelievably powerful vampire, maybe even surpass Dracula himself. Surpass Dracula? Tony echoed in shock. That would make him one of the most powerful beings on Earth. No way. The blood god's power can only reach Earth in limited ways, and my teacher, the Ancient One, would never allow too much of that power to seep into our world. Lin May said, crunching on a tomato-flavored chip. The Ancient One? Who's that? And this half-dead old guy's talk about the blood god. Are you saying he could be a real threat to Earth? Tony jerked his thumb at Whistler. Whistler rolled his eyes, barely stopping himself from retorting. Thanks for reminding me, I'm half dead. If that so-called blood god dares to recklessly set foot on Earth, let him try. When the sky falls, there's always someone taller to hold it up. We won't even have to lift a finger. Someone else will take care of it for us. Lin May's words carried a hint of levity, but her eyes betrayed an unwavering resolve. He continued, the Ancient One is the Sorcerer Supreme of Earth. She stands guard over our world, shielding it from threats that come from other dimensions and universes. If the blood god truly dares to meddle in Earth's affairs on a grand scale, there's no way the Ancient One would just stand by and do nothing. Sounds like this Ancient One is incredibly powerful, Tony remarked, raising an eyebrow, his tone filled with both curiosity and respect. Then why doesn't she just step in and deal with Deacon and the blood god herself? She has her own rules and principles. Lin May explained, she prefers to maintain the balance of a universe, rather than intervene directly in the fate of individuals. Unless things spiral completely out of control, she won't take action lightly. Besides, when it comes to Deacon, it's best if we handle it ourselves. Well, knowing we have the Ancient One as our backup does make me feel a bit more at ease, Tony said with a shrug, then turned his gaze to Whistler. So, where's this ritual going to happen? We'd better find it fast and put a stop to Deacon's scheme. Whistler drew a deep breath, steadying his voice to sound as clear as possible. The ritual will take place on the night of the full moon in an ancient castle. But I don't know exactly which castle. Blade didn't tell me. He just uncovered some clues during his investigation that all point toward this ritual. The night of the full moon? So, that means we still have time to prepare. Tony nodded, then looked over at Lin May. Do you have a plan? Lin May could only look at Tony speechlessly. If you go by the Chinese calendar, today is the 15th day of the first lunar month, the Lantern Festival. That's the night of the full moon. Do you really think we still have time to get ready? Lin May's words left Tony momentarily stunned as the urgency of their situation finally dawned on him. The 15th night of the first lunar month, the night of the full moon. Tonight was the night Deacon would carry out the ritual, and they still hadn't found the precise location. Damn it, I completely overlooked that, Tony muttered, slapping his forehead in frustration before turning back to Lin Mei. So what do? We can't just stand by and let Deacon get away with this, can we? Lin Mei frowned, then replied. Of course we can't just sit and wait for disaster. But with just a few of us, try to find a single castle in such a vast area is like searching for a needle in a haystack. We're going to need more help. As for who to ask, wait, didn't someone promise last night to handle the vampire problem? The bald guy. Last night? Nick Fury. Are you talking about? Shield. Tony's eyes lit up as the idea struck him. If Nick Fury were here right now, you could bet he'd greet Lin Mei with one of his signature expletives. He wanted to swoop in at the end and reap the benefits without lifting a finger, but Lin Mei was not about to let him get away with that. Lin Mei nodded. That's right. S.H.I.E.L.D. has an impressive intelligence network and vast resources. They might be able to help us find clues about that castle. However, we need a plausible reason for S.H.I.E.L.D. to get involved. I suppose that dead black eye from last night had a chat with you. As long as you didn't give him a straight answer, that leaves us plenty of room to maneuver. Lin Mei grinned mischievously, looking for all the world like a little devil with two tiny horns sprouting from his head. You're a sly one, little wizard. If Nick Fury ever found out what you're thinking, he'd wring your neck for sure. Seeing the look on Lin Mei's face, Tony couldn't help but break into a wicked smile himself. After all, the Avengers initiative that Nick Fury mentioned looked like a terrible investment from Tony's perspective. Not only was he expected to provide technical support, but he'd also have to bankroll the entire operation single-handedly. For all his genius, Tony was, at his core, a businessman. And as a true capitalist, he was always calculating the return on any investment. When it came to the Avengers initiative, all he could see was a lopsided balance of input and output, especially since he had a sneaking suspicion that this plan might drag him into a whole series of dangerous situations. So when Lin Mei proposed using S.H.I.E.L.D. without relying on them completely, Tony immediately felt a spark of kindred spirit. Hey, little wizard, that's a clever plan. Tony clapped Lin Mei on the shoulder, his eyes twinkling with mischief. When the time comes, we can let S.H.I.E.L.D. charge ahead and do the heavy lifting, while we sit back and collect the spoils. Once they've tracked down the castle, we step in to stop Deacon. Less risk, less effort. Nick Fury desperately needs my support, so S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't really have grounds to turn me down. Lin Mei looked at Tony, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. This seemingly carefree billionaire always managed to come up with unexpected ideas when it mattered most. All right, we'll do it your way, Lin Mei agreed with a nod. Contact S.H.I.E.L.D. right away. Tell them what we've discovered and that we need their help. But remember, we can't put all our trust in S.H.I.E.L.D. They have their own rules and limitations, so we need to be prepared ourselves. Don't worry, I've got it covered. Tony thumped his chest in reassurance, then picked up his phone and began dialing S.H.I.E.L.D.'s number. Nick Fury hung up the phone, his face thunderous. Damit. Oh, for crying out loud. Why does Tony Stark have to get involved in this vampire mess? Nick Fury paced back and forth in his office, irritation swirling in his chest. He hadn't expected Tony Stark to suddenly meddle in the vampire affair, and it was even more surprising that Lin Mei would use their conversation from last night as leverage to force S.H.I.E.L.D.'s hand. This was supposed to be my bargaining chip to Rain and Tony, to get him on board with the Avengers initiative. How did it end up being used against me? Fury cursed silently, though he kept his face composed and unreadable. He was well aware of Tony Stark's sharp mind and cunning ways, and he knew that this tycoon would never let himself get the short end of the stick. Now that Tony had found his weakness, Fury had no choice but to play along with Tony's demands. All right, Tony wants to play? I'll play along, Fury resolved inwardly. Picking up the phone, he dialed his subordinate's number. Activate the emergency intelligence network immediately. Locate the ancient castle where the full moon ceremony is set to take place. And be quick. We need to find that castle before Tony does. Fury's tone was cold, carrying an unmistakable authority that brooked no argument. His subordinates sprang into action, and tension rippled through S.H.I.E.L.D. as the entire organization shifted into high gear. Harnessing cutting-edge technology in their vast intelligence web, they launched a sweeping search for any castle that fit the bill. Meanwhile, Tony Stark and Lin Mei were also making feverish preparations. They knew that even with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s backing, they couldn't let their guard down. They had to be ready for anything the night might throw at them. Lin Mei, do you think S.H.I.E.L.D. will actually find that castle? Tony asked, concern flickering in his eyes. Never underestimate Nick Fury or S.H.I.E.L.D., Lin Mei replied. Fury's got a powerful ace up his sleeve, one he hasn't revealed to anyone yet. She was referring to that pager capable of reaching Captain Marvel. Seeing Tony's sudden curiosity, Lin Mei quickly steered the conversation elsewhere. Of course, Deacon's no amateur either. If he dares to hold the ceremony on the night of the full moon, you can bet he's made meticulous preparations. We can't rely solely on S.H.I.E.L.D. We need our own contingency plans. Tony nodded, agreeing with her assessment. It's been a while, Mr. Stark, Ms. Lin. I didn't expect we'd be working together again so soon. Coulson stepped through the gates of Stark Manor, a genial smile on his face. Right behind him, a squad of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, fully equipped for action, followed in. Originally, Fury had intended to hold these agents in reserve, to deploy them only at the crucial moment when the vampires clashed with Lin Mei and her team. The idea, of course, was to earn a few favors from Tony Stark in the process. But now, there was no choice. If he kept playing coy, it might backfire spectacularly. Tony didn't waste a single word. He reached out and took the photos, coordinates, and other information from Coulson's hand, passing them straight to Lin Mei. Right now, under the bright full moon, there was no telling if Deacon had already begun his ritual. Lin Mei quickly committed every detail in the photographs to memory. There was no other way. If she wanted to use the sling ring to open a portal to the exact location, she had to have either been there herself or possess detailed images of the place. With a sweep of her hand, Lin Mei conjured a portal right on the spot. A thick stench of blood immediately swept through from the other side, carrying with it a chilling aura that seemed to tear through the warm air of Stark Manor in an instant. Lin Mei's expression grew serious as she swiftly assessed the situation through the portal. She turned to Tony and Coulson and said, "Deacons, ritual has already begun. We have to act now. The air is so heavy with blood. Many innocent people must have already fallen victim." Tony Stark's brow furrowed deeply. He activated his Iron Man suit, ready to leap into action at a moment's notice. "We can't let this happen. Not on our watch. Coulson, are your people ready? We need to get there fast and stop Deacon's ritual." Coulson nodded, signaling that the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents behind him were already geared up and ready to go. "They're prepared, Mr. Stark. S.H.I.E.L.D. has always been committed to protecting peace and safety around the world, and this time is no different." Lin Mei rolled her eyes. This kind of speech was classic Nick Fury, always using it to fire up his agents, convincing them to push themselves to the limit. Without another word, Lin Mei stepped through the portal first. On the other side was none other than the vampire castle S.H.I.E.L.D. had tracked down as the site of the ritual. "Lin, there are a lot of vampires in there. You need to be careful. Don't overextend your magic." Lin's voice sounded in her ear, and Lin Mei nodded in response. If Lin was warning there were plenty of vampires guarding this place, it meant they'd come to the right spot. Tony maneuvered his Iron Man suit through the portal after her, with Coulson and his team of agents close behind. "Coulson, do your people have enough ammunition?" Tony Stark asked, a trace of concern in his voice. Thanks to Jarvis' recent scans, he knew. The castle was not only crawling with vampires, but they'd already caught wind of the team's arrival and were converging from all sides. Coulson replied with conviction, "Don't worry, Mr. Stark. Our agents are highly trained, well-equipped, and fully loaded. Besides, we've brought weapons specifically designed to deal with vampires." "Oh yeah? Then you'd better brace yourselves. Here come the bloodsuckers." No sooner had Lin Mei finished speaking than vampires began closing in on them from every direction. 10, 50, 300, 1,000. Even though Lin Mei had mentally prepared himself, he still couldn't help but be stunned by the sheer number of vampires before him. What was even more terrifying was that their numbers were still growing. Shift, does that Deacon fellow really have so many vampire subordinates? I'm starting to wonder what S.H.I.E.L.D. even does all day. With so many dangerous things hiding right under your nose, how do you people even sleep at night? Tony's voice dripped with sarcasm and frustration, but the tense situation left no room for argument. He quickly recalibrated the firepower system of his Iron Man suit, bracing himself for the brutal fight ahead. "Mr. Stark, this isn't the time for finger-pointing. We need to face this crisis together." Coulson replied calmly, signaling the agents to fan out and form a defensive formation. Suddenly, a vampire let out a piercing shriek. In the next instant, a horde of vampires, numbering in the thousands, charged straight at Lin Mei and the others. "Deploy the ultraviolet grenades," Coulson commanded without hesitation. At his order, the agents swiftly pulled ultraviolet grenades from their packs. The moment these specially designed grenades hit the air, they burst with intense UV light, a vampire's worst nightmare. A series of thunderous blasts echoed through the vampire ranks, and the ultraviolet rays sliced through their bodies like razor-sharp blades. Many vampires disintegrated the moment the light touched them, filling the air with the acrid stench of scorched flesh. But the horde was simply too vast. Even the powerful ultraviolet grenades only managed to slow their advance temporarily. More vampires continued to surge toward Lin Mei and his companions, relentless in their charge. Tony darted through the chaos in his Iron Man suit, his repulsors firing off searing plasma beams that reduced vampire after vampire to ash. Yet, for all his efforts, he couldn't stem the tide. Their numbers only seemed to grow. Lin Mei, too, moved swiftly among the swarming vampires. At some point, an iron sword had formed in his hand, forged from elemental iron with a thought. The blade itself was rough and not particularly sharp. It had been conjured in a hurry. But what truly made the sword lethal to vampires was the brilliant aura of light magic that coated its surface. Every time Lin Mei swung the sword, wherever the tip swept, vampires shrieked as though scorched by the midday sun. Their bodies withered and crumbled to dust in moments. Yet even wielding the power of light, Lin Mei felt himself overwhelmed by the relentless wave of vampires crashing over them. There was simply no way around it. Their numbers were just too great. He could unleash area-wide Dragon Slayer magic, but the vampires were attacking from all directions, scattered throughout the battlefield. Even if he used his strongest spells, the results would be minimal. This can't go on. We have to find Deacon. Only by stopping his ritual can we truly put an end to this disaster. Tony shouted during a brief lull in the fighting. His Iron Man suit was already splattered with vampire blood and ash. Suddenly, Lin Mei looked up at the sky. By now, a strange layer of dark clouds had already blanketed the heavens, leaving only the full moon hanging untouched in the center. The gentle moonlight, perhaps concentrated by the encircling clouds, had gathered into a single beam, casting down right at the heart of the vampire castle. The ritual has already begun. Tony, let's break through together. Leave these vampires outside to Coulson and the others. Lin Mei called out. Tony, without a word, agreed to the plan. Able to fly, he was the first to soar toward the castle's core. Lin Mei turned to glance at Coulson and the others, murmuring under his breath, I hope you can hold out. The vampires' numbers were simply overwhelming. With Lin Mei and Tony both gone, no one was left to help shield the remaining SHIELD agents. The pressure on Coulson and his team suddenly mounted, rising sharply with every passing second. Lin Mei had no intention of kindly doubling back to help these agents, nor would he open a portal to let them escape. After all, that bald-headed bastard had been less than honest. If Lin hadn't sensed Black Widow and several hundred agents hidden in the forests surrounding the castle, he might have foolishly opened a portal and let Coulson slip away. At the same time, by observing the hidden SHIELD operatives, Lin Mei realized that damn Nick Fury wanted to use him and Tony as pawns. Lin Mei smirked inwardly. He had nothing but contempt for being treated like a chess piece. Damn, looks like I really did bring too little ammo this time. Watching Lin Mei and Tony Stark leave, Coulson could only grit his teeth and press on, unsure if his scheming boss had deliberately left him so undermanned. After counting the remaining ammunition on himself and his teammates, he silently cursed his luck. Suddenly, a vampire broke through their line of fire and dragged a SHIELD agent away by force. A scream rang out as a swarm of vampires descended, tearing the agent apart in an instant. Coulson quickly pulled a communicator from his tactical vest, his fingers flying over the controls before he shouted into the mic. This is Coulson. We need immediate backup. There are far more vampires than anticipated, and we're almost out of ammo. Requesting urgent air and ground support. His words carried an undeniable urgency, each syllable striking like a hammer against the taut nerves of everyone present. Despite the perilous situation, as the leader of the team, he had to remain composed. Inside the castle, the Hall of Eternal Night. This was the crucial site for the Blood God ceremony. Within the Hall of Eternal Night, a platform engraved with 12 massive statues marked the core of the ritual. Deacon stood atop a prominent stone stair, gazing over the vast hall. The ritual to summon the Blood God had already begun. All that remained was for him to receive the Blood God's power. Beneath the feet of the 12 towering statues, 12 pure-blood vampire elders were bound tight. The unfortunate blade was locked inside a special bloodletting device, prepared in the Hall of Eternal Night specifically for him. The Daywalker. Blood dripped steadily from Blade's wrists, collecting in dedicated channels, which in turn formed strange, ancient script as the blood gathered. From those blood-etched letters, the fluid split again, separating into 13 distinct drops. Defying gravity, the 13 drops of blood crawled upward toward the vaulted ceiling of the Hall of Eternal Night, coming to hover above Deacon and the 12 pure-blooded vampire elders bound to the statues. As the ceremony progressed, dense clouds amassed in the sky, thunder rumbling ominously. A bolt of lightning tore through the darkness, striking the Hall of Eternal Night and lending the ritual an air of mystery and solemnity. The 13 drops of blood fell from the Hall of Eternal Night. Branches of lightning followed 12 of the drops, each striking a pure-blooded vampire. 12 trapezoidal stone slabs split open. The bodies of the 12 elders shattered and vanished into nothingness. From the ruins of each elder's body, a skeletal monster emerged, its pale bone wings unfurling as it swiftly soared toward Deacon on the platform. These bone creatures were the embodiment of the blood god's power. One after another, the skeletal monsters circled Deacon, flitting through his body as swiftly as shadows. A crimson glow spread across Deacon's eyes, and at last, the blood god descended upon him, granting him the ultimate, unrivaled power. A look of twisted ecstasy flickered across Deacon's face. On the slopes of the Himalayas, the Ancient One watched quietly toward America, as if witnessing Deacon's transformation with his own eyes. Withdrawing his gaze, he turned to his student Wong and said, "Your junior is in some trouble. Head to the Hall of Eternal Night and lend him a hand." "Yes, master." Wong opened a portal and stepped straight out of Kamartaj. "If you've come, you'd best stay right where you are," the Ancient One murmured, lifting his head to the heavens. Far above, a shadowy figure flickered in and out of view. Drawn by the blood god's summoning ritual, the blood god itself was lured from beyond the earth. After all these years, there are still vampires capable of performing the summoning ritual. The blood god let out a triumphant cry. He stood tall and twisted, his form seemingly woven from countless strands of dark crimson mist. Within that swirling haze, specks of starlight flickered, like the most distant stars in the night sky. Yet each shimmer carried a sense of impending doom. His eyes were deep and fathomless, void of any whites, replaced instead by two blazing scarlet flames. His skin bore an unhealthy pallor, crisscrossed with intricate blood-red patterns that writhed and crawled across his body like living things. Whenever his emotions surged, those markings grew more vivid, releasing a faint, metallic scent of blood. As thunder cracked from the storm clouds above the Hall of Eternal Night, the blood god channeled his own power, sending it surging into the earth alongside the lightning strike. On earth, the three great sanctuaries shone with radiant light, forming protective barriers that blocked part of the blood god's power from penetrating further. But the blood god paid no mind to the power repelled by the sanctuaries. He knew of the Sorcerer Supreme, the one called the Ancient One, and had no illusions about breaking through her defenses to invade Earth directly. Instead, he focused his will and a portion of his strength, pouring them to Deacon's body through the ritual that brought the Hall of Eternal Night into being. A low, mirthless chuckle rumbled from him, swelling into a manic laugh. "Ancient One, I will destroy the earth you protect. I will reclaim every grudge I've ever suffered." The blood god sensed his transmitted power reaching its limit, and so, without hesitation, he resolved to make his escape. But just as he prepared to slip away, a voice seemed to pierce the boundaries of time and space, branding itself upon his consciousness. "You've come all this way, leaving so soon. Don't you owe an old friend a proper reunion?" The blood god's form froze mid-flight, the urge to escape abruptly suppressed by an invisible force. "Ancient One," his voice was thick with disbelief and fury. "Do you really think you alone can stop me from leaving?" The Ancient One responded with a gentle smile, tinged with memories of times long past. "How will I ever know if I can stop you, unless I try?" Just as the blood god was about to retort, an impossible sight unfolded before his eyes. You actually came from the dark dimension." Before he could finish, his body exploded into countless droplets of blood, which scattered in every direction in a desperate bid for freedom. With a wave of her hand, the Ancient One folded the very fabric of space, sweeping up every fleeing blood droplet and trapping them within. When the chaos finally subsided, the Ancient One let out a sigh. No wonder they call him one of the most elusive gods and demons. A peal of laughter echoed through the Hall of Eternal Night. At the center of the altar, Deacon twisted his stiff neck from side to side. The blood god's power filled him with a dangerous delusion that the whole world now revolved around him. A thick, metallic tang of blood radiated from him, carried on the force of his presence. It sent a shiver of terror through his legion of vampire followers. Just as Deacon was basking in his moment of glory, Tony swooped in, soaring through the air in his Iron Man suit. Without hesitation, he fired an electromagnetic cannon straight at Deacon's back. A thunderous explosion shook the room. Deacon's back was blasted into a mangled mess, blood spraying everywhere. Hey, not a bad result. Tony couldn't help but nod in satisfaction at the outcome of his attack, his voice laced with smugness. "You sure about that? Maybe you should take another look at his wounds." Lin Mei, who had just rushed in, immediately called out, snapping Tony out of his self-congratulation. Thanks to Lin Mei's warning, Tony took a closer look, and sure enough, the bloody gash on Deacon's back was already writhing and knitting itself back together. In no time, Deacon's back was as smooth as ever, as if he'd never been injured at all. "It's you two, Lin May, Tony Stark." Deacon instantly recognized the pair standing before him. "See, little witch, my reputation is pretty impressive, even among vampires." Even now, Tony found time for a quip. "No, no, no. I know you because I've always wanted to turn you into a vampire myself. But those old geezers slated for sacrifice never let me do it. After all, you're the government's golden boy." Deacon fixed his gaze on Tony as he spoke. "Hey, I'm no beauty queen. Don't stare at me like that." Tony replied with feigned shyness. He was a hair's breadth away from adding, "Keep looking at me like this, and people will start to talk." Deacon glanced back and forth between the two of them, a look of utter arrogance spreading across his face. "So the two of you came to stop my blood god ritual, did you? Too bad you're too late. The ritual is already complete. Even though, for some reason, the blood god hasn't descended, I've still gained a taste of his power, and that's more than real enough for me." He suddenly lifted his right hand in a grand, inviting gesture, as if extending an offer from on high. "Well, do you want to join the bloodline of the vampires? I could personally grant you the embrace. And you especially, Lin May. If you're willing, I could give your mother a new life." As he spoke, Deacon couldn't help but lick his lips, his eyes gleaming with a meaning that needed no words. Damn you, that's enough. To have his own helpless mother brought up again and again by this filthy vampire. Anyone would snap. Lin May had no intention of becoming some twisted vampire's favorite son. Deacon's words ignited a blaze of fury in Lin May's heart, and ignoring Lin's attempts to hold him back, he went all in. It was true. Deacon had gained a sliver of the blood god's formidable power, but he had yet to fully master it. The instant Lin May attacked, Deacon didn't even have time to react before he was slammed to the ground, pinned and utterly overpowered. Thud, 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 thud. The light attribute magic in Lin May's hands seared Deacon's skin, and with every heavy blow, he hammered Deacon's head into the floor, driving it deeper with each strike. "Hiss, I must never try to make a move on Melissa again. This little guy is terrifying when he gets angry," Tony muttered under his breath. Melissa was considered one of the most beautiful women among the American elite. For a playboy like Tony, it would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted. Unfortunately, Melissa had already been claimed early on by Lin May's father, that old pig. Deacon's head was pinned and immobile, but his body began to struggle. Lin May knew he couldn't keep suppressing his opponent forever, so he gathered all his strength in his right fist. A dense surge of light attribute magic pulled at Lin May's knuckles. Deacon's flailing hands finally managed to grab hold of Lin May's collar. At the same moment, Lin May's right fist came crashing down, smashing Deacon's skull to pieces. In the next instant, Lin May's body was thrown back, slamming hard into a massive statue. His entire figure was embedded deep into the stone. A mouthful of blood surged up his throat, and he spat it out. It was clear that Deacon had used considerable strength to break free from Lin May's hold. Little wizard. Tony was completely shocked. Just moments ago, he had thought that even after gaining the power of the blood god, this vampire would still be no match for Lin May, who had him pinned and beaten. He never imagined things would turn so quickly. Before Tony could process what was happening, Lin May was already gravely wounded and coughing up blood. Deacon's body slowly sat upright. Where his head should have been was now a gaping void, proof that Lin May really had smashed it to pieces. What kind of monster is this? How can he still move with his head blown clean off? Staring at the scene before him, Tony felt like he was in a nightmare. All of this defied the laws of biology. The scattered flesh and blood from Deacon's head eerily began to reassemble, swiftly gathering where his head had been. In no time, Deacon's skull was miraculously restored to its original state. "Damn it, I'm going to kill you." Being pinned and humiliated by Lin May just now was the greatest disgrace Deacon had ever known. Now that he had achieved immortality, all thoughts of recruiting Lin May had vanished from his mind. Deacon wanted only one thing: Lin May's death. The air shimmered as Deacon appeared right in front of Lin May, gripping his throat and yanking him out of the rock. Deacon squeezed tighter and tighter, his grip relentless. Even though Lin May's body had been tempered by dragon's blood and was far stronger than any ordinary person, he simply couldn't withstand Deacon's overwhelming strength. "If this continues, I'm going to die." The pain at his throat, the agonizing lack of oxygen, the looming threat of death, all of it clouded Lin May's mind and made it impossible to stay calm. At the end of the day, Lin May was still just a child. Though he was gifted with both brains and brawn, faced with such a mortal threat, it was impossible for him not to panic. Lin May's vision began to darken, and his face, deprived of oxygen and blood to the brain, swelled to a ghastly, liverish hue. Scenes from the moment he arrived in this world started flashing before his eyes. Is this the so-called life review? Am I really about to die? I'm so weak and so unwilling to accept this. His legs thrashed wildly in the air, a desperate display of his will to survive. Inside Lin Mei, the little dragon Lin was also panicking, racing about in agitation. She longed to break through the seal her mother had placed on her, determined to save Lin Mei at any cost. Yet the very power she inherited from her mother whispered to her that Lin Mei would not die here. Deacon watched Lin Mei's torment with relish. He could have killed Lin Mei in an instant, but he didn't want to. He wanted to watch Lin Mei die slowly, to savor every ounce of his struggle. Only then could he quench the fury he felt from having his head blown apart by Lin Mei just moments before. Little wizard. Tony, meanwhile, was being hounded by a swarm of vampires, too busy to lend a hand. When he saw Lin Mei pinned down, his heart burned with anxiety. He could only curse that his Iron Man suit wasn't designed to handle vampires. At last, Tony found an opening and fired an electromagnetic cannon at Deacon's shoulder. Deacon took the hit head-on, but the force loosened his grip significantly, granting Lin Mei the slimmest chance at survival. Blades of Shadow. Drawing his wand, Lin Mei unleashed his most effective attack at close range, slashing at Deacon's arm. Deacon's arm was cleaved cleanly in two. Seizing the moment, Lin Mei pried open Deacon's hand, finally escaping the jaws of death. Professor Snape's spell really saved the day this time, Lin Mei thought to himself. Yet the danger was far from over. Deacon, growing more comfortable with his newfound power, cast a scornful glance at Lin Mei. He had no intention of letting him off so easily. So, this is magic? What an amusing little trick. Too bad it's useless to me. Blood gushed from the severed arm, but in moments, the two halves rejoined, knitting seamlessly back onto Deacon's body. With the blood's guidance, his arm was as good as new, as if nothing had ever happened. This regeneration is revolting. Physical attacks are useless. What am I supposed to do? Lin Mei's mind raced with panic. He had to admit he'd underestimated the power of the Blood God. Even if Deacon's share of the Blood God's power was minuscule, it was still more than Lin Mei could handle right now. A deep, chilling laugh rumbled from Deacon as he watched Lin Mei's desperate, helpless struggle. Lin Mei, so what if you can use magic? With the Blood God's power, I'm invincible. You can't even dream of killing me. Just accept your fate and die obediently. Damn it. So what if you have the power of the Blood God? Even if I can't kill you, I'm going to beat you to a pulp. Today, Lin Mei's words were laced with even more fury than usual. He had been truly pushed to the edge by Deacon. Tiny dragon scales began to shimmer into view across Lin Mei's body, as an overwhelming aura surged out from his small frame, brooking no opposition. As I thought, someone like you can't be allowed to live. Deacon's eyes burned red, and in an instant, enormous bat wings burst open from his back, stretching wide. Lin Mei struck first. His combat skills were formidable. In a flash, he was locked in a fierce brawl with Deacon. His dragon scales gleamed with a chilling light. Each clash with Deacon sent shockwaves rippling through the air, as if the very atmosphere was being torn asunder. Quick and powerful, Lin Mei's every punch carried the majesty and might of the Dragon Clan. But compared to Deacon, he was still outmatched. Deacon easily blocked each blow and countered with his own. Deacon wasn't about to back down. His bat wings beat furiously, stirring violent gusts around them and making the fight even more intense. Using his wings for cover, Deacon unleashed rapid, savage attacks. Each swipe of his claws aimed straight for Lin Mei's vital points, but Lin Mei, relying on sharp instincts and agile movements, dodged them all. Is that all you've got? You think you can stand against me with this little bit of power? Deacon roared, madness flashing in his eyes. The power of the Blood God surged within him once again, blood gushing from his wounds even more violently, as though threatening to devour everything. Lin Mei's heart grew heavy. He knew that unless he could quickly find a way to counter Deacon's regenerative abilities, this fight would become almost unwinnable. Suddenly, Deacon, caught up in his relentless assault, left his defenses wide open. This was Lin Mei's chance, and there was no way he would let it slip by. He drove his right foot hard into the ground, shattering it beneath him, and launched his entire body straight at Deacon's chest. All of his strength gathered on his right side. With a guttural roar, Lin Mei shot forward like an arrow released from the bow, unleashing an unstoppable force. He crashed into Deacon's chest with the unyielding momentum of an iron mountain. A thunderous impact erupted, shock waves blasting outward. Deacon, whose body had seemed unbreakable, was sent flying backwards, smashing through wall after wall, until he was hurled right out of the castle. Coulson had finally managed to hold out until Black Widow and the others arrived for backup. They'd suffered heavy casualties under the relentless vampire assault. Of Coulson's squad, only Coulson himself was relatively unscathed. The rest were either missing limbs or had already been bitten by vampires and forced to end their own lives. Because of Lin May's intervention, the blood specialist Karen, who was crucial in the original Blade vampire incident, had barely any time to develop an antidote for vampirism. For these S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, turning into a vampire meant one thing above all: being relentlessly hunted by S.H.I.E.L.D. itself. So, rather than spending the rest of his days hiding and running, wouldn't it be more satisfying to simply pull the trigger and restart life altogether? Natasha, is there really no other backup apart from your team right now? Coulson called out anxiously to Black Widow, desperation and hope flickering in his eyes. The battlefield was a churning chaos, with the vampire's howls and the agent's shouts blending into a storm of confusion. Every heartbeat brought with it the threat of another life lost. Natasha pressed her lips together, her gaze sweeping over the carnage, her expression grave. The situation is far worse than we anticipated, Coulson. Our communications are mysteriously jammed, and it's nearly impossible for the outside world to know what's happening here. On top of that, because of the unique nature of this incident, we have very limited support at our disposal. Coulson's face grew even more grim at her words. He knew all too well that without timely reinforcements, they might all meet their end here. Just then, a figure crashed out from within the castle, smashing through obstacles and landing heavily nearby, sending up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the figure thrown out of the castle became clear. It's Deacon. Natasha's sharp eyes recognized him at once. Her heart tightened. She knew about Deacon's ritual to summon the blood god, a secret that S.H.I.E.L.D. had already uncovered. What she could understand was why Nick Fury had placed her on standby at the perimeter. What she didn't know was that this was all part of Fury's plan. He wanted Deacon to complete the ritual. He would only step in when Lin, May, and Tony were at their limits, ensuring his own value was unmistakable and securing the bargaining chips he wanted. In fact, besides Natasha's covert team, there was another squad lying in wait outside, ready to storm the vampire castle at a moment's notice. Sure enough, as the dust cleared, Deacon's form came into view. His clothes were in tatters, his body covered in wounds, yet his blood-red eyes burned even brighter, seething with the fire of vengeance. Slowly, he rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping over everyone present before finally settling on Natasha. Such a beautiful woman, he sneered. I wonder if your blood tastes as sweet as you look? His battered, twisted body gave off a sickening crack as broken and dislocated bones began to knit themselves back together, the grotesque healing echoing through the chaos. In the blink of an eye, Deacon vanished. Before anyone could react, he had sunk his fangs into the neck of a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, draining the life from him. But this time, unlike before, Deacon didn't simply wait for the blood to pour from a major artery. Instead, he sucked every last drop from the agent's body with terrifying force, leaving behind nothing but a shriveled husk of skin stretched over bone, a sight more horrifying than ever. Natasha witnessed the scene, her eyes blazing red with anger and despair tangled in her heart. She swiftly drew her pistol and fired several shots at Deacon, but it was as if an invisible force shielded him. Each bullet fell harmlessly at his side, unable to harm him in the slightest. Deacon licked the blood lingering at the corner of his mouth, a satisfied and savage grin spreading across his face. Delicious, the blood of humans. But compared to this ordinary fare, I'm far more curious. What would your blood taste like, beautiful? With those words, Deacon vanished once again, transforming into a shadow that lunged straight for Natasha. Drawing on her years of combat experience, Natasha rolled to the side in a swift, practiced motion, narrowly evading Deacon's lethal strike. But she knew this was only a temporary reprieve. Deacon's strength was growing with every moment, while her own options dwindled. From the distant peak of a mountain, a sniper took aim at Deacon's head, one shot, and his skull exploded in an instant. At last, the third hidden squad, following Egghead's orders, joined the fray. Unfortunately, Nick Fury had been observing the entire situation unfold through the agent's body cams and surveillance systems back at S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet he had no inkling that his own decisions had allowed someone as ambitious as Deacon, a vampire, to become such a monstrous threat. When Black Widow saw Deacon's head blown apart, she finally felt a fleeting wave of relief wash over her. But then, right before her eyes, Deacon's head regenerated, a sight that left her breathless with horror. Staring at Black Widow's terrified face, Deacon lifted her chin with a finger and said, "Once I'm done with those nuisances, and Lin May and Tony Stark, I'll be sure to savor you properly, sweetheart." Oh, for F, what the hell is this? How is Deacon still alive, even after he lost his head? Didn't we equip our agents with silver bullets for this mission? Is he even a vampire anymore? Fury let out a furious curse. What followed was a massacre, utterly one-sided. Every S.H.I.E.L.D. agent still standing was cut down with swift, efficient brutality by Deacon. The remaining vampires, emboldened by their leader's bloodlust, joined the carnage with savage enthusiasm. Even the snipers on the distant ridge found themselves hunted by packs of vampires swarming to silence them. To put it bluntly, SHLD's losses this time were catastrophic. Nearly all their highly trained agents had fallen during the operation. Sir, if we don't send reinforcements now, the United States could soon be facing a full-blown vampire crisis. Agent Hill said anxiously. I know. Nick Fury snapped, his voice edged with frustration. The mess he'd created this time was beyond anything he could contain. So many vampires, only the military could hope to suppress them. But even then, he had no solution. If this dragging continues any longer, the consequences could very well alarm every citizen in the United States. Nick Fury immediately pulled out his phone and contacted the military, reporting the gravity of the situation. On the other end of the line, General Ross, who had been fretting over his failure to locate Dr. Banner, fell into a heavy silence the moment he finished listening to Fury's account. Nick Fury, do you have rot for brains? Don't you know that an uncontrollable group might have a spokesperson, but the last thing they need is a king who can lead them all? What on earth were you thinking, letting something like this happen? Your stupidity, your ignorance, your short-sightedness make me doubt whether you're even fit to be the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Whether I'm fit to lead S.H.I.E.L.D. isn't up to you, General Ross. Now, if you're done ranting, can we expect military support or not? Fury replied coldly. After all, he knew he was in the wrong this time and desperately needed military backup. There was no point in arguing back. General Ross took out his frustration over not finding Dr. Banner by lashing out at Fury, venting his pent-up annoyance. Once the call ended, he immediately rallied his troops and set out for the coordinates provided by S.H.I.E.L.D. After Lin May sent Deacon flying out of the castle, she herself began to feel increasingly uncomfortable as the magic within her grew unstable. Still, she could hang on a little longer in her current state. Seeing their leader hurled outside, a group of vampires threw caution to the wind and charged at Lin May, ready to fight to the death. With the enemy forces thus scattered, Tony, previously entangled by a swarm of vampires, finally caught a break and breathed a sigh of relief. Tony, hurry up and get the person inside that stone out. There's a strong scent of blood in the next room. Feed that blood to him. Lin May pointed toward Blade, who was locked inside a bloodletting device not far away. Taking advantage of his ability to fly, Tony fired off an electromagnetic cannon, completely destroying the bloodletting apparatus. Blade, who had been trapped inside, was now exposed. Without hesitation, Tony grabbed him and smashed through the adjoining wall. Spotting a pool of blood, he tossed Blade right in. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. 30 seconds passed, but Blade showed no sign of movement in the blood pool. Tony watched the pool closely, but nothing happened. Jarvis, you don't think the guy drowned, do you? Tony asked uncertainly. But the sensors inside his Iron Man suit picked up nothing, so he was left without a clear answer. Meanwhile, inside the Hall of Eternal Night, Lin May had already learned from Lin's account that Deacon was wreaking havoc outside. One vampire had its heart ripped out by Lin May's hand, dissolving instantly into ash. In those 30 seconds, every vampire inside the Evernight Hall wanted to seize the opportunity and swarm Lin May while she was alone. But without a shred of mercy, Lin May unleashed the Radiant Dragon's ripples, a sweeping light-based attack, annihilating every vampire within the Evernight Hall in a single, ruthless stroke. Indeed, Lin May was powerless against Deacon. With the power of the Blood God, he had evolved into an immortal being, untouchable and undying. But that didn't mean these insignificant vampires could ever hope to lay a finger on her. When she felled the last vampire in the Evernight Hall, a thunderous, earth-shaking beast's roar erupted from the next room. Deacon, having drained the blood pool completely, Blade, who had nearly bled out moments before, now stood fully healed. Every wound vanished without a trace. What's more, an unprecedented surge of power now coursed through his body, the majority of his vampire genes awakened and roaring within him. It was as if Blade had been reborn, transformed into something new, more formidable than ever. Lin, I owe you my life. Blade vaulted out of the blood pool, radiating an indescribable aura of power. His eyes shone with fierce anticipation for the coming battle. Lin May stepped through the gap Tony had smashed open. He nodded in quiet acknowledgement, saying little. After all, the real challenge was yet to come. Whoa, this guy, it's like he's a whole new person. That power is terrifying. There was a note of genuine awe in Tony's voice. Save the jokes. We're only at halftime. Are you sure you can keep going? With a flick of his hand, Lin Mei cast a repair spell on Tony's suit, restoring it instantly to factory condition. Tony ran a hand over his freshly restored Iron Man armor, cracking wise again. Honestly, you're wasted not being my full-time support. I could put you on the payroll. Dream on. I may not be as rich as you, but I'm doing just fine. Thank you very much, Mr. Stark. Lin Mei shot back, rolling his eyes. Tony muttered, if only people understood how much I want a dedicated sidekick who can patch my suit and charge my battery. Shame this one's got such a sharp tongue. As they bantered, Blade charged out of the castle, unstoppable. Meanwhile, outside the Evernight Hall, Deacon, having gorged himself on the blood of countless S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, let out a chilling, satisfied laugh. His laughter echoed through the night like the cold mockery of death itself, sending a shiver down everyone's spine. Around him, the other vampires seemed to respond to some silent command, launching an even fiercer assault on the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. It appears the game has only just begun. Deacon's gaze pierced through the throngs of vampires, fixing on Blade, racing toward him from afar. You, and all of you. You will be the stepping stones to my conquest of this world. With a sweep of his bat-like wings, he hurled himself toward Blade, eager for the showdown. Two bitter enemies, facing each other at last, their hatred burning brighter than ever. Soon, the two of them were locked in a fierce struggle, but it was Deacon, empowered by the blood god's might, who held the upper hand. Or rather, Deacon hadn't even unleashed his full strength yet. If he'd fought Blade the way he did against Lin Mei back in the Hall of Eternal Night, Blade would have suffered a crushing defeat. Meanwhile, Lin Mei and Tony, who had chased after them, split up to take action. Lin Mei charged at Deacon, while Tony rushed to rescue the battered and fallen S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Seeing Lin Mei join the fray, a cold, mocking smile curled on Deacon's lips. Back in the Hall of Eternal Night, he might have struggled against Blade and Lin Mei fighting side by side. But now, so much time had passed, and after just having drunk his fill of blood, Deacon had gained even greater mastery over his newfound power. Blade acted as live bait, luring Deacon into making a move, but Deacon simply sent him flying with a brutal kick. Lin Mei gathered the last reserves of light magic in her body, channeling it into her palm and driving it straight into Deacon's body. A surge of searing energy exploded forth. Deacon's body was blasted in two, only for the halves to be drawn back together by streams of blood, knitting him whole again. Damn, even Wolverine isn't this freakish. Lin Mei cursed inwardly. Sensing danger, Lin Mei instinctively stepped back, just as Deacon's bat-like wings sliced past her cheek. A burning pain flared on the right side of her face, and drops of blood traced a path down her chin. It was so close, just a hair's breadth, and her head would have been gone. She had thought Deacon's wings were only for flying. Who could have guessed the edges were so lethally sharp? What a pity. I was just a sliver away from killing you, Deacon taunted, fixing Lin Mei with a mocking gaze. You're right, that was close, Lin Mei replied, but before she could finish, a tremendous force slammed into her abdomen, hurling her dozens of meters through the air. From the very start, this battle had never been an even match, especially with Deacon's monstrous regenerative powers, which defied all reason. Deacon had grown bored. Now, he just wanted to kill Lin Mei. With blinding speed, he appeared before her, reaching out to grab her throat, repeating his favored move. Kid, this time, no one can save you. Deacon sneered wickedly. Damn it, my magic's out of control. I can't move. Lin Mei thought in panic. Just as Deacon's hand was about to close around Lin Mei's neck, suddenly, two hands seized Deacon's arm at once. One hand reached out from a portal, which quickly expanded to reveal Wong's silhouette. So that's why the Ancient One sent me. Even if I gave it everything I had, I couldn't defeat a vampire empowered by the blood god. Turns out, you've been watching over things here, Wong said, glancing at the owner of the other hand. Wong, it's you. I thought it was Mordo coming over. The man who owned that other hand was none other than Lin Mei's father, Lin Tian. Deacon's expression instantly darkened. He hadn't expected that at this critical moment, two formidable enemies would suddenly appear at once, interrupting his fatal strike against Lin Mei. His bat wings trembled slightly, betraying his simmering anger and a hint of unease at this sudden turn of events. Just two more people rushing to their deaths, Deacon scoffed coldly. Though his tone was still dismissive, his eyes grew more vigilant. He couldn't shake the feeling that the man who bore such a strong resemblance to Lin Mei was extremely dangerous. Wong and Lin Tian exchanged a glance. No words were needed between them. Wong released his grip and, with a sweeping gesture, opened more portals. Behind each portal stood a sorcerer from Kamartaj, each one stepping purposefully into the fray. Wong announced, after all, Lin is our junior disciple. If he's being bullied, as a senior's, How could we just stand by and do nothing? Tonight, let's take care of these vampires while we're at it. At Wong's command, a flood of Camartage sorcerers fanned out, unleashing their power upon the vampires in the room. From the moment he received the Ancient One's order until now, Wong had deliberately waited to appear. He'd been rallying reinforcements. Tony surveyed the sudden influx of Camartage sorcerers and the arrival of Lin Mei's father, Lin Tian. Surprise flickered in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure, his lips curling into an amused smile. Wow, looks like tonight's party is getting more and more interesting. Tony quipped, his tone playful. Deacon, seeing the sorcerers begin to hunt down the vampires, his crimson eyes blazed with fury. Just as he tried to break free from Lin Tian's grasp, intent on teaching this reckless human a lesson, Lin Tian's hand tightened, crushing Deacon's arm with a sickening crunch. Little vampire, you've been bullying my kid for long enough. Have you thought about how you want to die? Deacon let out a piercing, agonized scream. His bat wings thrashed violently as he struggled to escape Lin Tian's iron grip, but Lin Tian's strength was like a mountain, unyielding, inescapable. Deacon stared in disbelief at his mangled arm. Normally, no matter how badly he was wounded, he barely felt any pain. But this was different. Somehow, Lin Tian could truly hurt him. He could sense a strange energy surging from Lin Tian's palm, suppressing the blood god's power within him. Who are you? Deacon's voice trembled with fear and astonishment. He had never faced an opponent of such overwhelming strength. Lin Tian let out a cold, mocking laugh. You've harassed my family again and again, and even dared to bully my kid. Yet you have the nerve to ask who I am? Lin Tian tightened his grip, causing Deacon to break out in a cold sweat, his eyes wide with pain. You're that kid's father. After comparing Lin Tian's features with Lin Mei's, Deacon was certain this handsome Asian man was Melissa's husband, Lin Mei's father. Wong, leave these vampires to your team. I'll handle this big guy myself. Lin Tian spoke to Wong, his voice brimming with confidence and dominance. Wong nodded, signaling the sorcerers of Camartage to continue their mission, then turned to Lin Tian with a flash of admiration in his eyes. Mr. Iron Fist, looks like we'll act separately then. With that, Wong resumed directing the sorcerers as they swept through the vampires. Tony stood off to the side, utterly dumbfounded. He had never witnessed anything so spectacular. A group of robed sorcerers soaring through the night sky, casting brilliant spells that wiped out the vampires one by one. Is this a scene from a movie? Tony muttered to himself, unable to believe what he was seeing. Even Black Widow and Coulson, survivors of the chaos, found the sight almost dreamlike. Just then, Lin Tian suddenly gathered his strength, hoisting Deacon high into the air before slamming him down with a thunderous crash. Deacon struggled to get up, but Lin Tian was relentless, stepping down hard on his chest, pinning him firmly to the ground. Lin Tian looked over at his son, who was still working hard to adjust and control his powers. He shook his head helplessly and said, Our family is renowned for its martial arts tradition, and yet, among us all, you, our only intellectual, are the only one who stirs up so much trouble. You've always had the weakest martial talent in the family, and I have no idea where you managed to tap into all that chaotic energy. Aren't you afraid it'll overwhelm you? None of your business. You stood there the whole time watching your own son get bullied. Just wait till I'm back home. I'll tell Grandpa everything and see if he doesn't give you a good scolding. Lin Mei rolled her eyes, clearly annoyed. Hey, that's not fair. What? I'll let you take a little beating, and now you're threatening to tattle to your grandfather. Lin Tian hunched his shoulders, sounding defensive. His old man was fiercely protective, more than anyone else. If his son really did complain, no amount of excuses about wanting to toughen Lin Mei up would save him. He was sure he'd be in for serious thrashing. How about we discuss this like civilized people? I'll take out this vampire for you, and we can just forget about the whole thing. Lin Tian immediately changed his tone, bargaining with Lin Mei. With a triumphant grin, Lin Mei replied, We'll see how you do. In their family, this fearless father was afraid of nothing and no one, except his own father. So Lin Mei wasted no time invoking the great Buddha of the family to keep Lin Tian in check. Damn it, are you two just going to ignore me like I don't exist? Seeing himself being completely disregarded by Lin Mei and his son, Deacon's anger flared even higher. Oh, almost forgot about you, you pest. With a swift kick, Lin Tian sent Deacon hurtling into the sky. In the next instant, his iron fist smashed through Deacon's body. As expected, Deacon relied on the power bestowed by the blood god to reconnect his shattered frame. Ha! No matter how strong you are, so what? You can't kill me. Feeling himself free from Lin Tian's suppression, Deacon's arrogance surged once more. Lin Tian looked at him, as if he were a fool. You really think you're invincible just because you got a taste of borrowed power? I was just testing my strength earlier, making sure not to kill you, just to let you experience the pain of shattered eggs. What do you mean by that? A sense of unease crept into Deacon's heart. A faint yellow energy shimmered around Lin Tian's hand as he leaped in front of Deacon. You've made a move on my beautiful wife more than once, and just now you even struck my son. Did you really think I'd let you off that easily? You! Deacon tried to retort, but a searing pain in his abdomen forced the words back down his throat. His body was sent flying in all directions by Lin Tian's relentless blows. Every time Deacon slowed, Lin Tian would appear ahead of him, waiting to strike again. Eye gouges, throat locks, and devastating blows to the groin. Each attack mirrored Lin Mei's style, targeting the most vulnerable points of the human body. Unable to defend himself in midair, Deacon was on the verge of madness, especially as the excruciating pain from below left him breathless. His regenerative powers only made it worse, making that particular agony repeat endlessly. The feeling of total destruction down there. Only men could truly understand. By now, Tony had made his way to Lin Mei's side. Watching Deacon get kicked in the groin again and again by Lin Tian up in the sky, Tony instinctively pressed his own legs together. Oof, kid, can't your dad hit somewhere else? That's just brutal, Tony said, his voice tinged with discomfort. Lin Mei, having successfully suppressed his own raging magic power with Lin's help, shrugged in response to Tony's words. If a man was leering at and pestering the woman you love right in front of you, wouldn't you do the same to him? Tony paused for a moment, then gave a wry smile. Fair point. If someone ever did that to my woman, I'd probably be even more ruthless. By now, Deacon was barely clinging to life in the sky. Each of Lin Tian's strikes was precise and devastating, always stopping short of taking his life, as if savoring a game of cat and mouse. Deacon's eyes brimmed with despair and terror. He had never imagined he'd end up in such a wretched state. What do you want from me? His voice was already hoarse, and it took all his strength just to spit out those words. Lin Tian let out a cold, mocking laugh. What do I want? Isn't it obvious? You hurt my family. Don't even dream of leaving here alive. Deacon's body recovered in an instant, and without hesitation, he made a break for the forest. Suddenly, a series of gunshots echoed through the air. Black Widow, seeing Deacon attempt to escape, didn't hesitate to fire several rounds, avenging her fallen comrades. Each bullet found its mark, his calves, his lower spine. If it weren't for Deacon's inhuman healing abilities, he would have already been nothing more than a corpse sprawled on the ground. Lin Tian whistled, then glanced at the voluptuous Black Widow and commented in Mandarin, "She's certainly got some fire in her." After teasing Black Widow about her figure, Lin Tian strode over to where Deacon had fallen. Deacon still tried to crawl away, but Lin Tian was faster. He reached out and seized Deacon by the throat. Looking into Deacon's eyes, seeing the desperate will to live flickering there, Lin Tian spoke calmly. "My son felt your pain. Now it's your turn to experience it." Power surged from Lin Tian's iron fist, flooding into Deacon's body through his palm. The blood god's force within Deacon fought back with all its might, but it was steadily consumed by the relentless onslaught of Lin Tian's strength. When Lin Tian finally destroyed every trace of the blood god's power and obliterated the vampire bloodline inside Deacon, the man in his grasp aged decades in the blink of an eye. He was reduced to a shriveled old man, bearing no resemblance to his former self. Deacon's terror gave way to utter hopelessness. His frail body trembled under Lin Tian's unyielding grip, unable to move. Lin Tian stared down at him coldly, as if regarding an insignificant insect. "You once used your power to bully the weak and slaughter the innocent. Now, it's time for you to taste what it's like to lose everything." Lin Tian's voice was low and resonant, each word striking Deacon's fragile spirit like a heavy hammer. Deacon's skin sagged, deep wrinkles spread across his face, and his vitality ebbed away rapidly under Lin Tian's merciless grip. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but only a weak whimper escaped his lips. Lin Tian gave him no respite. He tightened his hold, pouring in even more strength, until the last vestige of vampire blood was utterly wiped out. Deacon's body collapsed completely, shriveling like a dried husk. There was not a spark of life left in him. While Lin Tian was dealing with Deacon, the sorcerers of Camartage were wiping out the rest of the vampires in a sweeping purge. A few may have escaped, one or two perhaps, but in the grand scheme of things, it hardly mattered at all. After this incident, there were hardly any vampire clans left in the United States. The few remaining vampires were like scattered, withered leaves after an autumn wind, utterly inconspicuous. Thunder rumbled in the distance, signaling the arrival of General Ross's troops. There was no way the sorcerers from Kamartaj could reveal themselves before so many people. So, after quickly gathering all the sorcerers, Wang exchanged a brief word with Lin Mei and quietly slipped away. Dawn was breaking. Lin Tian was holding Lin Mei by the scruff of her collar. With Lin Mei in hand, he gave a nod to Tony and Blade, then vanished in turn. On the ground, Lin Tian appeared to take a single step, but in reality, that stride carried him several miles. His figure left faint afterimages in the air, flickering like a phantom, moving with such speed that it took one's breath away. Meanwhile, Lin Mei lay on Lin Tian's back with her eyes closed. She focused, meditating hard to restore her inner magic. The last thing she wanted was to be forced into another dimensional crossing. Before long, as Lin Mei sensed she was finally home, her whole body aching and spent, she stopped trying to adjust herself and immediately collapsed into sleep. Lin Tian saw this, and a gentle smile played at the corners of his lips, a look of deep fondness shining in his eyes. It was a tenderness he had never displayed in his everyday dealings with Lin Mei. After tucking her in with a blanket, he quietly went downstairs to find Melissa, who was already awake. Far beyond the Milky Way, the blood god sat cross-legged atop a barren planet, surrounded by the grotesque corpses of all manner of aliens. At the very moment Deacon died, the blood god, gnawing on the thigh of some unidentifiable creature, paused and looked up toward Earth, somewhere in the distant galaxy. Pathetic. Even after inheriting my power, he managed to die. Rage and frustration flickered in the blood god's eyes as his voice echoed across the empty planet, making even the stars seem to tremble. He rose to his feet, his massive form as immovable as a mountain, thick darkness and the stench of blood swirling about him, inspiring fear in any who beheld him. Still, it doesn't matter. It's only the loss of a single pawn. The blood god let out a cold, twisted laugh, his voice brimming with eerie confidence. The Ancient One never noticed my contingency. I wonder, will that pawn awaken as planned? As he spoke, the blood god extended a finger and, with a gentle tap, sent a streak of blood-red light shooting across the void, vanishing in an instant into the distant horizon. At that very moment, atop the Himalayas on Earth, the Ancient One gazed into the sky, watching the red light sent by the blood god from the far reaches beyond the Milky Way. It was a challenge from the blood god, a sign that he would not give up so easily. What a childish fellow. Does he really think his secret move is so well hidden? In Gu Yi's hand was a thin, faintly glowing red thread, the last card held by the blood god. Looking at the blood-red strand in her fingers, Gu Yi mused, "It's not your time to show up yet. At the very least, I'll wait until my little disciple has grown stronger. Only then will I release that little creature to give Lin Mei a proper challenge." With a quick twist of her hand, the red thread vanished without a trace. Her gaze then swept toward a hospital, paused at the small nation of Latveria, and finally settled on Lin Mei's room. So many candidates to choose from, she remarked thoughtfully. Meanwhile, in that very room, Lin Mei had slept from morning nearly until dusk. Thanks to the time spent restoring his body and his remarkable healing abilities, he recovered quickly. Full of renewed energy, Lin Mei leapt out of bed. A fierce hunger gnawed at him, compelling Lin Mei to rush downstairs. The servants had already finished work for the day. On the dining table, Melissa had left a note just for Lin Mei. It was brief. After today, his father would be returning home. So, his parents had decided to go out and enjoy some time as a couple. Lin Mei didn't mind at all. His parents deserved their alone time, and he certainly wasn't about to tag along as an obvious third wheel. Since the food at home wouldn't last long with his appetite, he decided to head out and find a burger place to make do for the evening. Pulling on his jacket, Lin Mei stepped out the door. Night had quietly fallen, and the streetlights cast a gentle glow, lending a touch of warmth to the peaceful evening. He strolled along the street, the occasional night breeze bringing a coolness that sharpened his senses. After all, this was an upscale neighborhood. Once he'd made sure the coast was clear, Lin Mei discreetly opened a portal and slipped away to the bustling heart of New York's main plaza. It didn't take long before he spotted a burger joint. Heading inside, he ordered several burgers and began tackling the meal alone. Not long after, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl, about Lin Mei's age, passed by the burger shop, separated from him by only a pane of glass. Huh, what's he doing here? Her eyes lit up with recognition, and she cheerfully walked right in, sitting across from Lin Mei as if they were old friends. Lin Mei looked up, genuine surprise flickering in his eyes. "Gwen, what are you doing here?" Gwen smiled brightly, replying, "I should be asking you. You skipped school all day, you know." Lin Mei rubbed his nose, not about to confess that he'd spent last night fighting vampires. Sensing his reluctance, Gwen's expression shifted as if she'd just remembered something. Oh, that's right. She rummaged through her backpack, and in short order, she pulled out a copy of Traveling with Vampires. Gwen handed the book to Lin May, smiling as she said, "Here, you left this book in the classroom, so I picked it up for you." Gwen's gentle smile felt like a breath of spring, leaving Lin May with a sense of warmth and ease. As he accepted the book, a strange feeling welled up inside him. He hadn't expected Gwen to be so thoughtful, even going out of her way to return his book in person. "Thank you, Gwen," Lin May said sincerely. He realized that he was enjoying Gwen's company more and more. Her kindness always put him at ease. "We're deskmates. You don't have to be so formal," Gwen replied with a light-hearted tone. Then, curiosity flickered in her eyes. The stories in this book feel so vivid and real. Did the author actually experience all of this? Lin May shook his head. That author is more of a fame seeker, to be honest. Most of his stories are borrowed from others. Whether they're true or not, I really can't say. Really? Are there more books by this person? It's strange. I've never heard of this Gilderoy Lockhart before, and I haven't been able to find any of his other works, Gwen remarked. Lin May cleared his throat twice, feeling slightly awkward. For some reason, Gwen's hopeful gaze was especially hard to resist. It made Lin May feel like he simply couldn't say no. But after all, Gilderoy's books came from the world of Harry Potter. Even if they could be passed off as novels, some of the content inside was definitely. All right, he wrote a few more books. Next time I come to school, I'll bring them for you. Lin May finally relented under the persuasive power of Gwen's eyes and agreed to her request. Gwen's eyes sparkled with delight. That book, Travels with Vampires, had already given her a glimpse into a different world, even if she hadn't shown it outwardly. Now, her large, expressive eyes flickered as she studied Lin May, curiosity and intrigue written all over her face, as though she were searching for some hidden truth. Lin May touched his cheek, puzzled. "Is there something on my face?" Gwen quickly averted her gaze, a faint blush rising to her cheeks in embarrassment. Lin May glanced at the table. His food was nearly gone. Without much thought, he stood up and ordered another large meal from the shop. When Gwen saw the tray piled high with burgers, fries, and soda, she exclaimed in surprise, "Lin May, are you sure you can finish all that? Don't eat yourself sick." Lin May scratched his head and grinned. "Haha, don't worry. I have a big appetite today. Besides, you're here too. We can share." A glimmer of delight flashed in Gwen's eyes at his words, but she quickly shook her head. "No, thank you. My dad is patrolling nearby. He'll come get me soon. But honestly, just watching you eat is a pleasure in itself." Lin May was amused by Gwen's comment and began devouring his burger in big, hearty bites. Every now and then, he'd glance up to chat with Gwen, the whole atmosphere warm and cheerful. Little did Lin May know, this pleasant scene of him chatting away with Gwen had already caught the eye of a certain deputy police chief. "Gwen, didn't I tell you not to wander off?" Just as Lin May had Gwen laughing, a middle-aged man in a police uniform walked into the burger joint. "Dad!" Gwen waved happily at George. Whatever sternness George had been forcing onto his face instantly melted away. He strode quickly over to his daughter's table. "Hello, Uncle George." Lin May greeted him, not picking up on any hostility. Seeing George approach, he nodded politely. George gave a curt nod in response. "Gwen, your mom's almost finished making dinner at home. Let's head back." Gwen shot her father a puzzled look. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was off with him today. After nodding in agreement, Gwen turned, wanting to say goodbye to Lin May, but paused when she saw him, sitting there all alone. Thinking it over, she said to George, "Dad, could we give Lin May a ride too? You know how some places can get a bit rough at night." Lin May wanted to refuse Gwen's kind offer. Having George drive him home meant getting into the car, and just the thought of it made his throat tighten. He almost felt carsick before even getting in. But George agreed to his daughter's request without hesitation. Anyone familiar with nighttime in America knows how the streets can be. Letting Lin May walk home alone wouldn't sit right with George. Besides, he wanted to test the waters, see if this blonde kid hanging around his daughter had any other intentions. "Hey, no, really, I don't." Lin May trailed off, unsure what excuse he could use as both father and daughter fixed their gazes on him. "Come on, let's give you a ride home." Gwen insisted, grabbing Lin May's arm and cheerfully pulling him outside. Flustered by Gwen's enthusiasm, Lin May could only smile helplessly, muttering to himself, "Well, so much for turning them down. I'd feel too awkward now." He just noticed, as Gwen took his hand, that George's eyes looked as if they might swallow him whole. Even if he were slow on the uptake, Lin May could see that George Stacy already regarded him as the shady blonde kid trying to lure his daughter away. Resigned, Lin May let Gwen lead him outside. Soon enough, they arrived at the patrol car parked right at the curb. Before getting into the car, Lin May hesitated. He'd just eaten quite a lot. If he ended up throwing up in the police car, Gwen, maybe I should just head back on my own. You and your father still have to look after me, and I'd hate to hold up your dinner. Unconsciously, Lin Mei took 2 steps back. To George, who was watching from behind, those 2 steps looked very suspicious. There's something wrong with this kid. He's actually afraid of getting in the police car. At that moment, when it already opened the car door, George hesitated for a split second, then walked straight up behind Lin Mei and gave him a firm shove, sending him tumbling into the car. Lin Mei had been focused on Gwen, who was already seated inside, and never expected the push from behind. He flopped into the car, instantly losing all composure, slumping weakly onto the seat. The sight nearly startled Gwen out of her wits. Lin Mei, are you all right? Lin Mei, Gwen asked anxiously, her concern written all over her face. Just as she finished closing the back door and was about to return to the driver's seat, Sanji caught a glimpse of his daughter's panicked expression. He glanced back and nearly lost it on the spot, because Lin Mei's head was resting right on his daughter's lap. Lin Mei fought desperately to keep his nausea in check, trying to force it back down. With great effort, he managed to say, "Sorry, I get carsick sometimes. Maybe I really should go home on my own." "Yes, that's perfect. You should go home alone and quit hanging around my precious girl." George was screaming inside his head. At the same time, it dawned on him why Lin Mei had been so reluctant to get in the car in the first place. "No way, it's already so dark outside. What if something happens to you on the way? Isn't that right, Dad?" Gwen turned to her father. "My daughter, how could you even think that way? You're still too young." George yelled internally, louder than ever. But outwardly, he put on a righteous face and said, "Gwen's right, it's already night. It really isn't safe outside, especially for minors like you." With things said so clearly, Lin Mei bit his lip and obediently stayed in the car. On the way, he felt a bit lightheaded and woozy, but he couldn't shake the feeling that someone was gently squeezing his face for fun. George, driving up front, could see his daughter's every move in the rearview mirror. Unconsciously, he pressed harder on the gas, sending the police car racing toward Lin Mei's home. If anyone had been in the front passenger seat, they would have seen the veins bulging on George's hands as he gripped the steering wheel. Lin Mei was dropped off even earlier than expected. George gave Lin Mei and Gwen no chance to chat. He pulled away the instant Lin Mei stepped out of the car, leaving Lin Mei standing there, utterly bewildered in the night wind. With the book Gwen had returned in hand, Lin Mei made his way toward his front door. For some reason, he actually found himself looking forward to returning to school tomorrow. In the blink of an eye, nearly half a year had passed. During this time, Lin Mei's days were mostly divided between school, studying magic under the Ancient One at Kamartaj, and searching for the whereabouts of the Space Stone. Yes, he was searching for the Space Stone. Although it was an incredibly troublesome and dangerous task, with countless beings, human and otherwise, coveting such a divine relic, Lin Mei couldn't help but be drawn to the stone for the immense spatial energy it contained. He had a hunch that the Space Stone could further enhance his abilities, though exactly how that would manifest remained to be seen. Over these 6 months, Lin Mei had also managed to obtain a trace of the Time Stone's power from the Ancient One. Of course, it was only a sliver of power. The Ancient One would never hand over the actual Time Stone to anyone unless they were chosen to become the next Sorcerer Supreme. Since Lin Mei had never studied time magic, all the power from the Time Stone he received was instead absorbed entirely by Lin, his little dragon companion. To digest this power, Lin, the young dragon, had fallen into a deep, prolonged slumber. After returning from the Kamartaj library with a borrowed book, Lin Mei noticed that the television in the living room was broadcasting Tony Stark's announcement of a year-long technology expo. Looks pretty lively, but it seems his palladium poisoning is getting worse. Lin Mei mused as he headed upstairs to his room. From his magically expanded suitcase, he retrieved a bottle of dark green potion. "Hope this stuff hasn't gone bad," he muttered uncertainly. This potion was a heavy metal antidote Professor Snape had brewed for him in the Harry Potter world, and Snape had thoughtfully sealed it airtight with magic. But after being home for so long, the potion had been sitting there for more than half a year. Lin Mei wasn't sure if its potency might have changed over time. Still, compared to Tony Stark's deteriorating body, he figured Tony would down the antidote without hesitation. Originally, Lin Mei had planned to use this potion to earn a favor from Tony Stark. But, given his own pressing needs, he decided he might as well use the antidote now. He opened a portal, and instead of finding Tony throwing one last wild party, he discovered Tony quietly working in his manor, continuing his research on the Iron Man suits. Among Tony's sketches, Lin Mei even recognized a draft for a portable suit designed to fit inside a briefcase. At this point, Tony was already operating at a level far beyond most ordinary people. "Mr. Stark, Miss Lin Mei is here to see you at the manor," Jarvis reminded Tony, who was absorbed in his work. "I can see that," Tony replied, striding into the living room. He threw himself onto the couch, lying back as he quietly watched Lin Mei approach. Little witch, I'm really not in the best mood these days. If you're not here for anything important, I suggest you leave my house now. Facing Tony's warning, Lin Mei chose to ignore him completely. Tony knew there was nothing he could do about this stubborn kid, so he changed the subject. All right, out with it. You're not here to hand me another save-the-world mission, are you? Lin Mei shook her head. You still have a mood to joke? Seems like I came a little too early. Should I wait until the poisoning gets worse before coming back? Tony immediately sat up straight. His voice grew serious. How do you know I'm poisoned? No one else should know about this. Lin Mei smiled. You call me little witch. Don't you think a witch can recognize when someone's been poisoned? Tony slapped his forehead. Oh, right. I totally forgot witches have that kind of skill. He quickly changed his tone, putting on a fawning smile as he spoke to Lin Mei. Little witch, since you already know what's wrong with me, why didn't you tell me sooner? You never asked, Lin Mei replied with a shrug. This little brat. Tony cursed inwardly, wishing Melissa were here to teach Lin Mei a lesson. He cleared his throat, a flicker of hope in his eyes as he asked, since you can see what's wrong with me, does that mean? Right now, Tony Stark was pinning all his hopes on Lin Mei for a cure. Without further ado, Lin Mei reached into his pocket and produced an antidote. Good man. I knew I could count on you, Tony said with excitement. He snatched the vial from Lin Mei without a hint of hesitation, not the least bit worried that it might be poison instead. Lin Mei didn't waste words. This is the only vial I have for now. Even if you detoxify yourself this time, it doesn't mean you'll be immune to whatever's poisoning you. So you're saying I might get poisoned again? Tony asked. It's not might, it's a certainty. Hearing Lin Mei's confident reply, Tony's eyes gleamed. He asked, since you know so much, do you also know how to solve the root of this problem? Ido, Lin Mei answered firmly. Tony Stark's eyes lit up, but he quickly suppressed his excitement and asked directly, what do I need to give you in exchange for the cure to this toxin? Oh, Lin Mei stretched out on the sofa as well, returning the question. What makes you so sure I'll ask for something in return? The essence of a businessman is the pursuit of profit. Your mother, Melissa, is a shrewd businesswoman. After Obadiah died, she managed to acquire even more shares of Stark Industries by her own means. And as her son, wouldn't you expect something in return as well? Besides, isn't it true that the most expensive things in life are those given for free? Once Tony was certain that Lin Mei had a way to neutralize the toxin in his body, he felt completely at ease. In his mind, no matter what the cost, he was confident he could meet whatever conditions Lin Mei might set. Even if he had to give up a suit of Iron Man armor, he could accept that. Such was the confidence of a billionaire. Lin Mei nodded in agreement with Tony. After all, he had come with his bottle of antidote with a purpose of his own. He said, I want you to help me with 2 things. What things? Don't tell me you want me to betray my country or something like that. That's never going to happen, Tony replied. Lin Mei rolled his eyes and said, none too gently. I'm not that shallow or unrealistic. What I want you to do is quite simple. First, I need you to help me locate where Steve Rogers disappeared during World War II. As long as we find Captain America's whereabouts, I have a feeling I can pull one over on Nick Fury again. Lin Mei added silently to himself. What? Steve Rogers from World War II? You don't mean Captain America, do you? Wasn't he declared dead ages ago? Tony asked in astonishment. He's not dead, though he isn't exactly living the high life, either, considering he's been frozen all these years, Lin Mei replied. That old relic is actually still alive? Well, that's a bit of a surprise, Tony mused. He didn't question why Lin Mei wanted to find Steve Rogers' location. Instead, he made a mental note to look into it once Lin Mei left. And what's the second thing? It shouldn't be too difficult, right? Tony asked, glancing at Lin Mei. Truth be told, he was a little nervous, worried Lin Mei might ask for something truly outrageous. Lin Mei said the second thing is simple as well. I want a large quantity of vibranium and the formula for synthesizing adamantium. Hey, vibranium is insanely expensive, and as for the adamantium synthesis formula, it's under government control. They're not just going to hand it over to me, Tony protested helplessly. Vibranium may be expensive, but if you use your own money to buy it, I won't lose any sleep. As for the adamantium formula, well, since you're planning to give your good buddy Rhodey an Iron Man suit anyway, you weren't seriously thinking of giving away for free, were you? Lin Mei looked at him with a half-smile, half-challenge in his eyes. Tony clutched his chest and exclaimed, Hey, you little brat, have you been spying on my life? How'd you know I'd give one of my Iron Man suits to Rhodey? Lin Mei rolled her eyes and replied, You're a single old uncle. What's there to spy on? You've got a pretty sharp tongue for a kid. That final old uncle jab from Lin Mei stung Tony more than he cared to admit. Now that Lin Mei had laid out her conditions, Tony thought for a moment and agreed right away. All right, little sorcerer. Now, Will you finally tell me how to deal with my problem? This was the issue weighing on him the most. As long as the palladium poisoning in his body went unresolved, he couldn't rest easy for a second. The toxin in your body, when it comes down to it, is all because of the miniature reactor in your chest. This thing can generate 3 billion joules of energy and release an electric charge of 833 degrees per second. It also emits continuous radiation, which gradually builds up toxins in your bloodstream. And yet, you've had the guts to keep that thing stuck in your chest all this time. Lin-Mei couldn't help but comment as she looked at the reactor embedded in Tony's chest. I know all that, but what choice do I have? Right now, this palladium is the only thing keeping me alive, Tony answered calmly. Fine, I get it. I know you've been racking your brains, try to create a new element to replace the palladium in your body. Well, I happen to know there's a new element connected to you, and it can take the place of that palladium. Lin-Mei replied with a mysterious smile. Meanwhile, far away in S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury suddenly sneezed several times for no apparent reason. Connected to me? How come I don't know about it? Kid, there's no way you know more about my father than I do. Tony eyed Lin-Mei suspiciously, suddenly wondering if she was just messing with him. Lin-Mei explained, the only reason you don't know is because the stuff your father left you is being kept by that one-eyed guy, Nick Fury. If you want it back, just go and ask him. It's yours to begin with. One-eyed guy? Nick Fury. With such a unique description, Tony immediately realized she was talking about the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. So you're saying my father actually discovered a new element, and that element could replace the palladium I'm using right now. And that thing is currently in SHLD's hands, and I never even knew about it. A flash of shock and urgency lit up Tony's eyes. He sprang to his feet and began pacing, trying to process this bombshell. Why would S.H.I.E.L.D. have my father's belongings, and why was I never told about any of this? Right now, Tony's mind was swirling with 1,000 questions, each more pressing than the last. S.H.I.E.L.D. was founded by your father and a few others, so it's perfectly normal for him to have left a few things there. As for why S.H.I.E.L.D. hasn't given them back to you, you should ask that baldy Nick Fury what he's up to. Maybe, when you've hit rock bottom in a few days, he'll pull out these items as a bargaining chip to get you to agree to something. Am I right? Lin-Mei added, her tone laced with a hint of mockery at SHELD's usual way of doing things. Well, since I've got nothing better to do, I might as well set you up again, Nick Fury. Lin-Mei thought to herself. Tony paused mid-stride, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. They wouldn't dare. I'm not some pawn. They could just move around at will. That's true. You're not a pawn. But you're still human. You have weaknesses, and there are things you care about. And Nick Fury is very good at using those, isn't he? Lin-Mei analyzed calmly. This blame was destined to land on Nick Fury's shoulders, and for Lin-Mei, it was rather entertaining to see him squirm for once. Poor Nick Fury. He hadn't even started using Tony's father's legacy for any real purpose yet. But Lin-Mei had already dug a pit for him ahead of time, just waiting for him to fall in. Clearly, with Lin-Mei playing the role of the agent provocateur, Tony's thoughts were already being led astray by her. But that was precisely Lin-Mei's brand of mischief. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. was bound to collapse in the end, and if Tony sunk too much into this sinking ship, it would inevitably affect the shares of Stark Industries. Lin-Mei certainly didn't want her own money tree to suffer because of SHLD's mess. After all, her family owned a considerable number of shares in Stark Industries now. Well then, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave, Lin-Mei said, opening a portal and stepping through. Tony stared at the antidote in his hand for a moment, lost in thought. Then, with a shrug, he popped the cap and downed the whole thing in one go. This stuff is so bland. It's like drinking a whole glass of vegetable juice, Tony muttered under his breath. Just then, Pepper walked in through the front door. Ever since Tony had announced the year-long technology expo, she'd noticed something was off about his mood. After wrapping up her own work, she decided to check in on her boss at the Stark estate to see if anything was wrong. But the moment she walked in, Pepper stopped short in surprise. She looked at Tony, puzzled. I thought you were in a bad mood, but I must have been mistaken. You even found time to dye your hair. Tony blinked. Pepper, what are you talking about? I have no idea what you mean, and for the record, I didn't dye my hair. Are you sure you're not imagining things? He was still using his instruments to check the palladium content in his body, completely missing Pepper's point. With a hint of exasperation, Pepper handed over her compact mirror to Tony. Lin-Mei! A thunderous roar echoed through Tony's mansion. In the small mirror, Tony could see that his hair had turned entirely pink. So bright and striking, he looked like a particularly adorable doll. What happened? Tony stared in shock, eyes wide as he suddenly flung his instrument aside. He jumped to his feet and rushed to the full-length mirror in the hall, desperate to confirm whether his hair was really that shade of pink. Lin-Mei, you little rascal. What did you do to me? Tony bellowed furiously, but then his expression froze. He noticed the discarded instrument now showed that there wasn't a trace of palladium left in his body. Pepper tried hard to stifle her laughter. She'd figured out that this was the handiwork of her best friend's son. Tony sighed in defeat. Go ahead and laugh, but help me book an appointment with a colorist. I need my hair back to normal right now. No, don't let anyone else find out about this. Pepper, you help me dye my hair. Pepper finally couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Tony, honestly, this color is actually kind of cute. Maybe you should just leave it. Just moments before, Pepper had struggled to find the words to describe Tony's sudden pink hairstyle, but now she decided to play along and bring a little unexpected fun into her perpetually unserious boss's day. Tony looked helplessly at Pepper, who was laughing so hard she nearly doubled over. Though annoyed, even he had to admit that the pink hair made him look, well, a little extraordinary. Pepper, come on. I really need to change this color. You know I have important meetings and public events coming up. Pepper quickly composed herself. When it came to work, she was always serious. Still, a mischievous sparkle lingered in her eyes, and she silently resolved to sneak a few photos while she could. All right, Tony, but you have to promise me that from now on, you'll take better care of your health. No more dangerous experiments turning you into a man of many colors. Okay. Tony nodded begrudgingly, vowing to himself that he'd get back at Lin Mei for this. Pepper soon returned with a hair dye kit and a selection of natural shades, ready to fix Tony's hair herself. After a flurry of activity, Tony's hair was finally restored to its usual dark color. Throughout the process, he grumbled about the harsh smell of the dye and Pepper's technique, but seeing his reflection back to normal in the mirror, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Lin Mei, back at home, was still unaware that his so-called expired potion had caused Tony Stark a bit of unexpected trouble. Of course, had Lin Mei known about it, he would have pulled out his camera without hesitation and snapped a few photos to commemorate the moment for Tony. These days, Lin Mei no longer had to endure those torturous early morning rides to school with the chauffeur. After half a year, his campus life had now transitioned into the next semester. A portal shimmered open, and Lin Mei stepped through with his backpack slung over one shoulder. Sweetheart, remember to come home early tonight. Hammer Industries has invited us to their weapons exhibition, and you'd better not be late, Melissa called out, waving goodbye to her son from the other side of the portal. Got it, Lin Mei replied with a resigned sigh. He honestly had little interest in these social events. But with a mother as youthful and stunning as his, it was no surprise that quite a few upper-class types tried to cozy up to her. Melissa was truly devoted to Lin Tian, her roguish partner, and she had no intention of entertaining any of those men circling around her. To spare herself such unwanted attention, Lin Mei, the dutiful son, was often enlisted as her trusty shield. So it was no rare thing for Melissa to drag him along to fend off those would-be suitors. When he reached the locked rooftop door, Lin Mei snapped his fingers. A silent, unlocking spell activated, and the padlock on the other side of the door sprang open without a sound. This was a wordless incantation Lin Mei had devised himself. The whole point was to make life easier for his lazy self. No need to bother pulling out a wand for every little spell. Of course, the first time Lin Mei used his silent unlocking spell, it had caused quite a commotion. Because he'd failed to properly control his magical energy, the spell had unlocked every lock within several kilometers. That mishap triggered a wave of burglaries, stolen vehicles, and all sorts of chaos in the area. Soon, the neighborhood was swarming with professional thieves and police alike. Lin Mei knew he'd made a mess of things, but this wasn't the world of Harry Potter. No matter how much magic he used, no one would ever suspect him, nor could anyone do a thing about it. He made his way down the stairs, and, as he rounded the corner, Gwen was there, as if she'd been waiting for him, and they ran into each other once again. Morning, Lin. Gwen greeted him warmly. Morning. Lin Mei nodded with a smile, and the two walked to class side by side. It wasn't the first or second time they'd shown up together. By now, practically every student in school knew these two, the pair of top students with both brains and looks, who were always seen together. As always, when they entered the classroom, they took their seats right next to each other. Lin Mei pulled a copy of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them from her backpack to pass the time, while Gwen reviewed material from her textbooks. Before long, the dean entered the classroom, leading several students inside. A surge of sinister energy flickered through the air and vanished, instantly putting Lin Mei on high alert. He looked up and saw that 3 male students were now standing by the dean's side at the front of the classroom. One boy, pale-skinned and with short hair, immediately caught Lin Mei's attention. That's a strong demonic aura, but there's also a vibrant human energy mixed in. A half-blood demon? A child of the underworld. Who knows which irresponsible demon played tricks and created this one? Fortunately, the kid's still underage, and the demon power inside him is lying dormant. In Lin Mei's mind, he had already branded this classmate as a vessel, Yes, a vessel. Over the past 6 months, Lin may have learned from the Ancient One that, in the depths of hell, powerful demons were constantly eyeing the souls of humans on Earth. They craved not only to conquer Earth, but to use it as a springboard for battles against other forces. However, Earth was guarded by 3 great sanctuaries, making it nearly impossible for those demons to descend upon the world. Even if a demon somehow managed to break through, waves upon waves of exorcists would rise up to drive them back or destroy them. So if they wanted to sneak onto Earth unnoticed, the only way was to find a suitable vessel for themselves. The dean clapped her hands and announced, "All right, today we're welcoming 2 new students to our class." She gestured to the one Lin May had already labeled a vessel. "This is Danny. He has outstanding grades, which is why he's been assigned to this class." Then, Lin May's attention shifted to the student standing in the center, dressed in finery that rivaled Lin May's own. "And this is Harry Osborn. This guy isn't normal either. He's got a faint demonic aura about him. Another demon's hidden contingency, no doubt. The method is truly unique. When Harry Osborn begins to nurture dark thoughts, he'll incubate an evil personality inside him." No, that's not quite right. What will hatch is a demon, not just a personality. What a clever trick. Far more sophisticated than the usual demon tactics, and it lets the demon merge even more seamlessly with a human form. This is practically the stuff of possession legends, Lin May thought to himself. Harry Osborn, the eldest son of the Osborn group, whose father, Norman Osborn, was renowned for his groundbreaking achievements in the field of biotechnology. Lin May had crossed paths with the Osborns at various banquets, but their acquaintance was shallow, just enough for a polite nod and nothing more. Lin May still wasn't sure whether the other boy's father had already become the Green Goblin. It was quite a coincidence, really, 2 vessels appearing here at the same time. Was this purely by chance, or had the demons orchestrated it somehow? At last, the dean of students pointed to a bespectacled, honest-looking student and said, "This is Peter Parker, also a new transfer. Here in his place in this class with his excellent grades. I hope you'll all learn from him." Oh, the future little spider has arrived as well. Looks like Harry Osborn just transferred here with him. Those 2 have been best friends since childhood. Lin May regarded Peter thoughtfully. At this moment, Peter Parker had not yet been bitten by the mutated spider, so he was still just an ordinary person. "All right, now that you've all been introduced, find yourselves a seat. Class is about to begin." The 3 nodded and made their way down to the seating area in turn. As they did, Harry noticed Lin May, gave her a friendly nod, and sat in the empty seat behind her. Meanwhile, Danny and Peter both chose seats even closer to the front than Lin May. By some twist of fate, the 2 vessels Lin May had identified now sat one in front of her, and one behind, sandwiching her right in the middle. The bell rang, signaling the start of class. Lin May casually slipped Fantastic Beasts and where to find them back in her bag. She then pulled out a book borrowed from Kamartaj and began to study it. Her movements were anything but subtle, yet no one seemed to notice what was happening at her desk. Even if someone had glanced at the book in front of her, all they would have seen was an ordinary-looking volume. While Lin May was in class, far away in Florida, that state in America known for its wild happenings. Inside a dilapidated church, a group of hooded figures in black robes stood clustered in the nave. At the center, an elderly man in a suit, heavy-set and leaning on a cane, glared down at the assembly, his expression dark and menacing. "Where are they? Can anyone tell me where that woman and her son have gone?" His face twisted with fury, and for an instant, a ghostly, transparent red visage seemed to flicker over his own. All around him, the black-robed followers trembled uncontrollably, dropping to their knees, pressing their upper bodies and heads flat to the ground. It was as if an invisible force were pinning their spines to the floor, holding them fast. No one dared answer. No one even lifted their gaze. At that moment, the old man's authority was absolute, and the air inside the church grew so heavy it was almost impossible to breathe. "Useless! All of you! Useless!" he roared, smashing his cane against the stone floor. Each strike thundered through the hall, sending fresh waves of terror through the cowering congregation. Suddenly, a man in a black robe, his voice trembling and cautious, spoke up. "My lord, we really did as you instructed, but that woman seemed to sense something and left early with her son. Moreover, the place where they departed is filled with the aura of those angels. Clearly, the ones above are helping her escape. They left? With so many of you, you couldn't even catch a woman and a child? Are you telling me a single angel managed to handle all you demons?" The old man let out a cold, furious laugh, his laughter laced with menace and rage. The black-robed figures shuddered all over, falling silent, not daring to utter another word. They knew, at this moment, any explanation would be useless. it would only add fuel to the elder's wrath. The old man drew a deep breath, making an effort to steady himself, then spoke slowly. Keep searching. No matter where they hide, find them. And the angel at that woman's side, bring that one to me as well. Yes, my lord. The black-robed men answered in unison, their voices tinged with fear. With a wave of his hand, the old man dismissed them. As if they had been granted a pardon, the black-robed figures stood up hurriedly and rushed out of the church. Peace returned to the sanctuary once more, but this peace was only a fleeting illusion. A cruel glint flashed in the old man's eyes. He swore to himself, no matter the cost, he would find that woman, her son, and the meddlesome angel. Meanwhile, in a school classroom, Lin Mei was completely absorbed in his studies. Just then, the bell signaling the end of class rang, breaking Lin Mei's train of thought. He closed his book and gently placed it back into his bag. Then he turned to look at Harry Osborn, who sat behind him. Harry was smiling at him, as if he had something to say. Lin Mei gave him a slight nod, signaling that he could speak. Lin Mei, I heard you're quite the academic star. I hope we can get along well, Harry said, his tone sincere. Lin Mei smiled faintly and replied, Likewise. You're impressive yourself. But I am curious. Why did you transfer here? Mr. Norman isn't exactly the type to let you switch schools on a whim, is he? Harry hesitated for a moment, then said, Actually, I came here with Peter. We're good friends. We've grown up together. When he transferred, I just had to follow him here. As for my father, ever since my mother passed away, he's been caught up in his own affairs. He hardly pays attention to me anymore. At this, Harry's eyes dimmed a little. He's a child starved for love, Lin Mei thought to himself. Just like Peter Parker, no wonder the two of them have become such close friends. Gwen had been quietly listening to Harry and Lin Mei's conversation all along. Since she wasn't familiar with Harry Osborn, she didn't jump in. Even Peter, who had just walked up ahead of them, simply listened in without a word. Harry, you have to introduce me to your friend, Lin Mei said, smoothly steering the conversation in a new direction. Otherwise, things were starting to get a little awkward. Harry shook off thoughts of his father and gestured toward Peter. This is Peter Parker, my childhood friend. We've been close since we were kids. Lin Mei turned her gaze to the young Spider-Man, giving him a polite nod. Then she extended her fair hand and said, I'm Lin Mei. I look forward to getting to know you. Peter hurriedly adjusted his glasses and replied, I'm Peter Parker. Nice to meet you. Out of the corner of her eye, Lin Mei noticed Gwen looking a bit eager, making some subtle eye signals, clearly hoping for an introduction as well. Catching on, Lin Mei smiled and pointed at Gwen. This is Gwen Stacy, a good friend of mine and one of the top students in our class. Gwen beamed, her smile radiant as she nodded to Peter and Harry. It's great to meet you both, Peter, Harry. I hope we can study together in the future. Peter and Harry both responded quickly, expressing how much they looked forward to becoming friends with Gwen and Lin Mei. Just then, the classroom door swung open. A burly man with a stern face strode in. He was the school's PE teacher, famous for his strict and no-nonsense attitude. Everyone, next period is PE. Get your gear and meet me on the field, the teacher announced, his booming voice brooking no argument. A collective groan rose from the students. The PE teacher barked even louder, Move it! Now! At his command, the students scrambled to pack up their things and prepare to head outside. Lin Mei also stood up, carefully organizing her books and slipping them into her bag. She never left her backpack at her desk. Losing even a single book would be a major hassle for her. As Gwen gathered her belongings, she let out a dramatic sigh. Oh no, the PE teacher clearly doesn't want us to have it easy. Lin, could you please ask for leave for me? Seeing Gwen's pleading eyes, Lin Mei refused without hesitation. No way. I've asked for leave for you too many times. The teacher doesn't trust me anymore. You're on your own. Harry, noticing the pained looks on Gwen and a few other classmates' faces, asked curiously, Is PE class really that bad? You all look like you're headed for the gallows. Lin Mei spread her hands, indicating she had no idea. Gwen chimed in, This PE teacher is a retired soldier, an actual drill instructor. That's why he insists we, the students in the advanced class, must meet the physical standards he sets. What happens if you don't make the cut? Harry pressed on, a flicker of curiosity and worry in his eyes. Gwen let out a sigh and continued, Then you're in for a rough time. He doubles the training until you meet the standard. Sometimes, he'll even throw in extra drills, like making you run dozens of laps around the track or cranking out hundreds of push-ups. Hearing this, Harry couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath, already regretting his decision to transfer to this school. Peter, meanwhile, gave one a look full of sympathy. From his expression, it was clear he knew that sports weren't her strong suit. Don't worry, Gwen. I'll help you out. Peter thumped his chest, brimming with confidence. Lin Mei glanced at Peter, hiding a smile. He knew Peter meant well, but when it came to physical strength, Peter wasn't exactly a powerhouse. Himself, what help could he really offer? Still, Lin Mei didn't burst his bubble. After all, a kind gesture deserved encouragement. All right, everyone, let's get a move on. If we don't head to the field now, we'll be late, Lin Mei reminded them. With that, the students hurried to pack up. In no time, the classroom was left with nothing but empty desks and a few stragglers still dawdling. Lin Mei and the other three stepped out of the classroom, making their way toward the sports field. By the time they arrived, a crowd of students had already gathered, some warming up, others chatting, and a few stretching. The PE teacher stood at the center of the field, his gaze sharp as he swept over every student. When he spotted Lin Mei in the group, he gave a slight nod, a silent acknowledgement of their punctuality. Class, today's agenda is long-distance running. You'll need to complete 10 laps around the track, 400 meters each, for a total of 4,000 meters, the PE teacher announced loudly. Lin Mei wiped the sweat from his brow. Such a demand would be a challenge even for most college students. The students collectively groaned in protest, but the teacher remained unmoved. His tone was stern as he declared, "This is for your stamina and willpower. I expect you all to do your best." With a sharp blast of the whistle, the students surged into motion. Lin Mei, Peter, Harry, and Gwen joined the runners. Lin Mei didn't run fast, but he kept a steady pace, breathing evenly and striding with purpose. He knew that for long-distance running, endurance and rhythm were what truly mattered, not speed. Before long, some students began to fall behind. Only Lin Mei and Danny, the new transfer student, were still keeping up the slow and steady pace at the front. Interesting, Lin Mei thought, casting a sidelong glance at Danny, who was matching his stride with surprising ease. His body had undergone a special transformation. He should easily outclass most people here. 4 kilometers was nothing to him, barely even a warm-up. But clearly, Danny beside him wasn't ordinary either. He'd managed to keep up with Lin Mei all this time, and not a single bead of sweat had appeared on his forehead either. That alone was proof enough. This vessel was no simple person. Outside the school's perimeter wall, the roar of car engines was growing louder and louder. And mingling with the engine noise was the shrill wail of police sirens. Of course, on top of all that, the sound of gunfire was impossible to miss. America, land of the free. Gunshots are like the soundtrack of daily life, Lin Mei thought wryly. He could tell those sounds were dangerously close, and he and Danny were much too near the school gate. Through the haze, he could just make out a Ford Raptor barreling past, pursued by several police cruisers. The gym teacher noticed the commotion outside too and shouted at the top of his lungs, "All students, back to the classroom building. Now move." Lin Mei and Danny started running back immediately. But the vehicles behind them had already smashed through the school gate and burst onto the campus. Screams broke out all around. Lin Mei sprinted ahead and reached Gwen, who was doubled over, gasping for breath. "We need to get inside now," he said, grabbing Gwen's hand. She pointed urgently in Danny's direction. "That new guy, Danny, he's been taken. We have to help him." He turned to look and saw Danny being held at gunpoint by 4 masked assailants, their pistols pressed to his head. How could this be? With the stamina Danny just showed, he shouldn't have been captured so easily. Maybe it was because one of the thugs was choking Danny with all his strength. Lin Mei could feel a sinister energy rising in the air. Danny's life was in real danger, and that was stirring the demonic power inside him. The remaining 3 attackers were closing in fast on Lin Mei and Gwen. All the other students had already made it safely inside the classroom building. Only Gwen and Lin Mei remained rooted to the spot. What a mess, Lin Mei muttered to himself. If that guy's power goes out of control, who knows how many demons might be drawn here. He slipped a peculiar ring, etched with mysterious arcane symbols, on a Gwen's index finger. Gwen was too distracted by the chaos to notice what Lin Mei was doing with her hand. Meanwhile, the attackers had already raised their guns, aiming straight at Lin Mei and Gwen, making it clear they weren't going to let them get away. Gwen was already regretting not following Lin Mei inside immediately. Terrified by the sight of those gun barrels, she clung to the edge of Lin Mei's shirt. Lin Mei's gaze remained calm. Ordinary firearms were no real threat to him. He had plenty of ways to deal with them. But his main concern right now was still Danny. From the moment the attackers appeared to Danny's sudden capture, something just felt off about this entire situation. It was as if an invisible hand was quietly orchestrating all of this from behind the scenes. These 2 students actually stayed put and let us take them hostage. How unbelievably foolish. A black man pressed the barrel of his gun against Lin Mei's temple and reached out to grab Gwen behind him. Terrified, Gwen stumbled backward. The man's hand closed on empty air. One of the other robbers gave up trying to grab Gwen and fired his gun. Lin Mei didn't move, letting the bullet fly straight toward Gwen. But the bullet struck as if hitting solid iron, ringing out with a sharp metallic clang. "What's going on? Why did you shoot? Are you out of your mind?" The robber who fired looked utterly bewildered. He couldn't even explain to himself why he'd pulled the trigger. It was as if some voice had echoed in his mind, commanding him to fire, and he'd pulled the trigger almost against his will. Suddenly, more gunshots rang out, but this time, it wasn't the robbers firing. The police, who had rushed in pursuit, had opened fire. Several bullets whistled toward Danny, but an invisible force field unfolded in front of him, freezing every bullet in midair. Danny's eyes turned pitch black, and he let out a series of guttural, inhuman roars. The air around them began to tremble, as though an earthquake had struck. Robbers, students, police officers, everyone except Lin Mei and Danny collapsed into unconsciousness. "Who is it? If I catch you, I swear I'll beat the crap out of you." Lin Mei raged silently. He was now certain someone was pulling the strings from the shadows. But frustratingly, Lin Mei couldn't figure out how the mastermind was manipulating events. Still, the intent was obvious. Someone wanted to force a showdown between him and Danny. Lin Mei was out of options. If he let Danny keep screaming, things for everyone present would get far worse than simply passing out. Space began to fold in on itself, layer after layer. Lin Mei pulled Danny into the mirror dimension, and instantly, the entire school fell silent. How fascinating. I wonder if those demons have noticed yet. "Don't let me down." From the shadows, Lin Mei's gym teacher stepped into the light. Suddenly, the teacher's features shifted, and from his back unfurled a pair of pure white wings. He soared into the sky. In the mirror dimension, there were no flashy battles. Lin Mei, headphones on, casually flipped through the pages of his book. Danny, wild and frenzied like a rabid beast, charged at Lin Mei again and again, roaring after his initial outburst. This kind of brute, who only knew how to brawl without any sense and had no clue how to harness his inner power, simply wasn't worth Lin Mei's effort. He let Danny burn through his rage. Sooner or later, the storm would pass, and reason would return. Perhaps enough time had passed, or perhaps Danny simply ran out of steam, just as Lin Mei had predicted. The blackness faded from Danny's eyes, and he crumpled to the ground, finally spent and motionless. Lin Mei closed the book and strode forward. After thoroughly checking the other's condition and confirming that his vitality was still strong, he dispelled the mirrored space and returned to reality. Both Lin Mei and Danny materialized on the school rooftop, with Danny in tow as Lin Mei dragged him to the edge of the rooftop. Down below, various police cars crowded the schoolyard. Amidst the crowd, Lin Mei spotted Gwen's father, George Stacy, commanding the scene. With such a major crisis, a gunman holding students hostage at his own daughter's school, he had no choice but to take charge in person. Gwen was seated on a long bench, her eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, searching for any sign of Lin Mei. "Who are you? Are you one of them?" Danny, now awake in Lin Mei's grasp, made no effort to resist. There was no hint of defiance in his eyes. But Lin Mei noticed that Danny kept glancing downward, as if searching for something among the chaos below. "It seems you've been under strict watch before," Lin Mei remarked, releasing Danny and tossing him aside with a teasing smile. "Heh, I'd advise you not to meddle, unless you want trouble to come knocking," Danny replied calmly. "Trouble knocking? Don't make me laugh. Do you really think they'll let me off that easily? From the moment someone manipulated those gunmen, and the police opened fire, I've suspected I was already being targeted," Lin Mei said with a wry smile. "How do you know you're being targeted? This isn't even about you," Danny retorted. No, this is very much about me. With you losing control under the influence of demonic power, I was the only one here who could stop you," Lin Mei replied, making his way toward the rooftop door. Danny fell silent for a moment, then finally spoke. "I can't tell you who he is." "Oh, looks like this was all carefully arranged. Let's see. As the son of a demon, you were always destined to be a vessel for another demon's rebirth. As far as I know, demons aren't exactly nurturing parents. So for you to be raised so healthy and well-fed, and from the way you kept, looking down from the rooftop, clearly searching for something, I'd wager the mother who bore you for that demon is still alive, isn't she?" At these words, Danny's pupils contracted sharply. He hadn't expected Lin Mei to deduce so much, simply from the eruption of his demonic power and his anxious search for his mother from the rooftop's edge. "Shut up. Stop talking," Danny shouted, his embarrassment mixing with anger. "So you are angry? Seems your mother really is alive. Someone must be using her to control you, forcing you into this school. Also, you'd cross paths with me, and orchestrating this whole incident right in front of me." Lin Mei watched Danny with a gentle, knowing smile, as if his eyes could see straight through to Danny's innermost thoughts. Danny looked at Lin Mei with a hint of fear in his eyes now, for her guesses were getting dangerously close to the truth. "Your eyes, your expression, they tell me everything I said is right. Logically speaking, for a vessel as powerful as you, Any demon who coveted your body would treasure you above all else, which means that demon would never allow you to leave his sight. But it's obvious. Right now, no demon is watching over you. So, someone must have helped you escape from the clutches of that demon. However, the one who helped you escape is no saint either. She's been using your mother to threaten you, forcing you to come here. She's thrown you into danger and even made you unleash the demonic power within you. Stop, please. I'm begging you. She'll be killed. The more Danny listened, the more horrified he became. He regretted ever agreeing to that person's terms. I was right again. Lin Mei chuckled softly. Danny instantly clamped his mouth shut. He knew the more he revealed, the more Lin Mei would deduce. Lin Mei didn't care in the slightest and pressed on. She set this up on purpose, and with the aura you've just released, I'd wager the demons already know exactly where you are. So, chances are a whole pack of demons is on their way to take you back. You didn't refute me when I said a pack of demons would come. So, the demon who wants your body must be incredibly powerful, with no shortage of minions. Danny almost lost control of his expression. He had tried to hide his feelings, but Lin Mei's analysis still cut straight through. So, the mastermind behind all this must know who I am. He's betting that, rather than let you fall back into the demon's hands, I'll seek help from Kamartaj. What's his goal? Does he want to spark a clash between Kamartaj and the demons? No, that's not it. He's counting on those demons fighting with Kamartaj in order to recapture you. Tell me, who is the demon that covets your body? I need to know. Lin Mei spun around, her killing intent palpable, and seized Danny by the throat, demanding an answer. I don't know. Danny's face turned red as he forced out the words. Lin Mei's gaze grew razor-sharp. Her fingers tightened ever so slightly, making it hard for Danny to breathe, yet he stubbornly refused to utter the demon's name. How long do you think you can hold out? Lin Mei's voice dropped to a dangerously low growl. At this point, whether you tell me or not, the outcome will be the same. But if you choose to cooperate, perhaps I can find a way to protect your mother. A flicker of uncertainty flashed through Danny's eyes, but was quickly replaced by steely resolve. I can't risk it. She's everything to me. He managed to choke out. Lin Mei let out a cold laugh and released her grip. Danny collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Even if I didn't need your help, I would still find the answer, whether it's through you or by other means. But you need to understand, with every second you stall, your mother is in even greater danger. Lin Mei spoke in a calm, measured tone. Danny lowered his head, his fists clenched tightly, the struggle within him plain to see. At last, he slowly looked up, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve. Fine, I'll tell you, but you have to promise me my mother will be safe. Lin Mei nodded. Though she couldn't guarantee absolute safety, she would do everything in her power. Go on. Who is it? Danny took a deep breath and uttered a name, one that sounded both unfamiliar and oddly familiar to Lin Mei. It was the name of a demon, Mephisto. Who? Lin Mei staggered back in shock. Mephisto, she repeated, her eyes widening in disbelief. Are you sure it's him? Who would dare snatch you away from his side and bring you here? Once again, Danny fell silent. Great, looks like I'll have to figure it out myself, Lin Mei muttered, never expecting that a simple question would lead to such a troublesome figure. This time, Lin Mei didn't waste another word. She swung open the rooftop door and strode purposefully downstairs. She decided this matter was best left to the Sorcerer Supreme. Crossing paths with that cunning, torment-loving Lord of Hell was the last thing she wanted, especially since that particular demon lord delighted in tricking others into signing contracts. Soon, Lin Mei stepped out of the school building. When was the first to spot her? She hurried over, concern etched on her face. Lin, where did you go just now? I woke up and couldn't find you anywhere. Lin shook her head and smiled. It's nothing, I didn't go far. The principal just called me over for a quick chat, that's all. She wasn't lying. As she'd come down from the rooftop, the principal had indeed found her and exchanged a few words of concern. Of course, given that her mother was a member of the school board, it was only natural for the principal to check on the well-being of the young lady of the family. A piercing gaze burned into Lin Mei's back. It was Gwen's father, George, eyeing her with the wary suspicion he reserved for troublemakers. Lin Mei certainly felt the discomfort, like thorns prickling her skin. But she could only pretend not to notice, continuing to answer Gwen's questions. Outside the school, several cars had pulled up. Agent Carlson stepped out of one and made his way over to Lin Mei. Hey, Miss Lin, it's been, over half a year since we last met. Carlson extended his hand, ready for a handshake. As the saying goes, you don't hit a smiling face with your fist, and Lin Mei was willing to show some respect to the other party. He reached out and shook hand with him as well. Gwen watched with curiosity, her eyes fixed on Carlson, whose hairline had receded just a little. Carlson also noticed Gwen and politely said, You must be one of Mr. Lin's classmates, right? Hello, I'm Hold it. There's no need to introduce your department to me. If you have something to discuss, just get to the point. Lin Mei interrupted him. He nearly rolled his eyes. Was it really appropriate for a so-called secret government department to go around introducing themselves everywhere for no reason? Coulson gave a little cough and explained, the powerful magnetic field detected here has drawn our attention, so Nick Fury sent me to have a word with you. Lin Mei stroked his chin, hesitating whether he should drag old Nick into this mess. After all, Mephisto, the Lord of Hell himself, was already involved in this matter. Was it really fair to dump the whole thing on Kamar Taj? Besides, the incident happened right here on American soil. It made sense for S.H.I.E.L.D. to step in. With a sly smile, Lin Mei said, no problem. This is something we really do need to talk about. I'm sure Nick Fury doesn't want New York thrown into chaos, does he? Gwen had been eavesdropping intently, her curiosity about Lin Mei only growing with every word. The last thing Lin Mei said made Coulson tense up inside. Wait a moment, Mr. Lin. I'll contact Director Fury right away. Coulson's instincts told him that whatever was about to happen next, it was best to let his own boss handle it. Lin Mei shrugged, signaling that he could do as he pleased. Lin, can I know? No, you can't. Lin Mei cut off Gwen's curiosity without hesitation. In fact, Gwen hadn't even finished asking her question. Oof. Gwen huffed, puffing out her cheeks in annoyance at being kept in the dark. Lin Mei rubbed his nose, feeling awkward. This really wasn't something an ordinary person like Gwen should know about. For a moment, he didn't know how to explain it to her. If there's nothing else, Mr. Lin, shall we head to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters now? Coulson came over and suggested. Lin Mei nodded, then looked at Gwen's pouty little face and couldn't resist ruffling her hair with his hand. What are you doing? Gwen tried to bat his hand away in a huff, but her own small hand was quickly caught by Lin Mei. Hey, why are you taking off my ring? Gwen protested, reluctant to part with it. Lin Mei slipped the ring off her finger, then pulled an identical one from his pocket and put on her instead. He said, that one was worn out, so I'm giving you a brand new replacement. Lin Mei opened his palm, and it was obvious that the ring he had just taken off had become dull and lackluster, forming a stark contrast to the one Gwen had just put on, which gleamed brightly. Kid, what did you just put on my daughter's hand? At some point, George had appeared behind Lin Mei. The fury in his eyes was barely contained, and his hand had already started reaching for his holster. Daddy, what are you doing? Gwen suddenly stepped beside Lin Mei, snatched away the now useless alchemy ring, and stood protectively in front of him. Faced with his daughter's radiant smile, George found himself at a loss for words. With her hands behind her back, Gwen kept signaling Lin Mei to leave as quickly as possible. Lin Mei knew that if he didn't leave now, Officer George might actually draw his gun. So, pushing Coulson along, he hurried toward the school gate. Hey, you punk, you think you can just... Dad! Gwen's voice cut him off loudly. That's it. My sweet little girl has been completely charmed away, George thought bitterly. Right now, he felt worse than if he'd swallowed something foul. Lin Mei and Coulson quickly left the school grounds, leaving Gwen and George standing there. Gwen turned to look at George, her gaze innocent and pure. Ever since she was little, Gwen had known how well this worked on her father. Dad, Lin Mei isn't a bad person. He only gave me a gift, that's all. He didn't do anything to me. Gwen tried to defend Lin Mei. George took a deep breath, trying hard to calm himself. Sweetheart, you're still young. You're still in school. Now isn't the time for you to be thinking about relationships, George said, doing his best to set Gwen straight. Unfortunately, Gwen kept turning the ring over in her palm, barely listening to a word he said. Meanwhile, after Lin Mei got into Coulson's car, he collapsed limply onto the back seat. He hadn't really thought about it before. He just wanted to get away from George as quickly as possible and jumped in the car without a second thought. But the moment he was inside, regret hit him hard. A wave of dizziness and nausea crashed over Lin Mei. After nearly half a year of not riding in a car, he simply couldn't handle it. He instinctively doubled over, feeling like he might throw up everything in his stomach. My car. Headquarters only just assigned this to me. Coulson was nearly in tears inside. But all he could do was quietly roll down the windows and let the fresh air blow away the unpleasant smell. Lin Mei muttered under his breath, You guys went to the trouble of installing a bug in my family's car, but didn't bother to find out that I get carsick? Coulson instantly looked awkward. Nick Fury had, in fact, sent people to install a listening device in Lin Mei's home. As a result, aside from the bug still hidden in Lin Mei's family car, all the other bugs have been casually removed by Lin Mei. Lin Mei truly had no choice in the matter. He really didn't want to be monitored. No matter how cleverly the bugs were hidden at home, Lin Mei could always sniff them out with his sharp sense of smell. However, when it came to the one in the car, there was nothing he could do. In that carsick state, not to mention sniffing things out, he wouldn't even be able to find the bug if he knew exactly where it was. There was simply no way for Lin Mei to reach it, nor did he have the strength to try. The vehicle soon pulled up in front of a magnificent building and came to a stop. Lin Mei was quickly ushered out of the car. Coulson glanced at the wreckage left in the back seat of his car, and his professional smile nearly faltered. He looked at Lin Mei, who seemed utterly indifferent and cold. Lin Mei reached into thin air and produced 2 thick stacks of US dollars, tossing them to Coulson as he said, "This should be enough to get your car cleaned. Whatever's left, consider it a tip." Each stack was nearly $10,000. For a moment, Coulson seriously considered quitting his job to become Lin Mei's personal driver. Nick Fury sat gloomily in a chair, facing none other than Iron Man, Tony Stark, who had come to settle a score. Though, to be fair, it wasn't quite collecting a debt. After all, Tony's father, Howard, had indeed left some personal belongings with S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet Nick Fury, ever the schemer, had kept those items for himself, waiting for the day Tony might need them, hoping to curry a little favor in return. But in the end, under the pressure of Tony Stark, his wealthy benefactor, Nick Fury was forced to return Howard's keepsakes that had been held at S.H.I.E.L.D. In the end, Fury didn't gain a thing, except for Tony's look of thinly veiled contempt. Well, both of you are here, I see." Lin Mei swaggered into Nick Fury's office. He casually dropped into the chair next to Tony, throwing his feet up on Fury's desk without a care. "Hey, little wizard, what brings you here today? Don't you have school?" Tony teased. Lin Mei shrugged. "What can I do? If you've seen today's news, you'd know exactly why I'm not at school right now, and why I'm here instead." "News, huh? Well, now I have to see for myself." Tony toyed with his phone for a moment, then with a flick of his hand, cast the screen onto the wall. "Wow. Shooting, hostage crisis, the whole school out cold, mysterious shrieking sounds. Little wizard, your school life sure is exciting." From the news report, Tony had already guessed that Lin Mei must have been involved in the incident. Nick Fury fixed Lin Mei with a stern look and said, "Today, S.H.I.E.L.D. detected a powerful magnetic field erupting at your school. It lasted only for an instant, and then the field vanished without a trace." So you suspect it was me?" Lin Mei immediately cut in, her tone firm. "Let me be clear. Making baseless accusations without evidence could land you in court, and I'm sure Tony wouldn't mind letting me borrow the expert legal team from Stark Industries to help out. Am I right?" Tony grinned. "Absolutely. After all, your mother is also a member of the Stark board, so if she wants to lend you the lawyers, that won't be a problem." The moment Tony had retrieved his father's belongings from Nick Fury, his impression of the S.H.I.E.L.D. director had dropped substantially. Now, after being interrupted mid-interrogation by Lin Mei and then undercut by Tony, Nick Fury felt his frustration double. Truth be told, if Lin Mei hadn't spoken up first, he really would have tried to pin the whole mess on her. If that happened, Lin Mei would have found herself in a situation with no way to clear her name. No matter how things looked, she'd be stuck with the blame. "Haha, just a joke, just a joke." Nick Fury laughed awkwardly, trying to lighten the increasingly tense mood in his office. He knew all too well that neither Lin Mei nor Tony were people he could afford to offend. Especially now, Tony had just reclaimed his father's legacy from Fury, and his emotions were complicated. And Lin Mei, young as she was, had a knack for revealing extraordinary abilities when least expected. She was definitely not someone he could control at will. If he pushed too far and provoked the elders behind Lin Mei, things could get really messy for him. In fact, all I wanted to say is that what happened at the school was highly unusual, and you just happened to be there, so Fury's words were cut short once again by Lin Mei. "So S.H.I.E.L.D. decided to come question me as a suspect." Lin Mei raised an eyebrow, her tone edged with playful sarcasm. "Or do you think I'm the only one capable of causing that kind of chaos? Can we have a proper conversation here or not?" Fury screamed inwardly. He immediately abandoned some of his previous ideas and switched tactics. "So, can you tell us what actually happened?" Lin Mei then recounted the story. The vessel, the hostage incident during gym class, and the possible arrival of Mephisto, the Lord of Hell. However, she deliberately left out certain details, like the possibility that Mephisto was targeting her and Kamar Taj, as well as some of her own suspicions. "I've muddied the waters, and if I'm not having an easy time, no one else will either. That's my promise." Lin Mei didn't know why, but instead of guilt, she actually felt a bit of excitement inside. Perhaps, deep down, tricking Nick Fury had become a kind of amusement for her. Nick Fury and Tony were already racking their brains furiously. This time was different from the previous vampire incident. Lin Mei had already described how Deacon, empowered by the blood god, was utterly insignificant in the presence of this Lord of Hell. Tony asked directly, if there are such dangerous demons on Earth, why haven't they just taken over the planet? Nick Fury straightened up in his seat, just as eager to hear Lin Mei's explanation. Leaning back against her chair, Lin Mei replied, "Earth is under the watchful eye of the Ancient One. Mephisto would never dare to descend in person, crossing dimensions just to seize this world. On top of that, Earth is in a rather special position, with entrances to many different dimensions. Mephisto isn't foolish enough to think conquering Earth would be easy. Who knows? Maybe some Asgardian who claims to rule the Nine Realms might come striding out of one of those dimensions. A mysterious smile played on Lin Mei's lips. Still, that doesn't stop him from seeking opportunities, using every trick at his disposal to infiltrate Earth, searching for weaknesses or working toward his own ends. For example, if he sets his sights on someone's soul, he'll tempt them into a deal, seal a contract, and then wait patiently to collect. Lin Mei added, "Just as I thought, demons are never satisfied. They're always hungry for more," Tony said with a shake of his head, his tone tinged with a sigh. "So, will this Mephisto come to New York? Should we just let him take that Danny kid?" Nick Fury asked. Lin Mei replied, "I'm afraid it's not that simple. Danny doesn't want to go back. Besides, do you really think someone like Danny could have escaped from a monster like that and ended up here by accident? You'd better consider what might happen if the Lord of Hell can't find who he's looking for." Once Lin Mei realized there was someone manipulating things behind the scenes, he decided not to send Danny straight to Camartage. He knew that, whether or not he opened a portal, Danny would never leave New York as long as his mother was here. "From what you're saying, it sounds like there's some hidden party or force at work behind all this." Nick Fury's keen insight once again shone through. Inwardly, Lin Mei gave him a silent nod of approval. Without holding back, she continued, "That's exactly the problem. Even I know the simplest solution is to hand Danny over to Mephisto. But there are some people, or things, that aren't about to let that happen so easily. They're determined to keep Danny away from Mephisto's grasp. And at a time like this, when Danny just happens to be brought to New York, I can't help but suspect that Mephisto's current body might be reaching its limit." Lin Mei straightened up and wrapped her fingers forcefully against the table. If Mephistos want to stay on Earth, he has to get back inside Danny's body. As for the mastermind behind all this, I don't know who they are or what they're after. But whoever it is, they'll do everything to keep Danny from returning. If we handle this poorly, it's not hard to imagine what chaos will sweep through New York in the future. Tony understood the gravity of the situation and asked earnestly, "Is there anything I can do to help?" Lin Mei pursed her lips and replied, "You'd better just focus on studying the things your father left you. I don't have any new antidote on hand." Thinking of his real hair color hidden beneath that dye, Tony's tone turned sour. "Little Witch, be honest with me. Was there something wrong with that potion?" "Wrong? What'd be wrong? Aren't you alive and kicking here?" Lin Mei asked, her voice puzzled. Tony found it a little embarrassing to explain, but before he could say more, Lin Mei snapped her fingers at him. A scene began to play in reverse. The main character, none other than Tony Stark himself. Hey, you little brat, cut that out." One look was all it took for Tony to realize what Lin Mei was doing. If she really rolled the scene back to before he dyed his hair, it would be social death for him. Without hesitation, Tony grabbed Lin Mei by the neck, successfully interrupting her time reversal spell. Ha ha ha. Even though the scene was cut short, Lin Mei had already seen, in her mind's eye, a pink-haired Tony Stark. "Mr. Tony, that color really brings out your inner girlish charm." Lin Mei clutched her stomach and let out peals of uncontrollable laughter. "Shut up. This can never be mentioned again. If you do, I swear I'll drag you down with me," Tony threatened, still holding Lin Mei by the neck. Tony had thought that, aside from Pepper, no one else would ever know about this. Yet Lin Mei had managed to catch him off guard. Unlike the clueless Tony, Lin Mei had noticed just now, during her time reversal spell, that Pepper had secretly asked Jarvis to save quite a few photos. She decided to keep that little secret to herself, planning to trick some of those photos out when the time was right. While the two of them were bickering, Nick Fury was piecing together some things from their conversation. With a slightly aggrieved tone, he said, "So, it was you who cured Tony's poisoning?" And he gave Tony a meaningful look, his gaze drifting to a case by Tony's feet. It was the very case Howard Stark had left in SHELD's care. Both Lin Mei and Tony paused for a split second. "You sold me out." Lin Mei demanded. "No, come on, would I do that?" Tony protested. "Yeah, right. Of course you would." "Nonsense, I wouldn't." Nick Fury looked thoroughly displeased at the two people standing before him, whose clumsy attempts at acting were hardly convincing as they tried to bluff their way through. Of course, his resentment toward Lin Mei was even greater. After all, he could tell by now that the mastermind behind Tony's sudden shift from his usual lifeless self was none other than this little brat standing in front of him. Tony shot Lin Mei a look, signaling that it was time to make a run for it. After Lin Mei discreetly flashed an OK gesture with his right hand, he wasted no time in whipping up a portal. The two of them, shifting blame as they went, stepped briskly through the portal. In less than a heartbeat, they found themselves back at Stark Manor. "Mother! Those two little punks," Fury burst out, unable to hold back a curse as he stared in disbelief at their abrupt escape. Suddenly, the portal reopened in his office. Lin Mei poked his head through with an awkward grin and said, "Sorry, Tony forgot something." He grabbed the suitcase at his feet and dashed off again, leaving Nick Fury standing there, speechless. Back at the manor, Lin Mei handed the suitcase back to Tony without missing a beat, then strolled over to a cabinet and pulled out a bag of snacks, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Hey, this is my house. Could you at least try not to act like you own the place?" Tony teased him. Lin Mei shrugged, sprawling lazily on the sofa. "So, your hair really did turn pink?" Just hearing that was enough to get Tony riled up again. He glared at Lin Mei. "You little brat, be honest with me. What's the deal with that bottle of medicine? Didn't you say there'd be no problem?" Scratching his head, Lin Mei replied, "Well, actually, that bottle has been sitting around for more than half a year. Guess it was a bit past the expiration date." "You little rascal. You gave me expired medicine? Weren't you worried you might poison me?" Tony jabbed a finger at Lin Mei, nearly trembling with indignation. Lin Mei tried to laugh it off. "Come on, what's the worst that could happen? Even if you were poisoned, I could save you. I promise." Just then, Jarvis's voice chimed in, "Mr. Stark, the vibranium shipment you ordered from Wakanda has just arrived at the door." "That was fast. Tony, I have to say your efficiency is impressive," Lin Mei said, sitting up straight, suddenly energized. "Jarvis, send the vibranium back. Someone here set me up, and I've changed my mind," Tony said, shooting an annoyed look at Lin Mei. "Hey, don't do that." Lin Mei instantly switched to a placating smile. At the same time, Lin Mei cursed Jarvis in his heart. He was certain that AI was doing this on purpose. Seeing Lin Mei's shamelessly ingratiating expression, Tony almost couldn't help but laugh. He quickly regained his composure and said, "Your so-called medicine turned my hair pink. So, tell me, how do you plan to make it up to me?" "Damn it, you're just taking this chance to threaten me." Lin Mei's expression shifted instantly as she snapped, "Just tell me, did my medicine get rid of your poison or not? But that still doesn't give you an excuse to turn me into a muscle-bound Barbie." Tony shot back, "You're this, I'm that." As soon as the words muscle-bound Barbie came up, Lin Mei's mind conjured up a series of bizarre images. He struggled to hold back his laughter, doing his best not to let it burst out. Tony saw Lin Mei's cheeks flushed bright red. He knew all too well what she was picturing. He called out loudly, "Jarvis, notify the people who just delivered the vibranium. Tell them to take it all back." "No, wait. I was wrong, okay? I'll make it up to you." Seeing Tony's expression on the verge of erupting, Lin Mei immediately gave in. Tony walked over to the sofa and, imitating Lin Mei's earlier movements, sprawled out and asked, "So, tell me, how are you going to make it up to me? If I'm not satisfied, I'll just have the vibranium sent back." "Damn," Lin Mei cursed under his breath, resigned to Tony's open threat. After all, this was his own fault to begin with, so Tony wanting some compensation was only fair. Tony was already sitting there with the look of someone ready to listen closely. Lin Mei thought for a moment and said, "I've always told you that the thing that could save your life is hidden among your father's belongings. In fact, your father concealed it in a very ingenious way. If you want to know what it is, you should pay close attention to the Stark Industries model your father introduced." Tony frowned. "I've seen that model before. There's a secret hidden in it." Lin Mei shrugged. "That's as much as I'll say. If I told you the answer, where's the fun in unwrapping the gift? This is the most precious thing your father left you." Tony nodded, acknowledging the point. Then he suddenly realized something and glared at Lin Mei suspiciously. "Hold on, you're just fobbing me off with something I would have found out sooner or later. You little rascal, do you really think this counts as compensation?" Lin Mei quickly waved his hands, looking innocent. "Hey, don't say that, Tony. What I'm giving you is a crucial clue, a clue that could save your life when it matters most. And it's not just a clue. It's also a journey to discover your father's wisdom and love. Isn't that meaningful?" Tony snorted, clearly not entirely satisfied with this answer. But he knew Lin Mei wasn't completely wrong, either. He sat up straight, crossing his arms with a playful glint in his eye. "Fine, I'll give you that. But this can't be all for your apology. Besides this clue, you owe me one more thing." Lin Mei's heart skipped a beat, a sense of foreboding washing over him. But he forced himself to ask, "What is it?" Tony's lips curled into a sly grin. "Help me upgrade my armor. I want to give it the power to fight demons." "Damn it, Mr. Big Shot, you really want me to do something so thankless and exhausting?" "No way. Jarvis," Tony called out loudly. "I'm here, sir," Jarvis promptly replied. Lin Mei could only glare at him fiercely and growl. "Fine, you win." A faint smile tugged at the corners of Tony's mouth. Clearly, he'd gotten exactly what he wanted. The last time he dealt with vampires, Tony realized that his Iron Man suit wasn't exactly equipped to handle such supernatural creatures. So when he heard about this demon incident from Lin Mei, he immediately set his sights on Lin Mei's expertise. Tony was well aware of his own limitations when it came to understanding demons. Rather than awkwardly tinkering with the suit himself and ending up with something half-baked, it made much more sense to hand the whole thing over to Lin Mei. Since you want me to upgrade your Iron Man suit for demon slaying, I'll need to see the design schematics and some technical data. That won't be a problem, right? Lin Mei said, hand outstretched. Jarvis, project all the design data, Tony commanded with a sweeping gesture. Jarvis responded at once. For a split second, the entire room seemed to hold its breath. Then, beams of light gathered in the center, forming a three-dimensional holographic image, a complete blueprint of Tony's Iron Man armor. Every detail was rendered with stunning precision, from the intricate inner mechanisms to the sleek outer shell. Lin Mei's eyes widened as he studied the designs, genuinely impressed by Tony's genius. At the same time, he was amazed that Tony would actually lay bare every secret of the armor, something he considered part of his very soul. He reached out, tapping the air to zoom in on certain sections or shift the view, already lost in the sea of technology. Incredible craftsmanship, Lin Mei couldn't help but exclaim. But giving it the power to fight demons is a lot more complicated than just tweaking a few parameters. Tony raised an eyebrow, brimming with confidence. Of course I know that, but I'm sure you'll figure it out. After all, you know way more about these supernatural creatures than I ever could. And haven't you always claimed you can solve any problem thrown your way? Lin Mei rolled his eyes, though the corners of his mouth lifted ever so slightly. All right, I'll give you that. But let me remind you, I can't decide exactly what the final product will look like. And as for the resources needed for the modifications, you'll have to handle those yourself, understood? Resources are not an issue. Jarvis will provide you with everything you need. Tony stood up and walked over to Lin Mei, giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. As for time, we're right in the eye of the storm. Let's move as fast as we possibly can. Lin Mei nodded. Though this sudden assignment might have overwhelmed others, he didn't feel the slightest bit of pressure. Instead, a surge of excitement stirred within him. So where should I begin? Lin Mei murmured to himself, already starting to sketch out various solutions in his mind. Tony stood by quietly, watching him. In his eyes, hope and worry mingled. He hoped Lin Mei would deliver something extraordinary, but he couldn't help but fret over the difficulty and uncertainty of the improvements ahead. Still, Tony knew there was no turning back. Their only option was to move forward. Lin Mei's mind raced at full speed. He considered where on the armor to inscribe magical runes, which circuits could be modified, and how. To weave his alchemical skills into the suit, so that Tony's armor could fire attacks specifically designed to counter demons, and more. He picked apart every issue: energy compatibility, energy conversion, and anything else that might arise. Each problem was carefully examined, solved, and tucked back into its place. From time to time, Lin Mei would raise a question. Though he had already taken some college-level courses, he found his own grasp of physics, math, and chemistry was being stretched thin. This process continued well into the evening, and if it hadn't been for Pepperpot's showing up at Stark Manor, Lin Mei might have completely forgotten about the Hammer Industries Weapons Expo. Meanwhile, a convoy of vehicles was slowly making its way into New York City. Seated in the middle car was an elderly man leaning on a cane. It was none other than Mephisto. Upon sensing the familiar demonic aura in New York, so similar to his own, he immediately knew his son was somewhere in this city. Unfortunately, Danny's aura had been deliberately concealed. No matter how powerful Mephisto was, he couldn't immediately track down his son, unless Danny was right under his nose. The moment Mephisto entered New York, strange things began to happen in every exorcist's home, whether on the outskirts or within city. Ancient talismans hanging on their walls suddenly glimmered with a faint light, only to fade just as quickly, as though a tremendous evil force had briefly smothered them. Even Lin Mei, just stepping out of his car, found himself instinctively looking up at the sky. A thick shroud of ominous clouds blanketed all of New York, casting a heavy, suffocating gloom over the city. So, this is his way of announcing his arrival? Such arrogance. Aren't you worried someone will just kick you right off Earth? Lin Mei grumbled. Then again, he thought, Mephisto's human body must be nearing the end of its natural lifespan. If he can't get his hands on Danny's body, this lunatic probably wouldn't mind going completely off the rails. As for why Mephisto is so obsessed with staying on Earth, isn't it simply because there are just too many outstanding souls here that catch his eye? If the Ancient One weren't keeping watch over Earth, he would have gone on a rampage, harvesting souls long ago. Hey, welcome, beautiful lady and handsome little gentleman, to Hammer Industries' weapons exhibition. A voice cut through Lin Mei's thoughts. Justin Hammer was already strutting over with a swagger that said he owed nothing to anyone. Let me take a look, let me see. Whoa, what a stunning beauty. No wonder Wall Street calls you the rose blooming among thorns. Lin Mei frowned at the remark, unsure whether it was meant to flatter or flirt. It was mostly that his goofy demeanor made the banter sound so grating. She couldn't help but doubt if this man was really the head of a military-industrial company. Lin Mei glanced unconsciously at her mother, and Melissa, equally awkward, looked back at her son. Lin Mei's eyes seemed to say, "How on earth did this idiot manage to get you invited? I'm seriously considering giving him a piece of my mind." Melissa caught her son's expression immediately and responded with a helpless look. "I had no idea he'd be like this. He's like a total clown. If his assistant hadn't insisted he kept inviting us, I honestly wouldn't have come." Lin Mei shot her mother a look of mock disdain. "Looks like your assistant's been bribed." Melissa's eyes widened in realization. Then she signaled, "I'll fire her first thing tomorrow." In just a few glances, mother and son had spun a whole scenario in their heads, and even sentenced the assistant on the spot. Cutting off whatever Hammer was about to say next, Lin Mei interjected, "Thank you for the compliment, sir, but if there's nothing else, my mother and I will head inside now." With that, Lin Mei took Melissa by the arm and led her toward the exhibition hall. Compared to Hammer's smooth talk, Lin Mei's behavior might have come off as rather impolite. But so what? The greed in Hammer's eyes was all too obvious, and Lin Mei was certain he had ulterior motives. Hammer was left standing there, frozen in place. Under his breath, he muttered, "Am I really that unlikable?" "Absolutely," a bodyguard quietly chimed in. Hammer turned to glare at the bodyguard who dared to speak the harsh truth. "Tomorrow, stop by accounting to settle your paycheck." With that, Hammer walked off, leaving the bodyguard somewhat dumbfounded. Once inside the exhibition, the place was packed with so many high-powered weapons that even Lin Mei felt a bit dazzled. As Lin Mei and Melissa moved deeper into the hall, just as she'd predicted, Hammer doggedly kept after them. He caught up just as Lin Mei was eyeing the guns and ammunition displayed at the show. He straightened his collar, then took the lead, stepping in front of Lin Mei and her companion to make his introduction. "This is the M4A1 Block 2 assault rifle. It's a widely used assault rifle, equipped with a stainless steel barrel and an improved buffer system to enhance both shooting accuracy and stability. Paired with a Leupold Mark IV telescopic sight, it takes precision to a whole new level." Lin Mei nodded at Hammer's introduction, then moved on toward the next weapon on display. Hammer wasn't discouraged. Pointing to the next rifle, he continued, "Here we have the 416 Hong Kong dollar series assault rifle. A modern rifle featuring a gas regulator system and a short-stroke piston design, ensuring stable performance and exceptional accuracy. Honestly, I can hardly imagine what our soldiers would be capable of on the battlefield with this in their hands." Lin Mei gave a short laugh. "Maybe not unstoppable, but I'll say this. Any soldier who survived actual combat tends to trust in faith shooting more than the gun in their hands." Hammer felt a touch of embarrassment. As a seasoned defense contractor, he was well aware of what faith shooting really meant. He cleared his throat, then reached behind him for a handgun. "This is the M1911 pistol, a classic semi-automatic, chambered for .45 ACP rounds. The single and double action trigger makes it easy to operate, perfect for close-quarters combat. Even though this pistol has a storied past, it's been retired from service, and nobody's keen to use it anymore. It's like Stark Industries' weapons division after it shut down. Fit for the display case, don't you think?" Hammer's eyes sparkled as he fixed his gaze on Melissa. "Huh, this guy's already taken over every weapons contract Stark Industries left behind, but he's still obsessed with running them into the ground," Lin Mei thought to herself. Hammer's presentation didn't falter in the face of Lin Mei's cool reaction. In fact, he seemed to be subtly testing both Lin Mei and Melissa, gauging their responses. "And now, this is something truly special," Hammer said, lowering his voice conspiratorially as he held up a device that looked ordinary but gave off an unmistakable sense of sophistication. "This is our latest breakthrough, the Phantom drone system. It uses state-of-the-art stealth technology and an autonomous navigation system, letting it execute reconnaissance, strikes, and other missions without being detected. In short, it's the invisible killer of tomorrow's battlefield. I'm convinced that even if Stark Industries hadn't shut down their weapons division, they couldn't have produced anything like this." Hammer added, not so subtly taking another jab at Stark. Lin Mei listened to Hammer's pitch, unable to suppress a smile. "Fake," she thought to herself with a silent chuckle. Hammer had done a good job keeping up appearances, but Lin Mei could still see right through his lies. Since the other party was lying, Lin Mei couldn't even be bothered to guess how much of it was true. Outwardly, however, he kept his face cold and indifferent. He simply nodded lightly and continued walking forward. Hammer was not discouraged by this. He hurried after Lin Mei, tirelessly introducing other weapons, from heavy machine guns to tactical missiles. Each showcased the pinnacle of human military technology. Yet Lin Mei's attention was not wholly on the weapons. Throughout Hammer's presentation, Stark Industries kept coming up, almost as if he was deliberately trying to stir up discord between Lin May and Stark. Mr. Hammer. Lin May suddenly stopped, his gaze sharp as a blade as he looked at Hammer. You seem to have a particular fixation on Stark Industries. Are you inviting us here just to flaunt the weapon contracts you picked up after Stark Industries abandoned them? Hammer was momentarily stunned. Then he burst out laughing. Mr. Lin May, you've misunderstood. I invited you here to demonstrate the strength of Hammer Industries, and also to explore opportunities for cooperation with you. Cooperation? Lin May arched an eyebrow. Do you really think there's anything worth collaborating on between us? But of course, I know Miss Melissa holds quite a few shares in Stark Industries. Still, the fact that their weapons division shut down, that's a fatal flaw, isn't it? It definitely is, Lin May replied, picking up the thread. Honestly, Stark Industries losing all those international and U.S. military contracts, the fact their finances haven't collapsed already is a miracle. One annoying brat. Hammer fumed inwardly. I should be talking to your mother, not you. Melissa, meanwhile, had already drifted off in her own world. After all, she didn't care much for weapons. Still, she had heard every veiled jab Hammer made at Stark Industries. But unlike Hammer, she was in the know. As one of Stark Industries' shareholders, and with Pepper now her close friend, she knew exactly what the future held for Stark Industries. Once Stark truly took off, Hammer Industries wouldn't even be worthy to carry their shoes. So she decided to let Lin May have a little fun toying with this guy. Hammer looked at Lin May as if he'd finally found a kindred spirit. Excitedly, he said, Exactly. Stark Industries is a sunset industry now. Why waste money investing in a sinking ship? Instead, why not join forces with Hammer Industries and create a new era for weapons manufacturing? I truly believe that with our technical prowess and innovative spirit, Hammer Industries will lead the next wave on the battlefield. Lin May gave a derisive little laugh, locking eyes with Hammer. He could see in those eyes that Hammer's ambitions went far beyond what he was saying. Go ahead, speak. Since you're trying to poach us, I'm sure you want more than just this, don't you? After all, in this world, there's never a shortage of investors. And yet, you chose us. Don't bother with those childish lines. Very few people who make it to this level are fools you could just string along. Faced with Lin May's piercing gaze, Hammer felt as if her eyes were stripping him bare. He gave a subtle signal, and his bodyguards began to clear out some of the other guests who had also been invited to the weapons exhibition. Hammer cleared his throat, then spoke cautiously. Of course, there's a threshold to joining Hammer Industries. I imagine you might be able to get your hands on a model, or experimental data, of Tony Stark's Iron Man suit. Oh, Mr. Hammer, you really are greedy, aren't you? Everyone knows that the Iron Man suit is Tony's lifeblood. Even the military has been turned away. Do you honestly think we'd betray Stark Industries and steal his core technology just to work with you? Lin May's tone dripped with disdain, making it clear just how repulsed she was by Hammer's proposal. Seeing her reaction, Hammer quickly waved his hands and tried to explain. No, Ms. Lin May, you misunderstood me. I'm not asking you to steal. I'm just hoping you could provide some leads, or maybe create an opportunity for Hammer Industries to study this technology. After all, this would be a revolutionary leap for the entire defense industry. Listening from the side, Melissa couldn't help but be astonished by Hammer's ambition. Although she had little interest in weapons, she understood the significance of this technology. If Hammer actually managed to get his hands on the Iron Man tech, his company could very well rise to dominate the entire industry. Yet she knew even better that Stark Industries would never give up this technology so easily. Tony Stark was a brilliant and stubborn man. He would do everything in his power to protect his inventions. Mr. Hammer, Lin May said icily, let me make this absolutely clear. We will never betray Stark Industries for any gain. And I firmly believe that Stark Industries can handle any challenge, including competition from you. Hammer's expression darkened for a moment, but he quickly recovered his smile. Very well, if you're not interested in working together, I won't force you. Still, let me remind you, Stark Industries has already shut down its weapons division. The road ahead won't be easy for them. Hammer Industries could be a much better choice for you. Suddenly, Lin May picked up a phone, one not yet released to the public, and spoke into it. Tony, this guy here says Stark Industries has a rough road ahead. What do you think? As Lin May slid her finger across a button, a small 3D hologram of Tony appeared in her hand. Nonsense. This guy doesn't even know that Stark Industries is about to leave them in the dust. What do they know, anyway? The 3D hologram of Tony came to life in Lin May's palm, his eyes filled with unshakable confidence and a hint of disdain, as if he were staring straight through the screen at Hammer himself. Hammer's face instantly turned ashen. He never imagined that Lin May could connect directly to Tony Stark for a video call. All his earlier threats and enticements now seemed utterly powerless and hollow. Why you? How did you? Hammer stammered, clearly so shocked by the scene that he was at a loss for words. Surprised, aren't you? Turns out I'm live streaming, Lin Mei said gleefully, clearly enjoying his discomfort. You little. Lin Mei's antics nearly drove Hammer to the brink of fury. With a nonchalant shrug, Lin Mei continued, I was just curious how your weapons stack up against the ones from Stark's now-shuttered weapons division. So, I figured, why not give him a call? Too bad, though. Before we even got to talk, you rushed ahead, showing off your weapons non-stop. We didn't want to interrupt, Lin Mei said with mock regret. Melissa almost burst out laughing. She remembered her son rarely ever carried a phone. Who would have thought he'd bring one today? What Melissa didn't know was that Lin Mei's phone was specially customized, a gadget Tony himself had tossed him. It even stored data on the Iron Man suits, all waiting for Lin Mei to take home and give him his own magical upgrades. Meanwhile, Hammer's face was turning a deep, unhealthy shade of purple. Tony seemed to be operating something behind the scenes. Suddenly, the screen stopped showing Tony's image. Instead, the phone broadcasted footage of Hammer's secret attempts at developing combat mechs, all ending in spectacular failure. On the screen, there was even a test pilot whose spine was injured when the mech suddenly spun 180 degrees during a test.